that is a timestamp basically of when that message is sent, and that's all that's used to give the distance, right? So they're basing the distance off of that, and that distance is in the reference frame of the receiver. Even though it's the reference frame, even though it's sent from the thing, it's being described from the reference frame of the receiver. So there's not this problem that's being described that there's like a the relativistic corrections don't have anything to do with that. The relativistic corrections have only to do with the fact that the message came from a moving receiver, or a moving transmitter, and that the receiver doesn't have perfect clocks. So there's clock corrections based on those relativistic differences, but not based on the speed of light being variant in some way, because it's not in that regard.
Well, it wasn't
But
about.
can I be heard?
Yep. Go ahead.
Can I be heard?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead. I was just making sure I can be heard. I'm
Okay.
listening.
Yeah. Well, he goes into the whole thing about first order data, as opposed to second order and third order. Have you looked at that?
Just listening right now. Trying
Where's
to
the
catch up.
relevance? Where's the relevance here, though? This is a first order measurement.
Yeah, the first order measurement he's showing that there's second order corrections that are applied after the first order, and the first order is showing that there's a preferred direction of light. And that's what we want to have you come in to discuss with why you debate that, because that seems to be pretty
That's
clear.
the issue. Is that the first order measurement? The first order measurement is simply describing the position of the receiver in reference to the position of the transmitter it was sent from in the reference frame of the receiver. The corrections come in. They are sent, and actually they're sent in actually a little bit of time after all of the measurements were made, because they first take a measurement without those corrections, without the relativistic corrections, and then they make relativistic corrections after they have what they call a pseudo range or pseudo position that they use to approximate what those corrections should be. But my point is that the reason they have to make pseudo corrections and pseudo positions and all this is because what they're actually correcting is the inaccuracy of the clock of the receiver, because the clock of the transmitter is damn near perfect, and it's being sent in at a different velocity and a different gravitational whatever than the receiver, and the receiver doesn't have a perfect clock, and so that's what they're correcting for. And so my point is that corrections aren't based on what is being claimed as the problem, which is that there's like a difference in the direction of the speed of light, and there's a variance in the speed of light. But the speed of light is used as what the speed of light is known as, because it's being used as a stationary position that's being from a stationary position that the receiver's in, and the speed of light and the time. So that pseudo position is done before the corrections are made, and there's no relativistic corrections needed there.
Well, that'd be interesting to hear you guys talk it out, because I don't think that's what he thinks. So obviously you have some debate points that you're getting different information from or whatever. Is Model Builder in the house though? I saw him typing in the chat, so I wanted to see if he's around. He came in and showed his data points from his flights. Did you see that? He shows that it looks like they're going about 300 miles per hour faster than recorded in the south to make up for the difference in distance.
Yeah, bro, we should definitely get Alan in here some days.
Look at this asshole in here, dude.
No doubt, sounds like a good plan.
Listen, man, you got a robot going on. You got a whole robotic thing going on.
What's up?
It sounds like you have a robot.
There. No one's gonna. Am I roboting? Can you hear me now?
New perspective. You tell him, dude. He doesn't believe me.
I'm gonna auto hoax Kosho right now. I think he sounds just fine.
Such a bullshit.
You are robotic.
Well, that's the thing, is like Kosho is like, you have to be developed enough in being able to hoaxerize something and able to be able to auto hoax something. So like, to be an auto hoaxer really means that you can see how anything could be hoaxed, and that in itself doesn't necessarily mean, well, I mean, I guess in a true sense that you're assuming that everything is fake. but also to have that frame of reference, you have to be able to kind of have just a quick read as far as like, oh yeah, this is a hoax, and I can see it right here. Do you know what I'm
I
saying?
think that's fair. That brings me back to the conversation we had earlier about what I was saying about my opinions about Jesus. Like, I revere him, but I see some of his supernatural stuff as being sort of like magic trick based. And my reasoning would be the same reasoning you just gave, which is, I could see how that could be faked. I could see how that could be confused, and it's much easier to believe that somebody would use those.
Are you talking about auto hoaxing the crucifixion? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, kind of, yeah, actually, yeah. Not the crucifixion, but the what do you call that? The raising from the dead. But just as an example, because I see what you're saying, that yeah, you with that understanding, then, but that's not necessarily auto hoaxing. That's kind of auto skeptical. Like being auto skeptical is what I'm saying is necessary. You should be auto skeptical, but
Better
you
watch
shouldn't.
out.
Go
Sorry,
ahead,
I just had a joke. I said you better watch out. You might get yourself a train ticket on the train straight to hell with that claim.
Listen, I have a VIP pass to the other place. Okay, so it's called being chosen. I was chosen as a VIP member. So
yeah, that was my attempt at a joke. But because if you're saying that it was just magic tricks or whatever, maybe some would say that's blasphemy or whatever.
You got to worry about it. You might not make the cut. You got to keep me in, coach.
I'm
Keep me in,
VIP.
please,
Dude,
coach.
first of all,
Keep me in.
the best magicians have been Jewish. Okay, I'm just letting you know.
I
You got
believe you there.
David Blaine. You have Houdini. I'm not bad.
Houdini
you have
sounds Italian to me. You telling me he's Jewish?
Houdini was a Jew, yes.
Oh,
And he wasn't Italian at all.
he sounds so
But
Italian.
What are we debating?
I don't know if you noticed, a lot of the Jews got kidnapped 2,000 years ago and taken to Italy. But
Wow,
that's
this sounds
not
very
Let's not talk about that. Hey, let's get out of the back on topic
Kosher,
here. Model
kosher,
builder
this-
is in the house, by the way. Hey, model builder.
real fast. Kosher, that's very anti-Semitic, dude. You're claiming that Jews are the best at tricking people?
No, I didn't say Jews are the best at tricking. Actually, that's true. They are the best
That's what I
at
was
tricking people,
saying.
but it's not because they're tricksters. It's because they're good
They're
tricksters.
the best at
The worst
tricking
is not
people.
They're good
people are
tricksters.
good.
Yeah, they're the best at tricking people.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they're all tricksters. It just means that the ones that are the best at it.
Okay,
That's
I'm
true.
just listening. So what are we debating?
Gypsy
We're not. We're talking to model
On a
builder.
side note,
Pardon?
on a side
Jews are good at
note,
tricking people.
No, go ahead.
on a side note to that,
Like, listen, I'm trying to wonder what the fuck we're talking about.
Real
Let me
quick,
guess Jeremy's side note.
Whitson, I'd love for you
Jews
to
got-
meet model builder who's here. The beast, Labette, just entered. Are you here, model builder? Labette.
oh my god, dude, if he's here, you
Harry
called him like
Seinfeld and
18
model
times,
builder. I
bro.
have no idea what's going on.
Did you call him Lebec Blue?
Labette. He goes by Labette now.
Oh, I thought you meant like.
Says unstable internet
I was gonna
connection.
call him like Molson. Is he Canadian or is he French?
He's French.
He is from France.
What's the difference?
Anyway,
Jerry Seinfeld then, or
Whitson, I think I told you a little bit about it. This is the guy that got the GPS data points from all the flights that he was able to access for a little bit before they cut him off. And it shows that from what his data is showing, that it looks like they added 300 hours. There's 300 hours taken off the official data that the flights are 300 miles per hour difference in what he got with his GPS data points in the south compared to what they officially report that the planes are doing.
Oh, wow.
Nobel Prize then for proving that, right?
Sorry?
So he got a Nobel Prize for proving that, right?
Oh yeah,
That
I'm
the flights
sure. They
are
always
off.
give out
Yeah,
Nobel Prizes to people that go against the mainstream narrative. That's usually what they do, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And,
okay.
it's not a proof. I just use data available, so it's not a proof at all because
Yeah.
it comes from a tierce party. So
So basically, it's an
I looked at
opinion,
your
no
data,
proof, right?
No, his
Opinion
data,
you like,
data
that's
says
fine
it's
with
the case. But your data doesn't express the fact that some of those paths, like those paths, some of the parts in those paths are going 0 miles per hour.
Well, if there's actual
That was the-
data, then it would prove the narrative wrong. And if you prove the narrative wrong because you have data, you'd probably win some kind of Nobel Prize and
Yeah.
prove everybody
Really?
wrong.
Do
Right?
do they give out Nobel Prizes for going against the mainstream narrative, which is the reason they
Yeah.
would have actually had a discrepancy
Well,
to begin with?
if you could prove the mainstream narrative wrong, then yeah, you'd probably get a Nobel Prize. But nobody's done that.
Hey
So-
guys,
Wait a
let-
minute. Wait a minute.
I
That's
don't
not right.
care. I don't care at all about Nobel Prize, so it's not a problem.
Exactly.
yeah, let's stick to the information rather than claims about some prize given out by some elite group of people.
Information from YouTube from uneducated people. Okay, we'll go with that.
All right.
Yeah, you can go ahead and
I'm
straw
down.
man it if you want.
Yeah, please don't disrupt the conversation. All right, let's carry on. Let's carry forward.
Labette, you said you had some interesting new information. Anything you want to drop on us now?
I didn't say I had any new information at all.
Not you.
There is something I want to share, but maybe later because
Okay.
I don't have a proper how to say a proper presentation to show, so it's not worth done it. It's about damage control from NASA from ISS tour, so it's really interesting. And other things are about plane. I have harvested a little more data about plane. I will just drop it up. In fact, there is like on the south flight path, there is like only I drop the list now. So there is multiple things to know. So there is only 4 call sign. So I will write it because I know my accent is not very well. So call sign. I don't know if the pronunciation is correct. So the call sign in the bottom of the text is the 4 call sign that appear on those south flight path, and it's from only 2 companies. I don't remember the company, but it's only 2 companies, and those companies have only maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plane and 10 plane. So there is only 18 plane that do those fly pass. Every plane is only Boeing, those Boeing 787 Dreamliner. And what there is more interesting.
There's just 4 planes though. There's 4 planes that do that. It looks like.
So sorry, can you repeat?
You said 8 or something like that, but it looks like there's only 4 core call signs.
Yes, because they share call signs. In fact, so there is 2 things. There is
They share the
sorry.
You said they share the call sign. So there's 2 planes that will share a call sign. Okay.
Yeah. So there is only 4 planes at a time, maximum, that can do those flight paths. I never seen that, but in theory, it can only be 4 planes at a time, because there is only 4 call signs. So the call sign is used by company to reach the specific flight path, and the call sign is given to a specific plane, in fact. And there is only 12 planes that have done, maybe more. I did not 18. Sorry, 18 plane. And on those 5 million flight paths, I have harvested from Flight Radar 24.
And what's the route? What's like the 2 airports, I guess?
So it's the plane from Earth's life. It's Johannesburg, Sydney. It's the famous.
Johannesburg to Sydney. I got you.
Yeah, and there is another destination, but I only have the latitude, longitude. I need to do the research. I am really, really, really bad at geography. it's we have expression in French which is how to say the man who do the shoes is the man who has the worst shoes ever. You know.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's funny.
So I have done cartography in my life, and I am like I don't know anything in geography. I know only France, you know. So what I
Seems
mean
like
is
a bad analogy though, because you would think a
I can show
cartographer.
you. I can show you. Sorry, I can show you the map directly. It will be better. So I have two maps interesting on those long fly paths. It's this one. So the text I have dropped is only for the Sydney Johannesburg flight, like so the left part of the map, and the right part of the map I don't have done data filtering yet, so
I think
I'm
you
not
had that
sure.
backwards.
Sorry.
You said left, but I think the right side of the map is Sydney to Johannesburg, isn't it?
Left map, left part. Sorry. I have a hard
The
time
right is
translated things in my head. I have a hard time to be comprehensive.
You haven't done the left. You haven't done the left part.
Yeah, it's the left part. You're right. It's the left part. The text is about the left part of the map, and the other is. This one interesting because it shows every flight that I've done on those 5 million fly paths, every flight that I've cross the 60 south parallel, to show how little flight there is over those parallel.
People are saying that the Johannesburg to Sydney isn't on the list. Is that right? And it doesn't seem like there is any Johannesburg to Sydney as far as what your data shows, huh?
He's got a whole thing there.
I cannot do any claim about this.
No, I know. I'm saying that maybe it didn't exist. It's claimed at least, or at least it wasn't within the time period that you were testing.
He's got the data for Johannesburg to Sydney. There's the yellow lines for it.
Yes,
I know, but the list doesn't have it on there. I don't know.
I think it's a true fly pass. The thing is on those fly pass, how to say the speed given by Flight Radar 24 is not the same as the speed I computed by GPS position and time. So it shows that there is a disparity on that, and I have not this computation error on other flight, only on those flights. And on what to say and yes, in my opinion, those flights are real because it can be explained by a lot of things. So
okay. It just wasn't on the list, I think, as far as like the codes go for it. So maybe that list didn't include it. But yeah, you're showing it on your graph there. Yeah, there's about a 300 mile per hour difference in what they're actually saying the flight was going.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
and actually what the flight seemed to be going, according to what your GPS data points are saying.
Yeah. And that I have saved, I have the speed given by Flight Radar 24, and as long as I have the GPS ping and the time of the GPS ping, I have the time of when the GPS ping is given to Flight Radar 24 on the time where I have taken this GPS ping. So I can do every statistical computation on that. And see if there is a discrepancy between if there is a delay, if there is some loss. There is a lot of loss in the middle of the ocean. I have done a fuel resolution map with the 5 million fly paths, and we see clearly the GPS loss over water. New perspective. You already have seen those
Yeah,
displays.
if you want to post them again, you can.
I am searching, but I can only post some screenshot because the file is like half
Huge,
gigabyte, so Discord won't let me drop it.
Yeah, hey, Whitsit, if you're still here, this guy is also somebody that realized that we're not on a spinning ball because of interferometry to begin with. That was one of his big wake-up calls.
Yes.
Speaking of which, yeah.
It was my.
Pilots don't know what they're doing.
Sorry.
So you're trying to say pilots do not know what they're doing? Is that the gist of it?
I don't.
Airplane pilots don't know what they're doing.
No, I don't think. Listen, there is only 4 call signs. So take only a little group of pilots that is on the on the confidence. Don't seems to be seems to be sick ID. But in fact, they have no repair point. So in flight, if they take the jet stream and they are in fact like 200 miles faster than the instrument show, they will not notice.
Don't know what they're doing.
You're just trying to straw man it, so it's not going to really help.
No,
you say, oh, you're saying all pilots don't know what they're doing. A lot of pilots actually do know what they're not
pilots don't know
involved.
what they're doing.
They just
Seriously.
can't say anything. I mean, you want to
Pilots don't know what
just
they're
make
doing,
it like,
so you
well, let's. I just going to mute you prior for a second because you're just detracting from it. It's not about pilots not knowing what they're doing.
Yeah,
It's about some pilots may know for sure that they're not on a spinning ball. They can't say.
Yeah.
But other ones, they may just think that it all works out. And they, even the guy we're talking to here, Model Builder, described some of the things that woke him up before he woke up, as far as justifying some of the things that the data he was actually collecting for some of the things like the guy was doing that said it's Photoshop because it has to be, and he was giving
Right.
he was showing the pictures from the altitudes that were only about the plane height, and they were supposed to be from satellites, and the resolution. And he was making up excuses without even thinking about it because he was convinced we were on a ball. He's the guy that used to go to for like 5 years up until about a year ago for defending the ball, and he would find ways to figure it out, find ways to make excuses when he kind of knew in the back of his head that it couldn't be right. Even with the moon landing stuff and the ISS stuff. He's an image analyst, so he realized that was bullshit. Even when he still believed it was a ball, he was making up excuses in his head, probably strawmanning people like you are right now. And that's just kind of the cognitive dissonance, right?
It was the worst part of my journey. It's like I knew the ISS was fake. I knew that the moon landing was fake, and I was joking on Flat Earther. So it's like a life
way. Because you don't like what I'm saying. That's just rude.
No, I was just trying to make sure that you understood that this guy was in your position not too long ago. He was making up excuses and trying to believe in the ball no matter what, put people down without even thinking about it because he was so sure it was a ball.
I'm not putting anybody down, am I? I
sounds like
so
you're saying you're just saying this.
I asked the question.
Pilots don't know what they're doing.
Question. I said so pilots don't know what they're doing. I wasn't putting anybody down. I said so pilots don't know what they're doing, right? That's not a straw man.
Yeah, you're assuming he's saying pilots don't know what they're doing.
All right, hold on a second. Let me jump in.
That's what I'm being told.
Hold on a second, dude. Just real quick, just for moderation sense. So I think we need to decide if Model Builder wants to be in more presentation mode or debate mode. If he wants to debate, it's a different vibe. And if Tim Pryor wants to debate it, it's a different thing versus presenting. So,
well, he has said before that he's not interested in, he's just going to present what he's found. He's not interested in debating because of the, he's no longer convinced that he's on a ball at all. And he's got a language difficulty as far as the understanding of it. I don't know what you feel like, model builder, but if you want
to, I will get certainly frustrated because I will not be understood, and it's not a good thing. So I don't want to debate. If you speak French, we go on chit chat and we can debate. There is no problem. But like this, it's hard things for me because I need to find every word and so on. So I'm not here to fight a position, you know.
Okay, so with that, hold on. All right. With that being said, Tim Pryor, I know you may be somewhat newer to the channel. This is not just necessarily a default debate channel, meaning it's not necessarily debates all day. We have presentations. We have a lot of different types of discussions, although we do, debate style as well. So it's fine that you were kind of wanting to do the debate, but it sounds like for the moment, he's going to present. And then, if you want to jump in a few or, if we want to do a debate after this, we can do that. But for the moment, it's.
I wasn't being rude. I got blocked for asking a question. I literally got blocked for asking a question.
It's all right. You just got
question, and I got blocked. That's rude.
Yeah, you were being temporarily muted, partly for interrupting and partly because this is not really a debate right now. So you were just temporarily muted.
I wasn't trying to debate. I was just asking a question. I'm not trying to debate.
I will reformulate my answer if you want, because no problem to speak about pilots. In my opinion, you can. The pilot is not unconfident. In my opinion, it will not be difficult to have a group of pilots in the confidence to do those flights, but it may be not indispensable to have a pilot on the confidence. After there is a lot of pilot flat earthers, so they cannot say it publicly easily because they will get fired. I have the problem if I go publicly flat earther, I will get fired. I have a professional reputation to defend. So I understand perfectly what pilot can affront. So this is the global map of every flight, the 5 million fly pass. So I have put a close up where we see there is a lot of fly paths that are lost over water, and there is a diamond pattern that is drawn by those fly paths. So it acts like they snap somewhere on the fly path. They jump from one diamond to another and so on. So it's a little strange. I don't know what to interpret from that. It looks like the GPS coverage over water is so bad that they have some relay, maybe a buoy over water to have some reference point. Maybe, I don't know. It's just my personal interpretation from those data. I don't want to be an authority.
Yeah. Give us a rundown on when you interferometry. What about interferometry was it that clued you in? That was the big trigger for you to begin with.
The bigger trigger is the discovery of Sagnac effect, and just after the Michelson-Morley experiment. So it was a declic in my mind, like relativity is not a thing. When I see Sagnac and I heard the relativity things that say the speed of light is independent regardless of the point of view. It does not match at all the result of Sagnac. So it was the full final declic. Because my first big trigger was gyroscope, mechanical gyroscope. And by looking on gyroscope, I found the Sagnac effect. So it was multiple things. If I don't know if you are aware of the Occam's razor, but the Occam's razor stipulates that simpler explanation is often the better explanation, and only on those two things.
Occam's razor. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, I am bad.
No, it's fine. No. I got it.
And only on those two things, it destroyed totally the relativity in my mind, and it was the best trigger to let go the globe because I was already a little on the fence on the globe, but just more open to see or understand the point made by flat Earth. So I was already with a mindset ready to accept some of those points, and Sagnac destroyed relativity. I cannot explain it otherwise. And if I am wrong, I want somebody to show me with not only with mathematical formula that I am wrong, because. When you see Michelson-Morley, when you see those huge error shift we see that does not match the Earth around the Sun, it destroys the fact that Sagnac is seeing the Earth spinning on herself. So it's a full debugging experiment. So. I don't know what to say more about this. I'm not an expert. I'm willing to create. I have the expertise, not the term. I have the knowledge to do that. So I will create a Sagnac Giro and do some experiment at home. I have the technical hardware to measure speed of light and so on. So I will do it because flares are stupid and do nothing. I will do it. It's a joke.
That's awesome.
It's a joke.
I'm sure you'll get a lot of assertions from people saying, "Oh, it proved there's no ether." I mean, that's an assertion. It doesn't have anything to back.
Yeah. It's If we are on the globe and if Sagnac is reading the rotation of Earth, we have no ether, but relativity is wrong. You know, this is a huge problem because if Sagnac is, Sagnac is reading a drift. Okay, it's how we say this word? Sorry, it's predicted by the globe model. Okay, cool, but it's not predicted by the relativity.
Right.
So it's a problem for the globe model because the globe model needs relativity to be okay.
Right. Yeah, and you were very resistant. That's why it's great to hear from you because you were very resistant. Excusing a lot of things up to the point where you were finally just couldn't. You had to give in.
Yeah, I misunderstand you. Sorry.
I'm in the store now. I don't know. I'm in a store now, so I could just let you talk. But yeah, you were resistant. You were one of the most resistant to realizing.
I don't know if it's a good term for me.
It's a good example. It's a good example for other people in your position. Yeah.
I feel like I am just a curious man, and I just love the truth. That's all. And I hate lie so much. Like, this one is good for it's a good snapshot over the North Pole. My computer is freezing. I don't know if you hear me.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
My computer freeze. The image is so huge. It's 38K resolution picture. So.
I bet other people might have a question for you. I'm in a store. I don't know if you can hear me.
I am not willing to debate
not
versus.
debate, not debate.
Not
Any other truthers have questions, maybe, or somebody that has just a general question rather than a debate point, I guess.
Okay, not a debate at all. Back to my original question. So he's saying pilots don't know what they're doing, pretty much. That was the question.
I think so.
Hold on, wait. That was the question, not a debate. It's like, so you're saying pilots don't know what they're doing, because I know pilots.
Do this.
I'm an amateur astronomer on top of all that, and in my college I went to Antarctica and I witnessed 24-hour sun. So you're trying to tell me that?
Did you get footage of that?
Hold on. I'm not finished. Not a debate. It's a question. So you're telling me pilots don't know what they're doing, but you do.
Hold on, buddy. You got to rephrase the question. Hey, Labette, do pilots know what they're doing? Yes or no?
Do they know what they're doing?
It's actually
because according to him, pilots just believe what they're told and don't know what they're doing.
You're strawmanning him. He never said that.
In so many words, he kind of did.
No, you can't imply. That's your opinion of what he said.
Okay, so my bad. I'll retract that. But like in school, we're not told, hey, 1 + 1 = 2, remember that, and just believe it. We got to show that it works. In school, you got to show how it works. Being a pilot, you got to show that you know how to fucking fly and know how it works. So so basically what he was saying, that pilots don't know what they're doing. They're just doing what they're told.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are pilots taught to account for the spin and the curvature of the Earth? Is that in their training?
Why are there gyroscopes in airplanes?
No, I'm talking about our pilots.
You need to answer his question. Yes or no question.
Do all flight simulators assume a stationary level Earth?
It's a simulator.
Our pilots trained to treat the Earth as stationary and level. Yes or no?
It's a simulator.
Our pilots taught to treat the Earth as stationary and level. Yes, they are.
Listen. When you're driving, do you have to account for hills? Do you have to just when you get your driver's license? Do they say, hey, you got to account for the hills and the flat roads?
Well,
do they or do they not?
If hills would be a problem,
you don't got to account for it.
Driving. You train on hills. You go through a training process. Which puts you on hills, and you train for that. You train for those kind of things when you're driving.
Really?
And you're driving
when I got my driver's license, I wasn't trained how to drive on hills.
Sure.
When I got my driver's license, hold on, wait. When I got my driver's license, I wasn't trained how to drive on hills.
Well, that's part of the training, like how to park on a hill, how to deal with maybe ice on a hill.
Never was I taught how to park on a hill. I took driver's ed. I got my license at 16. I took driver's ed, and my insurance was cheap because I took driver's ed. You don't. I got to count for hills.
Okay, well, let's say that's true. Maybe your training didn't include that, but you're saying that pilots wouldn't need to be trained about the spinning of the Earth or the curvature of the Earth.
Why would they?
Because that would never be a problem, right? You just believe that. Let me
ask you one question. If you're driving in your car, you get in your personal vehicle, okay? You get in your personal vehicle, and you have one of those little drones.
Cars are not airplanes. Try again.
Oh, wait. And you get one of those little drones, and you're in your personal vehicle, and your friend's flying one of those personal drones in your vehicle. Does that drone have to fly 60 miles an hour to keep up with your car? No. Can that drone hover in your car while it's going 60 miles an hour? Yes. See what I'm saying?
Are you a pilot? Wait, hold on. Are you a pilot?
What does that have to do with anything?
God, you're not.
I'm sorry. I have lost
no pilot thinks the Earth is flat, so don't say thank God I'm not. I'm asking you a simple question.
There's actually a lot of pilots.
Hold on. I'm asking a simple question. You're driving in your car. You're in your vehicle. You have a little drone, and they fly, and your friend flying that drone, and you're going 60 miles an hour in your car. Does that drone have to fly 60 miles an hour to keep up with your car, or can it just hover there like it's not moving?
That's another non sequitur, but it wouldn't even matter.
Sequitur. That's called conservation. That's called.
Is your car a spinning ball? With different.
What does that have to do with that? What does that have to do with anything?
Because there's different tangential velocities.
Hold on.
There's different tangential velocities of the spin. If your car was a spinning ball, you would have to contend with all kinds of.
The Earth is not spinning, by the way. You guys got to learn.
The Earth is not spinning.
It's rotating. 15 degrees
you want to call it rotating? We can call it that.
It takes 24 hours to rotate one time. Put your butt on a merry-go-round and rotate that once in 24 hours. Tell me how much you could feel that.
Well, let me ask you, is there a difference between 0 at the North Pole and 1,000 miles an hour at the equator? And is there a tangential velocity gradient in between those 2 points that you would have to contend with if you were on a spinning ball?
Nowhere on the planet. Well, hold on. Nowhere on the planet do we measure rotation in miles per hour. If I'm sitting on a chair that rotates and I spun it, which you would consider 1,000 miles an hour, in 1 hour, would I travel over 1,000 miles, or would I be in the same spot?
So
I'd be in the same spot.
If that platform
hold on. We do not measure rotation in miles per hour. We do not measure rotation. Hold on. We do not measure rotation. We do not measure rotation in miles per hour. We measure it in fucking RPM.
You must be new. We've gone through this before.
We're not.
You don't usually measure it.
No, I'm not new. We do not measure.
We're talking about measuring.
Name one thing. Hold on. Name one thing that we measure rotation in miles per hour. One thing. It's rotation.
That doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it does matter.
1,000 miles an hour, whether you think it matters.
So
or not.
if you rotate 1,000 miles per hour on a chair, did you travel 1,000 miles an hour, or are you in the same spot? You're in the same fucking spot, aren't you? We don't measure rotation. We do not measure rotation in miles per hour ever. We do not measure rotation in miles. Hold on. We do not measure rotation in miles per hour.
That isn't when the argument.
We do not. Nobody on the planet measures rotation in miles per hour.
Okay, fine. That's fine if you want to just look at it that way. But it would make a difference because if you took off at 500 miles an hour, you conserve momentum. And you were going towards the equator, there'd be a 500 mile per hour difference that you would have to deal with, whether you measure it that way or not.
On a plane going 500 miles an hour, do you have to fucking walk 500 miles per hour to get to the bathroom? Or do you get thrown back to the back?
If that's your understanding of it, you don't understand it. You just don't understand it. Right? You're not worth talking to.
No. Conservation of momentum. You're on an airplane traveling 500 miles an hour. Do you have to walk 500 miles an hour to get to the bathroom, or can you just walk there normally?
Yeah, you're just talking about the one reference frame. We're talking about 2 reference frames, and we're talking about a plane over the Earth. That's why there's a Coriolis.
What about the Earth? You think there's air in space that will?
Wait, hold on. Is there supposed to be a Coriolis effect when you walk to the bathroom on an airplane? Is there a Coriolis effect to Tim?
I didn't say Coriolis. I didn't say Coriolis effect whatsoever.
Well,
if you're on an airplane, hold on. If you're on an airplane traveling 500 miles an hour, can you get up and walk wherever you want?
Yeah, because it's the same reference frame. It's not a separate reference frame, bro.
Same thing with the Earth. The atmosphere moves. Yes, it is.
You don't even know. Do you know about
really?
Did you know that there's an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame? Do you even know that?
Yes, I do. This is why.
Okay, so that's the difference.
This is why flat earthers are very
non-inertial. Hold on. Do you have an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame on an airplane when you're walking to the bathroom?
Yeah. Same thing.
Oh, you do? Really?
Same thing.
Okay, same thing. Then you don't understand it, bro.
Yeah, I do.
You can just say you do, but obviously you just play.
Your perspective. NP. I know a Jewish guy. I know a lot of Jewish guys. I know one Jewish guy.
Fly a drone in a car going 60 miles an hour. Does that drone have to fly 60 miles an hour? No, it does not.
Sometimes. Listen, I know I know a Jewish guy who made a GIF.
Guy have to do with anything.
Because he's my friend. He's me. I did it. And I made a GIF for New
So
Perspective.
you've debunked millions of years of human knowledge by watching YouTube videos. You've debunked all that.
I did that too.
So you're the smartest person.
Finish, please.
So basically, you're the smartest person on the planet right now, right?
Thank you. Finally.
You're the smartest person on the planet. You know more than any scientist, any astronomer, any ship captain, any pilot, any of that, right?
It's not required.
Well, not every ship captain, but so my point is though that I made, and I think you're gonna feel foolish when I finish talking because I'm agreeing with you that yeah, because I made something for New Perspective. What I made for him was a GIF. The GIF showed exactly how what he's saying is easily explainable. So what happens with planes when they fly north to south is the air carries the planes. The planes are not in a separate reference frame all on their own. They're in the reference frame of the air. And it just so happens that the air changes speeds as you change altitudes. Or latitudes, sorry.
Hold on. Wait, all flat earthers say you cannot fly north to south. So you're telling me you know somebody that flew north to south when all flat earthers say you cannot do that? Oh, come on. You guys got to keep up with each other. You're just fucking each other up right now.
I fuck up whoever I want to fuck up, dude. Then when I'm done fucking them up, I fuck up the family.
Flat earthers say you cannot go fly north to south. They literally say that. No airplanes could go north to south, and you're now telling me you know somebody that flew north to south? Dude, catch up, man.
I know flat earthers who flew north to south.
Whoa. It's
flat earthers say you can't do that. Flat earthers literally say you cannot go north to south.
No.
They always like, why isn't every...
You cannot pass south and come from north.
You guys crack me up. You realize to believe in flat earth, you literally have to believe billions of people are lying to you. You know that, right?
Show me on the map.
You literally have to believe billions of people are lying to you. You know that, right?
It's not required.
A billion people told me I had a small dick once.
No, literally billions of people. You have to believe billions of people are lying to you.
Hold on, bro. Yeah, let's
okay. Hold on. Go over here.
Jeremy, I think you're roboting. Yeah, let's stick with what people actually say to make these broad statements of quote unquote. First of all, this is not a flat Earth server. We talk about a lot of topics here, including cosmology. So whatever that label may not hold weight here as it might in other places. First of all, secondly, whoever you're talking about is fine. They may or may not be here. So if somebody wants to make a claim here or like actually have a discussion here, let's do that. If you're going to ask me, do I, in terms of the globe deception, do I think there's whatever you said, millions of people lying? No. It does not take millions of people, but that's a whole topic. I don't know if we're shifting into that, but I'm just saying, let's actually stick to what people are claiming here and not just these like broad statements about this term flat earther as if that really holds any relevancy to any actual argument that anyone made here.
You realize everybody on here is claiming a flat earth, right?
That is not the case. Everybody on here is not claiming.
Okay, so who on here believes the globe?
Not me.
Anybody believes the globe?
A lot of folks.
Long time ago.
Sometimes.
No, everybody on. I don't know how many people are on here, but who believes the globe?
Occasionally.
87 people on here.
Well, let's see.
Okay,
Here, I'm looking. Hold on, real quick. I'm looking at the roles just real quick, just to give you a number on the server. So Earth is a stationary plane is 422 people selected that. Earth is horizontally level, 165. 95 globe skeptic. Earth as a globe is 350. So that's how many people selected the Earth as a globe role. Just thought because I just looked at that. But it doesn't matter. In terms of in this live stream, there's a mix of people. Yeah, man. Mix of viewpoints, different viewpoints.
I was quiet for a long time. I've been listening. It seems like this is more about flat Earth and the globe is bullshit. From what I've heard.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of topics, dude. We talk about cosmology, philosophy, spirituality, religion, science, physics. We cover lots of different topics.
I'm just reiterating what I've heard tonight. What I've heard tonight is it's talking shit about the globe and kind of about flat Earth, and pilots don't know what the fuck they're doing, even though they get from point A to Z. But somehow they don't know what the fuck they're doing. But could still fly, but whatever.
Nobody said any of those things. They're all straw men. Let's start with something someone actually said and get on a real topic, a real conversation.
That one guy was saying pilots didn't know what they were doing.
Okay, let's start with that. Did anyone in this room say, quote unquote, pilots don't know what they're doing, as Tim Pryor has stated? Let's start there. Did anyone claim that? Okay, so we can scratch that one off the list, Tim. Would you like to actually have a conversation with someone that actually is going to make...
So what was the whole talk about flight plans that don't work on the globe if they weren't talking about pilots not knowing what they're doing? Because that one guy was saying flight plans don't work on the globe, so he's pretty much saying pilots don't know what they're doing.
Okay, that's a straw man because he didn't say those words. It's important to not just put words in people's mouth. He actually did respond to that.
Sorry, he did not say the exact words, but he's intimate. He was pretty much saying pilots don't know what the fuck they're doing because it doesn't make sense on the globe.
Okay, let's have a real conversation where somebody says something and actually responds to that instead of that you're doing a machine gun of straw mans. So let's not do that. Let's actually stick to something that someone has said so we can get to a real conversation. Because if you're doing straw mans that nobody said, there's really no conversation to be had other than maybe like blanket ridicule that you might be trying to do. And it's not really productive or interesting. So let's actually respond to, let's actually have a real conversation.
Just can I add something, please?
That one guy with the strong accent was saying flights on globe don't make sense.
Hey man, that's
it's
rude.
me. I crashed. My PC crashed. We don't care about what I am thinking about the plane and the pilot. What's the point of that?
Yeah, what's the point of Pilates?
Flight plans don't work on a globe, so I was actually telling the truth. I wasn't lying. Somebody said flight plans don't work on the globe. That's what I said.
Yeah.
So basically, somebody's saying pilots don't know what they're doing. If flight plans don't work on a globe, then you're literally saying pilots don't know what the hell they're doing.
They literally learn to fly on a flat plane, stationary flat plane. It's literally their manual. So I don't know
Hold on. Why don't you guys ever read the rest of that manual? You guys only
read to us.
You guys
read to us, please. Read to us.
Hold on. You guys only pick one part of that manual. Read the rest of that manual and see what it says.
Read it to us, please. I don't know how to read. I never learned. Read to me.
I get that.
I have done some plane simulator. I have done it on a flat plane, stationary.
Oh, there. Mile High Club.
I got my driver's license, but they never taught me how to drive up or down hills properly because it doesn't fucking matter. The Earth is rotating. You're flying a plane. The plane has most planes have 3 gyroscopes, so it can position itself on the planet. So therefore, the plane automatically adjusts itself for fucking Earth's rotation. So basically, you don't gotta really count for it. So the same thing with the driver's license. When we get a driver's license, we don't have to count for going up a hill or down a hill, do we? No. So why does a plane actually have to calculate for the Earth rotating? Because it doesn't rotate that fast. It rotates one time in 24 hours. That's very slow.
You are bending your mind.
Put yourself on a merry-go-round and rotate that once in 24 hours.
Okay.
Are you going to put yourself in a merry-go-round and spin it around?
Hold on. Tim, you're scattergunning and you're not passing the mic. That's not helpful. That's not productive either. So I just muted you temporarily. You said multiple points there. I think the model builder was going to respond. Did you want to respond?
Model.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to say something?
No. Model. Honestly, okay. You're the king.
Not just like every simulation tool is done on a flight and stationary plane. There is nothing like the spin of the Earth that is taken in an account. There is a lot of things like wind and other things that we experience on Earth. But nothing like the curvature of Earth is taken in account. neither in the gyroscope, because alt plane are only mechanical gyro, even with some van or whatever that is only to counter hard maneuver from plane, because commercial plane can fly with typical mechanical gyro without any problem and without experiencing gyro drift with the Earth curve. I can not say any more else.
Back to my original point. You're saying pilots don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I don't care about what pilot know, what pilot don't know. I really don't care. I am not a pilot. I have speak with pilots. Pilot don't know that there is on a flat plane. Those pilot was Globers. And when I ask how gyro work, they are like, it's odd. I don't know. I can't answer you. I don't understand how the gyro is keeping my horizon straight on a globe.
Congratulations, you're not a pilot and you don't know what they're thinking. So don't tell me or anybody what pilots do or do not do.
My God, I am not doing any claim.
Hold on, wait. I'm not done. You said you're not a pilot, so don't assume that you know what they're doing or what they think.
So Tim, you're a pilot, right? You take off from the runway, right? You get a heading from the tower, right? It tells you, okay, you're gonna fly at 30,000 feet, heading due south, let's say, right? It gives you a heading, right? So now you're the pilot.
Wait, hold on.
You
Is this
fly at
SE or
that
the French
heading.
guy?
You
People
level
talking.
off. What makes you think that pilot has any inclination he's on a spinning ball? What makes you think that? How?
So back to my original point. You think pilots don't know what the fuck they're
No.
doing?
Don't start that crap.
You're
Answer my question.
Wait, you're pretty
Answer
much
my
saying
question, dude.
I am. You're pretty much saying pilots don't know what the hell they're doing, and you do.
I'm not
You're
saying
not a
that.
pilot.
Listen again.
You don't know. So you trust pilots. You'll get on a plane if you want to travel, but yet you don't think they know what they're doing. That's a fact. You pretty much said
if you keep
pilots
this
don't
up,
know what
I'm
they're
gonna
doing.
mute you, and you're not gonna do this anymore. Now, you want to participate, and I've been quiet. I've been holding my breath. I've been trying to keep cool. Now, I asked you a direct question, right? The pilot takes off. He's flying at 30,000 feet. He gets a heading. He levels his plane off. What makes you think that pilot has any inclination that he's flying on a spinning ball? Please answer the question directly, if you care to.
Go ahead, Tim.
Try it. Hold on. Listen very carefully.
Don't repeat what you said. I'm going to time you out. If you repeat what you said, you're going to be gone for 10 minutes.
SC, hold on. I'm muting. Hold on a second. Hold on. SC, I did mute you for a second because you interrupted him. Just let him respond, please, dude.
You can't ask me a question and not let me respond.
Right. Go ahead.
Get in your car with a buddy. Get a small drone. Have your buddy fly a small drone. Ask your buddy, hey, do you have any idea that we're driving 60 miles an hour to fly that drone? Or can you just fly that drone in the car without realizing we're going 60 miles an hour?
Okay, that really wasn't a response. SE, do you mind if
I was a response? It was a response.
Okay, all right. You said your piece. Yeah. You cannot just talk over people nonstop. Let's go one at a time. SE, I want to respond as well, but SE, go ahead if you would like to respond.
Okay. Well, he didn't respond to my question, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not the same. The drone is inside the vehicle. Now, perhaps you might want to put the drone outside the vehicle for this example. You care to do that?
Same thing.
Can I add something? Because I feel like you are mixing two things. You are telling us you can feel the move because we are on a reference point. Okay. This is not the question. The question is where the plane is following the curve of Earth. That is the question. This is not a matter of of countering the 1,000 miles at the equator or so on. It's a geometrical question. The Earth is curving. When the plane is flying, it should follow the Earth's curvature, regardless of the Earth's spin. We don't care about the Earth spin in this question. Go ahead.
I'll
Right.
explain one more time. Listen carefully. The drone and the car going 60 miles an hour is the same thing as a plane on Earth with it spinning at 15 degrees per hour. Or 15 degrees per hour. The atmosphere in the vehicle is moving with the vehicle. The atmosphere on the Earth is moving with the Earth. So when the plane flies in the atmosphere on the Earth that's moving 15 degrees per hour, it is moving with the Earth. It doesn't have to keep up with the Earth. It doesn't have to slow down for the Earth. It's the same freaking whatever you want to call it as the fucking drone in the car. You drive a car at 60 miles an hour, you fly a drone. The drone does not have to fly 60 miles an hour to keep up with the car. The plane flying in the atmosphere of the Earth does not have to fly 15 degrees per hour to keep up with the Earth because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Get it? Got it? Good.
Okay, two things. You skip the point of
I did not skip the point.
The plane is flying over a sphere. So the plane has a velocity, and you are assuming the globe on your example. So you are assuming. When we are going on a hill, you have sensation of of when you are going up and down. When the plane is ascending, you have the sensation of the force, the descending force. When you are going straight, at a moment, you will not be at your fake curved parallel to the ground. You need to nose down the plane to follow that curve. Your example of your car, even if we are on a globe, you have your gravity holding up down your car. On the plane is following up the line of inertia. There is wing. There is I don't know the term, so I will stop. You see the ID.
You still didn't
Let me have
answer
a
my
couple of
question.
minutes with this guy if I can.
Yeah, hold on. You still didn't answer my question. If you're driving a car at 60 miles an hour with a drone in it, does that drone have to fly 60 miles an hour to keep up with the car? No.
Okay.
The plane,
Okay, now it's my turn. Now it's
I
my
haven't
turn.
I haven't finished. So a plane flying on the Earth that the atmosphere is moving with Earth, does the plane have to move as fast as the Earth to keep up with it? No, it does not. Just like the drone does not have to fly as fast as a car.
Okay, let's see if you can keep up with this now, right? So the plane is traveling at a certain altitude, right? The pilot puts in auto cruise and the plane is traveling at 30,000 miles an hour and it's flying level, right?
Did you say the plane is
how
traveling
does
at
that-
30? Hold on, wait. Did you say the plane is traveling at 30?
Are you interrupting
Hold
me
up, bro.
in the
We're
middle
not.
of
We
my
can't do.
sentence?
Yeah, when it's more this type of convo, we can't have any interruptions. So each person gets their full 30, 45 seconds. So please don't interrupt, or you'll be temporarily muted. Go ahead, Essie.
Thank you. So the question is, the plane is flying level at a certain speed. How does that plane, if it's going level at a certain speed, how does that plane fly around your ball? Can you please explain me that? What happens there if it's flying level all the way to its destination? Please.
It's a flying level. So here, I'll ask you this: get a basketball, okay, and then around that basketball, get something that's an inch tall above the basketball, like toothpicks or something. Make each toothpick an inch tall around the entire basketball. Now, that toothpick around the basketball, is it still an inch above the basketball? Yes. Is that level? Yes. So the Earth is a sphere. Level Level is the same distance from the ground, no matter where you are, whether you're in the south, whether you're in the middle of the earth, whether you're at the North Pole. If you're 2 inches from the ground on Earth and you keep yourself at 2 inches above the Earth all the way around it, you're level. Even though it's a sphere,
you're saying that
hold on. Even though it's you get a basketball and put a toothpick that's an inch. Get 100. I don't know how many toothpicks you could put around a basketball, but make them an inch. All of them an inch around a basketball. So every toothpick that's around a basketball is just an inch above the basketball. That's considered level. It's level. It's an inch above the basketball, no matter if it's curved, square.
Okay, we heard you, bro. Don't
whatever.
repeat yourself over and over. I got it.
Okay, basketball. So there you go. Your question was answered.
No, it was not. I asked you a simple question, and don't interrupt me now. It's my turn. No, you did not answer my question. You told me about a basketball with toothpicks. Has nothing to do with my question. I'll repeat it.
Yeah, it did.
My question is, you're flying level with the plane, right? It's going level. How, if you're maintaining a level flight, how does it go around your sphere?
How? I answered that question.
Can I add
No, you said toothpicks.
I literally answered that question. You're an airplane flying around a sphere, and airplanes could determine how high they're off the ground, right? Airplanes have a little monitor, and they're saying they're 30,000 feet or 40,000 feet, right?
They're flying level, correct? Level flight.
So an airplane
level, yes.
So an airplane saying it's flying 40,000 feet. If it's going around a ball, it's going to keep, just like the toothpicks that are 2 inches tall around the ball. The airplane's going to keep saying it's 40,000 feet around a sphere planet. The same thing.
The airplane knows itself. It's going to turn around itself, around a ball.
Well, let me jump in.
Let me guess. Let me guess. You saw a picture of Earth. You saw south was toward your feet and north was toward your head, and you think south is upside down. That's your problem.
Right,
don't put words in my mouth. We're looking at your basketball. We're looking at it from afar. We have a plane. The plane is flying level, right?
Yeah.
Why are you interrupting me, buddy? Why are you interrupting me?
Again. I know. Go ahead, Odysee.
So we have a basketball. We have a little toy plane. We make it fly level. It's flying level. We see it. It's on top of the basketball. You're going to tell me the plane is going to turn around while it's flying level, nose straight, and it's going to turn around the ball by itself while going straight but traveling in a circle. This is what you're trying to convince us here.
Okay. Before I unmute him, I want to jump in. Let me just say this one thing. Tim, you can go right next after me. Let me just say this one thing. So originally we were talking about pilots and do they know what they're doing and all that. Or you were saying that. I just wanted to say that pilots are trained to fly as the Earth is stationary, not moving, and has planar geometry, meaning they're not trained to fly around a curve, and they're not trained to account for any rotation of Earth. So in terms of what pilots are trained to do, they are trained to fly on essentially a flat, non-rotating surface. And in terms of the flight paths and all of that, although I guess now we're on a different topic, we're on to kind of the physics of flying around a ball. But I don't think I think they can be flying over a planar surface, still know what they're doing. They're following the tasks that they were trained to do. And they could still believe it's a globe and it's not. And we could get into how that could be because they're following flight paths, they're following GPS paths, and there's more nuance as to why that's the case. I just want to say that because that actually was kind of the original thing. And it's shifted now to the physics. So I don't know exactly where we want to go, but I just want to say that is how pilots are trained to fly. And they know what they're doing in terms of what they're taught to do. The question is, what is the actual topographical geometry of the surface of Earth that they're actually flying over? And how does that link with the data that they're receiving, the data that they're following? Maybe like a quick analogy is like you could be piloting a train, but you don't really know all of the arcs and all of the curves of the train track. You're basically just the pilot of the train. I don't know if that's a perfect analogy or not. Now, before you respond, Tim, in terms of the physics, I believe they're talking about, the Earth, the plane having to tilt itself and actually fly around the curve versus flying level. So I don't know. There's a couple of directions this conversation could go, but yeah, let's carry on. There's just because that's what I said is what it started at, and then now it's it's where it's at now. So I guess however you want to respond to him, because I did jump in there. So go ahead.
Again, when we're trained to drive a car, when we go to, driver's ed class, are we trained to fucking drive up a hill or down a hill? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When you get a driver's license and you go to driver's ed, they don't say, hey, you got to account for going up a hill. You got to account for going down a hill. No, they don't. Same thing with planes. The planes are in the atmosphere, like a drone in a car is in the atmosphere to car. The drone in a car does not have to fly 60 miles an hour to keep up with your car. The plane in the atmosphere to Earth does not have to keep up with the Earth because it's in the atmosphere that's moving with the Earth. You don't have to count for it. But there are 3 gyroscopes and most planes that fucking adjust a little bit for the Earth's rotation. You could ask any fucking pilot on the planet.
Okay, can you address my question?
I did.
Please? No, you didn't. No, you said a whole bunch of things about toothpicks and the plane like knowing itself.
That's level. Get a basketball, put a 1-inch toothpick all the way around that, or all the way around the basketball. 1-inch toothpick all the way around the basketball, and then put the plane. Hold on. Listen. Then hold on. Then put that. Hold on. Then put that plane on top of those 1-inch toothpicks, and have that plane follow the 1-inch toothpicks around the basketball.
Okay,
That's level.
all right,
Basketball. That is level.
That's really remedial. We know that you've said it. All right, I'm going to temporarily mute you. You've said it 4 times. It's really remedial. We understand. Let me just try to clarify possibly what SE is trying to get at. If you were to I'll even take your toothpick thing. If you were to have your toothpicks and a basketball, and you were to have a little toy plane, and you just keep saying it follows around. If you were to take that little toy airplane and follow it toothpick to toothpick, you would be curving it through the air. You would be curving it, literally curving it around a basketball with your fingers. If you have a toy airplane over a flat table, you would not be curving it. It would just be going straight. It would be going horizontal level over the flat table. So I believe what SE is asking, we understand what you're saying, that you think that's level. You think it would just follow that. But there's a difference, and I believe it's what SE is saying. When the plane is flying around the basketball, you have to curve it with your hand. On a planar surface, you do not have to curve it. I believe that's what SE is asking you, is what is your belief or thought as to how that airplane is actually curving around the globe? Is that SE? Is that somewhat clarifying what you're asking?
As a matter of fact, it's exactly, I didn't think I would have to bring it to that level, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
All right. And Tim, we already know all the responses. Well, maybe SE is seeing if you have a different one, but I mean, I can name at least 5 or 10 of the ones that the globe claims. So go ahead and respond, but please don't give us toothpicks. Just give us something.
Let me explain. At that plane, I know you don't want to hear toothpicks, but you have a basketball. You have a 1-inch toothpick all the way around the basketball. If that plane is following those 1-inch toothpicks, it's level to the basketball. Period.
And what makes it curve around the surface if the pilot...
You guys still think level is flat, don't you? You still think level means flat. That's what I'm getting at.
It's not really about level. We're talking about the physics. The difference is, okay, some will say gravity pulls it around the sphere. So do you want to go with that one? I mean, do you have any response to this?
I mean, millions of people have jobs dependent on gravity, so let's debate that.
Okay, the question is, like I said, if you want to use your toothpicks in the basketball, if you have the toy plane, you have to curve it with your hand to go around the ball. If you did it over a flat... I knew I couldn't get through without you interrupting. Please let me finish.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll stop. Go ahead.
Yeah. We all need to give each other time. We can slow it down. We can go one at a time. Try to wait for 1 or 2 seconds of silence after the person's finished. We can all have our time to get our thoughts out. It doesn't have to be a race or a fight or talking over each other. Kind of.
Come on, Gio. That doesn't make it any fun.
And Gio, real quick, I did hear Model Builder trying to get a word in a little while back. If you want to give him a chance after this.
No, I was just wanted to ask the question differently. You are saying that if we take the plane and if we put the plane level, which is 3 degree up to keep the plane for a commercial plane, with a tilt upward of about 3 degrees, we do that. And the plane is magically following the Earth's curvature without any mechanical action on the plane.
It's the toothpicks, bro. You gotta think toothpicks. Les cordons en français.
Sorry?
Toothpicks? How do you say toothpicks in French?
You guys don't get that.
I don't know this word. Toothpicks, or I misunderstand, sorry.
They're little.
Toothpick?
I don't know he's French.
Just a joke. Never mind.
Sorry.
They don't pick their teeth in France with toothpicks. I mean, I don't think you're going to get any different answer from.
No, there's no way. I mean, there's.
It's worth if you had a different thought on
I'm
it. But
surprised you guys don't get it. A 1-inch toothpick off of a basketball, and the plane's falling. The 1-inch toothpick is level to the basketball, even though it curves.
Right,
Tim, let me help you out, bro.
Right,
in
but
the
I think the
future, you can
difference
say pressure. This is what the ballers say.
That's why 8 billion people don't agree with you. And
No,
none of us
forget the appeal to the masses, bro. This doesn't work here, Tim.
This ain't appealing to authority. This is appealing to science that you use. If you don't like science, quit using their technology. Period. You don't like
no,
that?
but you're appealing to the masses here, Tim. This doesn't work here, bro.
Just
No,
because
been
it's
through these
popular doesn't
subjects.
mean it's true. One more time, just because it's popular doesn't mean it's true. Thanks.
well, and if we're going to go to that topic, the masses, most of them. I mean, Austin Whitsitt went around the country and he had like 3 questions. He asked people for like $20. They could win $20. They were the simplest questions in the world. Like, how many times a day does the Earth spin? How many miles away is the Earth from the sun? Like really, really basic answers. Nobody could even get all 3 of them. So if you're talking about the masses, I mean, you've seen the Jay Leno questions on the street. I knew I couldn't get through it without being interrupted. This guy's unbelievable. He just interrupts every time. Please don't interrupt, my friend. I've asked you 400 times. Please don't. Just let me finish speaking. Then you can speak and everyone can hear what's being said. Anyways, I'm just saying to respond to that a bit. The masses are very, very, very uninformed on many of these topics to the point to where they don't even know how many times the Earth spins a day. So I'm just saying to make an appeal that those 8 billion people somehow are a force of anything is pretty pointless of an argument. Now you could say like there's certain like scientists and people that have education that you can maybe make an appeal to that because at least they might understand at least some of the claims of it. But the 8 billion people, most of those people have not even come to a decision yet. They're just believing something that's not that they were given, and they haven't even really come to their own conclusion. So using that as an argument, I don't think is very strong.
95% of those people haven't been on an airplane.
Yeah.
No,
Anyways,
but you got to explain the mechanism.
Yeah, the
by
mechanism,
which-
right? Like I said, even with your toothpick things, when you have to, if you're going to curve the little toy plane around the ball, you need to curve it with your hand. You need to make those physical actions. Whereas if you do it over a flat table, you don't have to curve it. So what SE is asking you is, if the airplane is in the air and they're just keeping their altitude at level, we understand the idea that you're saying that it's following a ball. He's asking for, what do you think are the physics that cause an airplane to be flying level but actually curving when the pilot's not actually curving around the ball?
Gravity.
That's hilarious.
No, Tim, I'll give you a better answer. What your ballers say, right? They say it's the pressure. They say you maintain level, it's a certain pressure, and they say the pressure makes the plane go around the ball. That's the answer.
By gravity, though.
That's the ball.
Gravity.
They used to say gravity, equipotential
No, it's the
gravity.
same
They
thing.
don't
It's the
say
same
that
thing.
anymore.
It's the same thing, actually. It's very simple.
Well, there you go, Tim. You got two answers.
Are you saying, Coach? Are you saying pressure is gravity? I don't get it.
No, I'm saying. I think it's a good question. The good question, Bacon. I'm saying
just said they're the same thing.
Hey, listen, asshole. I'm saying the pressure gradient is. By the way, I don't mean to call you an asshole. That's
No
not a
name
good.
calling. No name calling.
I'm saying,
Water shouldn't have a pressure gradient.
That would be racist.
Coach, you're fired.
No, I was a little racist, and I've been fired for. Anyways, the point is that the pressure gradient is a product of the gravitational potential. So that's what I'm saying. Is that they're not
Yes,
making an
thanks
answer.
for the word salad.
Bacon
You koshoize it.
It's valid. It's word salad.
Yeah.
It's valid. It's word salad. Okay, Gia's got bars now. All right, go ahead.
All right, so forget the toothpicks. Get a globe, get a little airplane, keep it 2 inches or an inch or a centimeter off that globe. and keep it a centimeter all the way around the globe. That is level to a globe.
I think that you're going to have a problem with scale.
What keeps it?
You are
What's the keep?
you are answering with visual demonstration. We are asking for physical things, like the plane have the wing straight. The command of the wing straight. It is going level.
Think of it logically, Tim. How can a plane flying level, how can it go around the ball, bro? Just think about it logically. Now we're all calm, our nerves are mellow. Think about it logically.
Try to think for a second. If you were a glober, what would be your response to that?
Globe all the way around
I
the
gave
globe.
him my response, Bacon.
That's level. As long as the
What's
plane
your
is 2
global
inches off the
response to that?
globe, and you're moving that plane 2 inches off the globe around the globe, that's level.
Yeah, the global response is this.
Hold on. The problem is you guys still think level means flat, and that's your problem. Level does not mean
the problem
flat.
is you think level is a circle. That's the problem.
No, the problem is you
on
think
the
you
globe it
debunked
is.
2,000 years of knowledge because of YouTube videos. That's the problem.
Well, what if the
You gotta
pilot is
forget
flying
the
plane?
appeal to
What if the
majority,
pilot?
bro. Forget
What
that
if the
stuff.
pilot? What if the pilot is flying the plane straight, regardless of whether you want to call it level or not, right? So the pilot is flying the plane straight. If they're keeping a straight line, how does that go curve around a ball?
Yeah,
Does he remain when he's flying straight around a ball? Hold on. If he's flying straight around the ball, sorry.
Are you all right, man?
We think it's pretty blah too.
If he's flying straight around a block, God damn it. Hey, you know what? I'm making fuck you. If he's flying straight around a ball and he keeps 30,000 feet above that ball, even though he's flying around it, as long as he keeps flying 30,000 feet, that's level. He's keeping 30,000 feet flying around a ball, that's level. As long as he remains, as long as he remains 30,000 feet in the air and he's flying and he keeps 30,000 feet from him to the ground, even though he's curving, that's level. As long as he remains 30,000 feet, whether it's a ball or a square, as long as he's 30,000 feet from the ground, that's level.
How high?
That is considered level. Level is not flat. 30,000 feet.
30,000? Going around
As long as he's keeping 30,000 feet from the air to the ground, that's level. Whether it's curved or square or triangle. If he's flying 30,000 feet in the air and he's keeping 30,000 feet from him to the ground.
How many feet? Well, hold on.
It could curve, it could go triangle, it could go any direction. If he's flying 30,000 feet and he keeps it at 30,000 feet from him to the ground, that's level. That's considered level. Level is not flat.
Well, I was talking about 35,000 feet, so maybe we're way off here. I don't know.
30 or 35, doesn't matter. 50,000 feet. Fuck it. Let's go 50,000 feet. As long as he's remaining 50,000 feet from the plane to the ground, and even if their earth curves, as long as he's remaining that 50,000 feet, it's still level.
Gotcha. So it's not that we don't understand conceptually what you're saying, right? We're saying if the pilot is flying straight, right? If the pilot is flying straight, based on all the aerodynamics and everything that is involved with flying a plane, an airplane over a plane, right? If the surface
That's
was
not how they got the name of airplane. That's not how they came up with their...
Hey, I let you say 30,000 feet about 17 times. Actually, probably more than that. Why don't you listen for a second? You know, my grandfather used to say you can't learn anything by talking. So it's not that we don't understand or comprehend what you're saying. And we understand that you conflate the idea of level with being curved as long as it stays equidistant from the surface. We get that. It's not our first day. It's not our first rodeo. What they're trying to say is if the plane is flying straight, no deviation from straight, how would that get you around a ball?
You would.
draw a straight line. Get a ruler, draw a straight line. Now, roll that paper up. Is that line no longer straight? Yeah,
it is not.
Straight. It is straight.
Three-dimensionally, it's curving.
How's it not straight? How's that line still not fucking straight? You drew a
We're not
straight
talking
line.
about- Do you
hold on.
understand the difference between 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions? We're talking 3-dimensionally here.
Yeah, this is why you guys are flat earthers, because you don't understand 3 dimensions. Take a flat piece of paper, draw a straight line, draw a straight line, and curve it. How's that no? Please explain how that's no longer straight. It's still a straight line.
It's not straight.
Straight line.
So if I draw a circle on the ground, is that a straight line?
It depends how big the circle is. Once again, if it's a
Let's
perfect
say
circle,
if I draw a circle on the ground, is that a straight line?
Yep.
So a circle is a straight line. I don't know. If we can't get past
if you, like I said, if you
I don't know if we can have this conversation.
Same thing. Same thing.
Time to somebody else that has more patience.
Same thing. If you draw a straight line on a piece of paper and curve it, it's still a fucking straight line. It's still fucking straight. Doesn't matter how you curve it, it's still straight. A straight line is a straight line.
Except when it's not, right? Except when it's like a little curved.
So you're telling me if I draw a straight line on a piece of paper and curve it, it's no longer straight.
Well, no. What you're telling me is that
How's it no longer straight?
What you're telling me
You're
is that if you draw a curved line, it's straight, and that makes you retarded, right?
So when you're driving down the road and you see the little dots in the middle of the road, and you're driving straight down the road, and you go up a hill and you go down a hill, are you still not going straight?
Do you sound like you're drunk driving right now? Is that what you're doing?
No,
I'd say
If
just
you're
pull
driving
over
down-
right now. Just pull over, man.
If you're driving down the road and you're going straight and there's a hill and there's a down, and you go up a hill and you go down a hill, but you're still driving straight, is it no longer straight because there's a hill? No,
Well, actually, yeah, you're right. It's no longer straight because you're going up and down, and there's like a curve. Like,
so what would you call that?
You would call that elevation. You would call that elevation.
Yeah,
No.
you'd be
It's not
driving.
that. Really, but a straight line is a straight line.
So when the cop pulls you over and say you're swerving,
Dude,
you're like,
yo, pull over. Yo, bro, are the police behind you? Pull over.
Bro.
Bro.
Driving straight. Do you have to turn your steering
I
wheel?
can work you through this. Just follow what I tell you to say.
Do you have to turn your steering wheel to go up the hill? Do you have to turn your steering wheel to go down the hill?
Bro,
No,
you're the one telling me that you got to hold on. So you're telling me if I turn my
you don't have to turn your steering wheel.
If I turn my steering wheel, hold on. If I turn my steering wheel, I'm still going straight. Is that what you're telling me?
Go straight.
Roll.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say it's like, if you want to say it's like horizontally straight but vertically curved, because you're not making a left to right vector movement. You're just making it up and down, but it's still not straight if you're going up and down. You're curving all over the place.
If you're not turning your steering wheel, it's still straight, whether you go up a hill or down a hill.
Well, that's what
You sound like you're drunk, dude. You sound like you're drunk driving, dude. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, like I said,
So,
at best
when you
could
drive
say
up a hill, you move your steering wheel. Seriously, if you're driving up a hill,
Seriously, bro. Seriously, bro.
No, you're still keeping your steering wheel straight, aren't you? Whether you go up a hill or down a hill, you're still keeping your steering wheel straight as long as the road is straight.
All right, let's see what
Right?
someone else has to say. Does anyone else think if you're in a car and you're not turning your wheel left to right, but you're going up and down hills, does anyone else think you're going straight?
No. Incorrect.
Is there
So
any
you're,
other person
you're
that
turning your steering wheel?
Oh, in some sense.
So if you go up a hill, you're turning your steering wheel.
All right, let's let Bacon
No,
respond.
you're still keeping that steering wheel straight, aren't you? Still keeping that steering wheel straight. Uphill or downhill, that steering wheel.
All right, you're just talking endlessly. No one else can talk. I think Bacon or Noah was trying to get in. Go ahead, guys.
I was gonna say, in some sense, that's straight. Like, if you plot the path on a map, on a map there will be a straight line, right? Because the map. Has
How about this? How about this? That it would be a straight heading. How about that?
Oh no! Can I say it now?
Good enough. Still straight.
Can I say it now? Can I say my piece, or is it endless? It's an endless funny mute. Okay, so, if you are traveling a distance and your direction does not change, that is mathematically defined as straight. The problem with driving over a hill is that you are vertically changing your direction as you move forward. Thus, you are by definition mathematically not going straight, but curving. Thank you.
Right. Well, if we only consider the
right? You still keep your steering wheel straight going up a hill or down a hill, right?
Go ahead, Bacon.
You don't have to move your steering wheel to the left or right to go up a hill or down a hill. You just keep it straight, so you're still going straight.
All right, we didn't hear it for the 13th time. Go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah. If you get rid of one dimension, so let's say we get rid of elevation, then there's no longer a change in direction, right? Would be something like what is that Isa that said that? Like your heading.
Yeah, your heading would be straight. Like you'd have you would have a true heading.
Yeah, because your heading's not changing.
You're just staying right. You're staying to like.
It doesn't matter where you're going up and down a hill. You're heading.
No, it does matter, dude. That's why we're having this discussion.
It doesn't matter if they're.
How about this? That's why mathematical definitions exist.
Thank you. You made my argument for me.
Bro, pull over, dude. Pull over, man.
Thank you.
What is the problem with impulse control?
You just admitted as long as you're going straight, doesn't matter if you're going
you sound like you're drunk, bro. You sound like you need go back to the AA meeting you just left to try to lie to everybody and tell them you're straight.
You just debunked yourself. Thank you for that. That was awesome.
Dude, there's different words for these things. That's all, bro. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
I like
machine.
that. Your true heading. But regardless, I was thinking like now do gravitation because gravity is a really bad word as far as like for your argument for the ball.
Yeah,
like,
millions of people have jobs dependent on gravity, but
millions of people have jobs dependent on gravity. You know what I'm saying? I hear it, bro. Dude, but like in reality, that sounds like it sounds like you're just drunk, and that's what the idea sounds like.
Really? You can repeat what I said?
It sounds like the utterings of some drunk
millions of people have jobs
on the
depending on
side step.
gravity.
Hold up, dude. Hold on. Richard Pryor, hold on. Issa, how much have you had to drink tonight, man? Because you sound drunk. You sound drunk, or you're doing an impression of a drunk guy. I don't know what it is.
I'm doing the impression of your cosmological ally over here, bro.
Oh, okay.
I'm just real good at it.
Yeah. Okay, that's why. I was like, I said you sound drunk. You're doing an impression of a drunk guy. I guess it was the latter. My bad.
Yeah, no, your buddy's talking about driving drunk over there. Doesn't know which way straight.
I wasn't talking about driving drunk at all. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was talking about.
Jojo, I just want to point out that it's Thursday night, and I am not the drunk one in BC. FYI.
Hey, at least you admit it, though, man. That was 3 weeks ago. That was you, though. But you were funny though at the same time. That was the best part. Is that you were actually still on top of the game, on top of your game, dude, at arguing with people. That was
so if gravity doesn't exist, why do millions of people have jobs depending on it?
Porn is people having sex and they don't love each other. It's not real love.
Millions of people have jobs.
Billions of dollars on the line for porn. It's not really.
Why would you need gravity when you have toothpicks?
Yeah, I mean, when you say gravity, what are you referring to?
Nobody can answer the question. Why do millions of people have jobs depending on gravity if it does not exist? Airplanes are literally designed formulating gravity into designing airplanes. Explain that.
Okay, so my response to that, I was going to respond to that when you said that. So what do you mean when you say, because the word gravity means weightedness, gravitas, weight is the word, what the actual word means. I don't think anyone's denying that weight exists or that if you drop a rock, it falls down. So when you say gravity, what precisely are you referring to?
No, I that wasn't a question I asked.
Are you talking about a theory? Hold on. Are you talking about a theory of gravity? Are you talking about a theory of gravity? And if so, which one?
I specifically asked if gravity does not exist, why do millions of people have jobs depending on it? Okay. Why are airplanes designed formulating gravity into making airplanes?
Okay, did anyone in here say gravity?
Your phone.
He's just gonna keep going.
I did.
He just fucking sucks, dude. This fucking sucks. This fucking sucks.
Because your phone relies on gravity.
Yeah. Easy.
Dude, this guy fucking wastes our time.
Yeah. Well,
this shit's hilarious, dude. Come on, bro. This shit's so
dude, guys, have some fucking heart, dude. Have some like legit heart. This guy's a good guy.
Show some concern for this man. Show some concern. Oh my god.
I mean, he's straw manning, interrupting endlessly. It's a little tough to.
Is that illegal? Is it illegal to strongman?
Is it a crime? Is it a crime to bring up a straw man, Gio?
Well, when he makes like a blanket straw man, like, well, if gravity doesn't exist, how about this and that? It's like someone has to respond to that. That's sort of like saying, how many times did you beat your wife last week? Like, well, if you don't beat your wife at all, it's a loaded question. So that's why I asked. Did anyone in here say "quote unquote" gravity doesn't exist?
I said I mentioned the point between gravity and gravitation. I think he mistook that for to use.
That's one of Issa's main points, man.
All right,
My point is,
Issa's willing to die on the hill, but gravity doesn't. I'm just kidding.
I want the job where I get paid millions
Is it
of dollars.
a crime to care, Gio? Is it a crime to care about?
We have to differentiate gravity versus gravitation. That's what I was asking. What when he says gravity, is it a theory of gravity? What is he referring to?
Hey, there's a theory of music. Does music not exist?
Yeah, have him define gravity so we know what he's talking about.
There's a theory. No, seriously, there's a theory of music. Does music not exist because there's a theory of music?
Non-swear that.
There's a theory of
Define
music.
gravity, buddy. Let's start there. Define gravity.
Check this out. Are you ready for this?
No, theory of music.
Hold on.
Let's talk about theory of music.
Listen. There is
theory of music.
Hold on, please.
Tell me music does not exist because it's a theory.
I want to tell you about the theory of music. Please.
Just keep question and letting no one respond.
I want to tell him why the theory of music is just a theory, because it's philosophy. Music itself doesn't exist. We can make something called music. That's our conception of it. Sound exists. Music is just a conception. Thank you so much.
So there's no music. It doesn't exist. That's new.
Forget about music. Can you please define gravity?
I'll just sing to myself.
Yo, buddy, can you hear me?
Yeah?
You said gravity. Can you please define it so we can continue the conversation?
That was funny.
Was that crickets I heard there?
Background is hilarious. The fact that it's his background that the crickets are coming.
Oh.
I think Noah was trying to get into. Noah, did you want to get in?
No, I'm good.
We'd like to. He would like to enlighten you with some straw mans. Would you like to be lit up?
You guys don't know what straw mans are. You literally don't.
So if you want to go on gravity, what is your definition of gravity? What do you think gravity is?
Point down and then point south.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to go like this. That's just a scarecrow, you know. It's a scarecrow.
So no good answer to that. Point down and point south.
So point down is gravity.
So if I'm at the South Pole and I point down, is it still down? If I'm at the North Pole and I point down, is it still down? If I'm in Iowa and I point down, is it still down? Down is down. Point down.
Well, it depends. That's funny. On your model.
No. Flat Earthers
model is all relative.
Hold on. Flat Earthers think south is down.
Nope.
If you guys think south is
That's
down,
a straw man.
No. All flat earthers think that because they're like, oh, everybody else thinks that. Then why do you guys think people are upside down if you don't think down is south?
Nobody says that.
Oh, bullshit. All flat earthers say, you think people are upside down in the South Pole. All flat earthers think that we think people are upside down.
I love that this is your follow-up to telling us we don't know what a straw man is. And then you literally...
No, he's trolling you, bro. Don't fall for this, dude.
This is 2016.
My man is a genius right here.
He is.
So you never heard of it? So you never heard of a flat earther thinking people are upside down? You never heard of that?
Let me give you 5 straw men because you don't know what they are.
I'm asking you a question. You don't think flat earthers think we think people are upside down? Because they all say that. All flat earthers say, you believe people are upside down.
Isn't that why they say Australia is the land down under? Land down under. There's a song, no?
I'd like to play the Uno reverse card, please.
Eric Dubé thinks that we think people are upside down.
Bud, somebody antipodal to you is not upside down in relation to you?
Yeah, in relation. Good job. Think about that.
I don't own a poodle. I don't have a poodle.
I said in relation to you. Good job. Think about it.
But are you just destroying your own argument? I'm confused.
Are you pro poodle or anti poodle?
Well, in your model, if someone's on the north poodle and someone's on the south poodle, are they not anti-poodle?
That was good.
Do you guys really believe no flat earthers think people are upside down?
That's your model, bro. We're making fun of your
That's
model.
your model.
Don't you
I don't
see
think
what's
people are
going
upside
on?
down. That ain't my model. Nobody
Yes, it
does.
is.
No, we don't think it. You guys think that we think it. We don't think it. You guys think that we think it. That's the problem.
Well, I think that you
Nobody
think
with
that
an
you
intelligent
think
brain thinks anybody is upside down, no matter where they're at on the globe. We don't think anybody's upside down because we get that down is toward the ground and up is toward the sky. We don't think down is south and up is north. You guys are the only ones that think we think people are upside down. That's the
Well,
problem.
I think that you think. I think that you think that we think that you think that I think that you think that we think that it's antipodal to one another would be upside down.
Oh, Jesus. Here's a question. So space has no up or down, right?
You tell me.
Oh, well, this
Hey,
is what
isn't that why Nietzsche said that God is dead?
hold on. This is what about 8 billion people on the planet believe. In space, there's no upside and down. If you put a
Upside
sphere,
and down.
hold on. If you take a basketball and put it in space, actually point to the top of a basketball, even on Earth. Point to the top of a basketball. Tell me where the top of a basketball is.
There is no top.
There is no top. There's no top to the globe. You only think there's a top and a bottom to the globe because whenever you
party.
Hold on.
Dude, why are you trying to go through this? You realize that argument is in relation to you. The person antipodal to you would be considered upside down. I mean, all right, I'm done. I got to go play hockey. I'll enjoy.
Hold on. If you can't point to, hold on. Listen. If you can't point to the top of a basketball,
why you guys don't just mute this guy?
Wait,
yeah, we should mute him because it's literally just hindering the
We're not gonna have fun then.
Is that what Bacon's calling for? Bacon's calling for a mute.
Yeah, that's no fun.
I second.
I agree.
You guys getting to your team out of that?
Bacon, if we mute this guy, then we get accused of only muting globe earthers and it's one-sided and just let him talk, right?
No, not this guy. Not with this guy.
Hey, I've been being nice.
E-roll.
Let me explain.
Fuck this.
And if you want to mute me after this, you can. Let me explain. Can you point to the top of a basketball? Yes or no question. Can you point to the top of a basketball?
What about Bacon tells us about his Star Trails or something, and not this guy? Fuck this guy. This is insulting.
Is a yes or no question. Can you point to the top of a
Absolutely
basketball?
point. Yes, we can point. Yes, we can point to the top of a basketball. Hello.
All right.
Yes, put a basketball in front of me. I can point to the top of it.
And if you rotate it,
pants, man.
Okay, please explain.
Where's the top, Jeremy? Where's the top of a basketball? You said.
Oh, come on, dude! Don't be sick, Gio.
Where is it? Where's the top, Jeremy?
It's the high. It would be the highest point of the ball. So there's a basketball in front of you. Whatever the highest point is would be the top.
From your perspective. Now
Okay.
turn that basketball. That becomes now the highest point. Turn it again. That now becomes the highest point. Put a globe in space where there's no up or down. You've seen a picture of Earth and you think south is down and north is up. That ain't the case. There's no up or
Nobody
down
thinks that.
on Earth.
Yeah, we didn't say
There's
that.
no up or down on Earth. Period.
Who said
There's
that?
no up or down on Earth. Down is
Who's an
down.
up or down on Earth?
Nobody said that.
I'll be quiet for a while and listen.
Awesome. So check this out.
Yeah.
Here's what you need to understand. If we're going to zoom out from, if we're looking at a boat that's up, if we're looking at the bottom of the ball, right, from outside Himawari or further, whatever you want to do, we should be able to zoom in to something upside down because that's just how that works, right? My question is, where do we flip? So like your experience is right side up, right? And then where does the view flip when I'm zooming out to make it look upside down from afar, even though I guess it's not.
I'm starting to get a headache. I wonder why that is.
You've been snorting crack cocaine? You're supposed to smoke it.
Are you pregnant?
And it's a matter of perspective, because perspective, I mean point of view, because you are upside down from someone on your model.
That's what I'm
French
saying.
accent sound fake as fuck.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's really just a 2D problem. It's a 2D problem and a 3D problem, but you could just visualize it 2D. If you got someone standing upside down on a ball, you should be able to zoom in to them standing upside down. So there is a top and a bottom from your vantage. So from your vantage, you should be able to, from afar, zoom in on what is the bottom of that ball from your vantage and see something what appears to be upside down.
Yeah, like even with your example with the basketball, right? When putting your finger on it, so like your tip of your finger would be like
I didn't
the
bring
feet
up
of
the
somebody,
basketball.
right?
That wasn't me.
No, not you. I'm talking to the guy that did that.
Okay.
So like if you're using your finger, right? Then like the tip of your finger would be like somebody's feet, right? Touching the ball. So you said to rotate it. So let's say you rotate it 180 degrees, right? And then you have your finger on top of the ball. Well, but your other finger, in relation to that second finger now, if that fingertip is also the feet, representing the feet, right? Now you have two sets of feet pointing at each other. What do you call that, dude? That's one's upside down, one's right side up, no?
Just deal with it, man. The Earth is probably like a big, looks flat. Like it's interesting that fucking Antarctica is the highest elevation point on Earth. I think that's so fucking cool.
So
It's like,
wait, is that according to like the globe model? Because if that's the
yeah.
case, what Earth has a nipple, and it's the South Pole.
He's talking about the highest continent on average. The continent on average. Sorry, finish your joke, sir.
The nipple.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you gotta. Yep, you're on nipple Earth, dude. That's the Google Earth model is nipple Earth.
Honestly, tit Earth. A new perspective, and I came up with this a while ago. He came up with something a while ago, and I kind of showed him that if I was a flat earther, tit Earth is actually the most realistic version of Earth, like two side by side.
No. Hold on. You say that because you just don't know enough about Dick Earth.
Dude, no, let's not go into
That's
Dick
where you
Earth, bro.
fall short of your education, Kosho. You haven't gone along the mysteries all the way.
Here's the thing, though. In all honesty, tit Earth actually conforms to what we understand as the globe math and maps and all that kind of stuff. As long as you add one magical component that when you cross the equator, you sort of teleport to the component or to the complementary side of the other bit, basically.
No. What you don't understand is Dick Earth has a model and it can make predictions.
So that is still a globe.
Tit Earth, you're begging the question. I wish where's Snack? Snack can elaborate on fucking the magnificence.
He was trying to open up his mic.
Yeah, he should talk. He's really the founder of the real fucking he's like the Manly P. Hall of the Dick Earth Society.
He's the Manly P. Hall.
That is what he would be. Huh? Like it really gives new meaning to that phrase. He's got the whole world in his hands.
Well, yeah, don't we all? Don't we all have a little replica? You know what I mean?
That's a Manly P if I've ever heard of one.
Dude, his name, Manly P. Like, what's a hallway? You throw a hot dog down a hallway, and then Manly P.
Yeah,
Manly P.
Manly P. Hallway.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was the first one in that hallway.
Fucking ridiculous.
I'm getting the references.
Oh my god.
Did we solve the flying straight but turning around the ball thing yet, or no?
So if you
There's
view
no
this,
flying straight if you're going around the ball.
if you look,
There's no flying straight if you're manly P, dude.
if you're flying or driving straight, and you go up or down, you're still not going straight anymore, because if you just look from the side, all of a sudden you're making a zigzag, up and down zigzag.
Hey, Kosho.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Issa. Go ahead, Issa. But real quick, there's no flying straight on the dick Earth. There is no flying straight.
You just haven't looked into it.
Sorry.
It's just not. Yeah, dude. You just can't swallow the truth yet.
Oh, he's looked into it.
Well, yeah, if you're swallowing the truth on
Listen,
dick Earth,
dude.
you're not
Listen,
flying
man.
straight. I'll tell you that.
Dude, it's all gonna fit inside you one day. It's all gonna fit inside you one day. But yeah, do you what do you call it? Have you ever listened to Manly P Hall at all? Do you know of him at all?
No, I do. I got a lot of. I got like the fucking whole double.
No, I get it. But outside of that, on a serious note, like, are you hip to Manly P Hall?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah, fuck yeah,
I got
right
you.
on.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. You guys sound like my girlfriend right now. Like I can't be immature with her. I gotta be immature with you guys a little bit. But yeah. I do. I do. I'm trying to bring it back. Yes.
Yeah, he's got dope lectures online and shit. Fucking just cool shit to go to bed to. I usually just put it on and shit I used to do. Go to sleep to it. It's fucking.
Yeah. Not
dope.
there's anything wrong with that. You would be doing that though. But yeah.
Awesome lecture, dude. Especially on a Dick Earth.
Yeah, Dick Earth going to bed with some manly pee.
Oh yeah,
day, dude.
Well, dude, you got to go through the fucking. There's the rite of passage.
Hey, what kind of name is manly, anyways? Though
that's what I'm saying. So they they change your name from Jim Smith to something stupid like Manly P Hall.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that is like. I mean, yeah, it could have been like a nom de gore, like a pen name.
No, hold on, Issa, we gotta bring it back to it. Remember we talking about Nietzsche?
The gay science.
Talking about that. Yeah, exactly. How crazy is that?
Isn't that so
book?
cool, man? Isn't that This is what I'll break it down real quick. So check. It's just so fascinating that he wrote, and it's so fascinating that atheists fucking quote him about his quote because, he was writing it like in like a fuck you to science in a sense by saying like once they removed the sun from being the center of like the solar system, because even that had order to them. When they removed the sun and they pushed the sun as though it were going through space and left the heliocentric model, that's when he wrote which way is up, which way is down. You know what I mean? This is so fucked. Like you've killed God by doing this, and this is like gonna fuck up like the order of things. And he wrote about and it was in this book, as Kosho duly noted.
What was the book called?
The Gay Science. And that's just what's in it. But it's so fucking ill. It's so funny that like
he's just slapping the whole thing in the face, dude.
What's that?
He's slapping the whole thing in the face, man.
Oh yeah, dude, he's a Dick Earther. Dick Earther, man, trolling the motherfuckers. But he the idea though, and the idea that atheists use this as some like fucking like philosophical fucking like truth. As like, you know what I mean? It's just unreal, man. Like the blasphemy, as it were, even to the man's writings. Like, you know what I mean? To like take his line and say that and take it so far to the extent of to prove their fucking atheism and like, anti-theologian anti-theology. It's like it's laughable and hypocritical, and fucking the irony is just horrifying.
What do you think his real opinions were on the subject? What do you think is his real? If you had to express or summarize his real opinion on God, as it were, like what he's saying, basically, like, what would you say is the summary of his opinion?
I don't know, man, because he was like making conjecture and like, you know what I mean, and dealing. I don't know. I think like a lot of those people. I think what a lot of people think at the end of their days is different than the in their youth. Also,
you know what? That's one thing. I like Whitsitt, dude. I like Whitsitt, but one thing I feel like he doesn't respect enough is Einstein's fluidity in that, in the same way you're describing. Like, people change their entire opinion about something all the time.
Well,
And
you know, I was
Einstein was
gonna
like a flip-flopper.
let me finish the point. I mean, I do agree with you. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
enough about the Einstein issue, for instance, maybe because I think actually he also had a coming to God moment later in his life, and that's something that people just want to poo-poo and reject. But I think like
I
the
don't mean God, but
wisdom,
go ahead.
well, I'm just saying the wisdom of like, you know, being like if someone is like 80 years old and competent, like they know more and have more wisdom. You know what I mean? That is like, you know, is like like by default given to them because they've lived a longer life than you and they know more. And like I'm saying, like when people get older, they tend to find that religion and see that the order of, let's say, I'll never forget. I think it was fucking. I always think of I don't know if it was like I forget what it was. Maybe even Lewis back in the day. But the idea that like the system tells you all the right things to do, right? Tells you all the right things to do, and then in your youth you reject it all. And then fucking, you know, I don't think Lewis and I made this point, but like, yeah, it sparked this idea that like, you know, in your youth, you just reject the system, even though it's telling you exactly what you should do. And then when you're like 90 or something like that, you realize there was logic to the system. It was correct. You made mistakes by not listening to, let's say, like the doing things the quote unquote right way. And I think when you get older, you more kind of confirm that like religious perspective has more merit that the rituals of religion have more merit to you. And I think like along with that comes the philosophy and the like the even the story of like let's say in Christianity's sake, like you know the story of the Christ, you know, could become more allegorical to you, while yet also remaining, you know, literal. Like you know what I mean? Like it gets more literal even maybe as you get older. You know what I mean? Like this idea that like I don't know, man. I just I could see like someone like Nietzsche, like you know, having a traditional perspective on God, i.e., through the church, etc. At the end of his days, more so than
Didn't he say God is dead?
well,
Wasn't Nietzsche that said God is dead?
that's why I was making my I thought eloquent point earlier.
That was Kim Kardashian.
Like you know, that's where it kind of started because the idea that his book, The Gay Science, what do you call it? He's talking about how he's talking about how like when they moved the sun from being the center of the solar system, how they killed God, and he was kind of like condemning it more so than parading the idea. You know what I mean? That's
Well,
why.
you can think of it as not the death of God as the death of a body, but he meant it like a philosophical, like the death from going from God, the religious belief, to the scientific belief. That's the way I think he meant it.
So yeah, he understood the connection of cosmology and philosophy in a society, and that's why he predicted like the wars because he said as soon as they philosophically killed God, you know, you have like the state super soldier, which is the atheist, because they don't
Yeah,
have a fucking
exactly. Yeah.
yeah they don't have any moral structure outside of the state because to them religion is you know passe.
I'm an
Yeah,
atheist.
the guard went from religion to science. Well, which equates to atheism, evolution. Yeah.
Right.
I'm an
And like you know,
atheist.
and like of course you are, brother. It's the only philosophical conclusion for your cosmology. So your philosophy, your cosmology is directly related to philosophy. So because like in your
I'm an
model,
atheist because there's no proof of God.
well, regardless, of course, there's no proof for God in your cosmology. This is my point: is that you are left with one perspective of the world, which is a materialistic perspective, because you've tried to marry the spiritual and the material in a way that is it's like men getting pregnant right now. Like that's googly. You can Google that and see that men can get pregnant now. This is the world we live in because of this. Like the philosophy inevitably, this chaos. This is what Nietzsche wrote, man. He said man killed God when they moved the sun from being like because cosmology has changed over the years. You know, the Babylonians were flat earthers. They're the ones who gave you the layout of the stars that you appreciate. The fucking like you know, and then they didn't. You know, some people went into what is it? Geostationary. You know, the idea that the Earth is the center, and then they put the sun at the center, and then they put like a black hole at the center, and the sun is moving toward. You know what I mean? Whatever. The sun is no longer the center. So they've changed over time. And Nietzsche remarked how they, in the process of moving the sun from the center, because in the solar system there was a general order to things, like so when they moved the sun, that the sun was not the center. He said that you essentially killed God philosophically. So it doesn't surprise me in the least that any glober or whatever is gonna be an atheist. It's the only philosophical, you've been funneled into this philosophical a dichotomy where you see religion as some banal, backward, prehistoric fucking bunch of bullshit that caused nothing but war. When in reality, it's atheism and the state that has killed more people than the churches or the monarchs have ever done.
No, I don't believe in God because he's killed more people than anybody on the planet. He's killed innocent women and children.
But you don't believe in him, but he killed somebody?
To prove a point. If your God is real, he's a psychopath.
Well, you know how many times I've accused Santa Claus of killing somebody? 0, because I don't believe in him.
The devil killed somebody in the Bible. Read the Bible. How many times has the devil killed somebody compared to God?
I'm sorry, are you talking about people that you don't believe in doing things as if they exist? Is that not an inherent contradiction?
I'm talking about the Bible. In the Bible, if you've read it, how many people have the devil killed? How many people has God killed?
You know, I really worry about that Papa Smurf. I really think he's a real dictator. Like somebody should take him down.
That's a question.
Hey, you listen to me. Mike, buddy.
How many people has God killed? How many people has the devil killed? Answer. It's a simple question.
No one.
Yeah.
The devil?
He hasn't really killed anybody, has they? But God's killed a shitload of people, hasn't he?
I guess you never read the Book of Job, right?
God has
I
killed.
have read the Book of Job.
So,
neither of them killed anybody, dude.
So the devil didn't take out Job's family?
Are you serious?
The devil wasn't in the Book of Job. Little known fact.
So how many
the character that was in the Book of Job? So Catholics contributed all these characters. You know, the adversary, the whatever, blah blah blah. All these different people. Oh, this, by the way, this is all the same person called the devil, and his name is actually Lucy. It's actually not his name. It's not the same person. It's just a thing. These are different fucking weird people, and actually they're aspects. They're agents of God. What God did was he made a deal with the adversary in the Book of Job, and the adversary had said, "By the way, blah blah blah. I don't think everyone loves you as much as whatever." And he says, "Dude, I'll make you a bet. And I'll fucking let you do whatever this guy's life, anything you want." That's not the devil. It's just the adversary, the random adversary.
So
No, but that's an
Hasatan
interesting.
is not the devil?
I was just asking a simple question. How many?
Yeah, I like that question. I never heard that question before, actually.
So how many people has God killed compared to the devil?
That's an interesting question.
Because
he hasn't killed anybody. Neither of them kill anyone, dude. That's the problem.
God made a father kill his own son to prove a point. If you don't follow God,
Did he? Hold on. Which father did he do that to?
Pardon?
Who's the guy that you're talking about? You said he made a father kill his son. Who are you talking about?
Have you not read the Bible?
Sure you know his. I've read the Bible. I've read it in many languages. Who are you talking about?
So if you read the Bible in so many languages, then you know God's a pretty messed up person, right?
Who are you talking about? What person did he make kill his own son?
Oh, I can't remember his fucking name.
You might be thinking of Abraham. Abraham. He asked Abraham to kill his own son. Then he found out, he's really going to do it. And he said, I'm just kidding. That's what he did. He didn't make him do anything. But he didn't do it, and he didn't die.
Still, the point is, God has killed innocent women and children. It's his way or the highway. How many people
is where the highway. Everyone took the highway, dude. Nobody died from God, dude.
I'm asking a serious question. In the Bible, how many people has God killed compared to the devil?
0.
You can't kill people who aren't people, though.
If you think that a fish that jumps out of the water, which was designed to live in the water so it could actually breathe, if it jumps out on its own and it chooses to do so and it dies, why did it die? Was the designer the cause of the death?
Why do you think you're
I
in a
like that.
place that
I
you
like
can
that more.
actually ask the question why? Like as if you're some being of some sort of scope that could ask
I'm
why.
wondering why you guys can't answer the question. Why does God kill a shit ton of people?
He doesn't kill nobody. North answered you, dude. North gave a really good response, man. North said, when God made a fish, God didn't tell the fish, I'm going to kill you. He said, this is your domain. This is where you live. You go out of this place, you're going to die. The fish jumped out of the water and it died. God didn't kill the fish. Okay?
It's not
Yeah, but that is the answer, man. That's a great answer.
When
The
Ramesses,
wages of sin are death.
hold on, God was mad at Ramesses and Moses.
God doesn't get mad. You're mad at God. There's a big difference.
Listen
Big
carefully.
difference. No, big difference. Let's listen clearly to that.
It's not a big difference. God wanted.
Let's let Tim go. Go ahead, Tim.
Hold on, let me talk. God wanted
Please.
Ramesses to believe in Moses about his God. That'd be like me going to a police station to say, God told me to do this. They'd laugh at me. So God expected Ramesses to believe in Moses. Ramesses did not believe in
Ramses, dude.
So he killed the firstborn.
You're even.
So
Do you see how lost you are that you could say God expected something? God didn't expect
God
anything.
literally killed the firstborn children of the people that followed Ramesses. Killed the
Yeah.
firstborn children, innocent children. He killed.
They
Because
weren't innocent.
how are children not innocent? Please explain how the firstborn.
That's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer.
They were
It's
about
not
to
that they're
grow
not
into
innocent.
something
It's not
else.
that he killed them.
Explain how they were not innocent.
Parents
He
are
didn't kill.
responsible for their children. The
So
parents were given
children have
plenty of heads up.
So
How
God.
did we get back on the Bible? Hold on, real quick. How did we get back on the Bible? We did the Bible thing for like 8 hours earlier. Can we not?
It's the word of God.
You're right. You're
How
right.
do you get
Jeremy's
away
right. Jeremy's
from it?
right.
So
guys,
God
listen. Guys. There's Christians, there's Muslims, and there's atheist devils in here. We all respect everybody, even the atheist devils.
You can
and
call the
Jeremy's atheist
Muslims
devils. So-
devils as well. That's okay.
No, they're not. They're not devils. Islam is the fastest. Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world, and they're perfectly fine.
That sounds
Just like
exactly
atheist
like the devil
devils.
would do. You can call the
They
Catholics
would do that,
devils
but
as well. Go ahead and lump
that's
them
fine.
in.
But we should move away from religion because the truth is, I'm a Jew, and
What? There's a
I've done
Jew in
horrible things.
here?
Yes, exactly. So let's move away from religion because
No. Why would we allow a Jew to call the shots in this one little safe space we have away from Jews? The Jews
Let me tell you a
control
secret,
every
buddy. Let me tell you
aspect
a
of
secret.
our lives. Like, why would we allow you to control
and
this
that's
little
why.
bit here?
And that's why. See, what Gio doesn't know, what you guys don't know, is that's how we do it, dude. That's how the Jews do it. We
Block
gain
this
control
fucking
from behind the
faggot.
scenes. We gain control from behind the scenes. We don't have to fucking do a war to get a hold of shit.
Are there
So
not enough
slowly
white
build it
guys
up.
in here who can just talk over this sorry piece of shit?
Most Jews are white.
No, you're not. We assure you, as a white guy, I'll speak for all of us. You are not white. You are a Jew.
He's white.
I'm white, dude.
No, you're not. I assure you, there's a big difference.
So
one is a white person and one is a Jew. There's a big difference there.
Did you know?
There's a different amount of
Did you know that-
letters.
you know
It's
that
got a
Indian-
different. It has different letters altogether.
Hey,
Like
this,
one of them
this
wears tiny
anti-Semitism
hats.
get the server shut down.
Oh, that's kind of racist.
Kick me out.
A white guy can't be a Jew.
No. Don't kick him out. Don't kick him out. I gotta tell you, Sir Edward.
Just mute him.
Sir Edward.
Yes, sir. How are
Sir
you?
Edward, that was a test. I'm not really Jewish. That was a
Good.
test.
All right,
We
so
like
know
to
who
put
our
it out in
friends
demo.
are
Yeah.
here. So we
We don't-
know
we
that-
don't
was
allow-
a
we don't allow
derogatory
that.
term. So me and
But,
you have to go
but
start our own
honestly, we
server
don't allow-
because
we don't
everyone
allow that
else
talk.
stuck up for you.
Edward. We don't allow that talk in here, though. That's what we try to weed people like that out.
Who's we? Jews?
Well, no, because I'm
Who's
not
the
Jewish.
we?
But
Sounds a lot like
well,
them.
just me, Dante, and the boys. We don't like that in here. Okay,
Why?
so just please. We like this. We like ice cream. We
We
like
need to move it to
Filipino women.
BitChute. Do they have a like live voice chat platform we can get in yet, or how? What's that looking like?
I'm being real with you. We got to take it back to the conversation because we don't like that. We just don't like that kind of talk. So
I don't like
let's just
all
move
this
it along.
we talk. Who the fuck is we?
Well, then you really wouldn't like that French guy that was here earlier. I'll tell you that. But for the rest of us, let's just move along.
All right. Sorry, YouTube. We're big fans of Jews around here. We're big fans.
Please stop muting me.
Orange juice,
Are we
grape
allowed to
juice,
say
fruit juice, OJ Simpson, all of it. Yeah.
big Jew fan? All right, I got it. Heard.
I didn't know the word Jew was a derogatory term. Apparently,
They
that's
take it that way, though.
anti-Semitism, right? Like
Just
it's like
saying they're
it's
a
like
Jew
if I
now.
were to say the N word, that is a derogatory term. Yeah, I get that. But now what are we
Guys,
calling it? The
let me tell
J
you something.
word? We can't say Jew. We got to say the J word.
Guys, let me tell you.
Whoa. This live stream
sometimes
with
listen.
17 viewers, we got to look out for it, boys. We can't say that J word.
Yeah, but sometimes we all wait for people to turn around and show their own asses. Okay, and what this
Well, if they
does
have
is
a big
it lets
nose,
us know.
you don't have to
It lets
wait
us
around to
know where
see their
the assholes
nose.
are. So
You
let
don't
me
have
just
to
do
see
you a
it.
favor and tell you. Let me do you a favor and just tell you that your assholes are showing. Just calm down a little bit. Let's move the subject along. Let's move it along a little bit.
No. It sounds like a thing a Jew would say.
And the problem with that is
the jig is up.
I mean, you got kicked out of a whole bunch of countries. Like, why wouldn't we kick them out of one little Discord server?
If he's Jew, who cares?
I gotta tell you something. I'm afraid of all sorts of people. I'm afraid of this one guy, Dante. I'm afraid of a giant I know. He's very tall. He's 8 feet tall. What I'm not afraid of is Jews. Okay?
Yeah, but you sound
I've never
like
been
a
afraid of a Jew.
Satanist because
If you're afraid of a
you have
Jew, I
Christ
got
in
news
your
for you,
life.
dude.
There's no such thing as fear.
I'm afraid of spiders.
Yeah, you know what it is, man? Is the idea that there's a principle, and the idea is that the principle is that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, or any of that, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're still worthy, like, your ideas are worthy. And that's what's kind of cool about this shit is that it breaks down and takes away all that prison politics and takes away everything out of the equation so people could be fucking honest with their ideas. And that's
Backed
how we
by
fucking
scripture.
learn. Now, if we're gonna make issues with, let's say, like, certain institutions, let's say, which I understand, they do need calling out and they do need fucking like expose.
Which institutions need calling out, though? If you could be clear,
Well,
I'd appreciate that.
let's say the fucking the ear gun. You know what I mean?
Your goods? The your
No, the ear
goods?
gun. No. Check me, man. The ear gun was the fucking military wing, if I'm not mistaken, of Israel and the Mossad and what became Mossad and the people that fucking bombed like the Great Britons. They bombed Great Britain and then that's how they acquired like the land of Palestine. In fact, there's a book called The Question of Palestine, which I recommend everyone to read because it talks about how fucking what they did was they went in, removed all kinds of fucking people from the place, brought in new fucking sand, put all the sand over these fucking ancient places that these people had lived over in Palestine and fucking then came in and
What's the
sent
name of
all
that
these
book,
people.
please?
The Question of Palestine, brother.
Thank
What
you,
do you call
brother.
it? And there's another book you should read by this fucking Mossad operative. This guy, they call him Kotskas, and they fucking were the agents of the Mossad.
Koshko?
And Kotskas, they call him. It's Katska is the translation, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. It's called By Way of Deception, and it's a very difficult book to find. It's called By Way of Deception, bro, and you need to read that so that it takes away the jargon of what you're talking at and gets to the root of what you're talking at, because I can understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, there's logical points to be made versus straight up angst because it ain't gonna work like that.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Keep in mind, hold on, real quick. Keep in mind this guy, Issa, he's from New Jersey, dude. For whatever that's
Yeah,
worth.
brother.
Yeah.
So whatever. That, I'm rough around. Like, what I mean, I feel like just enough said. Like, you know what I mean. It doesn't need to be. It's just like all fucking the idea. And this is where I promote like Americanism, is the idea that I don't give a fuck what somebody looks like, fucking what all that shit is, because it's about the worth of the idea. I used to always think of it like if a bum was standing there on the fucking sidewalk and had $100 bill for you and was like, excuse me, sir, and he's giving you this $100 bill. But if you're so high and fucking mighty, you just walk by that bum who's trying to give you the $100. You know what I mean? Like, I just think to myself, like, why would I? You know what I mean? Like, why would I miss that
No,
opportunity?
you're about to get a.
Because-
Go on.
Go on.
No. I think I was going a different way. I feel like the bum's going to give you a lot more than $100 is worth.
That's what I'm saying, though, and that's why, like, yo,
okay,
but
we
my
were on
boys,
the
like,
same
that's
page.
what the thing is that when people get too high and mighty, they're not willing to listen to ideas from people they normally wouldn't fucking even talk to, and so, like, and this is what's cool with even this whole platform. It's why I'm an idealist in all this. I'm on some other shit, bro. I'm on some real positive shit. I think it's in the fucking stars that it's built to be positive. Like, this shit is coming. I think I don't know. I like Donald Trump. I like the people right now. I like that people are waking the fuck up.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Just because on the real, Issa's my boy. I love Issa. I love ISIS even. And I love a lot of stuff with IS in
You
the
would
first two
like
letters.
some theater.
Did you see? I love Diego's, the most racist Italian term I know, like you said. But Issa, did you see the Donald Trump Carl, what's the guy's name? The guy that in the Fox News bow tie guy, was his name? You know what I'm talking about, right?
The Fox News guy?
Carlson.
That's what you call him? Come on.
Yeah.
You're a grown man. You know his fucking name.
I am
Come
a grown
on.
man, and guess
At
what?
least
I
tell us his
communicated to
name.
Issa, and Issa understood what I said. So, Issa, you saw the interview though?
I saw some of it. Yeah. And yo, but Tucker was like, "Yo, you think they're gonna try to kill you?"
Some guy, Fox
he
News.
was straight up, dude. Actually, I thought Donald Trump.
Tucker said, "Hey, you think they're gonna try to kill you?" He was like, "Damn."
Actually, I like honestly because you're from New Jersey. You're from the area. Jeremy's from Canada, but he's from the area, and I'm from the Bronx. But that's close to Queens, and I understand guys like Donald Trump, man. That's why I'm not a fan of a lot of things about him. But I'm more of a fan than him than most.
I gotta interject. Do you have $1 billion?
That interview was legit.
Do you have $1 billion?
Yes.
You do. Okay, so sorry. Continue. You do know what it's like to be.
It's just, he just means that in like collectively in the Jewish network, they've easily got $1 million.
Yeah, I have. Dude, there's a cave down the street from where I live. There's a cave down the street.
We got
I can
a
go
wall.
to any time I
we
want.
brought a wall all the way from Israel, and we smack our little leather cubes against it all night and day. Y'all should hear these smacks. They don't even sound like smacks. They sound like thumps.
You sound like a buddy of mine, Kevin. Well, regardless, I do have a cave with a bunch of $1 billion in it. It doesn't matter because at that interview, though, I got more respect for him because he seems legit. Every time he talks to
Sounds
anybody,
like something a Jew would say.
he's legit. I am a Jew.
You are,
I'm
obviously. Even if you weren't, you are.
My father's a rabbi.
Jews.
I baptized your mother with my cock. So keep that in mind, okay?
Nah,
I'm gonna
she's
leave
not
it
a
alone
little boy with a foreskin. You wouldn't get near her cock, right?
What do you have a problem with Jews?
Why?
Yeah, why? What's the problem with Jews?
I have a problem with Zionists, to be fair.
You said a problem with Jews.
No. I just called him a Jew.
Okay, what's the problem
I
with
didn't
that?
say I had a problem with Jews. You said I had a problem with Jews. I have a problem with Zionists.
So why call him a Jew? What's
I
the
think
point?
all Jews aspire to be Zionists. They can't help themselves.
Can he just be a person?
So would that be
obviously not.
would that be a genetic
They're not people.
predisposition to be a Zionist?
That sounds like a bigger conversation we're about to have. Are we ready to have that conversation on YouTube?
Sure. Does it matter what he believes? Who cares what
no,
he
it
believes?
doesn't matter what I believe.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you believe.
Correct.
So why is there a problem?
There's no problem. Did anyone say there was a problem?
Well, I've been kind of listening.
You sound like a real idiot. That's all, man.
No, that may or may not be true.
I'm an idiot because I don't.
It sounds true.
I'm an idiot because I don't care what people believe and I respect what they believe. I'm an idiot.
No. You sound like a cool guy. You sound like a respectable guy. This guy sounds like a weirdo because he
Why
doesn't
would
like
we
Jews for
ask
no reason.
you what is or is not cool? Y'all been defining what is or is not cool for long enough. Like, what does it matter who is or isn't a cool guy in your eyes? There's a bunch of silent people here who aren't stepping up and who aren't unmuting their mic, who are just listening to y'all spout the same old bullshit.
All silent people are assholes, in my opinion. You're an asshole even though you're not silent. So keep that in mind. Here's the point.
So define your
Jews,
new opinion.
most cool people are Jews. David Lee Roth is a Jew. He's
You guys,
cool.
can we get on an actual
Okay?
Y'all
topic?
hear this dumb shit? Like,
Is there a
will
topic
one
we can get
person
on?
stand up?
All right,
One person.
Can we get on an actual topic?
Thank you, Gio. Sorry, my bad. I know it's your channel.
Well, no, it's just like I don't know what's the topic right now.
No, it makes sense. No, it makes
This guy, Sir Edward, thinks he's the king of the world. He hates all Jews. If I'm a Jew, he hates me.
No, I'm
And
not the king.
you know,
Christ is king.
All right.
I would never say I'm
So
the
you're
king
like
of the world.
apologist troll thing is not that funny, Kosho. You got to try.
Apologist. I'm not
You
apologist. I
changed
hate
your
this
voice,
guy.
Koso. Who the fuck are you? Like, how many voices do you have exactly? Can we be
Ask
clear
your mother.
about that? My mother's been dead 3 years. I wish I could ask her that as along a bunch of other questions as well.
Call a necromancer.
All right. You got a Jew one that I can holler at? I hear y'all do witchcraft.
I do actually. Yeah, I do have
All
one.
right. Good. All right. I'll bring out my
His
little
name is
leather
Lip.
cube.
His name's Lipshits.
All right. Is he on Discord?
He is on Discord.
Nice. All right. I'm going to search that. How many P's are in that anyway? Gio, take
Boring.
back
I'm
over.
starting
Don't
to
let
fall
us take it
asleep.
back over
Come
from
on,
you.
guys.
Take the topic and fucking fire it up.
Let's bring up a topic. This is ridiculous. Come on.
Patrick Bet David has arrived. Montreal, you know you sound like him, by the way.
I'll bring up a topic.
Thank you.
How many Chuck did a woodchuck
You're
chuck?
welcome.
I don't know if you guys want to continue with what this guy's speaking of. I'm interested in what he means when he says Zionist, because people have different opinions. But to me, if he's the same person who's saying Christ is king, right? If he's a believer, I mean he does know the plan for Israel and the rest of the world, right? He does know the plan in the scripture, right?
What is the plan for Israel and the rest of the world? If we can just throw that out.
Well, you don't know the plan?
Well, just speaking of, I think many people fall for certain phrases and certain words, and they continue with the propaganda. So I would say if you believe in the Christ, where did he come from? And I would also say, is his plan to graft the other nations into the nation of Israel? And also I would say, Zion, isn't that the place that all nations will flow to learn his ways and walk in his paths? And when I say that, I mean creators, not Moses or some special guy, but the creator's ways. Doesn't the scripture teach that?
I would ask you, does the scripture teach that?
I would say yes.
You got a verse for you, boy?
Isaiah chapter 2, verses 1 through 5, Micah chapter 4, verses 1 through 8, Romans
What chapter in
chapter
Isaiah?
11,
Sorry. I heard 4 through 5. I didn't hear the chapter.
Isaiah chapter 2,
Thank you.
1 through 5,
1 through 5.
Micah chapter
Nah,
4,
man.
right?
Yo, please, bro, please. We did this Bible thing for like 8 hours earlier. I
Got
gotta
another.
constantly shut it down.
Don't
You
exaggerate,
hear
man.
you hear how they step up and get in the way of God's people doing God's work?
Oh, but dude,
Just gotta throw that out.
Jeremy's a
that out
mod
there.
here. He jerks off to listening to this shit before he goes to bed. He doesn't want to hear this shit. Please.
How do you know what this
Move it
person
along.
does or does not want? Like, who the fuck? Like,
Because
who
he
are you?
texts to me. He texted to me, dude. He tells me what to do, and it makes me sick. So let me just move it
Oh,
along now.
you've got powers that are way higher than Jeremy, I assure you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
They're
Let's
not
move it along a
quite
little bit.
high enough, but they are high. We all know that. And I'm going to look up Isaiah 2:1-5. I don't know who else was talking. And I assume it's Jeremy, the way the Jew talked. But I will look at Isaiah. I didn't get to the next one that you brought up.
Real quick, those
And real quick, so I can help out with difference between Jews and Zionists. My brother, who is no religious affiliation at all, married a Jewish woman, right? She's not a Zionist because she would have never married his country bumpkin ass in the first place if she were a Zionist. She says she's a Jew, and I'm sure she spreads the dreidel. But let's be very clear, nothing outside of that. Like, so there's a difference between a Jew and a Zionist. That was that's the only way I can explain it in my head. I know that doesn't make much sense to somebody, but that's how it
Hooked on
sounds.
phonics.
Yeah,
I
that's
think you
the
might
Hooked on
benefit from
Phonics
Hooked on
version.
Phonics.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
have a
Hooked on Phonics
Zionist
might bring
Christian? Can you have a Zionist Christian?
He's not even
Believe
a
it or not,
Christian.
SC, most
That's a question.
Zionists
That's a question.
are most Zionists are Christian. SC.
There you go. So yeah.
How do you define
Without a doubt,
Zionist
without
at
a
that
fact,
point?
I would bet you $20,000 that
Ooh, you sound like
most
Witsit. Put
Zionists
another bet up.
almost Well, I do sound like Witsit because Witsit bet me $20,000.
Did you
and
win?
He's gonna have to owe it to me, but I did. Yeah, I did.
You got an extra 20 grand around to make another bet. I see you.
Perks, yeah, there's the perks of being a Jew. Now,
you motherfucker.
what?
Y'all are some
Yeah, but
shiesty
what you said.
motherfuckers. I swear to God, y'all are charming. That's your.
There's a
problem.
reason we stay on. There's a reason we stay on top, man.
I get it. I get it. It has nothing to do with intelligence or interbreeding. Go on. All right, we're not allowed to talk about it, Coach Go or whoever you are. Go on. Talk about the Jewness.
It's Costco.
Oh, sorry, Costco. My bad.
It's fine. No, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, what's up, party people? Sean G's in the house. I don't remember what we were talking about, though, my man. Let's bring it back to something that we can all relate to.
Breakout room. I think it might just be you and I right now. Like, there's only 2 people in the room right now, and they moved us aside. Said, "Fuck it, y'all."
Why don't we move it along? Why don't we move it along? Let me ask you a question.
All right. What's the
How do you
shape of
feel
the
about
Earth?
the shape? That's what I was going to ask you.
Can you hear me?
I didn't ask
Yes,
you
do
if you
that.
could ask me that. I asked you, what's the shape of the Earth?
Well, I think in some places it's very flat.
Yeah, I've been to the desert too, nigga. Go on.
And I think some places where there's ice is also very flat.
Where there's ice? Like, is this a Breaking Bad thing you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Blue ice.
Nice.
Am I still vocal or not?
Close and local. All my girls are close and local, except for the ones that don't talk to me no more.
All right, so I got 3 questions real quick. My bad. I got to throw them in here real fast because I didn't even know what Discord was really, and then I found it, and it was because of some EDM music, and then I stopped going here for like 3 years, and then I came back because of 24/7, and 24/7 told me 3 things. Question 1, question 2, and question 3. Question 1 was, is there evidence of curvature, like drop over distance?
Yes, there is.
There is. Can you
Yep.
drop that in the voice text?
I'm on my phone, but you can look up anything. There's measurements of it.
That's a long way to say no.
No, that's a quick way to say yeah.
I want you to drop it on the phone right now.
I'm on my phone. I can't just drop it.
Drop it like it's hot,
Oh,
boy.
because your phone isn't
Drop
a
it like
fucking
it's hot, man.
mobile
First off.
computer that's actually more capable than the computer you have at home? Like, what are we talking?
You can literally get on Google and say, "How do I measure Earth temperature?" and it'll show you. Oh, fuck you! You blocked me.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being black. Let's go ahead and move it along. Let's keep it kosher. Let's keep it 2023.
You would say that.
Google it. It'll show you how to measure Earth's curvature, how to exactly do it, everything.
How exactly do we do it? I want you to tell me, like as if you've read.
Listen, Sir Edward. Sir Edward. Let's keep it. Let's keep this. Let's keep this to the shape of the Earth. When we're done, we'll tell Sir Edward what a vagina feels like. But let's keep it to the shape of the Earth.
I appreciate that.
Serious question. If I'm driving from New York to LA, do you trust that distance when it tells you the distance?
No.
You don't trust that distance?
Obviously not. Who gave me the distance?
Why would you not trust that distance? If you put it in GPS and it tells you how many hours it takes to get there, you
Don't say GPS. Say who gave you the GPS to begin with.
Who cares? If you're like in New York, seriously, if you're in New York and you're like, I'm going to go to California, San Francisco. You put it in your GPS and GPS says it's going to take this many hours. Do you trust
Who gave you the GPS?
Answer that question. Do you trust how many hours it's going to take?
No.
So you don't trust how many hours it's going to take? So you think going from one point to the other, it's just fucked up? You don't trust it? So if you get on a plane and they're telling you it's going to take 5 hours, you don't trust that? You're just going to do it regardless?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to fly something shorter than it would take me to drive.
So if they tell you it's going to be a 4-hour flight and it actually takes 4 hours, do you doubt that?
Have you ever been to an airport? It's very possible that 4 hours could end up at baggage claim.
And I've been told how long my flight's going to be. And if I'm told how long my flight's going to be, that tells me how long the distance is going to be. And if it's that distance, then the time that I fly is going to be correct. If it's
So
not,
every time you fly, you ask them what the distance is, not what the time is? Is that what I'm hearing?
You just automatically know. You know how long the flights is. When you get on a flight, they tell you how long it is.
I don't
right?
automatically know what the distance is. I know I'm going from Washington to LA.
They tell
I
you
didn't
how long.
ask them how many fucking miles there were in between us. I said how many, like, where are we going? What's the destination? What's the arrival? The airport names are the only thing that matters, honestly.
So when you get on a flight, they don't tell you how long your flight's going to be?
You're conflating two different things in the first place.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, because the time it takes to get
Hold on.
somewhere.
How long the flight's going to be, and you know how far it is, you could calculate that and see if it's accurate, right?
Sometimes, yeah, but not all
Sounds
the
like a
time.
bunch of we talk.
Not sometimes, all the time. If I'm leaving Omaha, where I live, and I want to go to fucking Phoenix, Arizona, and they tell me this is how many miles it is, this is how long the flight's going to take, and I fucking calculate it, it'll be correct, right?
And do you wear a mask as well?
Oh my God. That wasn't the question I asked.
I didn't ask you if that was the question you asked. I said, if they ask you to wear a mask, do you wear that as well?
Oh, fuck no. This is one thing I agree upon you guys with.
And you did or did not get on the plane 3 years ago?
Hold on. Here's the thing. We're not talking about math. We're talking about now. Because I agree with you guys on the mask bullshit because they counted my dad as a COVID death. And my dad died from heart disease. I call bullshit on that. That shit I'll agree with you on. I don't deny COVID.
Who are you talking? Who is this right now that's talking? I don't have my phone in my hand. Who is this that's actually speaking?
This is Tim. I don't deny COVID, but I call bullshit on how many people died. That I agree with you guys upon.
So Tim, I need you to understand that you are coming from a place that in my eyes and many other eyes around here, if it were a pyramid, you were like 3 steps lower. Like you've only reached the step where, oh, they only lied about COVID, right? So there's like 2 or 3 more, hang on, there's 2 or 3 more steps that you have to take to get to the point where you can even imagine that they lied about the shape of the earth. Because we were all in the same boat as you. Every time anyone here heard, hey, the earth is flat, our hackles went up, right? Like everyone here can admit to that. Like the first time you saw the earth is flat on BitChute or Above Top Secret or whatever it is, we very quickly were like, these fucking idiots, how retarded are they? I'm going to just keep clicking into the 9/11 thing or the Sandy Hook thing or whatever it is. But see, that's the only thing I can tell you is like you're just a few steps down to believe, like you still believe some of it is true, and that's
No.
okay. You should,
Hold
but
on.
there's a
I'm an
lot left that is not true, Tim.
Hold on. I'm an amateur astronomer, so I know damn well planets are just
Amateur astronomer. Does that come with free hand jobs or what?
through my own telescope. I know damn well planets are just not lights in the fucking sky like you guys say.
No one's
Planets
ever claimed that. No one's ever claimed that, Tim.
exactly how we're shown. Period.
No one's ever claimed that.
Yeah, all
The Bible said there were stars and there were wandering stars. I don't know any flat earther you fuck with that says there's anything else, but whatever, man.
hold on. 90% of flat earthers I've talked to said, "Oh, planets are just lights in the sky." No, they're fucking not. You can see.
Name 10 flat earthers and then name 9 flat earthers who said whatever the fuck it is you're saying. Name 10 real quick.
Hold on. You don't think flat earthers say
you
planets?
can't name 10 flat earthers and you can't name 9 flat earthers because you said 9 out of 10. I just want some receipts with it, honestly.
Nathan Oakley, fucking
Nathan Oakley, that's 1.
Hold on. What's his name? Fucking the yoga fucking person.
No, we're waiting on you, bro. It's your yoga person.
No, the yoga person. Fucking
The yoga person. I'll give you that one. That's 2. Go on. You got 8 left.
Fucking David.
David. All right. We got 3. Go on. I'm
I'm
gonna give you just a random person that was picked in the Bible, but go on. You got 3. How about them other 7? We're just getting through the 7 flat earthers that he knows. We haven't gotten to the 9 that agree with him.
You're not even listening. Whitsitt says planets are just lights in the sky.
Whitsitt, that's 4. Go on.
Beyond the curve, fucking what's his name?
Come on, you got this.
Beyond the curve.
Jason.
Dude, pretty much every flat earther.
Oh, okay. So you got 4 and then gave up. You gave me a 9 out of 10, but all of a sudden you can't name more than 4 flat earthers.
Okay.
Do you understand how it's all bullshit, Tim? Like you don't even know what you believe in.
Hold on. Eric DeBay. Hold on. Eric DeBay, Nathan Oakley. Fucking.
Oh, someone sent you a message. That's nice of them. Isn't that nice?
Almost every flat earther. Are you new to this? Every flat earther say.
Oh, so Eric DeBay, you added a 5th one, and now you're still trying to go back to almost every flat earther.
You're not listening to that thing I'm saying. Every flat earther say planets are.
Obviously, because you're a fucking idiot, Tim. You got 3-letter name. Like your parents knew you were gonna be a fucking fool. That's why they named you Tim.
Okay, Edward, let's not do that, man. Let's not name call. Come on. Let's move. This is like going around in circles.
My bad, David. There's a lot more to learn from y'all than there is from me, I assure you.
I love it.
Someone's got to call out these fucking idiots. I got one skill, and it's hearing this dumb shit and calling it out.
Show me a flat earther that says planets are just not lights in the sky. Show me one.
Show me your mom is what is expected.
Oh, so you can't even name one flat earther that says planets are just not lights in the sky. So you can't even name one. See?
Yeah, that sounds yeah, you made your point. Good boy. You did a good boy there.
Name one.
David, Montreal, please get in. I have nothing to contribute other than call out this.
No, let's just move it on. Like, okay, lights in the skies. Yeah, people have said that. So what? Okay, planets are planets, and some people have said lights in the skies referring to stars. Okay, whoop-de-doo.
All flat earthers say that. All flat earthers say planets are just lights in the sky.
Don't they call them wandering stars?
No, I don't say that.
Don't they call them?
Well, I'm not a flat earther, but I don't say that.
I don't say that either.
Anyways.
No, tell me one flat earther that doesn't say planets are just lights in the sky.
He just spoke out right now.
Hold on. Are you saying that the objects you're looking at in the sky are not lights in the sky?
No, they're fucking planets. I can
see.
no,
but like, aren't they? Hold on. But aren't they like reflecting light, or they're giving you light, right? Are you saying that they're not?
If you could see something that reflects light, what's your point?
Well, no, my point is you're saying that they're not lights in the sky. Is that right?
Yeah, they're not lights in the sky.
You sound retarded, bro. Come on, dude.
Fucking.
I mean, like, you're looking up in the sky. Hold on. You're looking up in the sky, right?
Hold on.
And you're literally looking at fucking reflected light, and then you're gonna tell me they're not lights in the sky.
Reflective light. There's the difference.
Is that what I'm gathering? Oh no, but it's still light in the sky,
So
right?
is it light or not?
It's reflective light.
I'm just saying,
Is it
dude. You
light
know what
or
I mean?
not?
You're trying to, like, look at yourself, man. You're trying
Is
to
it light
argue
or
that
not?
they're not lights in the sky.
So hold on. So explain how I can see Jupiter's moons casting shadows on it.
Is it light or not?
Dude, you don't even know that they're lights in the sky. How could I get to something so in depth?
Exactly.
I didn't even hear what I said. Explain how I can see
You
Jupiter.
didn't even hear what I said. I'm just drunk.
Keep talking.
There's
Don't
one.
Explain how I can see Jupiter's moons casting shadows on it. Explain that.
Explain to me how they are not lights in the sky again.
See, you don't answer a fucking question with a
Well,
question.
we gotta understand terms, don't we, boss?
On Jupiter from its moons.
Hold on, man. Now you're just getting mad at yourself, dude.
Hold on, I've
It's
literally
an inability to express yourself. You should read more.
And
No, I
your
don't-
mic sucks, by the way.
Sure.
I used to give him a taste of his own medicine. I used to just give
Tim,
him
I
a
took
taste
a
of his own
picture of
medicine.
Jupiter and its moons. Don't they
So-
look like lights in the sky, bro? Have a look.
Explain it. Congratulations. Can't explain.
Look at the 11 o'clock, 0:00 past the hour.
Congratulations.
That's my picture. I took that.
You know
What does that
can't-
look like to you?
You know what? Avoid the question. You can't explain it.
Your original question was,
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. Explain how I could see Jupiter's moons casting shadows on Jupiter. Explain how I could see the moons casting shadows on it through my telescope. Explain how if I come out every 4 hours or so, I could actually witness Jupiter's rotation. Explain it. Go ahead.
What do you want me to explain? I just took a picture of it. I'm agreeing with you. I'm the one that says there's a separation between what we call planets and what we call stars. And I'm telling you, the stars look like lights in the sky. That's indisputable. Are you disputing that? That the stars look like lights in the sky?
Planets do not look like lights in the sky.
I agree with you, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you about the stars.
How are planets' moons casting shadows on it if they're just lights in the sky? I want you to explain that. How do I see Jupiter's moons casting shadows on it and witness?
Why are you being confrontational, man? I agreed with you. I'm agreeing with you. I think the moon looks like a solid object. I think the planets are solid objects. Are you tracking with me now?
Yeah.
Right? Except the gaseous ones. Now, I'm asking you about the stars. Would you not agree with me that when you look at the stars through a telescope or a P900, would you not agree that they look like lights in the sky?
Well, yeah, a star is a light in the sky. That's
okay. That's what I'm trying to say, yeah. So we're in agreement there.
Planets look exactly how we're shown if you have a telescope and you know what the hell you're doing. I could see the rings of Saturn. I've looked through my telescope and seen the rings of Saturn. I've looked at Jupiter and seen the moons casting shadows on it.
I filmed the rings of Saturn, bro. I'm agreeing with you. You're not listening. I filmed the rings of Saturn with my P900. So there's something up there called Saturn that floats around that has a ring on it. Yes. But we don't know what that is. And I'll tell you one thing, it can't be what they say it is, Tim. A gas. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Gas in a vacuum, Tim.
We know what it is. We sent probes to it.
No, you don't. Somebody sent something there that they told you they did, and you believe it. You're not thinking logically.
Oh, they sent probes to it. We're able to calculate where the probes are and fucking send radio signals to it to know what they're telling us is true.
Yeah, is that how they figured out how many
what's
people
Jupiter?
died?
What do they tell us Jupiter is?
Christ.
What do they tell us Jupiter is, bro?
Giant gas planet.
In where? In what location?
In space.
And what is space, they tell us?
I don't know. If Earth is flat, where's flat Earth at?
You see how you're changing the subject when you know that it's impossible? you know your mind just did a Scooby-Doo there. You know that it's illogical, right? You can't have gas giant in a vacuum. You know that, bro.
No, I'm playing your game. I'm asking you a question with a question. You ask me a question, I'll ask you a question. I'll play that game.
No, we were talking about Jupiter. Why did you flip it over to flat Earth?
I don't know. Why do you always ask me a question with a question?
No, you brought up Jupiter, bro, and I posted you a picture that I've taken. And I agreed with you that the moons, they could be solid, they look solid, whatever in the pictures. Then I asked you, what is Jupiter? You said it's a gas ball, right? And then you refused to answer the question of where it's at.
I said I could see the moon's casting shadows on it. And I said, explain that. And you did not explain. How can I see the moons of Jupiter casting shadows on it? You never
I'll explain it. Listen carefully now, right?
Explain
if
it.
they're moons, if they're solid objects, it's the same way the moon does, like any other moon in your model. Okay, are we clear with that now? Was that an answer to your question?
Congratulations. Moons around
Okay, now
Jupiter.
answer my question now. How can you have a giant gas ball in a vacuum?
Gravity.
You see what I mean, bro? You got to believe in fantasy.
Yeah, like millions of people on Earth have jobs dependent on gravity. It's not a fantasy. Gravity is empirically measured. It's also called the law of gravity. So gravity exists. People literally have jobs depending on gravity. So explain how it's not true. So
Okay, bro. Can you demonstrate this? Can you show me a demonstration of a gas ball in a vacuum, please?
Gravity.
What do you mean gravity? I'm asking you for a demonstration of a gas ball in a vacuum.
So you want me to create another planet to prove you wrong?
So it's unfalsifiable. You can't show it, or you can't, right? It's impossible. You just got to believe in it, right?
You're asking for the impossible because we are on Earth, right? We're on the planet Earth. Earth has gravity. In order to create gravity stronger than Earth's gravity, I'll have to create another planet to prove you wrong. So you're asking me literally to create another planet to prove that gravity exists and that it could form around a ball.
No, negative. That's what you think you have to do. I'm asking you for a practical demonstration of this belief that you have. Because I know it's my turn, please. Tim, let's go back and forth. I'm showing you that in physics, in the physical world that we know, this cannot happen.
No physics agrees with you. No physics agrees with you. No physics scientist agrees with you. Nothing in science agrees with you. So why do you bring up physics when they don't even agree with you?
Okay, show me a demonstration then. If I'm wrong and they don't agree with me, show me.
How?
Why are you getting upset? Why are you getting triggered? Why are you getting upset?
Because you're fucking irritating. I'm on Earth. Earth has its own gravity. In order for me to show you a ball with gravity, I have to create another planet.
Well, that's not my problem. You have a claim, right? You believe. Can I talk, bro, or not? Or is it going to be all you?
Prove you're wrong. Okay? Get a telescope. Look at the other planets. There's your proof.
You see, you can't prove it. You can't falsify your claim. All you're saying is, look there, look up there, that light up there, right? That gas ball is in a vacuum, and you want me to believe it just by you pointing at it. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way, bro.
It's not a light. Look through a fucking telescope. Learn how to use it. It's not a light. So you're telling me all astronomy is wrong, all physics is wrong, all scientists are wrong because you watch some YouTube videos.
Not a light. It's a gas. We agreed it's a gas planet, right? It's a gas giant ball. We agreed on that, right?
Planets are not just gas. You know that, right?
Sorry?
Other planets are not just gas, just Jupiter.
Yeah, but we were talking about Jupiter, and I posted a picture of it. You brought it up, right?
Yeah, I said I said I could see Jupiter's moons casting shadows on it. Explain that. And you still have yet to explain how I could see shadows casting on Jupiter from its moons. You still have not explained that. You
But I
keep
did 5 minutes ago. Did you not remember? We
No,
went through that and you agreed, and then we said, like, we agreed on it.
No. How
Yeah, I
did you?
told you it's like the moon. If it's a solid object, if Jupiter's moons are
Right now-
rotating like they're going around the Earth, right?
Cool. You agreed that Jupiter's
Cool.
moons are solid
Calm-
object, and it's
Calm
not.
down. Bro, you're very excited. I don't think I've said one sentence that you hadn't cut off. You know that?
Yeah.
I don't think I spoke once and you hadn't cut me off.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we agreed on the moons. We went through this before. If they're moons like the moon we have here on Earth, then we can explain the shadow that you're saying. It's really not a shadow because there's no shadow there. It just shows half the moon's lit, right? Or half gone. So that's gone. We agree on that. That's finished. Moon here, moon there, right? Let's not talk about this again, right? Now we're talking about the giant vacuum, the giant ball of gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, and your point?
How is that possible?
Gravity.
Gravity. So you think that you can just point to something, a gas ball in a vacuum, and say gravity, but you can't reproduce it, you can't falsify it, right? So you're just making a claim which is not yours. Somebody told you this, and I'm questioning it, and you think something's wrong there.
I'm an astronomer. Nobody just told me this. I learned it. I studied it.
Okay, and you believe that it's possible to have a gas ball in a vacuum? You know that's not possible. You know every inch of your brain is telling you, no way, man, that's not possible.
You're interrupting me now. I'm on Earth. I cannot create a little ball on Earth and show you gravity on a little ball when Earth's gravity is overcoming that. So you're asking me to create a planet to prove gravity.
Because you just cannot demonstrate.
Because on Earth has its own gravity that overcomes everything that's on Earth. So I can't get a basketball, I can't get a bowling ball, I can't get a ball 200 miles in circumference on Earth without Earth's gravity fucking with it. So
Correct.
in other words,
so you can't demonstrate your claim. I agree
exactly,
with you.
because Earth's gravity will overcome that ding dong. We're on Earth. Everybody on this planet. Everybody on this planet is on Earth. Earth's gravity will not overcome anything that you put on Earth. So you're asking me to create another planet to prove you wrong.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm just showing you that all you have is a belief. You can't demonstrate it. You can't falsify it. All you can do is point there and say, look, there's my belief in a giant gas ball in a vacuum.
I can see it. We can
No, you
measure
can't
it.
see it. No.
Yeah, I can't see it. I'm an amateur astronomer. I can literally see Jupiter. I can literally see the moon's casting shadows on it. I can literally see Jupiter's rotation. Literally.
Me too. I filmed it. I filmed it and I showed you a picture.
Gravity is empirical, measured. Millions of people on this planet have jobs depending on gravity. It's measurable. It's repeatable. And all that. Millions of people have jobs depending on gravity. And
if you're talking about what makes things... Oh, I thought you were done. If you're talking about what when you throw something up and fall down, and you want to call that gravity, yeah, okay, fine. You can call that. No, we're not in argument with that. It's another thing to show a giant gas ball in a vacuum. That's an assumption. That's a belief. You can't show it. You can't demonstrate it. You can't falsify it.
Yeah, we can.
Therefore,
yeah, we can.
by definition, it's a belief.
No, it's not a belief. Get a fucking telescope and learn what the fuck you're doing.
You can look at a telescope. You can see what you see, but there's no way to prove what you're saying. It's impossible. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
How's
prove
it
it.
not? Who says it's not? Who says it's not possible?
Me.
You?
Now prove it. Prove your claim.
You said it's not possible?
Yes.
And what are your credentials on astronomy?
No, you make a claim.
Oh, you have
right?
no credentials. So you have no credentials on astronomy, and you want me to prove astronomy to somebody that doesn't know shit about astronomy, right?
No, I want you to prove your claim, sir.
You know, I
Your
want you to
claim
prove
is-
flat Earth. I want you to prove flat Earth. Show me some measurements of flat Earth. I want to give you the same shit you give us. Show proof of flat Earth. Give me some
the
measurements.
Earth is not flat. I can show you the contrary. I can show you proof that the Earth is not flat. How do you like that?
So, what shape do you think it is?
I don't make a shape claim. Now, back to what we were talking about.
I know.
Nice
I know why.
Nice try of deflection.
Hold on. I know
you're
why you
mistaking
don't
me
make.
for flat Earth.
Hold on.
Now, I'm not
hold
a
on.
flat
I
Earth.
know. I know why you don't make
Jupiter.
it. Hold on. I know why you don't make a claim because you have no evidence for your claim. All flat earthers are starting to say, "I'm not a flat earther. I just don't believe the globe." Because you can't prove a flat Earth.
Negative.
You have no evidence of anything other than the Earth being a globe. Period.
Negative.
You have
sir.
no
I
evidence
don't
for your
make it-
belief.
I don't. Are you going to let me
I don't
talk?
make
or
the
are you gonna
claim.
keep mumbling
Yeah, you
on?
don't make the claim. You don't make the claim because that excludes you from giving me evidence. If you don't make the claim,
listen. I'll tell you why.
if you don't give me a claim, you can't give me evidence.
Okay, if you keep
So you have
interrupting
no
me,
evidence
I'm
for
going to
shit.
stop talking to you. Okay, so the reason why I don't make an Earth claim, an Earth-shaped claim, is because I haven't seen the Earth in its entirety. Therefore, I cannot make an Earth-shaped claim. You get it?
I have no fucking idea what the actual shape is. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
How? How do you
What do
know
you
it's
mean,
not
how?
a globe? If you don't know what the actual shape of the Earth is, how in the fuck do you know it's not a globe? Because you don't know what shape it is. So how do you know it's not a globe?
It could be any. Listen to me. It could be any
So
shape.
why can't it be a globe?
It could be. It could be a
Okay.
triangle. It could be a rectangle.
So
it could
why
be
do
an
you deny the
octagon.
globe? Why do you deny the globe then?
Listen,
You know we
listen
have
very carefully.
You know
to
we
what
have
I'm gonna
pictures
tell- I'm
from
going to
space
tell
of
you
the Earth,
again.
right?
I know
We
you're
have
very
pictures from
triggered.
space from the Earth, right? You know this,
There
right?
is no way to make a shape claim if you haven't seen the entirety of the shape. Do
We
you not
have
understand that?
pictures of the Earth from space.
That's what you think. That's what you
No,
think.
that's what
That's
I
what
know.
somebody gave you.
No, that's what I know because I know how to tell the difference between fake photos and real photos because I'm a fucking photographer and a fucking amateur astronomer. I know how to
Oh, you're a
take fucking
photographer?
photos.
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on. Hold on. Do you see my avatar, the picture of the Golden Gate Bridge with the lights streaming down? You see my
Okay.
avatar? Okay. You see the lights streaming down the Golden Gate Bridge? On my
Go
avatar.
on about it.
A picture is
avatar.
not edited. An image is edited.
Okay, you see the
There's a
Golden Gate
difference.
Bridge on my avatar. You see the Golden Gate Bridge, right?
Okay, what about it?
You see the light streaming down?
Okay.
How do you think I knew how to do that? Because I know fucking photography and I'm an astronomer. Amateur astronomer, sorry. I'll correct. I knew how to make the car lights look like one stream. Not individual cars. I knew how to adjust my camera to make it a fucking stream. I know photography and I'm a fucking amateur astronomer. I know how to point out fake fucking pictures. Therefore, the pictures I've seen of Earth, I could tell if they're fake or not because I'm not dumb.
Holy cow, man. Bro, take it easy. Can you tell me which adjustment in your camera or your telescope tells you what Jupiter is made out of? Please?
Telescopes don't tell you what planets are made out of.
So how do you know? You have a picture of it, right? You looked at it through your telescope. Wow. And it is a spectacular sight. When I first saw it, I was like
the fact that you think hold on,
bro, can you not let anybody what is your problem, man? Tell me. What is your problem?
If you ask the question, when you ask the question, you got to let the person answer. When you ask the question and I try to answer it, you got to shut the fuck up. So when you ask me a question and I try to answer, it's not me interrupting you. It's you just not stopping to let me answer your question. You said, how do you know Jupiter's this? I start trying to answer the question. You're like, oh, you're interrupting. No, I'm not interrupting because you asked the question. I was trying to answer and you wouldn't be quiet long enough for me to answer the fucking question.
Okay,
Jesus,
go
fucking
ahead.
Christ.
You're very triggered. You're very emotional.
No,
But
I'm
go
not
ahead.
triggered. I'm cracking the fuck up.
Okay, go
Telescopes do not tell you what planets are fucking made of. I don't know where you got that idea from.
Okay, so how do you know?
Goddamn, I can't even say the fucking word. So don't quote me. Spectroscopy, whatever. Fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Spectroscopy, you're trying to say. Okay.
Yeah, see, you
All
can't
right.
even say it either. You know what I'm saying?
I just did.
It's the
Listen,
fucking light.
Spectroscopy. Spectroscopy.
Yeah, lights will fucking, like, lights fucking will tell you what shit's made out of. Spectroscopy. Yeah, you know what I'm fucking, I can't say it.
Yeah,
For
I
the
won't
life
hold
of
it
me.
against you. I get
For the life of
tongue-tied
me, you know what
sometimes.
I'm saying, though. But, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. You can't say it, I can't say it, so don't fucking laugh at me if you
I
can't
said
say
it 3 times in a row. You want me to say it again?
Yeah, you didn't say it either. You fucked up too.
Spectroscopy.
Yeah, that kind
Hey,
of.
don't hurt yourself now.
But you know what I'm saying. That's
Anyways,
exactly
let's
what I'm
not do
saying.
this. So what? So you think
Because-
spectroscopy tells you what Jupiter is, correct?
So you think people that studied this and know exactly what it is and have spent their whole life making their life depending on this are wrong? Is that what you're telling me? You think spectroscopy, goddamn it, whatever is wrong?
No, what I'm
Because-
telling you is that it's not a definitive science. People think
How do you know?
it is.
How do you know? How do you know?
How do I know? Okay, how
Yeah,
do you know that it's real? How do you know that it's real?
Do you go to Pizza Hut guy to fucking figure out what's wrong with your car when it breaks down?
That's not the question. The pizza, I can go and taste it. And the car, I can fix
I have a
it.
point
I can
here.
see it.
I have a point here. Do you go to the Pizza Hut guy to figure out what's wrong with your car when it breaks down? No. Do I go to fucking people that know what the fuck they're talking about? Yes. Do I go to people on YouTube that has no education whatsoever in this fucking field? No. So I'm going to bleed the people that's been spending their life studying this shit over you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have
Okay,
no
fair enough,
studies
fair
in
enough.
it.
Let me
You have
answer.
no
Let me answer.
you have no education in it. You have no studies in it. So I'm going to go with the people that spent their life studying this shit and that they
Fair
know
enough.
what
When
they're
it
talking
comes-
about.
Bro, can you stop talking? Fair enough. But how do you know? Because we know the mechanic knows his stuff, right? We know the shoemaker knows his stuff, right? We know the dentist knows his stuff. But how do you know that the man who took a picture, right, he did a spectroscopy reading, let's say. How do you know that that man knows what he's talking about without him ever being
How do you
there?
know he doesn't?
Just looking. Answer my question, bro.
No, I'm gonna play your game. I want to play the ask a question with the question. How do you know he doesn't know what he's talking about?
That's simple. Now, don't say I didn't answer.
How do you know he doesn't?
I'm going to answer. Are you going to let me answer?
No, how do you know he doesn't?
Are you going to let me answer or are you going to interrupt me?
Are you going to ask me? Are you going to answer how he doesn't know what he's talking about?
I'm going to answer your direct question. How he doesn't know. Yes. You ready?
Yep. How does he not know what he's talking about?
Okay, I'm going to give you proof positive how he doesn't know. You ready?
Yeah.
Because he hasn't been there to check.
Oh,
That's how he doesn't know.
I haven't been to Africa, so does that not exist? That's a fucking weak argument. Because I haven't been to Africa, apparently Africa doesn't exist. What's your point?
No, buddy. You
That's a weak
think
argument.
you can get away with
because,
it? No.
Because he hasn't been to the stars, he can't know what he's talking about. So since I haven't been to Africa,
yes.
it must not exist.
No,
Weak
that's
argument,
a non sequitur. That's called a non.
No, it's not a non sequitur. That's your fucking logic. If you can't go there,
you can go to
nothing
Africa,
exists.
my friend, but you can't go to Jupiter.
No, your logic is he didn't go there, so it doesn't exist. So since I haven't been to Africa, it doesn't exist.
That's a straw man.
No, it's not a straw man. That's your fucking logic.
Negative. You can go to Africa and see that it exists, but you'll never, ever in your lifetime.
No, I can't. I can't go to Africa.
No,
I don't have the money or even want to go to Africa, so no, I can't go to Africa. Now what?
That's your argument, really? This is your argument.
You said I can go to Africa. No, I can't. Are you going to pay for me to go to Africa?
I can pay for your ticket. I can pay for your ticket.
Okay, pay for my ticket. Prove that it exists.
Why should I pay for your own ticket? You cheap.
I don't know.
You know what?
Why should I have to pay? Why should I have to pay to fucking send a probe up into space and create it to prove your point? Why should I have to pay for that shit when other people's already done it?
You're cornered here. You don't know what to say.
No, I'm not cornered.
Yeah,
I'm not
cornered.
cornered.
You have to accept the belief.
No, I don't.
You have to accept the story of.
No, I don't.
You do. You have no choice.
Why do I have to pay? Why do I have to pay for something people already done to prove you wrong when you can't pay for me to prove you wrong?
You see, you have no argument. Now you're denying the existence of Africa and you're comparing it to Jupiter.
Yeah. So
you know
you're
that's nonsense. You know.
So you're gonna get.
Africa exists. You know a lot of people have been to Africa.
Hold on.
You've
so you're
seen
gonna give me
documentaries in Africa: lions, cheetahs, hyenas. You know it exists, but yet you're trying to.
Yeah. Well,
do this
we've seen pictures.
I mean,
we've seen pictures of Jupiter from fucking satellites. Prove that it exists. What's your point? We've seen pictures from probes going. We've seen pictures from probes going to Jupiter to prove that it exists. We've seen pictures from people going to Africa to prove that it exists. What's your point?
You've seen
that's
images.
A very weak argument. If you're trying to compare Africa,
I'm using your fucking argument. Oh my god!
The way you're interrupting me and the way you're getting mad and triggered, it just shows that you just have no argument and you're just getting mad and triggered.
Because you can't answer my question. You said
I did.
You said people have gone to Africa and have pictures, therefore it exists. Well, we have probes that's gone to Jupiter taking pictures, so we know it exists. But my argument, you said, nuh-uh. Your argument is apparently valid for some.
Okay, now let's see if you can not interrupt me and let me answer your question. Ready? Because you can verify the pictures from Africa by going there yourself, and you cannot do the same for Jupiter.
Yeah, you can.
You can go to Jupiter?
Don't have to.
Don't have to.
No, I'm a photographer. I could tell if fucking pictures are fake or not. I mean, there's literally an app. You can literally download an app to tell if pictures are fake or not. Why haven't you guys done that?
Yeah, I'll grant you.
I don't need to go there to know it's real.
Bro,
I'm a photographer. I could tell.
Bro.
Hold on. I'm a photographer. I could tell if pictures are real or not. And I've seen flat Earth debates with like Fight the Flat Earth and MC Toon and fucking Red's Rhetoric, where they put CGI and real pictures and ask flat earthers to say which ones are real or fake. You know what? You guys suck at determining what's CGI and fake. You guys literally suck at that. I know what's real and what's not.
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. It proves you guys can't tell what's CGI and fake. You guys just say fake and believe it. I'm a fucking photographer. I could tell if pictures are real because I'm a photographer.
Okay.
Period.
So you take a picture.
I don't need to go there.
Bro, can you stop talking for like 30 seconds, please? Thank you. So you take a picture of Jupiter. You determine it's real, right? It's a real picture of Jupiter, just like the one I posted. I can assure you it's real. Now what? You have a real picture. How does that in any way, shape, or form prove what Jupiter actually is without going there to verify it? Please answer the question.
How can I prove that Australia is real without going there to verify it?
You get on a plane. and you go there and you verify it. You can do this with Australia.
Well, with Jupiter, I could get on fucking pretty much. Well, there's like a whole bunch of space agencies. I get on their website. A lot of space agencies have sent probes to Jupiter, and I could look at it and verify it. There you go.
But you cannot, but not a person. It can't actually be verified. You have to believe in a story of an agency that sent something millions and millions of miles. So you cannot verify it. Cannot be verified.
All I have to know is whether a picture is real or not. And if I can verify a picture is real, then it's real. If I don't know how to verify if a picture is real or not, then I have no argument. But me, on the other hand, I know how to verify if a picture is real or not, and those pictures are real. So now what's your argument?
So if I have a picture of a lion in Africa and you verify it's real, does that mean Africa is real?
Well, Essie, this is very simple. Why don't we just give him the video of the guy who created the blue marble, and he will walk through it step by step how he used Photoshop to create the blue marble, and then we can show him.
No, see, now you're already lying. You're already lying. There's a duplicate. Hold on. There's a duplicate of the blue marble that was recreated. The original of the blue marble was taken on an actual camera, and the negatives are in a museum, and you can't fake negatives. If you could tell me how you can fake negatives from a picture, let me know. But the original blue marble that was taken in 1960, whatever, the negatives are at a museum. The duplicate of the duplicate of the blue marble, yep, was so. If you stand 2 feet from a building, can you take the entire picture of the building? No, you can't.
Let me ask you this: Can I set up? Tim, 1 second. Tim, 1 second. Can I set something up? Take a photograph of it that has a negative reel, and then use that reel to see, like, to show you what I took a photograph of.
If you have a negative, tell me how you can fake.
If I am in a studio and I set something up to make it look like whatever I want it to look like, and I take a photograph of it, does the thing that I create become real? Like, if I claim that it's a dragon and it's a real dragon, I made it look real and I did all these things, but I showed you a negative of it. Is that proof? Or is it just proof that I took a photograph of something?
Hold on. So explain how they took a picture of Earth with an actual camera that has negatives that are in a museum.
No, I'm just saying. Isn't it possible?
No,
I'm just saying. Isn't it possible to take a photograph of something? Let's say I recreate Earth. I make something that looks like Earth. I take a photograph of it, and I send the reel to a museum, and I say, "Hey, this is what our satellite made." Isn't that entirely in the realm? Like, isn't that in the realm of possibility?
Well said.
If you're a photographer, you'll know damn well the Earth was way closer. Is painted on a wall.
You would never know. How would you know that?
It doesn't matter. Whatever picture of the Earth, whatever fake picture of the Earth you're taking, if it's close to you, because you want to make it seem like it's far away, if you take a picture of it, any real photographer can point out the flaws. Period. So you cannot take a picture of the Earth that distance. And also, which here's the funny thing. Also, like millions of fucking college students every year bounce a laser beam off the reflectors that were left there. Also, here's another funny thing. Ham radio operators track the conversations, and every fucking nation on the earth tracked our progress going to the fucking moon. If we lied about it, they would call us out. Why did they all agree?
So a ham radio?
Yeah, do you know how ham radios work?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So then you should know they can't fake that. If somebody's actually going to...
You know the range and the amount of power it takes for a ham radio to operate at a certain distance?
Oh my God. So apparently you don't know shit about ham radios.
Because it can go infinite. It can just go forever. Is that what you're saying?
Did I say it could go forever?
No, but I'm asking you, how much power does it take for a ham radio, and how far does it go? How big of an antenna do you need on your house or wherever you are to reach how far?
You know what? Look up how ham radios work and get back
No,
to
I
me.
do. I
No, the
understand.
question,
one.
the question
I
you
own
just
ham
asked me
radios. I
made me
understand.
hold on. The question you just asked me made me laugh, which tells me you don't know shit about ham radios. So
what would
do a little research. Hold on, do a little research, and then come back and ask me the same question. Because flat earthers apparently do their own research, which apparently they don't. So I'm not going to explain this to you. This is why 8 billion. Hold on. This is why 8 billion people on the planet disagree with you. This is why every scientist, every astronomer, every ship captain, every airline pilot, every fucking geodetic surveyor disagrees
Can you
with
stop
you.
doing that, please, bro?
Hold
Come
on.
on. Stop doing that.
There's no physicists in the world. There's no science in the world that agrees with you guys. And just to
Yeah,
make
we
you guys
know.
just,
No one agrees with that. We know.
and
We know.
all I have to do to make flat Earth disappear is just hang up my goddamn phone, and flat Earth will no longer exist in the real world. I've never met a real flat earther in my fucking entire life. There's a reason for that.
So since you don't want to answer the radio question, hold on, bro. You can't
I
just
gave you
keep
an
on
answer.
going and going. Okay?
No,
You can't just
no,
keep doing that.
I'm doing what you guys do. Do your own fucking research. I'm gonna play that card. You want to know
So you
how ham
refuse to answer
radios
the
work?
radio question. How about the
If you want to
photography
know,
question?
if you want to
You say
know,
you're a
if
photographer,
you want to
right?
know, if you want to know how ham
Bro,
radios
you
work,
can't keep talking over people. Do you understand that?
you ask me a question. You ask me a question. I'm trying to answer.
Okay,
If
go
you want to
ahead.
know how ham radios work, do a 2-second Google search and then get back
Okay,
to me.
fine. Understood. Now, you don't want to talk about that. You said you're a photographer. You mentioned the moon, right?
Yep.
Would you care to discuss the photography on the moon?
What about it?
Okay. So, do you know what kind of camera they used for the photography on the moon?
Why the fuck would I use a camera to look at the moon? See, this is your guys' problem. You think cameras.
You said they left, bro.
You think
What is wrong
no?
with you, man?
Hold on. You guys think cameras are a fucking telescope? I said I looked at the
Who
moon
said
through my
that?
telescope, not a camera. You just said camera
You
looking at
said
the
there's
moon.
reflectors left on the moon, right? Didn't you say that?
Yeah, but you
Okay,
don't
and I
use.
told you, would you care to discuss the photography on the moon? Not the photography from the Earth taken of the moon. On the moon, the photography that the astronauts took during their spacewalk on the moon.
What about it?
Okay. Do you know what camera they used for that? Okay, if you don't, no problem. I'll tell you. They used a Hasselblad camera, right?
There's different, but they also took videos too. So
I'm
that was
talking
a trick
about
question.
the photography camera specifically.
Yeah, the Hasselblad camera that they took from they took a picture of the Earth that has negatives. Yeah, but the photography, the actual videos on the moon were taken from actual video recorders that were protected and all that shit.
I'm not talking
So,
about the video. I'm talking the camera specifically. You said you were a photographer, yes?
Mhm.
Have you ever taken like pictures with film, not digital today? Because you do know that those cameras. First of all, do you know what those cameras
Well, it's
were?
all
Were they digital or
today,
were they
but
film?
you can't even get fucking film today. So the shit I've been taking recently has all been digital. What's your point?
No, I'm asking you. Do you know what they used on the moon? If it was film or digital, the Hasselblad cameras.
The pictures of the Earth was an actual freaking camera.
No, pictures that they took on the moon. On the moon. You know, they
Those
took
were
pictures on the
those
moon.
were videos. Those were videos from a video recorder on the moon. not pictures. They're fucking videos. You can literally watch videos of them, whatever they're doing.
I think you're not listening. I am not talking about the videos. I am specifically talking about the pictures because you said you were a photographer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're talking about the cameras that they took the pictures from. Do you know if they were digital or if they used film? If you don't know, tell me and I'll tell you, bro.
They used film back in the day because there was no digital back in the 60s.
Okay, so they used film. All right. Now, do you know what the conditions that there is on the moon, right?
Yeah, and you know that they protected those films from the conditions on the moon, right?
How? How did they protect them? And for what conditions did they protect them?
You serious? You don't think you don't think NASA realized, hey, we're in zero gravity, we're in space, we got some radiation. This film could be fucked up. That film was protected by fucking lead and all that shit. So what's your point?
That film was protected with lead and all that shit? That's your answer?
So they didn't know how to
Or you're
protect
just
it?
assuming?
No, I'm not assuming. There's evidence. I don't assume, I go on evidence, dude.
Okay, so where's the evidence that they put lead to protect the film in the camera, please? Can you show me that?
Yeah, fucking 2 seconds of Google search will show you all the information.
Sure, go for it. Can you please provide it? I'm interested
Yeah,
because I've been looking at this
once again,
for years.
a 2 second Google search will show you how they did it.
Okay, show me.
So you want me to get on my phone and try to fucking blah blah, which I can't do while I'm on my phone at this moment. Seriously, get on your phone, say, how did NASA protect the cameras on the moon? You get your fucking answer. Jesus. See, technology made a
many
smart
times,
guy.
my friend. I think you're in the wrong saloon, buddy.
No,
I think
I'm
you're
not
in
in the wrong
the wrong
saloon.
saloon. You're gonna figure out that pretty
See,
soon.
we all thought internet would make people smarter, but yeah, you guys proved us wrong. Congratulations.
That was an
If you want to
add-on.
know,
That was an
how they,
add-on.
no, seriously, when you hang up with me or when we're done with this conversation, get on your phone, get on your computer, whatever, and say, how did NASA protect the cameras from fucking space? And it'll fucking tell you.
Listen to my answer, okay? You have a problem with listening.
No,
I
don't.
have done that. I have done that for years, and I have not found any evidence of what you just claimed, sir, of them using lead in the Hasselblad camera to protect the film. If you care to show evidence of your claim, that would be nice.
Really? Because I did. The first Google search I said is like how they protect the camera on the moon, and I got a fucking answer right away. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Show me the answer where it says lead.
How can I do that? Literally, tell me. Please explain. I'm literally on my phone talking to you live.
Down, dude.
Explain how can I do that?
Calm down, dude. I'll do it. I'm driving. I'm going 80. I did it. You want me to read what they say? I'll read it. My Google search was, how did NASA protect film on the moon? First quote that comes up, no special protection for photographic films during the Apollo missions. Now what you want me to Google search? There, big guy?
Hold on.
Say again?
Oh, now he's
Mr.
gonna search it.
Leadhead?
Give me a second.
Now he's
Yeah,
gonna
no
search
problem. Well, I'll tell
Hold on,
you
give me a
what, take
second.
all the time you need, Mr. Leadhead. You act like we haven't been researching this for years.
If I get disconnected, bite me.
Yeah, Leadhead. You can't do it. I'm driving. I did
Hold
it.
on. Shh. Be quiet.
Lead?
Are you
serious?
Don't talk. Hold on.
Don't tell me what to do. I can talk while you're trying to research on your phone.
Everybody should
Well, I
talk.
can't if you're talking, ding dong, because if you're talking, it's going to interrupt what I'm trying to say.
Ding dong. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
No, seriously. If I'm trying to talk to my phone and you're talking, it's going to fuck it up.
It's going to fuck up your phone if I'm
Yeah,
talking.
dude, he's got a dial-up phone.
I'm doing talk to speech. Yes, it will.
You got one of them Galaxy phones? You got a Galaxy or Verizon?
Oh my God, are you dumb? If you're talking while I'm trying to talk to my phone, it's going to fuck it up. How dumb are you?
No, I'm not dumb. You got a Galaxy phone?
Okay, be quiet then. Be quiet for 2 seconds.
Yeah, I can talk, but I'm not dumb, man. I'm educated.
Be quiet for 2 seconds.
You got any more questions for me?
No, be quiet for 2 seconds.
I bet you got one of them Galaxy phones.
Oh my God, you cannot be quiet for 2 seconds, can you?
You got one of them Galaxy phones, man.
Yeah, can't be quiet for 2 seconds.
Are
Thanks
you
for
eating a
proving my
Mars
fucking
bar?
point. You want me to prove my point and you won't shut up for 2 seconds. Are you afraid that I'm going to fucking Google you wrong?
I'm not scared of you. I'm not
Okay,
scared of
then
you.
shut the fuck up so I could talk to my phone.
You
Shut
want me
up.
to be quiet so you can talk to your phone?
Yeah, well,
your phone that it's
I'm trying to Google something. I'm asking Google to do something. If I'm asking Google to do something and you're talking, it's going to fuck it up, ding dong.
Is that how it works on those Galaxy phones while you're eating a Mars bar?
Oh my God, you're retarded. Hey, here, get on your phone and say, Google, do this, and I'm going to talk the entire time and see how that works for you.
Be quiet. Be quiet
No,
while I Google.
I don't give a shit what phone you're on. Get on Google and ask it a question. I'm going to keep talking and see how that works for you.
I just Googled something while you were blabbing something about lead.
No, you didn't fucking Google shit.
What would you like me to
Read
Google?
what I Googled. You want me to take a screenshot, Mr. Galaxy Bar? Lead. They protected it with lead. That's the best you could come up with?
Hey,
If you guys would shut up for a second, I'll tell you exactly how they did it. But
Tell
you
you
guys
what, I
can't
could
be
shut
quiet
up
for
for a
2
million
seconds.
seconds. You come up with
You
something
guys are
better than lead. I'll be
afraid.
quiet for the
You're
year.
so scared. You don't want me to look up how
Yeah,
they
I'm
did it.
scared. You're
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
straight from
Then
the
shut
script.
the
You
fuck
act
up
like
so I
we
can
haven't
look up how they
researched
did it, asshole.
Just mute him.
Maybe call me another name while you chew on your Mars bar and Google stuff on the Galaxy phone that gets messed up by me talking.
I have a Galaxy phone, so therefore you're another idiot that just
I
assumes
bet you're
shit.
eating a Mars bar though. Prove me wrong.
No, not a Mars bar.
You chewing Galaxy gum?
He's
Nope,
got
not Galaxy.
He's got the Ladybug phone that has 4 buttons on it.
Nope, not a Ladybug phone.
Lead. They protected the film with lead.
Jesus, you
No, I
guys
haven't
are
heard that
scared.
one. I've been
You guys
asking
are
for years.
terrified.
I haven't
You
heard that
guys
one.
are terrified. Terrified.
Okay, go on. We'll give you 10 minutes of silence. Do your Google search.
No,
Ready?
you won't. Because
Go.
these guys
Yeah, we
can't
will.
get 10 minutes of
Yeah, we
shit.
will. Go.
No, you won't.
The funny part is everybody's being quiet while this dude
Not 10
Googles.
minutes. Thank you.
That was
Fucked it
a
up.
solid 20 seconds.
You
We're
said
supposed to
10
be-
minutes. You said
We're
10
supposed to be
minutes.
quiet
Fuck
for
off.
10 minutes while
Y'all
this
fucked up.
redhead
Yeah, you think we're
Way
gonna
to
keep
go.
quiet? Yeah,
You
we do.
fucked it up.
Yeah, please.
You said 10 minutes of silence. Y'all fucked up. Bite me. I'm done.
I promise you, I didn't give you 10 minutes of nothing, leadhead.
I didn't say you did.
Yeah.
Somebody fucking did. I don't know if it was you or not.
Yeah, it
But
wasn't
somebody
me.
said 10
Wrong
minutes of
again,
silence.
leadhead.
Yeah,
Hey,
see, you
leadhead.
can't shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, can
I
you?
wouldn't give
Shut
you
up.
10 minutes to do nothing for me. How about that?
Yeah,
Nothing.
exactly, because you're fucking terrified
No,
of
it's
me
because I
fucking
don't
proving
need
you
you for
wrong.
anything.
Hey, you
I
know
don't
what?
need
You know
for
what?
anything.
You know how delusional you
I
are?
wouldn't give you 10 seconds.
You know
That's
how
why I
delusional
butted in.
you are? You know how delusional you are? You think you're smarter than every scientist, every astronomer, every ship
No, I
captain,
don't.
every
I just
pilot,
think I'm
every
smarter than you.
You think you're
No, I just think I'm smarter than you, leadhead. See, I don't have to outrun all the bears. I just have to outrun you. The bear gets you.
He's
Hey,
coughing.
dude.
Let him
And you
cough.
know what? You know
We're
what
killing
happens?
trees.
You know what
He's
happens
letting
when
me
you
do
wake up tomorrow? Nobody will believe your shit.
You know what happens when I wake up tomorrow? I go to work.
Yeah, and nobody believes your shit. Now, do they?
Okay, so are you
Nobody.
gonna show us
any
proof of
Nobody
this
believes
lead
your
or what?
shit.
I tell you what
Nobody
I
believes
don't
your
tell
shit.
people is that they protected the film
Nobody
with
believes
lead.
your shit.
I don't tell anybody that when they took pictures on the moon, they protected the film with lead. That's what I don't tell people. So yeah, I don't want them to believe that. How about you, buddy? You just told everybody on here that they protected the film on the moon with lead. How you feel about that, sir? You want to recant your story?
Yeah, can't shut up for 2 minutes to me to prove you're wrong.
I'll take that bet.
Yeah, you couldn't even shut up for 10 minutes.
I'll take the bet if you're willing to take it with me.
I already did. You lost, dumbass. I'm not playing with you.
You lost when you said they protected the film with lead. And you can't Google unless everybody be's quiet for 10 minutes because you're on a Galaxy phone while you're eating a Mars bar.
Yeah, Tim, if you want to respond, go ahead. But we don't do all the personal attacks and that stuff here.
I was told you guys would be quiet for 10 minutes while I fucking looked up and explained to you how they did it.
All right.
And within 30 seconds, somebody fucking interrupted.
All right,
Yeah, we
Tim,
have
here's
to
the
be
deal.
quiet for 10 minutes to Google something because if we're not quiet, his Google doesn't work.
Yeah, Tim, you've been causing quite a ruckus here for a while, so we're just going to leave you on mute. Maybe you've had too many drinks or whatever. If you can't manage yourself, so I'm gonna unmute you. Go ahead, talk your 30 minutes or 30 seconds or a minute, and then pass the mic. And if you can't do it, we're just gonna leave you on mute because we can't keep doing this and all the shenanigans. So go ahead, man.
Thank you. That's the only reason I came in is to put into the shenanigans. Anybody else got anything better on how they protected the film?
Hey,
Yeah, they
still
used
can't be
magic.
quiet. Still can't be quiet.
Tim, I gave you the floor. You've got the floor. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, I got the floor, but people are still talking, so they're fucking it up.
Okay. Well, we're not going to have the moderation have to keep muting.
No.
Right, here's the thing, dude. We're not going to have the moderation have to keep muting and unmuting and all that stuff. I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead. Say your piece. If you continue to cause issues, we're going to leave you on mute because we can't sit here and babysit people mute and unmute constantly. So go ahead. You have the floor. Respond to the point.
No, I did not have the fucking floor because people keep talking.
You have the floor. Go ahead.
No, I don't.
Going once, twice.
See? Already talking. I don't have the floor. At all.
He's not giving you a chance to go Google. He wants you to speak using your words.
You guys can't shut the fuck up, can you? You guys cannot literally be quiet for a second, can you?
This is a Discord server where people are supposed to be talking, not being quiet waiting for you. Do you read the room?
Yeah, he's trolling beyond trolling. Tim, you have the
No, you
floor.
proved my point. You proved my point. You guys can't shut up for 2 minutes. You proved my point. So I have nothing else to say.
Okay, then. Bye-bye now. Nice talking to you, brother.
Yeah, much love.
Next question. Does anybody have anything better on how they protected the film besides lead?
Yeah. What was their need to protect the film?
The radiation belt.
Well, that was the other question by SE, the conditions that the film is under, not just mentioning radiation, but the heat changes and all the dust and things like that. So you would obviously have to protect the camera's lens and the film, but we're talking about the film here. So he came up with lead. We've kind of moved on from that. So anybody else got anything besides the lead? Obviously, you have to protect the film.
You're
you have to protect the
presupposing
film here on Earth.
you're presupposing that it needs protection, right? So
Yeah, because the same film that they used on the moon, they use here on Earth. It's the same film, right? You have to protect it here on Earth, right? And the conditions aren't as extreme here on Earth. So obviously you'd have to protect the film on the moon. You agree?
So what's the protection here on Earth? Like a film canister? So would a film canister work on the moon?
Right. You keep it in room temperatures. You don't leave it in the trunk of your car. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm saying you're like bringing up all this stuff that maybe might impact
so you agree.
But
so you agree that you would protect it from temperature change, right?
I'm sure at some point you'd protect it. I don't know what the variable would
Okay,
be.
cool. So you just agreed they would have at some point on the moon they would have to protect it. Now, how is the question? Did they protect the film on the moon? Would you
Yeah.
agree that they would have to protect?
Well, I don't agree that they'd have to protect it on the moon. I think we'd have to determine
Just
the
did. You just
parameters.
did with temperature change.
I
You
think we'd
do
have to
agree that there's extreme temperature changes on the moon, right?
I think we'd have to determine at which temperatures would require an intervention.
More than the Earth, which is where they have to protect the film in the first place. So we move from the Earth. We bring the same exact film to the moon, which the temperature changes get more extreme, which by default you would have to protect them as much or more as you do on the Earth.
So anything
Just
that's outside of the Earth's temperature ranges automatically requires protecting. Am I getting that right?
Are you trolling?
I'm trying to understand your position. You're telling me that
Okay, my
temperature
position is you take
requires
film on the
protection.
Earth. Okay, listen, you want to hear? You ask the question. You're trying to understand my position. I think it's SE's also. You take the film from a conditioned room, right? Under certain conditions, which the film will last and work, right? You take it out and you put it in your trunk, which is an extreme temperature change, and the film fails, right? You agree with that?
Yeah. If you heat up film, I'd agree that it would definitely fail.
Would you agree that the moon or in outer space you have more extreme conditions and just temperature change than you would from taking from room temperature here on Earth to the trunk of your car? You agree with that?
I'd say there's different temperatures out there, but I don't know what temperatures we need to protect. Like, what is the operating temperature of the film?
You don't even know the operating temperature of a film, and you're trying to argue with me as if you know that you would have to protect it more when you go outer space than you would from a temperature controlled environment here on Earth to the trunk of your car. I mean, that's why I got you to agree to that, because
Well, I'm asking you, what's the temperature range of this film?
Why are you asking me? I'm proposing.
Well, you're telling me that it needs protecting, right?
You're agreeing with me, right?
No.
Then go get yourself a prized roll of film of your favorite pictures that you took of your little whatever animals, and go put it in the trunk of your car and see how it lasts.
The trunk of my car doesn't exist on the moon. I'm just asking you what the operating temperature of said film that you're telling me needs protecting is, since you are the expert.
Yeah, I know I'm not the expert. Quit playing your little games. I just know for a fact that if you take a roll of film and put it in the trunk of your car from a room controlled temperature, it's going to fail. Do you agree?
I would tend to agree that you could screw up film by heating it. Have I tested it?
Without protection.
Have I tested it?
Thank
No.
you.
But
Moving on. So we
I've had
don't
a
have to
tendency
ever
agree
go
with that.
back to there, right? So now we take that same pack of film, we take it to outer space, to the moon, where the temperature change would be greater.
So you don't get it, then it's impossible, right?
I'm not sure you're
Right?
talking. And if they're telling us the truth, if it's the same exact film, then it wouldn't work. Because
So
I know
since
how
you don't get it, it doesn't exist, right?
I had dark rooms. I mean, I know the chemical process. I know the temperature.
You don't know shit.
Yeah, I did. I don't know it anymore, right? I don't do dark rooms anymore because we have digital cameras now. But I had a dark room in my bathroom in George A's subdivision, upstairs, joining bathrooms with my brother. Dark room, process film.
And what
if you leave the film in the trunk of your car, on top of your hood on a sunny day from a controlled environment, you're not going to process that film anymore. It's going to ruin. You agreed already, correct?
Yeah, I thought you were an experienced photographer. You should know that. That's common knowledge, sir.
Just like film is better than digital.
That's another common knowledge.
It has
They
different
say, yeah.
variants. I promise you that.
But that's irrelevant. We're talking about heat getting damaged. Film getting damaged while heated. That's common knowledge, right? If you're a photographer, you should know this.
The same film that they use here on Earth in the same cameras they took up to the moon.
Correct.
That's what we're talking about, right? Not digital. I know you're trying, this is the game we play, right? We understand the game. But now it's easy for us to bypass that. We're talking about the film. Take from a controlled environment here on Earth, put it in your trunk or on top of your hood. It's going to ruin it. So now take that same film and put it up in space where the temperature changes are more harsh.
So the temperature changes purported. So the temperature changes purported for the moon supposedly 224 degrees Fahrenheit during the day or when the sun's on the moon to negative 298 degrees. So when you put in the trunk of your car, where it probably, let's say you're in Arizona in the summer, 120, 124 degrees, maybe a little bit higher.
Give him more. Give him 140, 150.
Yeah,
it's
140,
a box, right? Give him that. Yeah.
You're still going to have about 80 to 100 degrees more on the surface of the moon in the sunlight. And we're not even talking about the nighttime. So being in the trunk of the car for a few days will severely discolor the film.
Wait, what were you saying the temperatures were on the moon?
It ranges from 224 to negative 298 degrees.
But what was the temperature that the camera experienced when they landed?
Well, it depends. Like, if it gets to 224 degrees and there's no atmosphere and they landed in the daylight or the sunlight, you would imagine it'd be around 200, 224 degrees, right? Because it's not like the Earth, because it doesn't have an atmosphere, right? So it would be immediate radiation from the sun.
Now, 224 degrees what?
Fahrenheit. 224 degrees Fahrenheit, 106 degrees Celsius.
I think you might have your units wrong.
No, I don't. This is, I literally looked moon temperatures. This is Google telling me this.
145, yeah, Fahrenheit.
So
yeah, we're talking shake and bake, buddy. Shake and bake.
Well, you have to give this guy some credit. At least he's not talking about lead protecting it from temperature.
Because what I'm reading is that the temperature they experienced was about 45 degrees Fahrenheit, which would be about the same operating conditions as here on Earth, because they landed in the day on the moon.
Negative. They did not experience 45 degrees. Negative. According to them, they need special suits with cooling so they don't overheat, by their own words. Bro, you gotta check this out before you talk, man. I'm telling you, you should give this up.
And they weren't there for just one day. Yeah, it's not ironic. You're just trying to there for just one day. So I don't know what your point is. They took thousands of pictures over several days. What's your point again?
Which brings in another issue of the amount of photos they took and the time the mission was, which is physically impossible.
That's another issue.
Yeah, it's tough. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're just talking about film and the temperature itself.
But the fact that we can bring up these problems
past this one without being told, yeah.
Right, but the fact that we can bring up so many problems that aren't answered and don't have a sufficient answer in and of itself is problematic.
Oh yeah, I can name you at least 3-4 more easily. But yeah, let's solve this one. I agree with Rakia.
I think we all agree that lead.
Go on, Rakia. Go on.
No, I mean I think it's just funny. I, I gave that guy a lot of rope, and then he still kept say that. That's what I'm laughing about when we're talking about temperature.
Yeah, LED Hasselblad cameras. Yeah, that's a stretch. Yeah.
The moon landing in itself is an entire joke. That's why so many Globers themselves don't even believe in the moon landing. It's just openly mocked in TV. Family Guy when Neil walked out the studio, he gets knocked out. Globers themselves don't even believe the moon landing.
I was just in a group of men, and none of them believed in the moon landing. I didn't even bring it up.
You know
Someone
what?
else brought. So like,
Right. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, that was my point. That other men were just bringing up the moon landing, how fake it was, and all that. These are people that are Globers.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that number is only increasing.
I always find that funny how people can believe that the moon landing was fake. I don't understand how someone
when you look at footage like that, you just clearly see that it could easily be staged. Like Hollywood can easily create that footage very easily, as they do, as that is their purpose.
Yeah, but
make
you're
unrealistic things look realistic.
Tim,
you can tell.
Tim, you're a photographer, right? You've seen the footage of the moon. Can't you tell the delineation line where the stage separates from the background? Surely you can see that, right?
You have no analytical abilities, right, Tim?
Yeah, sorry, Tim. You stepped in a subject that we're extremely familiar with, bro. Sorry, you picked the wrong subject, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, this has really nothing to do with flat Earth. Actually, it's just people who have researched this fully, and it does become easy. Like if you just believe in it.
Wait, how does it have nothing to do with flat Earth?
I get it, right? Well, you don't have to be a flat earther to deny the moon land.
But they're all connected,
That's what
right?
I was talking about.
It
doesn't prove the shape. Yeah, you may think that, but I don't. No.
I mean, shouldn't we be
I didn't know
attacking
anything
this?
about flat Earth when I knew about the moon.
Yeah, but flat Earth relies upon conspiracy, though.
Whatever, man.
No, I'm telling you,
because you're on the
We're
internet talking about conspiracy theories and a flat Earth. Yeah, talking about temperature and film. People who have processed the same exact film in darkrooms themselves in their houses. That includes me. I know how temperature would affect that film. I've ruined film before. I mean, I don't know what else to say, man. Like, if what they tell us is true, right? Just about the temperature factors that go into just the dust alone, man. I can't imagine. Bring your camera to the beach. See how long it lasts. We're talking about minute, like very, very fine dust they're teaching us about. You know how that would destroy a camera and film and all that? Like, it just doesn't add up.
Have you ever investigated the operating ranges of that film?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I just
film...
told you I used
I know,
Hasselblad cameras with film. What's your question again then?
I know you're
temperature is a huge thing, right? Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
I know.
I
even
agree when you would go out with film today, you would keep it in the shade. Like if you use film outdoors, you would keep it in your case in the shade. You understand what I'm saying? Like
I agree with you. I'm asking you if you ever have investigated the operating ranges for the film they used.
That they used. You mean the astronauts on the moon? It's the same film, dude. It's not special film. That's what we're trying to tell you. Do you know what we're talking about here?
But what I'm just asking is like, what is the operating ranges? You're
Have
like,
you ever
no,
loaded
because I fucked up film in my trunk of my car before. Therefore, no moon landing. Like I'm just trying to get down to the specifics of like what the operating range of this film
I
is.
think I think you could look that up. I can't spout it off. I mean, it's been probably 20 years since I've even developed film. I'm not saying that, but I know 20 years ago, which was after the moon landing, you couldn't put the newer film in certain temperatures, right? Like you still temperature controlled it. These are minute temperature changes. Talking about 10, 20, 30 degrees, not hundreds of degrees. Do you get it?
Yeah, I get it. You have a good point.
Okay, I'm glad then. So you agree that if it fails on Earth, distorts or destroys the film either when it's undevelopable. Like you can't develop it if the temperature difference is too great, is less than what it would be on the moon, then you would have to agree that the moon footage isn't possible.
But specifically, what is these failure points? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, so then what? So what if I tell you exactly what the failure rates are? Protected it? Because that's what we're talking about.
Because what I'm
I'll
reading
tell you,
is
140
that
degrees about it. 140 degrees.
Obviously, there's temperature variance, right?
I'm reading 250.
What 250?
That the camera was designed to withstand temperatures from between negative 80 to positive 250 Fahrenheit.
What camera?
Yeah,
negative
we're talking
80?
about the film.
The Hasselblad cameras.
Negative 80. Are you serious, man?
No, I'm not serious. I just decided to.
You think a Hasselblad camera that has film can operate at minus 80?
No, I'm reading it. I don't think anything specifically for myself. I've never operated.
And you're a
Hasselblad camera.
photographer?
No, the guy that's muted is a photographer.
No, go ahead and
I'm
post
sorry.
it,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were Tim.
No.
Sorry.
No, go ahead and post it then. I've never read that.
There's
but
no
we're also
way.
talking about the film, not this camera, because they've changed the film out in the open. Yeah, I don't even believe
Look,
the
unless
camera
the camera is protected,
that, but
right? Unless the camera has
no.
heating for the battery and heating for the lens and that. Otherwise, there's no way that camera is going to work at minus 80. No freaking way. Just the battery would fail. Number one. You'd have no battery at minus 80. No chance in hell. How about the gears? How about the gears? What kind of lubrication you got in the camera? You
It's
got to
funny,
think
dude.
this stuff out, man. Like, yeah.
And it's even more damning when they were wearing the cameras outside of their suit, like on their chest, which is hand operated, and there's no protection, so it's directly in whatever cold that they would be in, or heat.
Yeah, of course. In the shade, it's minus like 200 degrees or something. And in the sun, it's plus 290.
Like, how do they get such good photos, like, where you can't look through the lens, like, they weren't looking through the lens or the eye, whatever it's called.
There was no viewer. They took the viewer out of the camera, by the way. Yeah.
There was no viewer. They just had it on their chest, and they supposedly were using their thumbs with these big gloves to take these photos. Like, none of it adds up.
No
They're
chance.
saying they had to use a special lubricant, or else it would have boiled off in the vacuum of space. The lunar, I posted it. Lunar surface HDC had to withstand temperatures ranging from negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit to 250 in the sun. It was painted silver for this reason.
Good one, Norat. Were they lead-based lubricants? That was a joke.
Yeah. Yeah, they were lead-based. They had to lick them
So,
before they
you
went
know
out.
what the film was made out of?
I don't.
Well, the film is made out of all film that's, you know, that's not digital, is made out of chemicals.
Okay.
And those chemicals are, you know, they're just suspended in a gelatin. They're actually tiny little silver crystals. It's amazing. Anyways, the basic thing is it's suspended in a gelatin. The base of the film is a gelatin, and that in a vacuum would just simply boil off. There's no way that that can operate in a vacuum. That's another problem. But we were on the heat, you know, but so, yeah.
What's the explanation?
That's what film would do. Yeah.
Have you ever encountered a counter argument to the point that you just made?
Not one that makes sense. No. It's impossible. You can't make a counter argument because liquid or liquid-based products will outgas in a vacuum. That's a fact. There's no way around it. You've seen water start bubbling in a vacuum? Well, the same thing would happen to the film.
Is there any
It would outgas.
examples of any examples of what you're saying?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's people that have done it.
That's actually how you remove moisture and water out of air conditioning systems. You pull a vacuum on it, and the water and moisture will boil away.
Yes, sir.
Because you lower the pressure. You lower the pressure, you lower the boiling point, and water will readily boil at very low temperatures under a vacuum.
Now we're talking 10 to the minus 12 torr on the moon. So that is a big problem. There's no possible way, even if you overcome the heat, which you can't in the cold, there's another obstacle facing you. That's obstacle number 2. And that's a pretty damn big one. So you got film getting damaged by heat. Now we add film boiling off because of vacuum. So we got 2 strikes against the mission.
It says here that it wasn't exposed to the vacuum.
How?
Because it was sealed.
But it wasn't.
I don't know, it's saying it is.
Sorry?
I don't know, this thing says it is.
This thing says it is. Show us.
All right.
It says that the film was pressure sealed. I gotta see this.
Yeah, I'm just reading about film on Wiki. It says requires careful handling, including temperature and humidity control.
Absolutely.
Just what Wikipedia is saying on film. Again, we don't use film anymore, you know. It's digital.
Sure.
Yeah, film is foreign to most people.
Yeah, stopped using it in the 90s, maybe even the 80s. Probably the 90s.
Well, I was fortunate enough to do it from taking a picture to developing the roll, to putting it on the enlarger, putting it, you know, exposing the paper, and then putting it through the chemicals in a dark room with a red light. I've done all that. So, yeah, I know there's no way. There's just no way that's going to work on the moon.
I still think film cameras are king. Just look at the IMAX 1570, 15/70, 15 perforations per frame. Each frame was like the size of a postcard almost.
And it's film?
Yeah.
No kidding.
There's still actually IMAX theaters that hasn't gone digital yet. And they're saying that 10, 20, 40 years from now, you know how we could take old films from over 50 years ago and we can make it 4K now or even higher? Is because it's produced on film. And you look at the movies shot on digital, they're capped at 2 or 4K. Well, that's it. Whatever they make it, that's it. You can't go higher than that. So I have a feeling that these digital films are not going to age well. I mean, if we're looking for like super high resolutions, right?
Right.
Yeah, 1570. Yeah, look it up. It's pretty impressive. They're saying that they can digitize that up to like 16K or even higher, because like the resolution is like, it's just unbelievable. Film is where it's at if you got the money.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference when you see like a Hasselblad, the old style ones, right? And by the way, those cameras like go for $30,000. It's insane. Some of them more. Anyway.
Yeah, like anytime I
there's
see a
big
movie, and I notice I'm like it's an older movie. It's at least 10 years old, and I look at it and I go, that was shot with Panavision cameras and their film. I can always tell because it looks amazing. I kind of wish we stopped using film for a lot of people are going digital. I wish we stick with film because it is a pain in the ass and more expensive, but I think it looks better.
Yeah, it's kind of like record and tape, right? There is a difference, right? That's why all DJs they play records, right? So yeah.
Well, the way I look at it is digital. It's kind of like flat panels. We have a grid that's every pixel has its own location. Same thing with digital film and flat panel displays. Whereas the film grain is different sizes. They lay different directions. It's not predictable. So that's why we're going with higher and higher resolutions. That's why, is because they're trying to get rid of the jagged pixels, which are just squares, right? That's ugly. So they have to keep upping the resolution to make it look better. Right?
Yeah, it's freaked out. But yeah, back to the conditions that we're talking about, right? With the film.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure everybody understands that it's like impossible for that camera to work in those conditions.
Yeah, I've never developed film myself, but I do know that it's very temperamental. You almost baby it, you know what I mean?
Any exposure to light, it's finished, gone.
Yeah. Yeah, like I had a friend of a friend who turned half of his bathroom into a developing room. He was like super hardcore photographer. And he was telling me all the processes and stuff, and that had to be zero light. It had to be completely sealed off from light. Completely.
Yep.
Not a pinhole.
Only red light is permissible.
Right? He was telling me the process, and I was like, wow, that's a lot of effort.
That red light is only when you're doing prints, if you're actually developing the film.
Yeah.
So when you're pulling the film out and you're So on the old rolls, you'll have to take it out of the, the little cases that were the size of like a D battery, right? Remember the film came in those?
Yeah.
So in order to get it out of that, and you spool it onto what looks like similar to like the big fiber optic spools that you see on the side of the road or something like that. Something similar to that, but on a small scale. You'll feed it into that, and you twist it around, like twist it, and it separates the film around that thing, but it keeps it separate from the film separated, so it's not touching
From
each other.
itself. Yeah.
But it pulls it aside, right? So once you get it onto that spool, and then you get it into a light sealed container, then you can actually deal with a little bit of light. But until you do that, you have to be in complete darkness. Now, once your film has gone through the proper chemical baths, right, and it's developed, then you can take those negatives and you can take light sensitive paper within a very dim red light room, and you can make your prints from there, where you do have some light to be able to see what you're working with, but it's very, very low lumens and it's red. Yeah, I had a dark room in my basement, and we developed photographs when I was a kid growing up.
Why red though?
That's the film doesn't pick that up. It's not. It doesn't pick up that wavelength. Whatever you want to call
it's not the film. It's the photo paper at that point, because your film will
the
be
paper.
developed.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. No worries.
So a light projects through the film onto the paper? Is that what exposes it?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's wild.
You have an enlarger. It's called. You put it on top, and you can adjust it and make it bigger, smaller. You can
Oh
it's really
yes.
cool.
Let's say
Yeah.
you want. Oh, I want 5x7 prints or bigger ones. They would just
It's called like a projector or an enlarger, right? So you'll take your negative and you'll put that in a specific spot, and it'll shine light through the negative down onto the photo paper. So you can sit there and you can test how you want it, where you want to crop it, do certain things before you actually get your paper out. So you can, figure that out, and then figure how long you want to expose that paper, all that kind of stuff. So you can set up timers and whatnot to be able to deal with either an overexposed or an underexposed negative. So there's little tricks like that. And even now you have apps on your phone where you can do dodge and burn. And dodge and burn were tactics that were used in the dark room back in the day, even though those are still considered the same thing when you're dealing with digital photos. So there's things where you could block light in certain areas. You could even hold a piece of paper or something like that in front of
You
specific
can
areas.
crop. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really freaked out. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of finagling that you would do to get the prints the way that you wanted them if you wanted to edit.
That's like manual cropping. Yeah. You just block out that part that you don't want. Yeah, it's an art actually. It's not easy.
So Photoshop before Photoshop.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, and there's no chance in hell that film is gonna withstand those conditions. No chance. It's like it's next to impossible. Actually, I would say impossible. There's just too much stuff, and I didn't even get started on the dust yet. The dust is a major issue because they say it's so fine that when they walk on. Of course, I don't believe all this, right? I'm just saying the fantasy. But they say, and they have pictures of dust everywhere on the suits, on their face. I don't know how it got on their face, by the way. That's another story. But did you ever see one spot of dust on the film on any picture on the moon? That's another dead giveaway. Yeah.
There's just too many coincidences that just don't add up.
Yeah, every picture is crystal clear, perfectly framed, perfectly exposed, almost as if it was done in a studio here on Earth.
Hmm. You know, someone mentioned that talking about the moon landing has nothing to do with what shape the Earth is, but I would wager to say that, like, dropping, you know, the shape of the Earth bomb on someone who still believes that we landed on the moon or 9/11 or whatever conspiracy fact we want to talk about. Like, if I look at it as like layers of a cake, you know, you always cut through the top layer first to get to the bottom layers, right? It's all in layers. Like, if someone hasn't already been waking up and connecting the dots, like, you know, the shape of the Earth is the very bottom layer. You got to get to the top layers first. You know, you can't get to the bottom layers without cutting to the top ones. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just forget about shape. You'll never know shape.
Yeah. So I
shape
didn't
is
even
like
I didn't even get caught up
yeah.
in all that. Like, what shape the Earth is. Well, I can't go into space. You know, I'm not a Freemason. I can't go into space and look at the Earth full frame, like the whole thing in my vision, and look at it for myself and go, oh yeah, well, it appears to be that shape. I can't do that, so I can't say what shape of the Earth is because I haven't seen it.
Exactly. That's my argument. If you can't see the Earth as a whole, then you can make a shape claim.
Exactly.
That's my argument. Yeah.
Right. So I've been just trying to go off like what I can witness with my own eyes and hear with my own ears, as opposed to, you know, the scientist or whoever you want to call them, and just take their word for it. It's like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, but some things we take their word for, right? Like the existence of Wi-Fi signals that you can't see.
No, but we can test that, Matthew. We
Right,
know.
right. That's what I'm saying. You can test it without seeing it.
Right. But how are you going to test the Earth shape claim?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the question, right? My main point was just it was just that you don't have to like experience everything with your own eyes. It's okay to trust other sources of knowledge besides personal experience.
Maybe
Not
for
really.
you, Matthew, but not for me. Not in this case.
I'd say speak for yourself.
Sure.
Yeah,
I think Paris, France exists. I think the Eiffel Tower exists, for example, even though I've never seen it.
Well, because that's a tangible thing that you can hold in your hand, or you can actually see and grab and hold of and be like, okay, yeah, that's what I call real. You know, because you can go there and be
But
like, oh,
I haven't been there. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's
So if
easily
you
obtainable.
haven't seen the Earth as a whole, how can you make a shape claim, Matthew?
So that would lead into like a whole bunch of like different things about why I make the claims, that kind of stuff. But before that, I'm just saying I'm just trying to say that I think it's legitimate to make those kinds of arguments, just like it's okay for me to say that the Eiffel Tower exists, even though I haven't seen it.
How many people do you think have seen it personally?
Seen what? The Eiffel Tower? Probably 500 million.
Yeah, how many people do you think have seen the whole of the Earth allegedly?
24.
So saying, well, I just trust that Paris exists is a little bit different than saying I just trust that the Earth is a globe, because 24 people have claimed to have seen it, where 500 million, probably more than that, probably about 1 billion people have seen the Eiffel Tower with their own two eyes. And if you wanted to, you could book a flight and go see it tomorrow.
Right.
My cousin's seen it.
Yeah, my brother's
I've
seen
seen
it,
it.
and people I've trust have seen it. So I trust.
I've seen it. I've been there.
Yeah, you're right. Those are radically different numbers. I was just saying, in principle, I think it's okay to sometimes trust what other people say, even if I haven't seen it myself. That's all I was saying. I was talking about the principle of the idea.
As your personal opinion, yeah, no worries. But you don't hold it against me if I say no. I think it's ridiculous to make that claim.
That's fine. Yeah, all of us choose our own epistemology, like what you think counts as true, our level of skepticism versus trust, and like all those things factor in, and I think that's totally fine.
Okay, so you admit that it's a level of trust. There's no way to prove it, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
okay.
Just like I have to trust that those billion people are telling the truth about the Eiffel Tower, and that's a different level of trust than saying, "Hey, these 24 people have seen some alleged thing in space." So yes, it's different. It is trust, but different levels of trust.
Just like, maybe 24 people have done forensics on the Shroud of Turin, so we know that that's 100% legitimate, right?
I remember reading about that. I guess I haven't thought about it in a while, and I'm not 100% sure what I think about the Shroud of Turin. I suspect
Why
it's
wouldn't you
probably
trust the
not
experts?
real.
Science says
Different experts have different conclusions about the Shroud of Turin. Last I checked,
but NASA checked it out. You heard that NASA was involved?
Oh, they did? The Shroud of Turin?
Yep.
I didn't know that. Well, obviously,
Good
whatever
example.
NASA says is what I should believe.
Yeah.
But you see where I'm going with this, Matthew, right? Like people can be very picky choosy as to who they want to trust as experts, right? And a lot of it has to do with your personal opinion on where you may lie on a specific side of an argument, right?
Exactly. No, I think you're right about that. I guess I was just trying to make the point that using personal experience as the only source of knowledge doesn't work for me. I think there's other sources, and I think that's true for most people too.
Well, I think everybody, to a certain extent, will somewhat trust what others will say to a certain extent, right?
Right, and to which extent is where we have differing opinions and different ideas about how trusting we are, or how gullible we are, or whatever you want to say.
Right, but when it comes to like outer space and all that kind of stuff, a lot of that has to deal with not a lot of verifiability, right? When certain things is like the average person, like my wife, zero clue how a combustion engine even works, even though she'll drive a car every single day. But she'll trust that somebody knows how it works, that somebody can fix it, and then when somebody does fix it, that it's going to be done properly, right? For the most part.
And just for her to drive a car, she doesn't actually have to understand how it works. She just has to look at the results and say, "Oh, the experts say that this is how internal combustion works, and it should be able to drive." She presses the gas pedal, and lo and behold, it does. So, if something works, that's another level of just okay, it works, so I'll trust that they know what they're talking about.
Right, and then we get into the levels where it's like we all understand what an effect is. We see the effect. None of us are really sure about the cause, but if somebody wants to make wild claims, they should probably back it up. But if they don't back it up, even though they might be in a position of authority, people tend to trust that they understand the cause of the effect that we see, because maybe we've been told certain stories from a very young age as to what the cause of the specific effect may be that we're experiencing, even though there's no actual definitive proof or evidence that this is the cause.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do think that if somebody tells a story that generally seems to match my experience, let me just use a simple example. If somebody tells your wife about how internal combustion engine works, it's like combining of air plus gas, and it does this and blah blah blah. You press the gas pedal, and it goes. Even if she doesn't understand all of that, the fact that they told a story that matches her experience, like lo and behold, she presses the gas pedal, it goes, and if she runs out of gas, it stops. So that would, to me, lend some credibility to their story because it matches the their story about how engines work match my experience of how engines work, even if I don't understand.
Yeah, and I've had many female friends back in the day when I was younger, and maybe a little bit of a prankster, maybe an asshole, however you want to define it. I had many female friends that I would send into automotive stores to get blinker fluid, right? Because when I convinced them that their blinker is no longer working because the fluid had drained out, you see on a hot day when you see that stuff dripping underneath your car, that's your blinker fluid. Usually your blinker fluid drips out when it's hot outside. You've seen the stuff on the concrete underneath your car, the drips when it's hot, that's your blinker fluid.
Right.
You have to fill that up periodically, right? I've come up with a very good story. I could even tell them how the blinker fluid moves within fluid dynamics through the hydraulic lines that are running to the blinker. Haven't you seen those lines when you replace the bulb? You know those little lines? Those are hydraulic lines. The green one is a hydraulic line. And that is the fluid that goes to your blinker. So your blinker fluid is low. You need to go inside the automotive store and you need to get more blinker fluid. And they would be solely mistaken if they took my expert opinion about blinker fluid, right?
Right. I like that
Yeah.
example.
Yeah.
So then, if somebody said, no, he's just pulling your leg, here's how it really works, that's just condensation from your air conditioner, and here's how you can check and see. Now they have two competing stories, and then they can figure out how to adjudicate between those two competing stories. And there may be even some things they could do themselves to see which one works.
Correct. And in a lot of these scenarios, we have alternatives that people want to poo-poo because they've heard the story about the blinker fluid for so long that they just assume that it's correct.
Right.
But here's the thing though. The woman in the story, your wife or girlfriend, she could actually test it. She can put her hands there, she can get a battery, she could get the wires, she could connect the wires, she could do these things, and she can actually prove to herself that this thing is real. Like, he was right, or they were right when they told me this, or they were wrong because I did it myself. I can test it, and I proved it.
I almost kind of disagree with you because most of the females that I've done this to,
no, I mean,
wouldn't have a clue where to start.
But you could, like, it is a possibility. But when you're telling me that I'm spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, wibbling and wobbling in space and doing all this stuff, and I say, please show me how do I test that? How do I do this? How do I go about testing it to prove to myself that this is real? And then the answer is, oh, well, it's just too big of a scale. We can't do it.
We all know. We just all know. We've known forever. What do you think it is? What do you think, it's flat or something? What do you think, we're stationary? Come on. Everybody's known for 2,000 years.
How dare you ask questions? Like,
Have
to
you
me,
heard of Eratosthenes? Come on.
I know exactly. Like, it's just I don't feel myself moving. I've been in trains, I've been in planes, I've been in tanks, and I know the difference between driving and being a passenger. And even when I'm driving, I'm not 100% with the car. I am still affected by the acceleration and the deceleration, or whatever you want to call it. Like, I can feel myself turning, and I know when something is happening. Like, it is apparent. Like, but on Earth, it is magic, and there's no way to test it. Like, and how can you expect us to believe that? Like that.
I mean, there are detailed answers to that question if you're interested, but I hear what you're saying.
Sorry, say that again.
There are detailed physics answers to that question if you're interested.
Right, but I'm not. Yes. So here's the thing with physics and math and everything else. Most of the time, it is abstract thinking. It is not tangible. Like, so for example, like the number 0 doesn't exist. It is not a real thing. It is not tangible. It is an imaginary number that we use for some reason, just like negative numbers don't exist in the real world. It is abstract. It's an abstract construct. We don't actually deal with these things tangibly. So you can give me some magic formula. What am I going to do with it? How do I use that in the real world?
Yeah, so the physics basically says that humans don't feel motion, we feel acceleration. And the acceleration that would allegedly be due to the Earth's rotation is below our ability to sense it. That's sort of the physics answer. But I hear what you're saying, that it's like, it feels like it's just mumbo jumbo, because it seems
Well, it's
like
not mumbo jumbo. Like, I understand what you are saying. I can comprehend it. I have intelligence. The problem is you can't recreate that.
I posted a picture at 43 past the hour. And a similar type of situation is if you can stand a €2 coin on a table, it can stay upright if you're riding in a smooth enough bullet train like in Japan. And so what that shows is that even though you're moving at several hundred kilometers per hour, that coin is not experiencing any acceleration, so it's not falling over, even though it's moving. So similarly to that, our human bodies, we can sense the acceleration, but if it's a smooth enough, if we're just going in a relatively straight line, then we wouldn't feel any acceleration, just like that coin doesn't feel any acceleration tipping it over.
Right, but comparing a bullet train that is using magnets is different.
But it's just about the speed of the bullet train, but nothing more about how it moves.
Right, but it just so happens to be the case to where it is the smoothest ride possible.
Right.
Like, it just, you know what I mean? Like,
when would you be moving in a uniform straight line?
Exactly. Like,
other than this situation, yeah.
Like, we're moving in 5 different directions at the same time, apparently. Like, we're not just going in a straight line on a very smooth track, like, and not changing speed. So, like, the bullet train goes up to speed, stays at that speed. Like, it's very, very uniform, very clear cut, like, perfect conditions. But, like, where's that in the real world? Like, the act, like, in everyday, like, just nature or anything, like, that doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, you're right. The on the surface of the Earth, if the Earth were rotating, the motion would be actually not a straight line, but a really large circle.
Well, it wouldn't just be a circle. It would be you'd be spiraling, making a circle, going forward, and then somehow doing another bigger circle following the sun on its trajectory. Like, you're basically doing a corkscrew while spinning like a tornado.
Yes, that's right. Like, all those 4 or 5 different motions would all be added up, and instead of going in a perfectly straight line, it would be all of those motions at once.
Yeah, like and it's all done with animation. Like,
well, that's a way to visualize it, right?
Yeah, it's a way to visualize it, and it's a way to show it to children and make them believe something. It was funny. My wife sent me a picture, or a not a meme, but it was like a post from some science thing, and even on it, it was, where is it? One second. Yeah. So it was a image, I don't know, from some dude, but it says, from a million miles away, NASA captures moon crossing face of Earth. And then in parentheses, it says, yes, this is real. And I see that all the time with NASA. They reinforce ideas. So like they'll show you a video and then they'll say like, yes, this is real. I know it looks fake, but this is real. And like they talk in a way where I'm used to, because I've seen and interacted with cults who do conditioning, and they, you know, try to manipulate people, and they use the same tactics that NASA uses when they talk to people. It's very interesting.
Well, yeah, a lot of what NASA puts out are illustrations and photo composites and that type of stuff. And so maybe they said it's real to show you, oh, this is a alleged photograph, not a CGI thing, to make that difference.
No, but it's almost anything they show you, it's like they have to reinforce that idea. Like they never claim to show you a photograph. Like, well, the spokesperson may, but on their website, they're always using terms like images, specifically images. They never say that they have photographs. It's always an image, and they use that word very precisely. They use it for a reason, right?
Well, yeah, because these days it's all digital images. Nobody uses a photographic photo paper anymore.
Well, it's not because it's not photographs. It's composites.
And
yeah, they're
typically
images,
edited, that kind of thing.
right? An image is something that's been altered.
Yeah.
A photograph is a photograph. It's not altered. It's unadulterated.
I would say
there's a
you
difference.
could also alter some photographs, but even your phone is an image. It takes images, and it's like, it applies some sharpening and HDR stuff typically, even just taking a regular picture with your phone.
Well, I mean, you could make it like into an image, and you could add filters and do all this stuff. Like you can alter the photo, like the thing that you're taking, yes, but you could also just take a photograph without any settings.
I'm saying that typically for most phones, even if you just take a photograph without any settings, internally it's doing a few modifications.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know too much about that,
but I mean, I don't have any problem with that. Like, it's sort of enhancing the image, so it looks better.
Well, in regards to the whole moon landing, it was all shot on film anyway, so there wouldn't be no middleman in the digital realm, right?
Yeah, but all the images you've ever seen of the moon landing have been digitized at some point, and even like photoshopped and altered and enhanced in color and all that.
Exactly. And now it becomes an image, no longer a photograph.
Right.
That's the point I was making. Yay.
Wait, say Montreal, how come a vacuum is misunderstood by most ballers? What do you mean by that?
Sorry?
Your latest statement about vacuum being misunderstood by most ballers? That may be true, but I'm just curious why you say that.
Well, you guys, I don't want to say like you guys, but a lot of the people, the ballers that I've spoken to, they don't understand what outgassing is and how it would affect the film.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Okay.
So you think so? SE thinks that if you have a coated piece of plastic, it's because it's coated, that surface coating will vaporize under a vacuum. He's confusing what happens with liquids inside vacuums compared with other types of non-liquid substances. Like when you have a film, if you're taking film out of a container, it's not liquid. It's kind of sticky. It has a little bit of non-solid feel to it, but it's not like a liquid. So there's no reason to think that
Chemicals.
Use chemicals on it, yeah, but it's not like it's dried chemicals.
What else?
So you probably have never done this, but I have. You ever developed film before? Where you lay the film inside of? Have you?
You're late to the party. We've already been through this, Anik.
Well, you hang them out to dry. You hang them after you've been exposed to the chemicals, and then they dry, and then you eat it. So these things, like the film, same thing. They have coatings on them, but outgassing doesn't turn everything to vapor. You can you can do this yourself. Put some film in a vacuum and see if your assumption or claims are correct, and they won't be. You can put
I
film
just
in a
posted
vacuum.
some pictures of that exact thing. Look in the text chat. Like I said, you're a little bit late to the party, Zanuck.
Okay, I don't
Been
mind. I don't
through
mind
all.
being late. Helped. Where's the picture? What timestamp?
It's just one example.
Give me
50 past the hour, 50 past the hour.
Yeah.
50 past the hour. Okay. Dan Waterman, did you post it or somebody else?
I posted it, Zanuck. 50 past the hour.
I don't see. All I see is equally applied rules. 50. Only one.
Well, then you're in the wrong place. Live stream text 1.
It's two above. It's two above the voice chat, and it's called Livestream 1 text.
Yeah, it was lit. It was lit up, but somehow it wasn't. She was showing me like.
It's Zanuck's first day, guys. It's his first day on Discord.
I don't know how to do this.
Welcome to Discord. It's a kind of crazy day.
Got it. 50. Yeah.
A little learning curve sometimes with Discord. You gotta get used to it.
No, okay. So I'm looking at those live streams, and it had live stream 1 text lit up, but somehow it's on some other live stream. Can happen. Anyway, thank you for that education. Now I'll try to make that in the future. Each photo set the control image. So vacuum cycling of these items looks like film that's being developed.
You asked for stuff, and I'm showing you stuff. It's up to you. Make what you want of it.
Fully developed. You have a developed piece, a developed film. And then after it's been developed, you're putting it in a vacuum, and then seeing the change in the image. Is that what you're doing?
Just read it. It's self-explanatory. Zanuck.
No, it says for each photo, the control image is on the left and the affected image on the right, following the vacuum cycle. But those look like pictures, look like photographs.
Yes, and it's under like not even close to the vacuum conditions that supposedly are on the moon. So, yeah.
Well, I don't know what that means. I mean, what does it matter?
You know exactly what that means.
No, do you mean is it one psi? Is it half psi? Is it a quarter psi?
Zanuck, it's too late for me to play chase and go with you. So, like, nah.
Okay, do you think? It's a quick question. What do you think this vacuum level is? 1 psi, less than 1 psi? What?
I don't have to think anything. I know that film will get damaged in a vacuum. That's all I need to know. I posted some stuff for you now. Either you take it or leave it. I'm really not in the mood of having this discussion with you, Zanuck.
Do you know that a photograph is different than film? Do you know the difference between the two? So I would agree with you that I can just put a photograph in sunlight for a half hour, and I can have this effect happen. If I have a Polaroid, even worse. You're comparing apples and oranges by saying that because I have a photograph and it looks very different after vacuum cycling, that if I have a piece of film, it will change it and alter it in the same way.
Did you even read anything I posted?
I just read it out to you. It said for each photo set, the control image is on the left, effective image on the right. Is there more?
See the other stuff that I posted further down?
You didn't ask me to do that. I'll check. So I had 50 after the hour.
Well, yeah, that shows what pressure is. Read that one just for the heck of it.
Okay, let's talk about that because this is something I do know something about.
You could understand the bulletproof glass breaking at approximately 50 miles simulated. If I recall correctly?
No. There's no difference between 50 miles up and 60 miles up as far as a vacuum. They're both right around 14 psi differential. I don't know.
So you know better than this guy who tested it, showed the crack, has the vacuum, posted the video. I took a clip of it. But you know better, right? This is why I don't want to talk to you. Conversation over, Zanuck. It's too late. I'm not doing this with you. Anybody else? Go ahead.
anyone please show me that a half-inch plexiglass can ever be damaged by 14 psi in any way, shape, or form?
So Zanuck, to be fair, he's twice or three times tried to like not engage in this conversation. So maybe we could talk about a different topic.
I know, but this is actually kind of a good one to show his honesty on the topic. But if you really think that a half-inch plexiglass sheet is going to be damaged differently at 60 miles up versus 50 miles up, we have to have a discussion about that, because it shows me you really don't understand about vacuum.
No, find the mirror, have a discussion in yourself. I posted you what I'm talking about. Now you can go find the mirror and have it out with yourself. It's not going to be with me, though.
Obviously,
that sounds kinky as hell.
Yeah. Oh, I have a video with a guy in a bar. Oh, this is good. And he's punching himself. He's arguing with himself in the mirror. Oh, you guys got to see this. Let me see
No,
if I
I
can
don't have
find
to talk to you about it. I thought you'd want to engage. I thought maybe you don't know everything about it. You might want to engage with someone who has actually worked with vacuums, myself, and maybe talk about how you interpret what's been written and what is possible. I mean, I have no dog in the fight here. I don't care whether you believe in it or not, or understand it or not. See, I thought it'd be kind of interesting to talk about it, because it's interesting to see that someone actually put in print that something got damaged. A half-inch piece of plexiglass got damaged by different levels of vacuum. That's actually
What
very
part of he doesn't want to engage? Don't you understand?
No, I've already agreed that we don't have to talk about it. I thought he might want to.
But you continue to be persistent.
No, I
means
wasn't
no.
asking at that point. I was just basically telling how I felt. I was sharing my feelings with you.
Highly doubt that.
No, I was. I don't feel compelled to beg him to play with me. He's done.
That sounds kinky
Like
as
your
hell.
bagel bites? Sounds like your bagel bites are done too, Zanuck. I heard the ding.
Bing.
Whole Foods chicken vegetable egg roll.
I didn't hear exactly what happened, and I don't know if we're having a Zanuck intervention, but I will say, Zanuck, it when you start telling people they don't understand, it's not very interesting to engage, because if you're gonna have a real conversation, like two people can go back and forth, actually hash out the ideas. But if one guy's just being like, "You don't understand, you're confused, you don't understand," it's like a gaslighting thing. I don't know if that's what just happened.
That's not what
I'm just saying.
You're jumping the gun. I didn't. I really was making sure that was not what I was doing. We were going to have a discussion just about what he's posted, how it was written, and what the reality is of how vacuums and pressure work on these type of structures, which I do know something about. And he didn't want to, and I backed out and said, "Fine, that's no big deal." Thought he might want to, he didn't.
Yeah, when I talk to people, I just stick to the facts and ask questions and throw ideas out there. I don't get emotional. I don't get personal. And all that nonsense. I just stick to the facts, ask questions, and throw ideas out there. If someone wants to run with it, when we go our separate ways, and they're like, "Oh, well, what he thought was interesting. Let me look into that." Well, that's on them. That's their decision, not mine.
Do you think what I said was interesting, PhD?
So Zanuck, you're like a 5-minute expert on this. So you know about vacuums, and apparently you know all about film too, because maybe you developed a roll of film once in your life. So have you experimented with both film prior to being developed, film after being developed, as well as photographs after being printed within vacuum chambers? Have you done this personally?
No, not at all.
Why would you?
Okay.
That's the next
So
question.
you really wouldn't have much insight into the topic then.
No, but I know how vacuums react with certain types of substances, whether they be liquids or things like tape with coatings on them. So I don't see things that we put in vacuums have that type of dramatic outgassing where they disintegrate or are altered in tremendous. See, this picture we put in there is
What are the lowest vacuums you've worked with?
10 to the minus 10. Highest you've ever seen on the Earth, besides maybe 10 to the minus 11 in some experimental systems. But the PVD 5500 is a project I worked on, applied materials back in the.
Did you do that with was that a chemical vacuum? Did you have to pull a chemical vacuum to get to that?
There was a chemical vapor deposition and there's particle vapor deposition. Both were vacuum chambers. They usually they put chemicals in there and they deposit material in the vacuums.
So what happens to those chemicals? Do they kind of like off gas and pull a
What do you mean off
better
gas?
vacuum?
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know. What do they do? What is the significance of the chemicals within pulling the vacuum?
Well, they etch the materials. They try to etch coatings away that are and substances that are on the reactive with the surface of a semiconductor wafer, or they're actually depositing material, atomic structures onto, bombarding these surfaces with atoms and having them layer themselves on the surface to make a
Do
coating.
these do this without a vacuum?
No, you need to have a vacuum, otherwise you get contamination.
What's happening with these chemicals based on the vacuum differently than if they were not in?
You would have other atoms that would be able to contaminate the process, and the coatings would not be pure.
Okay, so you're telling me that chemicals and things can be affected by a vacuum, is what you're saying?
Where did you get that from what I said?
It seems like you were saying that with the vacuum, there was effects that were apparent that were not apparent with these chemicals when the vacuum was not present.
Not effects on the chemicals, effect on the process.
Right. So the chemicals did absolutely nothing different when interacting with certain other things, right? When they're in a vacuum and when they're not in a vacuum, there's no difference.
What are you trying to ask me? I don't quite understand what you're asking. So let's talk about the particle vapor deposition system. You're bombarding a surface with particles. It's a deposition system, just like you've got coating that they do things. They deposit aluminum, for example, onto a or silver onto a surface. So I don't know what you're.
Do chemicals have an effect on how high of a vacuum or low of a vacuum, however you want to define that, you can pull?
No, when I sputter magnetic material onto an aluminum substrate, there is nothing different going to happen with or without a vacuum, other than the contaminants that would be inhibiting a uniform and contaminant-free coating onto an aluminum substrate. Particularly when we're making a hard disk drive for a computer disk drive.
Sure. So there's no effect on the vacuum, or that a higher vacuum can be pulled based on a chemical process? Is that just a pump that's doing that? Like, is there any?
No, you gotta. There is a physical pump. Then there's the cryogenic pump. There could be a magnetic type of removal of any kind of the rest of any kind of moving atoms or molecules in that particular chamber. The whole idea is to remove those atoms.
Right. Is there a chemical process that helps with that?
What do you mean a chemical process?
I don't know. Are there chemicals that can help in the process of pulling a stronger vacuum?
I wouldn't believe so. No, they use cryo pumps, cryogenic pumps, and magnetrons.
So there's no chemical process that helps to pull.
Not when you get to the levels of above 10 to the minus 5 to 10 to the minus 10. There's no chemicals involved. Why would you say? Why are you asking that question? I'm curious.
Because I'm curious if there's a chemical process or some sort of chemical process that takes place that helps you to pull a vacuum in any way, shape, or form. That's all I'm asking.
Any way, shape, or form. No, I just said that in order to get that kind of vacuum after it's been physically pumped out, you are using magnetic type of reactions and or cryogenic pump reactions.
What do you mean reactions?
Trying to get the molecules or atoms out of that particular chamber. You do this with a cryo pump. You do this with a magnetron.
Can you explain to me what a cryo pump does?
it removes the gases, any kind of molecules and atoms from the chamber.
How does it do that? What is the process?
Why are you asking? Do you really want to learn about this?
Yeah, I'm just curious because I feel like it might be relevant to even what Essie was talking about, where off-gassing or certain chemical processes could be affected by a vacuum. I've heard things about like a chemical process and pulling a vacuum. I've heard that previously. I know somebody that has talked about chemically doing something that pulls vacuums, and I was just curious as to that process.
Yeah, so it just gets things very super cold. You basically freeze everything, the gases, the vapors, anything that's in the chamber, anything that's left in the chamber after removing with a mechanical pump, and they can then remove them, evacuate them under the super high vacuum type of conditions.
So the super high vacuum conditions have an effect on certain chemicals and things like that.
Well, yeah, when the things are very cold, they tend to condense.
Mm. So if we had something like, I don't know, a film that has an emulsion and like almost like a gelatin type.
Is it a gelatin?
Spread up there, right? And I wouldn't say it's exactly gelatin. I said gelatin-like, right? So.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's gelatin. I've never been. You ever been able to rub a raw film, and have it
Yes.
come off on your finger?
I grew up with a darkroom in my basement, Zanuck.
Well, then you and I both know how it works. Okay, so film is it's a plastic tape, and it's got a covering with emulsion over it, but it's stable. It's dried and it's not liquid or gelatinous in any way. You can't. If you scrape it with a knife, it'll come off like you're scraping plastic. It's not going to be, liquid.
It's not necessarily liquid, but it's not
I have
necessarily.
I have some brand new film here. I could open the jar and I'll sacrifice it for this discussion if you'd like. Some ASA 100 Ectochrome film. I could open it up and we can talk about it, see what it looks like. I could that would help. You making it sound like it's got some kind of liquid on it that's going to suddenly turn into a vapor.
Did I say liquid? Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Well, usually high vacuums, according to like a gelatinous type of a gelatin of some sort is like part liquid. It's got some liquid characteristics. But if it has any kind of liquid characteristics, you're saying that under a vacuum, it's going to boil and turn into a vapor.
Did I say that? Did I say it was going to boil and turn into vapor? Were those my words, or are you putting those words in my mouth?
The outgassing process is a function of boiling, changing states.
Correct. Did I say that that's what was taking place?
Is this a courtroom, or can we just talk like two normal guys?
I'm trying to, but the problem is you're trying to put words into my mouth to guide the conversation in a specific direction. When all I'm saying is, if you've dealt with film, you know what film is about, right? Then you should have some sort of idea of the possibility that a vacuum would have an effect on the film itself based on its composition.
No, I don't think that. I mean, all these things outcast. I don't think it accelerates it to the point where it makes this film unusable or changes its structure. I mean, I definitely would think that. And SE already showed a picture that has already gone through the development process, which is a whole different structure than film. It's now been exposed to all the chemicals. You wash it, you dip it. You said you develop film. You know how it works.
You got that part wrong. Let me interrupt you. It was the film that was exposed.
I know.
And nowhere near, let me finish, and nowhere near the conditions on the moon. And it didn't come out good. Not the picture, the film.
Okay, I didn't know that. So thank you. So they took the film.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me ask. Just to clarify, you said they took the film, the unexposed film, ran it through the vacuum cycle, and then they put it in a camera, and then took pictures to see what the difference in the pictures would be. I thought they took actual photo. It looked like they're the same photographs.
Oh my God! That's why I don't want to talk to this. No, never mind.
Why do you got to talk over me when I'm just trying to ask a simple question? Fine. I mean, you didn't want to talk to me. Now suddenly you're talking to me again.
You're not asking a simple question. You're actually going back through your mind's
He came in, he interrupted.
process as if we care that you thought that it was a photograph being exposed and not the
Well,
film
obviously
itself.
he cared. He wouldn't
Just
have corrected me. So now we're saying that same. It looked like an identical picture. Maybe he took two identical pictures of the same object. One film was exposed to vacuum, the other film wasn't. I don't know. If that's the case, okay, then that shows the film was altered in the vacuum.
Correct. Now you're catching on.
Wait. Film can be altered in a vacuum?
I didn't say it couldn't be. I just didn't know whether it is a major thing to talk about.
Oh, you seem to be on the defense attorney side of it can't be affected by a vacuum. I think that's kind of what we were going through there.
Well, I think the film still works, and there are subtle differences, but I don't know what to extent the vacuum would change the film.
Did anybody say that the film would not work at all?
Well, that's what SE's been insinuating. I think SE says yes. The film cannot survive. He said this many times. It cannot survive vacuum. The emulsifications on the film would be outgassed and it'd be completely useless. That's what he said.
Degraded.
He didn't say degraded. He said useless. His words.
I've heard him say
10 to the minus 12 torr? Yeah, it would most probably be useless. It doesn't matter. Hold on, let me finish my sentence, sir. The fact of the matter remains, we have pristine pictures from the moon. So don't try to go with how badly they were, how much. We have pristine pictures from the moon, 10 to the minus 12 torr. And here, those pictures were not even close to that, like 10 to the minus 3 or whatever. You understand that?
I understand that. Now, Gio's going to be mad at me for saying this, but you must not understand the difference between 10 to the minus 3 and 10 to the minus 10. That is no.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to talk to you. Please continue.
Molecular structures or coatings, can I finish? There's no difference between those two levels of vacuum as far as this reaction you're talking about. That'd be a rounding error. Because I know because you're talking about a level of particulate that is 10 to the minus 3 torr. That's basically absolute vacuum. And all you're doing with 10 to the minus 17 torr, even though it's billions of times greater, there's just a few less molecules in there. That's what this means. It doesn't mean it's something different.
You don't really know. You're speculating.
No, it just means that there's less molecules bouncing around inside of a chamber. Molecules. We're talking about handfuls of molecules. Okay.
Would you say the higher the vacuum, the more of an effect that it has on certain things?
That's a good question, and I'll answer this way. It's not going to be a linear scale. If this effect that you claim,
did I ask if it was going to be linear, or what?
Well, yes, because you're saying effect. You're making it sound like higher vacuum, higher effect. No, that doesn't work that way. At some point, there's no effect change. There will be no effect change at certain levels of high vacuum. For example, 10 to the minus 2, 10 to the minus 1 compared to 10 to the minus 17. There will be no difference in chemical reactions.
What do you know?
Because I know how vacuums work.
Do you have evidence for that?
In a vacuum. Why the reaction happens is not because of any kind of chemical interaction. It's because of a lack of pressure. And that pressure is indiscernible by most structures that you'll ever put in a vacuum.
Is there a point in which water will boil in a vacuum?
Yes.
Is there a point in which water will immediately vaporize in a vacuum?
Yes.
So would you say that up until that point it is not, and then when it reaches that point it is?
Yeah, but that point is way higher in pressure than we were talking about. Far higher. There's nothing.
Wait.
There's no water. There's no water.
You're telling me that water boiling at what vacuum?
Wait.
Dude, chill out. At what vacuum level does water boil?
I posted a phase diagram that answers your question.
Perfect. So what is the water boiling point?
It depends on the temperature and the pressure.
Cool.
And there will be no pressure.
Let's say average room temperature 74 degrees. What?
What's your question?
10 to the negative 10 torr? Is that what it is?
No. What?
Oh,
What are you talking
it would
about?
boil way before that. Is that what you're saying?
There's
way after
there's no point. There's no point where you couldn't get water to not boil anywhere between 10 to the minus 2 to 10 to the minus 10. It always is going to boil. There's no difference in how it's going to boil.
Correct. Because once it hits that point, anything after that, it's going to boil, right?
And where is that point at?
Sure. All different things have different points in which they're going. So if I had a different liquid, it might have a different boiling point, right?
Yeah, but there's no changes in any substance over 10 to the minus 2 torr. They're all the same.
So everything is affected the exact same at 10 to the negative 2 torr as it is 10 to the negative 17 torr?
No, what he's saying is that the bottom of the phase diagram is the same. You know, the 2 pixels up on the bottom of that phase diagram is the same as 1 pixel up. So if you're talking about very, very low temperatures, everything's going to be vapor, basically.
Correct. There's no phase change of any substance that would have any variance in their effects from 10 to the minus 2 to 10 to the minus 17 to 10 to the minus 5,000. It's not going to matter. 0 is 0. We're getting so close to 0 that it reacts to the fact that there's less molecules bouncing around inside that container. So all that pressure is how much force over
What is
this
the boiling
area.
point of mercury in a vacuum?
It depends on the temperature.
Yep.
It depends on temperature and pressure. It's called a phase diagram. So there's 2 things.
Correct. I understand that, Matthew. We're talking about average room temperature, 74 degrees. What is the boiling point of something like mercury?
If you have
It's going to be the same as water, right? Because everything is the same, according to Zanuck.
Do you have a temperature inside there?
So we have 2 vacuums side by side, same temperature. Liquid mercury in one, water in the other. We pull a vacuum. Do they boil at the same point?
No, of course not.
So there is a difference in particular materials, substances, and the effect that a vacuum has on them. No, it's not. It's completely secular. This is exactly what we're talking about.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about something that they may have different boiling points, but once you get into the vacuum stages, the ultra high or high vacuum levels, all these substances are all vapor. There's no solids. There's no freezing. There's no liquids in these objects. There's no difference between 10 to the minus 2 and 10 to the minus 17 or 10 to the minus 30.
So 10 to the minus 2 torr is going to have the same effect on every single material in the world as 10 to the negative 17 torr. Everything is already going to be affected by 10
as far as
by 10 to the negative 7 by 10 to the negative 2.
Yes, as far as state goes, yes.
In other words, what he's saying is that a phase diagram will have a solid and a liquid states in the phase diagram, but for no substance do those phases reach the bottom of the graph. The bottom of the graph is where there's tiny pressures. The bottom of the graph is always going to be water vapor at some point. Probably 10 to the negative 2 or even higher would be where every substance is vapor.
So every substance is vapor at 10 to the negative 2?
I would say maybe substances that can turn to water and solids.
What if we have something that's not a solid, right? It's kind of like almost like a gelatin state. You would say 10 to the negative 2 torr, that would basically be vapor, right? 10 to the negative 2 torr?
No, it works for water and other liquids like methane. I don't know, but obviously it doesn't work for if you stick a piece of aluminum in the in a vacuum.
Is aluminum gelatin?
No, I don't know where gelatin fits in that phase. I'm saying one end of the spectrum is aluminum, and another end is water. I don't know.
Would we stand to reason through like maybe logic that something that is kind of in between a solid state and a liquid state might be able to get a little bit further into that diagram before it started to, I don't know, boil off or off gas or have a phase change.
Maybe, but you don't have to do logic and reason. You just put it in a vacuum chamber and see what happens.
Sure. So it is possible that something at 10 to the negative 2 torr that's not liquid, but not solid, could actually be affected, right? And maybe if it's not affected at 10 to the negative 2, where all liquids are, maybe it could go to 10 to the negative, I don't know, 5 torr, and then it starts to off gas, right? Where solid might not be affected at all, even up to 10 to the negative 17.
I see what you're saying, but as far as pressure goes, there's not a whole lot of difference practically between 10 to the negative 2 and 10 to the negative 17 or 10 to the negative 5,000.
Did I ask if there was a big difference?
No, but I thought you were saying there was some difference.
Well, there's obviously a difference because we can measure the difference, right? In pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So
what we're measuring,
different pressures will affect things, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to measure them, right? Because they're obviously having an effect.
Napalm, can I ask you if you understand the effect of how pressure keeps a liquid and how it would turn it into a gas? Do you understand the concept of why these forces are so important for the states?
That's not what we're talking about. That's not sequitur right now.
No, it is, because the whole idea of this is this pressure. And if you have 10 to the minus 17, the reason they have such a number that is so unimaginably small, so close to zero, you can't even imagine how close to zero it is. There's very few atoms that are moving around in this chamber, and the only forces they make are the impact that those atoms could make on a plate or on this chamber, cumulatively together, all of them at any given time. And it's so small, and it is still tiny when it's 10 to the minus 2 or 10 to the minus 30. There's just nothing there, and those forces are what are required to keep a liquid in a liquid state. If you don't have those forces acting on the liquid, then it's allowed to change states and release energy and expand and change state and turn into a gas. And then those molecules will be bouncing around as well, depending on the temperature.
Cool.
So I think there's a confusion of what pressure, what the role of pressure is in the state change. It's very critical. What Matthew's saying is what I was saying too, is that when you have the pressure so low, none of these molecules can be held together. In those Coulombic bonds are not going to be enough to hold these objects together, these particles together, so they will turn into gases.
So the off gas is what you're saying.
No, see, why do you keep on adding words and terms to something I'm saying? Outgassing is basically vaporization. It has to be vaporizing. It has to be basically boiling. Type of boiling. Well, it's not really boiling, because boiling infers a heat. Because evaporation is a state change. Like evaporation would be a better analogy to outgassing.
So outgassing is effectively vaporizing? Is what you're saying?
Yes.
That's weird, because I was under the impression that even plastics can outgas in your fucking refrigerator or under the heat. If you keep a water bottle in your car, it's going to outgas certain chemicals and leach it into your water. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
That is basically a type of state change. That plastic is now, some of the molecules, the compositions of that petrochemical molecule is there's not enough pressure to keep it together. So it'll as it gets hotter, the temperature follows these charts too. It'll start losing.
I don't need the remedial stuff. It was a question.
I could have sworn I was in the middle of a sentence. It starts losing molecules and outgassing. So it starts losing material. Part of its molecules breaking down, and it goes into the water. Theoretically, I mean, there's not a lot of proof that we're seeing a lot of outgassing of plastics into our water, but it's one of the theories. Or if it does happen, we don't know if it's harmful to us.
Why did you feel the need to say we don't really know if it's happening, and if it is, it's harmless to us? Why did you feel the need to add that?
Because there's a lot of talk about plastic water containers and them getting warm and them outgassing or releasing part of their petrochemical structure into the liquid H2O.
So you saying that the experts that realized that BPA was leaching into liquids out of plastics into liquids, that there's no, that's just kind of a, woo-woo kind of thing that took place?
No,
There was
we
no
know
actual science behind that?
depending how stable the plastic is. Plastics do at certain temperatures will start breaking down, and those temperatures, it's not a
10 to the negative what torr?
It's not a pressure value. It's a temperature value. It could be pressure as well, but mainly we're talking about temperature with
Temperature and pressure
water.
go hand in hand, right?
No, they don't actually. Get the same temperature at Tahoe as I can at a beach near you. Different pressures, but same temperatures. The leaching occurs is a temperature related phenomena, not a pressure one. However, pressure can play a role.
So pressure can cause things to off-gas.
Some types of materials, not all of them.
Yeah, we were going through this, right? Liquids are going to be the first, right? Would you say that?
Liquids will change state with pressure, correct.
Would they change state before a solid, probably?
You would think so, yes.
What about something that's in between, like a gelatin substance?
Name a gelatin substance that you know of.
I don't know. We'll just use gelatin.
Like Jello?
That would be gelatin.
You ever tried to
Nope.
turn gelatin back into a liquid?
Nope. But
Doesn't
you
really work
can
too well.
with heat.
What?
You can with heat.
You can?
Pretty sure. When I make Jello,
I don't know.
I can't let my Jello shots sit out on the pool deck. I have to keep them in a cooler. Otherwise, they become liquid.
So that's combination of solid.
Scientific drinking for you, right there.
Yeah, good. So we know that gelatin. It's not really a solid, but it's not really a liquid. It's not ice either, right? It's in between, like you said. So how will that outgas? I would suspect it to be somewhere in between, because it's not just pure water. It's now has a solution of water and C6H12O6. It's got a carbohydrate. It's got a glucose molecule in there.
Yep. So these chemicals that are in and these substances that are in film could obviously be affected by vacuum scenarios, as he has given you examples where it's been tested, right? And they've utilized these film to try to generate prints after the fact, and you see degradation. So it is plausible that the film that was exposed to pretty high vacuum situations in alleged outer space and or the atmosphere within the moon, which is very, very, very small, would probably be affected by the vacuum situation that it's residing in.
No, I wouldn't say there's a high probability at all. Probable,
Yeah,
possibly,
of course not, right?
but I would think it's not probable, because we're not talking about Jello in a solution that is coagulated due to its temperature. We're talking about something related more to a plastic. Like I would say, put your
No.
water bottle. Put your water bottle, and water bottles have coatings. They have coatings on them, plastic coatings. We don't know what kind of. There could be some type of coating on the film. We know there's coatings on the film. Obviously, it is dried and it's fairly stable. does a stable coating on a plastic film substrate, is that prone to turning to vapor in a vacuum chamber? That's the question you're asking. And I don't think anyone would argue that if it does change, it's not significant. But you're saying, and SEs give us examples of film that has been exposed to vacuum, and then that film was used to take a picture of something. This with the same camera and the same object with film that has not been exposed to a vacuum. Now, do we know that's the exact same film they used on the moon or in space? Do we know that the space that film has a different coating or different ASA, however, whatever other change do we know it's the exact same film? We don't. I mean, if we did, then we'd have more of a discussion here. But I don't know whether there's just like this assumption that I guess I'm just fighting I'm not fighting so much that the thing can change in a vacuum. I'm fighting the fact that we're talking about extreme vacuum and everyone gets so excited about ultra high vacuums when there's really no difference on the O-rings, on the sight glass, on anything that is in a vacuum chamber, no matter what application it's being used for, between 10 to the minus 2 and 10 to the minus 17. There's no difference at all. Nothing can be measured other than that pressure by very, very sensitive equipment.
How many time tests have you done on things like O-rings in a high vacuum situation?
Oh, these things have had high vacuum for as long as the process goes on for. And there's no particulate that comes from the O-rings at all. They're silicon O-rings. They're not nitrile.
There's no effect at all whatsoever. That's interesting.
No, because if there was, that would be a real problem. If there was outgassing or any kind of atomic structure breakdown of those silicon O-rings. They're not silicon. It's a type of silicon O-ring. I can't remember the name of it. It's been so long. It's got a kind of a high tech name to it.
They degrade over time, even here on Earth.
Oh God, I have O-rings in my race car that's 30 years old, exposed to 280-degree temperatures for hours at a time, freezing temperatures back and forth. And none of those O-rings, I've lost any durometer whatsoever. I pulled one out of my engine and I even reused it after 30 years. They were fine. They don't degrade.
Silicone O-rings inside your engine?
What? Yes.
Whereabouts?
Here's where the oil cooler lines are. There's O-rings in there. There's O-rings in the camshaft, holding the oil out of the seals where the bearings are for the camshaft and the heads. There's O-rings in there's a bunch of O-rings in the heads.
What is the pressure that they're under?
It's temperature. They get very hot. They get into the.
I didn't ask about temperature, did I?
500. Pressure is just standard pressure. A little bit a slight vacuum under decel in some areas, but not a lot of pressure. There's a lot of vacuum in your all your intake. All your intake. Hold on. Well, no, there's a lot of vacuum. I stand corrected. Most of the time, the engine runs at a pretty substantial vacuum, and those O-rings that are sealing the intake runners to the heads, high temperature and low pressure.
What do you consider a substantial vacuum?
20, 25 inches of mercury.
Where's that on your Matthew? Where's that on our scale?
It's on scale on the intake.
That Matthew was talking about.
Backside of the throttle plate, all the fuel injection. All the evaporative canister vents. They tap into the fuel body, throttle body. All those O-rings are perfectly fine, and they're subjected to substantial vacuum. Especially when you are decelerating on the highway and high RPM decel.
So what is that vacuum again? Give it to me in PSI within your engine.
1 or 2 PSI.
Oh yeah, that's pretty substantial.
It is.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't know the difference. You wouldn't be able to figure out 1 PSI and negative, 10 to the minus 10 torr. 1 PSI and that are very close. 1 PSI difference.
At the same temperature, If we had
Say
water, would water be able to stand 1 psi at a room temperature? Or would it start to boil?
Start to boil.
Oh, what about 2 psi?
Water's going to start to boil probably at right around there, right around 2 psi. Maybe 1
Oh,
psi.
okay. So between 2 and 1 would be a complete state change for the water. Change of state.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be pretty significant, the difference between that, right?
It depends on the temperature, but yeah.
Right.
But
Just
any,
go
but
with
there'd be no, so that same water in 10 to the minus 5, or 10 to the minus 1 or 2.
Oh,
or
it's going
10
to
to the
boil?
minus
No
10,
shit.
there's no difference.
Yeah, we get it. We get it. It hits a point, and after you get past that point, regardless of how much more pressure you get, it's going to do what it does at the point in which it does its thing. We get that, Zanuck.
Right. Well, good. That's the only point I'm really trying to make here.
Right. But if you have things that don't boil, so liquid mercury, does it boil at 2 psi at room temperature?
No, it does not.
Ooh, would it boil at 1 psi at room temperature?
What are you getting at? We all know that liquid mercury is going to boil at a very low pressure compared to water.
Oh, I thought, it just doesn't matter because between 1 and 2 is not that big of a deal. Once you get
That's not
to
what we're saying.
Oh, but that is what you're trying to allude to. That's what you're trying to allude to within this conversation to everybody in the room that 10 to the negative 2, there's no difference between that and 10 to the negative 17. There's going to be no effect on anything, blah, blah, blah. Just like, there'd be no effect. Water, if it boils at 1 psi at room temperature, it's going to boil at half a psi. It's going to boil at 0 psi. It's going to boil at negative 1 psi. Blah blah blah. If we continue to go down the line, it's always going to boil because it's reached its boiling. But no deal. No difference. Blah blah blah.
We're talking
But
about
different materials are going to be affected at
you went on a rant. You went on a rant.
pressure,
That was a little
right?
Listen,
So if different materials are going to be affected at different pressures, it's relevant to the conversation when we're not just talking about one specific material, water, right?
Yes. So what do you think? What do you think the pressure has to be for mercury to boil?
I have no idea, Zanuck, but I know that once it gets to that
one
point,
torr. It's not
anything
one
past
torr.
that
Hold on. Can I
is
just
going
finish?
to
Can I
boil.
just finish my thought real quick? It's not 1 torr. It's not 10 torr. It's like 100 torr. So anything minus 10 to the minus anything, minus 1, 2, 3. We're talking about so little pressure that anything that we can think of is going to be, if it's liquid, it's going to be vaporized, as long as the temperature is proper.
Gotcha.
And there's no difference between 10 to the minus 1 or 10 to the minus 7. There's nothing in between. There's no objects
There
that are
is
going
a
to fall in
difference.
between those ranges.
Zanuck, how can you say there's no difference between 10 to the
Because
negative 1
I
and 10
just
to
got
the
to tell you
negative
that the
7?
reason that things stay
Then
liquid.
how do we measure a difference? How do we measure a difference between those two things if there is no difference?
A lot of it's calculated, but the forces are so
Jesus.
very, very
I'm
small.
done with this conversation. Somebody else can talk.
You asked me a question, I'm trying to answer.
No,
The
you're
forces are so small. I am. We're talking about, I thought I'd give you a little bit of a help in thinking about it differently. This pressure is what needs to be
Zanuck,
acting
don't
on.
allude to me.
If there's not,
Help.
if there's, hold on. If
This
there's
is
not
why
any
nobody wants to
molecule,
talk to you.
let me just finish. Napalm,
No,
I seriously,
because I
stop for a
said I'm
second
going
and
to
then let me finish.
disengage, which means that's when you're going to go into, well, I know you don't understand it, or I was trying to help you out just so you can get me to get back into the conversation. Dude, you're a deceptive
I was trying to explain.
individual. I would call you a name, but I'm not going to.
Go ahead.
And it's the
I can take
reason
it.
why nobody likes to engage with you, dude.
Oh, don't you like that one? Nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. I think I'll eat some worms. Dude, don't get frustrated with me. I'm just trying to help you in a way to understand why.
I'm not frustrated with you.
Let me just finish my
I think
sentence.
you're probably
It's the third
frustrated with
time you have
yourself.
not been able to let me finish my sentence.
And you
Let me
try
just
to
finish my
take that
sentence.
out on
Can
individuals
I just finish my
online.
sentence? Can I just finish my sentence?
I think it's kind of
So
an
I was just
ego
trying.
thing.
Okay, I don't know.
Maybe like a narcissistic thing. I wouldn't call you a narcissist.
narcissistic.
Well, see, it just happened again, Zanuck. It just happened again.
I wasn't. I wasn't trying to say,
well, dude,
you don't
it's
understand.
it's just super condescending to kind of have that attitude to someone. What I mean is that, like, if you're talking with someone, so if you're talking to someone and you're sharing ideas, there's ideas going back and forth. Both, there's a mutual respect. Both people, one shares one idea, one shares the other. There's folks listening, so there's multiple ears listening, and it's a process of everyone hearing the information, putting forth the information, etc. Now, I realize when there's debates, there can be a bit of a competitive vibe. But when you do a thing, Zanuck, where you like put them beneath you, and you're in this condescending position where you're kind of like, oh, well, let me help you, let me just teach you, let me make you understand because you don't understand. It's not a balanced energy. It's not a balanced back and forth. All of a sudden, like, it's almost like you're stomping on them energetically or whatever, or you're kind of like putting your foot on them and pinning them down and being
That
like,
wasn't my intent.
like, you don't understand, and then all of the other things with that. Because it seems like it was going fine.
That wasn't my intent, Joe.
Well, if it's your
My
intent
intent was.
or not, well, all right. Well, whether it's your intent or not, you're doing it. So whether it's unconscious or conscious, it would be up to you to figure that out and then not do it again.
Okay, let me word it differently. So what I was trying to say, Gio, to Napalm in a politest way, in non-condescending fashion, is that pressure has a unique function in keeping things in their states. It's kind of like you had this huge chamber. We had like one molecule bouncing around. There is a force that's associated. We can have a 10 to the minus something value. But if that molecule doesn't hit these other molecules that are not moving, for example, in a container, or maybe just sitting in a corner, if they're not making contact, well, that state will not change. If I have 3 or 4 molecules moving around and nothing's hitting that container or that object, and then I remove 2 or 3 of those, I have 1 left, there's no difference on that because nothing was hitting it anyway. It's kind of like the only analogy I can describe to kind of show that why it's so important to understand how pressure works and why this 10 to the minus 1 to 10 to the minus 17 is really not even something to think about or talk about, because it doesn't really matter. Even though it's a wide range and there's billions of times difference of forces, because there's so few atoms actually moving, there's no effect of those atoms on any substance, no matter what it is. That's what I was trying to get to. But I'm sorry if I came across that way, Gio and Napalm.
I don't really think that you are, because you do it on a daily basis to pretty much anybody that you have a conversation with that is on the opposing side of an argument.
Have you ever listened to yourself interact with me? Just to be, just your blind spot, I think, is the same thing that you're telling me that I'm not understanding or I'm actually doing to you. Because you come across a very, hold on, you came across, look at your tone, your speech patterns, things you say can be interpreted the exact same way by me. That's why it's maybe oil and water with us.
That's not. All right. Well, if as a third party, he's not doing that. So if you're feeling that, then that's coming from yourself.
Yeah, I always talk in the same tone. Actually, people, I don't want to say mock me, but certainly call me monotone many times, right? Even saying like, I need time to ramp up and to get things out, right? So my cadence and the way that I conversate is just the way that I have discussions, right? It has nothing to do with condescension.
You and I both know the way you come across. You're trying to catch somebody. You're trying to call them out. You're trying to back them in the corner. This is a technique I've seen with you often, and it doesn't bother me. It's your personality. It's who you are, and I don't take offense to it. But
so what was my tactic in this? What was my tactic in this scenario?
Okay, I wasn't trying to, tit for tat or say you're worse than me or I'm better than you. Nothing like that. I just said that things you do, people that not Geo, people on maybe on my side of the argument would look at you the same way that I am, and people that are looking at me on your side are going to look at me the same way too, because we're both fighting for positions, and that becomes a weaker argument for both of us when we both have to attack each other's style or say that they're doing something that they're not. Like, I don't think I'm trying to gaslight you or put you down or be condescending. I'm just trying to make my point as clear as possible.
Oh man!
So if I'm coming across otherwise, I apologize for that, and I am truly sorry. You can say I'm not, but I am.
You're not, but you are. Got it. Yeah,
See,
I think that pretty much said it all right there.
No, I am not trying to do that. If you think I am, I'm sorry, but I'm not doing it. You can't tell me that I am, and you don't know that I am. You can gaslight me, or you can mind fuck me and say that I am, but I'm, because I know how I feel.
Wow.
And I know what I'm doing.
This is a special kind of gaslighting where I'm being called the one that's gaslighting somebody while being gaslit. That's interesting. It's kind of a, I don't know if that's a first, but it's interesting.
I don't want to expand on why I said. I think it's pretty obvious why I said what I did.
This is like pinging back and forth. I mean, Zanuck, you apologize. I think maybe Napalm, you misheard him a little because he said you might not think I'm sorry, but I actually am. That's what he said. I think so. He was just, yeah. I think that's what he said. I think he was really trying to apologize.
Apology accepted until you do it again tomorrow.
No problem. No, I mean, I think it's interesting. Getting back to the topic, interesting. SE brought up this test where someone actually did the experiment, and I think that's great. I think, and there was some degradation in the quality. That I can't argue, unless it's not a real test or it was faked or had issues. But I don't have any reason to believe that it was.
Why would film degrade under a vacuum?
Well, it'd have to outgas.
Oh, for fuck's
There
sake.
you
Why
go.
didn't you just say that at the beginning of the conversation? We just could have ended it. Never even had it.
I can't believe he just said what he just said. I just can't believe it.
Like 45 minutes of going back and forth for him to be like, well, it would outgas.
Well, that's not. I don't believe. I don't firmly
Like
believe
this
that's
is a Benny Hill
happened,
moment.
But I said maybe. I said maybe. It could have been in the vacuum because there's no pressure acting on it. Maybe it just changed the molecular structure of that plastic in such a way that it changed the qualities of its ability to reproduce the image. Or how
Well, I don't know if I was
the
successful in walking him down a road of logic to come to this conclusion, or if he just knew it all along and for some reason waited until we had this extensive back and forth to basically say exactly how he really feels about the situation. But it's interesting that you admitted that.
Well, I think it depends on the film and the quality control of the film as well. I mean, the process is any kind of gases that are underneath the coatings inside the plastic even could cause a problem. But I don't
What's
know exactly.
underneath?
I'm not going to claim I know, so I'm not going to say I know.
Yeah, because there's materials underneath the coatings of the film, right? In between the plastic outsides of the film itself. And that substance is not necessarily a liquid and it's not really necessarily a solid. It's kind of in between.
I was thinking more like trapped molecules of gases and trace gases under there. Maybe the structure itself, the actual physical structure itself, gets altered as a vacuum as it's exposed to a vacuum.
Why? Why would it do that?
Because there's less forces acting on that surface. It's like there's something in there that is less dense, or gas, or molecules that are moving, depending on the temperature, and then you have the structure actually change its shape slightly as it's in a vacuum.
Cool.
It's not like a bottle exploding, but it's something is being contained, and if there's any kind of inconsistencies or any kind of gases in those layers, even in the plastic itself, it can change the structure.
Do you know the vacuum that was pulled on that, SE, to show that degradation by any chance?
I think it was around 10 to the minus 3-ish, if I remember correctly. Nowhere near the moon. Yeah. 3, 4, something like that.
Napalm, between you and me, that's the real problem I have with this discussion is 10 to the minus 3, and then someone saying, quote, and nowhere near what's on the moon. There's no difference between 10 to the minus 3 and 10 to the minus 17 as far as whatever has happened
Then
here.
how does it register? How do we register a difference if there is none?
I didn't say you couldn't register it in some type of equipment. I'm saying that the effects on structures will not be any different because there's already no pressure act. If the reason there's effect of no lack of pressure, super lack of pressure will still have the same effect as lack of pressure.
We don't necessarily know that with all materials, right? Like that's just kind of an interesting blanket statement to make with no actual scientific evidence to back up that claim.
I think we've already gone through that cycle of debate earlier when Matthew was there and talking about certain the phase
Yeah.
change.
And then you admitted that the film probably had some off-gassing that took place to cause the degradation, which was the whole fucking conversation to begin with.
Non sequitur to the whole topic of the
It's
difference
literally
between
the topic.
3 and 10 to the minus 17.
Literally what we've been talking
Those are
about
not,
the whole
those are
time.
not related. No, there's not going to be any
Okay.
difference between those two.
All right. Okay. Well, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that's why
I've hung up all my hockey gear. It's all drying out. I've cleaned off my blades. There's no more water on it. I retaped my stick. I got shit to do in the morning, so I'm going to go to bed. Y'all have a good evening.
You got it.
Good evening and nice try. Valiant
egg
effort.
roll, it's not cold.
I kind
My
of
egg
got
roll's
him.
cold too,
Kind of got him there, Essie.
No,
Yeah.
what's worse, your hockey gear or my egg roll? I don't know.
I don't know. All right. Good night, gentlemen.
All right, buddy. Good to see you.
So NASA's outer space doesn't exist in the tangible, physical, corporeal plane of existence. Should we be shocked?
I think so.
Or should we just be grounded in reality? And that you don't float out into a vacuum surrounding a ball up there. And there's no terrestrial lands in the sky. Never has been.
You really believe that?
It's essentially a membrane to the beyond. There's no rocks up there to go land on and play on.
What's the moon? Gio, what do you think the moon is? Really? I mean, honestly, what do you think the moon is?
I think it's a plasmatic celestial crystal.
Is that what it looks like? Remember, we always talk about trusting your senses, and whatever our senses are, our vision is pretty damn good. I mean, and our brains are complex and able to discern a lot of different things. And this is one of the things I think we're good at doing. When you look at the picture of a moon, I mean, especially when even terrestrial-based observations, I mean, those craters and the surface qualities and the reflectivity, does that spell out or yell out to you plasma? Or maybe...
Yeah, it's a crystal.
Really?
Yeah, it's a celestial crystal is what I think it is.
Celestial crystal. What is it? What is a celestial crystal?
Made of plasma and light.
How do you make a crystal out of plasma and light?
Well, that's essentially what crystals are. And have you seen how crystals will fluoresce when they're subjected to UV radiation? They actually will fluoresce light.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean their structure is changed. We can see the actual surface of the moon. It's not translucent. It doesn't look crystalline. It looks like a surface. It looks like there's dirt and mountains, and we bounce radio waves off of it. I mean, so many things that say not plasma. I mean, if you're gonna be honest, come on. Well, I don't want to go down the road of you think people have to be in on it too. That's a whole other argument that I won't ever. Nor will I use pictures from space, but I just think the pictures of the moon do kind of say, rock, big rock.
I think it does have somewhat familiar terrestrial features, meaning like when you look at like stones and rocks and things on Earth, the moon does seem to have some of those qualities. Doesn't look to have like a particulate matter though. It looks like kind of like a sheen surface, and it has the different kind of variations within it. I think someone's mic. I don't know who's was that you, Zanny?
Nope.
Yeah, I think it is yours. Yeah, it is yours. There's like a buzz thing going on.
Right now?
Yeah. Yeah, your mic's going out. But yeah, I mean, and the moon, there's a lot of crystals that look like the moon as well. terms of those features. And yeah, I think we're ultimately surrounded by plasma. So the moon is going to be in that plasma field. Part of the electromagnetic and electrostatic matrix that is the celestial field above us.
And for those that think they use the special film, I just posted something. From the assistant director, Kodak. Just regular old film.
Good old H2 prime.
Zanuck, your mic is still staticking.
When I came off mute, like right now,
Oh,
it's bad.
it's bad. It's real bad. Reboot your mic. Now, even the idea of you keep saying bouncing something off of it, yeah, you have to discern whether you're just bouncing something off a local medium. And essentially, you have to believe in the medium that NASA and the other government space agencies claim is out there. You have to basically just believe that that medium is what's out there, then calculate the way that either the laser or the radio wave or the different waves that they use to shoot at the moon to try to get a reflection. So you're using an assumption of how those waves travel in the medium of the vacuum, which then derives the 230,000 mile type of numbers that they claim to get from those. And there's a couple different ones. There's the radio ones and there's the laser ones. The ones that they claim to use the retroreflectors with the lasers. So there's those claims as well. But all of those require a calculative mathematical equation of how the speed of light travels in a vacuum. It's all based on that in terms of that ratio and that number, which renders the result mathematically, not actually tangibly. So you really don't have a measurement from shooting anything at it at all. The only thing you really would have is just believing in government space agencies that they went up there and landed on it. And these have been really good points brought up about the film and the impossibility for the film to exist in that medium as well.
What do the experts say about the film questions? Have you heard anything from? Should be something about NASA responding to that claim. I'm sure you guys aren't the first ones to come up with it.
Yeah, I mean, when I first researched the moon landing stuff many years ago, I came across all of that on both sides. So yeah, I remember all of the claimed rebuttals and things for it. So they don't really address that one too much though. So, but there are a few kind of just very generalized, just claiming that the film would make it through all of that.
Usually it's just a bunch of assumptions. They assume they did this, they assume they did that. But once you get down to the nitty gritty, you break down what they actually did to the Hasselblad camera. It's like, oh boy. Yeah.
So, Zanuck, you know how UV light travels much differently than visible light?
UV light travels much different. Well, it's more affected by refraction.
It has a much longer range. So the idea that the sun is not actually lighting the moon, but the moon is its own light. The fact that crystals, what's interesting about crystals is that they fluoresce in relation to UV exposure and also to heat, like cold and hot temperatures. And when they're exposed to UV light, crystals will fluoresce the most when they're cold, and when they're heated, they will even lose all fluorescence if heated to a high enough level. And the sun and the moon are in their cycle. So when it's a full moon, the moon would be furthest from the sun, conceivably the coldest because it's the furthest from the sun. That is when it fluoresces the most, which links precisely with how crystals fluoresce more under cold conditions. And then as the moon approaches the sun and they get closer and closer and the phases are happening, that fluorescence seems to, in this perspective, is shifting with the phases. And then once it gets to a new moon, because it's in its hottest position, because it's right, as it were, close to the sun. Whatever the sun is, clearly seems to be a source of immense heat and all of that. So it would make sense that it would be hotter as you continue to get closer to it, unless there's different ideas of what the sun is. But nonetheless, within that perspective, the being closer to the sun will bring the heat to the point to where even though the UV is still exposing to the sun very strongly because it's very close to the sun, like what I'm saying is that if the UV causes the fluorescence and the heat causes the how it lights up, the hot and cold. So all like those work together. So even though it still has the UV exposure as it gets closer to it, the heat starts to would essentially consume the fluorescence because of the heat. Therefore, you get the new moon, essentially where the moon disappears entirely when it's very close to the sun. So that's why it's called a new moon. As far as we see in everything we've ever seen in reality, it is completely gone through that whole new moon from our reality, and then it appears as the new moon. And then as it gets further away, it would be getting colder and colder, fluorescing more and more until when it's a full moon again, 180 degrees back to where it started. Even though the beginning of the cycle is when it's a new moon, and then it's out to the full moon at the peak and then back to the new moon. But within that whole cycle, the way that temperatures and crystals and UV light, is a clear model to have a system like that in which the sun is actually fluorescing from itself, which plasma also fluoresces. Crystals and plasma both have fluorescence qualities to them. And there's a lot of reasons to think it's very likely that there's plasma involved. I mean, there's plasma in our bodies and in our cells at those levels as well. There would still be the question, though, how the phases, because they're kind of like pulled towards the sun. Like the fluorescence it reminds me of like an Etch-a-Sketch, when you know one of those Etch-a-Sketches where it like uses the magnets to kind of pull the little ink up so you can make a little drawing.
Right.
Makes me think of that type of effect, but it would be like an electromagnetic luminous effect where the phase of the moon is fluorescing in that shape as if the light's being almost pulled in a sense, to where it's like, like weighted at the bottom. Sort of like if you had sand in a jar or something, it would all collect at the bottom. And like that's the part that's actually lit, that's facing the sun, because it seems to be that you have the sun, and then as the moon moves away from it, the phase will be facing the sun. And right at the beginning, it'll be just a little sliver. And then as it gets out to the quarter moon, you get the waxing crescent, the waxing quarter. And then ultimately you get to the full moon. It's completely lit. And that's when it's 180 degrees from the sun. So if it's 180 degrees, it would make sense that the whole moon is being pulled. All of the light is directly facing it. So it would be like pulled towards it in a sense. In terms of whatever is in the moon that's fluorescing in response to the sun, when it's opposing the sun 180 degrees from the sun, then it is like the full circle of the sun, as it were, with its energy is directly at heads with it. So then we get the full fluorescence of the moon. And then as the moon moves, towards the waning cycle and the waning crescents and gets back to the new moon, that fluorescence seems to dissipate and continue to form in position to the sun as it gets closer. It like weighted effect seems to be the opposite side of the moon as it comes back around, and then the whole cycle restarts.
Are there any pictures? I've been looking. I haven't found any pictures of the new moon when it's close to the sun angularly? Because all we see is the crescent moons, and we see eclipses. But what happens when the moon, and we see eclipses as it's passing in front of the sun? What about when it just gets out of the sun? There has to be some filtering, or maybe some measurement, or some type of picture of the sun and the moon near each other, but the moon actually completely dark, and discern it from the sky around it. I have never seen a picture like that ever.
Right. I know. No one has, dude. I mean, I think it's ultimately it's metaphysical. It's alchemical. Like the moon literally disappears from our reality every 29 and a half days. It literally vanishes. It's gone for that whole period. When it's within about 15 degrees of the sun, 7 on each side, 7 degrees. So I mean 7 degrees approaching, 7 degrees exiting. So once it gets within 7, boom, invisible. Cannot see it at all. Nothing has. Now the only thing is during a solar eclipse, they'll try to claim Earth shine. That there's that claim, or they try to claim the light of the Earth is reflecting back up off the moon during an eclipse. And there's the whole question of those being essentially fabricated, because I've never seen one actually replicated by a real person. They're all of sketchy origin, and they all there's a whole history with those not being legitimate. Nonetheless, that's the only time that it's ever been claimed. And this is what we've talked about for years, where as the sun is approaching and leaving, as the moon is, approaching and leaving the sun, if it was a physical ball, it would make sense that it would be visible in multiple stages, depending on the conditions, throughout that whole process. But instead, within 7 degrees of either side, it absolutely vanishes from our reality and then reappears as a tiny, tiny sliver. That's why I'm saying it's metaphysical. It's beyond the physical, because we're not seeing physical balls rotating. We seem to be seeing some kind of alchemical union between these celestial bodies and these luminous celestial objects that we see.
Yeah, it's interesting. We have not seen any pictures of it post this moon has been supposedly illuminated by the earth shine. Like after it gets away from the sun and completely out of it, maybe a couple degrees, maybe 5-6 degrees, whatever, there'd be some type of image, even an outline of it, or it's just invisible. You can't see anything. It seems hard to believe that there's not a picture that exists somewhere.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Well, you're saying you're hard to believe because, so yeah, you agree that it's out of place, that's not something that's been observed many times over all these years.
I would expect to see it because of my belief system. Like, remember all these things, most common men, and I've not monitored and manned these incredible telescopes or fired lasers to retroreflectors or sent radio signals. All this I believe on the word of these scientists. But you think there would be a picture, someone would spend extra effort, super powerful camera with some frequency of electromagnetic radiation that would be able to detect that moon that's not in front of the sun, but not a crescent moon, and see that picture. And that I've been searching for a long time.
Yeah, I absolutely, dude. And the thing is, if we were actually on a globe and we were in outer space and we were floating in a vacuum, with the technology that we have today, the thousands of satellites, we're sending probes to Pluto. We're getting the picture of Pluto on Pluto. I mean, they're shooting things to Saturn. They're claiming they're James Webb telescoping, all this stuff. You would think we would have thousands of videos and photos of the moon and sun in this magical, epic, is what they claim, relation of these three balls in space. You would think that if it really was real and that would be the most, I mean, can you imagine if it was real and if they really did just discover we're on a globe, these Jesuit priests that you guys are trusting, if you believe in that they just discovered it was a globe and Copernicus blew our minds and all of that. If that's, the Copernican revolution, they were on a globe. And up to now, with all the technology we have, everything, I mean, they claim to have gone to the moon. India just went to the moon. They're shooting, it's a highway out there. They're shooting all over. And there is no, now we're probably giving them, this is their next CGI task. Like they're listening right now and they're like writing it down literally. And they're going to do this. Watch, it'll usually takes them about 3 to 4 months. This will pop up in 3 to 4 months. Predict it right now. So what we've never seen, and of course they probably will CGI it, is what I'm saying, because they could probably CGI. But dude, my whole point was, if it was a globe, if it was all real, you would think with all satellites, everything out there, we would have thousands of videos and photos, high definition, of the sun and the moon's relationship. Like the moon during a new moon. Can you imagine how epic that would be? Like we could actually see the moon as a ball during the new moon. That would be the first time in the history of humanity ever that we've ever seen the moon during a new moon. If it was real that they could go out to space, they could capture that for the first time ever. But there's zero of that footage that exists. Nothing has even been presented, which is why I'm saying they're going to get the CGI team on it, I would imagine, because this should exist. The point is, it doesn't now. Yeah, they'll try to bury it and say that it always existed in the future, probably, but it doesn't exist now. And if that doesn't make you question it, I would be surprised if you're a logically sound mind.
It is interesting.
And can you imagine what an eclipse would look like from actual outer space? If it was 3 balls lining up, that would be epic, dude. You could see the penumbra, the umbra. You could see it all in real time. Have a probe just float around it and see it's called a syzygy when 3 objects line up in a line like that. You could see the actual syzygy, but it's just totally non-existent. What we actually have is just what we see from Earth, which is the moon completely disappearing during a new moon.
Right.
And the eclipse effects we see. How about even a solar eclipse? Any footage of that? A lunar or a solar eclipse? Because a lunar eclipse, if space were real, you would have video from satellites or from probes and things of the moon behind the Earth, and then you would see the Earth. It would all look very real, these huge balls. It wouldn't look all fake and weird and have like all kinds of anomalies and weird cutouts and stuff. It would look authentic because it's real footage. The frames would all link together, and then they could pan or have a 360 camera or pan and show all 3 balls in a line. Also completely non-existent existence.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see some of those as well.
Let alone any footage of any of the other planets. Where's like Venus and Mercury and the sun with the Earth? Where's that shot?
Well, I think they're not on the same ecliptic as we are.
No, everything is on the same ecliptic. I mean, Uranus they claim is tilted or whatever, but pretty much everything's on the ecliptic. That's why it's well, the way they model it, yeah, in their reverse engineered mathematical model. Where they make them ellipses with balls all floating out surrounding a ball. It's just ballifying the geometry. Ballifying it and throwing the balls in large orbits around. And yeah, Mercury and Venus are. That's why, when you see the solar system and it looks like all those things, they're all like level. All those balls are basically.
Can we have a Mercury eclipse with Venus from the Earth? I don't think you're all in line like that.
Right. Well, I mean, there is a conjunction that happens in the sky. In reality, we see Venus and Mars, for example. Is that what you're saying? Venus and Mercury? Yeah, well, Venus and Mercury, that happens often because So here's the thing. So, okay, you know how they put Venus and Mercury between the Earth and the Sun in the heliocentric system?
Yep.
So there's a reason they actually had to do it that way. Now, I understand if you believe it's real, then you're saying that it's real, and that's why it is. But what I'm saying is that it's not real, and that they had to make it that way, because in the actual sky, what we see are these little orbs, as it were, these little circles of light, and they make their pathways through the sky between the tropics in their cycles. And without going into all that detail, I'm just saying that they're moving. For now, I think I can just say they're moving in their cycles. And as they're in their cycles, if we had Polaris at the center and then the circle of the sky, and you have like the equator, the Tropic of Capricorn, everything coming out from the center on a planar surface, and then you have the sun that's circling Polaris, and then all the other wandering stars, the planets as it were, are also circling around. Now, the thing is, though, is that as the sun goes 24 hours a day, Mercury and Venus essentially stay close with the sun. So imagine like if they're all like race cars on a racetrack, the sun, imagine the sun's like a car and it's going at its speed. Take Venus and Mercury. Those are like cars that are always like next to the sun. They're always with the sun. They kind of cycle in front of and behind the sun. So let's say the sun's going like 50 miles an hour. It's not, but I'm just saying, let's just say it's going 50 miles an hour. Well, it's sort of like Mercury, for example, it'll be going 50 miles an hour, and then it'll go 55, and then it'll go 60, and it'll go 65, and it'll get ahead of the sun. But it won't get too far. It'll end up slowing down. It goes back to 60 miles an hour, back to 55, back to 50, and then it goes slower than the sun. It goes 45 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour, 35. It is actual real numbers that I could actually tell you what they actually are, but I'm just using that I'm just using 50 as a random number. So anyway, so then Mercury will go behind it. It'll go slower than it, but it won't get too far. Once it gets, let's just say in this little analogy, down to like 30, then it starts going 35, 40, 45, 50, and then the cycle restarts. So that's the retrograde cycle of Mercury, and Venus does it as well. So Venus and Mercury will essentially retrograde, and they phase with the sun. So the sun's cooking around doing its thing, and Venus and Mercury are always doing that retrograde, goes in front of the sun, behind the sun, in front, etc. As they're all circling around every day, they're slowly changing speeds. So the fact that Mercury and Venus do that, and the fact that they cycle in those ways, Venus never gets further than 45 degrees, and then Mercury never gets further than 23 degrees from the sun. And that is what actually is happening in our sky. Like I said, my understanding of it over a planar Earth is that they're all circling and doing how I described it. They're all like almost on the face of a clock in a sense, and they're all just moving in their speeds. But that whole thing was to say that in the heliocentric model, they have to make Mercury and Venus in between the Earth and the sun to account for everything I just described. The fact that Mercury and Venus do that. Whereas everything else, like Mars and Jupiter, they're just all on their own path. They're doing their full 360. So that's why they had to put those beyond the Earth in the heliocentric model, out there, the outer planets, as they call them, because those are all not moving with the sun. They're all basically just making their own circles, their own cycles at their own times. Like Saturn is 29 years, Uranus is 84 years, etc. They all have their just own cycle, but Mercury and Venus go with the sun like that. But going back to what you said originally, just to finish, as well, what you were saying, we should have images of those three balls, Mercury and Venus and Earth, and that also doesn't exist. There should be 360 shots from all over the solar system, dude. We should have it all on high definition VR live streamed. Should have like
half and half.
Yeah. They would have satellites all set up with 360 cameras, and then everywhere. And then you know how amazing that'd be if it was real, where you could have like these 360 cameras all out in space and all, like a whole grid system. And then you could have a VR, and you don't have to have a VR headset, but you could have a screen or whatever it would be. And you could like pan around to the actual live cameras of the solar system. All right. Now we're just in fantasy land. What were you saying though? I kind of interrupted you. I kept going. My bad. What were you saying?
That's okay. Yeah, you're on a roll. 50-50 shot of the side that we see of the moon, and then the dark side, which has got all those. It's like flatter, not as many craters and things.
Yeah, you want the 50-50 shot of the ball in space. That's what you're saying,
The
right?
line down the middle, the one that part we see, and then what we don't see, and the see like right in the middle of the two.
Yeah, you can see the Terminator line. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
You would see it all. That would all be a thing, yeah. Well, what if you had a do you know that really fake, terrible one they showed us of it's supposed to be like the moon passing in front of the Earth? That one is so bad. You have to admit that's bad. That's
Which
rough.
one is that?
That's rough in the
Oh,
game, dude.
the Himawari?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of them. There's the epic one.
Yeah, the epic one, sure.
Here, I think I got it. I just posted it. I mean, this one's bad. What I'm saying is that if it was real, if you because yeah, that's just no, that one's got the guy's face on it. Okay, that one's got the guy's face. My bad. Okay, let's post the real one. That's got the guy meme in it. You know, the laughing dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is the best they give us. You got to admit, that's just bad, dude. That looks like just too poorly layered. It doesn't even look remotely real. It's like a little pancake. It's like a. Well, anyways, we were on interesting topics. I don't even want to get into their CGI, to be honest. It's kind of a lower vibration, but we were on some cool topics before. We should not even go into their CGI. It's my preference, but yeah, dude. I know there's so many things that don't exist in terms of if the outer space thing was real. Like that's just the beginning of the list. So you actually question why that doesn't exist. Are you're still not at a point where you actually are not really considering that we're correct? Because I mean, at this point, dude, you've got to be seeing something. I mean, it is the truth, man. The Earth is not a globe in space.
Oh, it's a possibility. I think I believe a lot more of it than obviously you and your team does. But there's a lot of things that I kind of question. How is it possible?
So you question some things, but you just it's just not enough to pull you from the whatever part of it that you think is compelling.
Mm-hmm. Basically, in essence, yes. That's why I'm still here. I'm still. I mean, someone's going to come up with some, revolutionary information, some type of observation, some type of test, some type of experiment, and it's going to leave all the physicists going, "Whoops, they found out. They caught on. They got us."
Well, no, it wouldn't be. No, the physicists, a lot of them, if they're not in on it, they actually are going to be shocked. I mean, they're going to go through their own process.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be kind of probably shocked that they were deceived in these ways. But no, the people are going to say, "Oh, they find out." Those would be the entities that are actually behind the actual deception. Those are the ones that would be like, okay. But they've got to have contingency plans, I would certainly imagine. They're clearly testing their directed energy weapons, so it's heating up, unfortunately. The more we're not aware of what they're doing, the more they get to, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing, Zanuck. Like, if you're right, then okay, I guess, like, you think that maybe you're trying to, like, save people from being wrong or something. But the thing is that if you're right, like, nothing changes, doesn't really matter. We just still are just ruled by these evil people. And even you've got to know there's corruption going on. I mean, stuff's not right. It's not right in the world. We should be way better off.
Giving up on us. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's
just the agreement and everyone protecting their jobs and their reputations. No one gives a shit about the truth. All they care about is themselves. Everyone thinks they're all altruistic and trying to help the world. No, they're not. They're just trying to follow, toe the line, perpetuate the lies, keep everybody, thinking that things are under control, and they're wildly out of control.
Yep, it's all very complex, and there's so many layers to it. But I'm just saying, in terms of that component of things, what I was trying to say is that if you're quote unquote right, as it were, which I'm not saying I'm on the fence, but I'm just saying if, just to be kind of
nothing changes, right? We just go
yeah,
on being controlled.
Nothing
but
changes.
But if you're right, then suddenly it's a complete upheaval of the system.
Well, at the very least, it's it's like that line from where he says, "So you're saying there's a chance." Like we actually have it. We actually have a chance, because the globe. I think, I mean, people have different viewpoints on it. I do think the globe deception is such a bold deception that they've done that it is on the somewhat more convincing side, which is why a lot of people are convinced by it. That's obviously debatable, but I mean, I do think there's intellectual people. I have like my family members, like I've often mentioned my brother. He's very intelligent, very well educated, all of that. And he totally believes the globe. He's somewhat open when I've talked to him about things. We've had many like debates, discussions, like him and I and all that. But he definitely is. He thinks it's a globe for sure. And, but he also has heard a lot of things I've said, and he definitely has thought about them, but he's not at a place where he's like, ready to maybe explore fully further, but he does know something's up. But nonetheless, my point is that the globe model it does pass at least certain people's discernment to be believable, but it's such a bold lie as well. And I think the boldness of it, that they decided to do it, and the amount of power it allowed them to have, because the globe is the whole reason the modern world is what it is literally the globe, people believing in the globe. They would never be able to do this if people were not believing the globe. It's the fuel for the entire isolation, evolution, this whole fracture type mentality that they have us in, that they've been kind of programming, and that's been rolling out after World War I, World War II, etc. And it's all run on the globe. Ultimately, that's the foundation of it. It's globalism. It's the it's climate change. It's the possible aliens in outer space. It's all of it, the whole thing that goes together. So if that lie continues, I think they'll still have power, meaning they'll still be, because they already have power over the money. They got that when they got the Federal Reserve after the Titanic sunk. And then they rolled out World War I and World War II and everything else. So they have control over the money. If they have the globe and that part of it, all the other corruption, it seems like they're able to get away with. People are not really standing up against it. They're just letting themselves be. And I really do think it's like the globe is, in a sense, at the core of it. And by believing in that foundation, it sets this like trauma so that all these other deceptions are more easily accepted. And even though people know there's corruption, like you said, people are so isolated, they're not really able to do much. And then the money thing. The Earth, however, just to finish, I know I've been long-winded here, but just to finish, the Earth not being a globe, the truth of that, I think, is like threading the needle. That's like the actual needle that truly makes the thread through, meaning the Earth not being the globe, this truth will eventually, in multiple ways. It's not just the shape of the Earth. It's not just, the shape itself will do it, but it's a lot of factors. It's that the globe wasn't the case. The power structure that was able to put the globe in like this, once that's known about, it'll be clear that the whole thing's corrupt. The school systems, a lot of the professions, and then we would need to instantly look at how that was pulled off. And I think when that process starts, it's not like, I don't think it's going to be violent, and I don't think it's up to any individual one of us, but as a human race, we will get to the bottom of it, and the law will prevail, and righteousness will prevail, and they will eventually be dissolved of their power. The whole global parasitic matrix thing that's going on right now will be dissolved. Now, I don't know. I mean, how that's exactly going to happen is a deeper thing to get into in terms of all the details. And like I said, I'm not talking about anything violent or anything like that. But however it all plays out, who knows how it'll go down? There could be various things as well. But yeah, but their power structure will be dissolved. And by taking this massively bold lie, it was the thing that allowed them to get their power structure in this extreme, egregious way. But once the truth is fully understood by more and more, then that power that they had will dissolve, even to the point to where they will no longer have control in the future.
Yep. We'll see. Time will tell. I was about it the other night. I think eventually, at some point in time, we're going to get answers. Hopefully, within our lifetime, this will be resolved. And
Yeah.
hopefully, there'll be some exposed people, exposed organizations, both.
Oh, definitely. Yep. Well, I mean, the alternative timeline is that they keep this truth suppressed and it never gets out. And then they basically, I mean, dude, okay, let me ask you this. I whatever you think of what's going on, like whoever is in control or in power, like, do you trust the trajectory they're taking things?
No, not at all. It's just robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's lies and deceit and alter motives. It's disgusting, actually.
Yeah.
It's not good.
However, I mean, if you're believing in the globe, you might just see it in a way that, okay, the Earth really is the globe, but there's still corrupt powers that are not Yeah, you just wouldn't see it that they're interconnected and that the globe is like a complete and total. I mean, it's connected to the Jesuit lineages. It ultimately goes back to black magic hermeticism. Is ultimately what the globe goes back to. It's a hermetic. It's like a twisted form of alchemy, and it's like a black magic, and it's connected to hermeticism, and the way that hermeticism inverts geometrical structures. It like torques and inverts them. So it's like an alchemical hermetic torquing and twisting of people's perception of what this realm is for power and control, and weakening them and making them more susceptible to lots of other deceptions. Because once somebody believes a lie, it in a sense, like that's their standard now. And if it's a huge lie, then their standard, I mean, not trying to criticize them and say they have a low standard, but I'm saying if there's a fundamental lie in their system that they're believing, then in a sense, that's kind of where the bar's set, meaning they're believing that one, which is huge. And not even the easiest to crack, actually. I mean, for a lot of people, it's quite a process. So, and getting the physical proof of the Earth is needs to be done. I think it's been lost. Like I think we used to have it in the past, but we need to redo it, and it's going to take a lot of resources and a lot of energy and a lot of work to get done.
That's for sure.
No, yeah, these like black magic hermeticisms. This is how they they use this for like mind control as well. They use those principles. So yeah, so the thing about it though is that they're already censoring us like pretty severely in terms of like social media and getting the word out, as it were. So it seems like we need to find eventually another path, which I do think will open up. But currently, they do have it suppressed quite a bit. And then on top of that, it's going to take a lot of effort to actually get all of the validation, the tangible validation. Because to truly like have this shift, I don't think it can just be like a philosophical discussion. It has to be tangible as well. I imagine you would agree with that, Zanuck.
Yeah, it's true.
So if this happens in your lifetime, are you gonna like actually want to continue and be a cutting edge part of it all, or are you just gonna bail once you realized it wasn't once it comes that it's not the globe? What do you think? Are you in it for life, or are you gonna bail? Because I think that's what's going to happen with the globe community, as it were, within these discussions. That's what's going to happen. Like some will just be gone; they will never come back because their ego and things just will never be able to handle it, and they'll just be ashamed, and it'll be a different world at that point. But some will stay, and that's what will be interesing to see. Like the ones that because it takes a certain strength to be able to have humility and acceptance of things, and then still maintain one's reputation in the community. I think there can be a
Right.
nobleness to that.
Yep, always trying to find truth. If something happens where we figure it's something we didn't think it was, and there's substantial evidence that makes it obvious, then we have to rethink everything. And then you can find out how deep all this goes too. Like where's the delineation between the corruption and the misinformation and the reality?
Right. Well, see, that's why the globe is so crazy, dude. Like, you think about some other lies. It's like, yeah, there's like lies about like oil and big pharma and these other things. But I mean, those are all significant too in their own categories. But when it comes to the Earth, what I'm saying is that if right now, like big agriculture or big oil or the big banks, any of these things, if there was something that was found to be very corrupt about them, it would just be another thing. People might protest, they might have this and that, the media events, they claim they changed it, they fixed the problem. Oh, they got out the corruption, they do a fake trial, who knows, whatever the shenanigans they do with the news and all that. And then that's it. It just sort of rolls over. So that's the thing. Like, I think the Earth and what the Earth is in my viewpoint, the only thing I can see that is big enough to virtually create an awakening process that every human will, like you said, have some level of inquiry of, we need to get to the bottom of this, because we are sold a history, and that the Copernican revolution and that the globe Earth is the foundation of the whole thing. Like the modern science, modern cutting edge technology, they try to loop it all in together, say that the globe was this huge discovery. It's so solid, to the point to where in the 1960s, they finally had the, coincidentally after World War II and all the power they got from that and all the industry they were building with the control over the world banks, were able to, in the 1960s, oh, we got to space, guys. Now we're actually in space. And then when they went to the moon in 1969, that was the first photo they claimed to ever take of this globe. So, I mean, it's NASA.gov, it's the government, it's all these other organizations, all the social media. There's so many sectors that are connected in with it. And they're just going bold with it. They're just going with it. And I mean, there's the idea that they want some kind of new world order. So who knows? That's what I was saying before. Like, do you trust where they're taking us? And so you might want to consider questioning that you're actually defending their globe deception that's actually keeping them in power and keeping them taking us into whatever they're leading us into, which you already said you don't trust.
Well, we'll have to see, won't we?
Yeah, and I have to be fair, because if you really believe it's true, then maybe you don't see it in a way that you're defending liars because you think it's true. I guess that's the thing that you would have to figure out, because I'm just saying, like, if that's what you think, if you think it's true, then you wouldn't be thinking that it is what I'm saying it is.
Right. No, I mean, they have to snowball me. They have enough evidence that positioned and repeatable and observable to where it's got me fooled. And then once I find out that I'm fooled, then of course I'll have to retaliate. whatever that means.
Well, that's what I'm saying about the globe, dude. Like, it's because it's like it's in like our school systems, and they claim that they're going out there. Like for example, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. They're basically a United States intelligence agency closely connected with the FBI and the CIA. And they're the ones that do all it's National Geospatial. So it's all the geospatial components of the Earth and then space. And then there's NOAA as well. And they have all the space treaties and all this stuff. So, I mean, dude, the very intelligence agencies of the United States, which is basically like running the whole world along with Europe and what they're, as well. But the actual intelligence agencies, are the ones publishing the globe stuff, the globe coordinates, like WGS 84, the official ones or whatever that they claim. And then also the ones that are have the space treaties and claim that they have this validation of space and the satellites and all the probes and NASA. So, I mean, dude, it's like right in there. So, like, as a human race, to simply know the Earth absolutely is not the globe, they say, instantly means that that entire system, is not the case. and that they fabricated that entire medium that surrounds us and the globe model itself. And if it's the very intelligence agencies, then yeah, the CIA will be dissolved, I would say. The FBI, a lot of these, I mean, that's the whole question of what would happen. Like, would they even be able to maintain? But their whole entire system, the GPS system, Google Earth, Google Maps, all of it, they claim, and all of these, all these industries are all based on the globe. So, I mean, I can't like that. That's why I'm saying it's a big enough thing. Little other corruptions that people will just forget about, or they won't, they'll only stand up to a limited level. But this one, I think it would stop the system. It would stop the system as it currently is. There's a plant which is really good for helping people get off addictions, and it's often referred to as an addiction interrupter, which means it like safely and in a healthy, safe way interrupts an addiction. So if somebody's in a repeat addiction, it helps to modulate and heal and resolve that. And I only bring it up to say that whatever this like parasitic control system that has this influence, and through the media and the different deceptive components of it, and the military and the space agencies, and how it's all interrelated.
We'll have to see when this all comes to the surface. We all find out what the truth really is. I just wonder if it's going to happen in the next couple of years, because I'm getting tired of waiting.
Yeah, I think it will. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking. Yeah, I mean, to where it really starts to get spicy, I would say 1 to 2 years, and then going for the next like several years after that as well. Like this next year is like launch and preparation mode, and then even though the thing is, dude. So let's say that there's more and more tests and experiments and things that are done, and of course tangible, and all of these components. Imagine that exists right now. Well, if the group that did that also had the funds and the resources to be able to get the word out, because if you have money, you can actually pay for marketing and advertising. You can get anything you want out there. So it's just, if you have to depend on YouTube and all that, then free marketing through YouTube or Twitter or any of those things, then yeah, you have to abide by all their things and their restrictions. But if you have the resources to just pay for marketing and advertising, even though I'm not really a fan of marketing and advertising, but not really the kind that does like commercials in your face, but some other like more subtle way where people can still find it, like where it comes up on the searches and things like this. But anyways, so even with that being the case, like being able to get the word out and have the actual tests and experiments, think of how long it would take for the world to actually fully be presented with this. Like that process alone will take quite some time, because it's going to be happening in like small pockets. There'll be in every field. Here's my prediction. There's going to be someone in every field, like that PhDs, scientists, and all these different fields, professional fields. In every one across the world, there's going to be a certain echelon of them that have an intellectual honesty and a truthfulness quest within them, that they will be willing to actually look at this once they have colleagues telling them and these different components of it. So not everyone in the field will, but there will be some that have the ability to actually, look at it fully and actually see what is actually going on. And then even if it's only a few from each field, they will then be telling their colleagues and then, be doing other papers and other things at that point. And be interesting to think when the actual full tipping point will be. Because even if it's starting to happen that those certain individuals within those fields are becoming aware that it is indeed the truth and have seen the actual, measurements, tests, and things that is validation, and that everyone else is understanding it is as well. Now, there's the ideas that the powers that be could try to shut it down, but I don't think they will. I don't think they have the spiritual karma that they will be able to. But even at that, even if if that's not the issue as well, so their colleagues are sharing it. There's going to be some in those fields that are probably just going to like retire or be done. Be like, all right, they just are not willing to like handle the transition that's coming, and they might just either like retire early or maybe they'll shift to something else. Some of them will hang in there, and then there'll be kind of once again, I think kind of a certain number of them that will really lead it forward. The ones that were willing to stick with it and actually accept what the truth is, and then want to actually, quest forward to actually discover more. And that's when there could be a really exciting time in humanity where this main like parasitic control is loosened to the point to where life is actually getting better for people. People have more resources, more health, more wealth, all of that and less work hours. And at some point, then the actual quest and discovery of what our real history is, what the earth actually is, potentials of free energy, and so many other things we can actually start to develop and use the parts of the system now that have been developed in a good way, the parts that are valid, and then leave the parts behind that were not, and then refocus those energies. There could be a huge renaissance period, possibly lasting decades, where humanity is in like a release from this parasitic kind of control that's been going on for quite some time, but I would say in the most focused way for about 150 years. 110 years, roughly. Well, roughly 109 years since the Federal Reserve was captured and created. But I think even at the mid 1800s, this was all starting. So it seems like at that point, once like professionals and scientists and things have seen the actual measurements, the validation, and like I said, that will probably happen kind of through the grapevine in its own way. But like I said, to have money for marketing and advertising, or just to do, some healthy way of being able to do a paid version, because that really will get it out to people. Otherwise, YouTube will just suppress it and all that. It's never going to get out on YouTube fully. Not anymore. It already did. It already got out enough as it needed, but it's never going to get all the way out on YouTube. So once that's the case, more and more people will be aware. There'll be a lot of social change. And then as the scientists are beginning to actually see this more and more in all these fields, a lot of those industries will probably be changing. Companies will go out of business. The people will lose their jobs. They'll have to get different jobs. It'll be a whole thing. But then simultaneously, people in other sectors of the world will really want to get to the bottom of what's going on. And I think the best ideal situation would be to use the actual military and police that we have to actually, in that most nonviolent way possible, is of course my thoughts on it. But I don't control what other people do or anything, but I would always say no violence at all. But if we could use our own military and police, which is already made up of the people, even though those people might be like, kind of partially swayed into that whole system. But if there can be a larger shift occurring, especially within people's families and these different fields, then perhaps we could use our own military and our own police to basically, in a sense, kind of arrest the people that are actually behind all of this, slowly one at a time, getting deeper into how far that rabbit hole goes and where they're, because if they can't control us with their military, then, there's the question that they have some larger military in like some outer ponders, like New Perspective. If I say it, he'll pop in. That's why I'm laughing. But yeah, because he always does. But like, if there are some, that's a whole nother like idea that they have a bigger military that is on other lands. Now that's kind of a freaky idea, because then our military is powerless against theirs. That's an intense kind of narrative to consider. I don't think it's the case, but nonetheless, that's the only thing that they could overpower us. But from the perspective that that's not the case, if a lot of this truth is coming out in the future here, to where my main point was to say that if our military and our police and our judicial system, the actual judicial system we have, could be used in the healthy way to actually, I'm not really a big fan of like imprisonment or anything like that, so I don't even want to imprison anyone. However, it does seem like we would need to quarantine whoever's pulling all this off. I mean, there needs to be some kind of quarantine process, like, and that's what the body does. Like when you have a parasite, the body will quarantine it, and get it out of the body, etc. It like quarantines it with certain biofilm, and then it ends up. There's different ways the body can get rid of a parasite. So there does need to be some quarantining. And if people are doing illegal things, then yeah, we can't let them keep doing that, as well. In that sense, people may have different ideas on that, but we do have a current legal system. And if they're doing things that are wrong and that are hurting others, then obviously that's a problem for everybody. So if we could use our own police and our own military to somehow, like in a healthy way, quarantine and get deeper and deeper into the power structure, hopefully non-violently, because if our military and our police are not being violent, and whoever these other entities are, if they don't have a bigger army, or if they don't have any army, which I don't think they do, then they're powerless. So at that point, it's just a matter of getting to the root of it. Like their power is disarmed. The thing they have now is they have people deceived into thinking the military, they have the military working for them, or at least they think they do. So but if that were to happen, then that would be a way that the current power system could be dissolved and the truth could all come out and all the social changes could be happening for the better. Because I do think the idea that the truth sets us free, the truth, even though it can be challenging and there can be challenge to facing the truth and what it entails, nonetheless, the outcome is always of a higher vibration for humanity. So I think there could be a huge improvement for people's lives. And I mean, we need to, I think, solve homelessness and solve starvation. We got to get at these things right away. The fact that there's billionaires all over the world and we still have starving people is just a direct reflection of how backwards and corrupt the system is and why all those people are suffering.
Yes. Yep, that's how you know something's wrong. People don't have food, people don't have shelter, access to clean water.
Yeah, I mean, I've even thought with the whole space travel thing, let's just say space was real. Let's say it was absolutely certified real. The amount of money, what is it, 60 million a day that it goes to NASA? What if we just took like a month off? I'm saying even if space travel is real, just take a month off, just 1 month break. We're not really getting anywhere. Obviously, like India barely got to the moon, they claimed, whatever it is. Like there's nothing really happening that's very revolutionary. That it's just jack shit's happening. So even if we just took a month, well, they claim James Webb telescopes and they try to claim they're probing things or whatever, but no real advancements are happening. So if we just took a month off, we could use all that money to actually just help everyone who's homeless and starving. Even if we had to take 2 months off, 3 months off, like is space travel where they're not even really accomplishing anything? It's not like they're like setting up new colonies on Mars and it actually would help humanity. Like nothing like that's happening. It's just nothing basically. So the fact that we're not actually caring for the people on Earth, and of course, I mean, the idea that they're faking it, that's even worse. Then it's even worse. It's a total corruption. They're just faking it and not helping starving people. Can you imagine being that insane to like be faking space to control people and just letting people starve and suffer every single day at your hand? It's extremely demonic. And the karma that those entities are accruing, I could only send prayers and blessings for their recovery, because that is rough. That is a deeply painful karma to be accruing.
Yeah. I find myself on the fence. It's like I'm trying to figure out what is reliable science, what is repeatable, because I think there are some things that the government, what we call academic, they have to use these methods. They need them to be reliable. But then there's other things that they're clearly lying about within science. it's hard to distinguish for me right now.
Yeah, totally, man. That's a huge question. There's a lot to consider.
You know, I'm not sure the whole James Webb Telescope is totally fake. I mean, I'm not sure it's exactly what they say that it is, but how do we know that the data that they're getting isn't real data? Because the data seems to be going against the narrative. And if this, James Webb Telescope was just all boosting the narrative, then it would be boosting the narrative, but it's not. It's actually going against, their little model of gravity and it's destroying it. For lack of a better word, it's undoing it. So,
but are they planting that on purpose so that they can throw? Because they know that model is going to be outmoded, so that they can kind of, what is that quote where they like co-opt the opposition to lead it? Like,
maybe
are they?
That's a possibility.
Like, could they be planting that as an actual psyop? Like certain things that don't work with their gravity model because they're gonna be rolling out whatever the next phase one is. Because like people are like on their tail that like relativity has so many problems. Even like Dr. Rob Parks, PhD, as well with he's at that level of it. And I don't want to speak for him or quote him right now, but I'm just saying from the talk we've had with him, I mean, he admits there's many problems with relativity and dark matter to the point to where he's looking forward to what the next thing will be. So it just shows that, I mean, that's kind of what the cutting people in their field are all expecting that to happen. So could they be planting that with the James Webb kind of propaganda to kind of build that psyop so that once it's kind of dismantled, they have the replacement one that they can then lead? I think that's what they're probably going to try to do. And then the truth will be following right parallel with it. And then there'll be that kind of epic journey of whether, the truth wins out or whether they're able to roll out continually deceptive type of structure, cosmological models.
That's my problem with outer space still, is NASA makes extraordinary claims but don't care to document what would be extraordinary evidence of the claim. Like the Solar Parker probe that supposedly went to the other side of the sun. This is pretty magnificent, like it's never been done, but the proof of it is just, I think it's like one video that's like 5 seconds long, and it's just black and white and grainy.
Well, according to them, we go to the other side of the sun once every 6 months. Of course, the sun is never in the same spot.
I'm going to find this video of the Solar Parker, what is it called? Parker Solar Probe.
Did they just pump it in the media, popped out some CGI and call it a day? Because, yeah, I mean, if they were really probing the sun, we should see like epic footage of them like approaching this huge ball and then they get up near it or however close they claim they could get. Where's that footage?
Right. People better document things that are not as magnificent.
Well, Larry, let me ask you this with the James Webb thing. So do you think it's okay? So here's another possibility that just popped in my mind. I wanted to bounce it off you, see what you think. What if James Webb is some kind of a unique telescope, as it were? Now, whether they're adding CGI to the imagery, that's another question. But let's say that there is an actual one that's on Earth that is, one that they're not really telling us it is, but that there is an actual device that has those, some of those qualities.
Like on some sort of plasma sled. up there really taking pictures, just not using conventional technology, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it could be that. It could be on the ground, or it could be up there. A plasma sled. That's awesome, dude. A plasma airship up there. That's great. Well, yeah, I'm just saying, could it be something like that? Meaning it's not like out at the Lagrange point out in outer space, but it could be up there at altitude, or it could be down on Earth. And that it could be even picking things up that don't actually, like, I'm just saying, like with the not fitting into the gravitational models, like, because there's the idea that that's all fabricated and it's a psyop, but then there's another potential that it is actually picking up certain data that they must already know that it's going to pick that up, so they're willing to have it released. What I'm saying is that the movements of these things and what they're picking up don't fit the gravitational model even authentically. Meaning, like, is it actually picking things up in the sky in a very, like, do you think, I should ask, that it is picking up things in the sky that actually don't fit with their mathematical models, and it's a real issue, although perhaps could it also be a psyop at the same time? Anyways, I just wonder what your reflections are on those.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I think that there's real actual data coming in, because I didn't know 8 years ago that dark matter was bullshit, but I was like 99% convinced, right? So they're coming out now and saying, dark matter's debunked. We got to retool gravity. We're doing away with Newtonian, or doing away with Einsteinian, going back to Newtonian and retooling that. It's like, why would they say that? Because 8 years ago, they were like, oh yeah, these gravity waves were detected, and they were two galaxies obviously colliding. So yeah, I think it's real. I think the information is real. I just don't believe that it's like floating around in a vacuum somewhere. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, they claim to have launched it with the rocket. Of course, we can't really validate whatever was on that rocket, but I guess that's the best they give us to claim that it's out in outer space, just the rocket, and then shift to the CGI, or shift to whatever the images they're claiming it's getting. I mean, do you think they add stuff to those images, like the Hubbles, and do you think all that stuff actually exists the way they show it, or do you think it's
No, there's artist renditions from the data that they can put a little twist. They put a spin on everything, right? Like, how many times have you heard wave particle duality? Right? That's not actually the results from the experiment or the observation. The actual results are that it acts differently when there's an observer. But how many times have you heard wave particle duality? As opposed to the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. Which one have you heard more?
I was watching somebody adjust their photos of Jupiter that they had taken with their telescope, and they had to make the lighter colors lighter and the darker colors darker to make the image appear sharper. That's one thing you have to do, I know. The James Webb Telescope is supposed to be a million miles away. This Parker Solar Probe claims to have landed on the sun. That's 93 million miles away. That's just wild to me.
reminds me of that song? What is that? Might as well be walking on the sun. They did it, huh? They that's what they're
Yo,
claiming.
rest in peace to the lead singer of Smash Mouth, bro. Damn.
Yep. Well, Larry, I would say with the wave particle duality, I don't think it's ever been shown to be a particle, but it does seem to be a wave with pulsations.
You know what a rope wave is?
A rope wave?
Yeah, in the ocean.
Is it a specific term for a type of wave, or you're just saying like
Yeah,
waves?
it's like when there's two giant waves that are going almost in the same direction, and the momentum of the two waves combine, and it creates like this giant wave that capsizes like the biggest, baddest ships, right? So they call it like a rogue wave. What if what we're calling a photon is when those two waves are combining and creating the most amount of energy at that intersectional position, and that's what we're perceiving as a particle.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. Yep. That was beautifully said. Yeah, I do know it's interesting that term rogue wave. I guess I hadn't really registered that term in my mind. I am definitely aware of waves like that, though, for sure. I've seen many of them and have been in a lot of water in my life, so I've had all kinds of different wave patterns, and I've specifically like times on the ocean when you have the big rollers, and then you also have the little choppy on top. So you got the big rollers, and you got the choppies on top of that. And then when they combine or when they cancel out as well, like when they smash together, or when they have all those different interactions. So you're saying that it's when like the particle is like the pulsation of the peak when those two waves sync up?
Right. That's what I think is causing, particles that are, that looks like interference patterns. Because it's a wave and it's a photon, right? But the light acts differently. It behaves differently. Strange enough to say it that way, but that's what it does, right? It behaves differently.
Yeah. And then just calling that a particle and never really having any proof for it. And then making up all these other particles to deal with variations of that effect that in their model they don't actually have any explanation for. So they have to just make these different names for them, basically. And then all these different equipments and all the different bosons and quarks, and that these are all just effects within the field.
Yeah, I thought I already told you guys about my rogue wave of light theory.
I love it, man. I love it. It makes me think of the idea that the light has a preferred direction from east to west, so that when the sun's rising, it is actually traveling to you, or inducing through the medium, illuminating through the medium, etc. However one views it, the pulsation, the connection that we're of the sun's kind of the space, as it were, between you and the sun when it's rising. And if the preferred direction of light is going east to west, and that means that light is actually coming a little faster, as it were, which is my thought about how sunrises are very like sharp and bright, and they tend to. I think there's also something to the conditions, because the temperature, the sun is cooling up warming up the cool air from the night. So I think there's other factors as well as to what the difference between a sunset and a sunrise. But I think part of it is the light that actually has that preferred east to west direction. So when the sun rises, it's very bright and has a rising feeling to it. and everything that it's the way a sunrise is, usually kind of sharper and brighter. Whereas a sunset would be when the light, because if it travels east to west, now you're kind of on the back end of it. The light is traveling at a different rate towards you, and it makes me think about how sunsets can have those deep colors and like the waves. It makes me think of the waves, the way you were saying it. And like at a sunset, when the waves are, in my viewpoint, traveling differently because of the actual medium and the way that light travels with the ether drift and with the whole ether from east to west, the whole medium, and that propagation of light. So when the sun's setting, the waves, I almost think of them as more spaced out in a different way, to where you can get the deep colors and the real kind of the hues and the glows and all of the things that happen in a sunset. So it makes me just think of what you were saying about, like, if light is waving through the medium, is there something about, like you were saying, the peak and troughs of those waves with the sunrise and sunset as connected to the way light travels through the medium?
Interesting to think about, because my whole life thought I had light figured out. I thought I was the one. Like, oh yeah, I'll just go with what they tell me. But no, it's not like that at all. Like, we don't know, right? We're all trying to figure it out.
I thought when you said I thought I had light figured out, I was thinking if you were making like a play on I had life figured out, So
Yeah.
I thought I had it all figured out, and that's great. And
Well, I didn't mean for it to be like that, but yeah, I thought I had light figured out.
What do you think of the idea that ultimately everything has light in it, like even physical matter, or even the idea that it's made of light, like frequency of light? What do you think of that?
Well, what is an electron, or a proton, or a neutron? Just different charges of energy, right? And isn't that what allegedly makes up all matter? Even hot dark matter, if that's still a thing. I think that's just what they called neutrinos. I think it was like given validity to the cold dark matter, but yeah, I think that's what matter is. It's like a form of light. Oh shit.
That is beautiful. You know how they try to say like matter is empty? It's kind of that void thing that they're into. They're into the void of outer space. They're into all these voids and vacuums. Whereas the idea that matter is made of light, it just like brightens my mind to think about. Because then, like, if it's all made of light, then it's not just some emptyless, voidless, particulate, Big Bang sort of isolated thing. It's actually like a glowing piece of energy made of light in like a frequency form. And just the idea that light is even connected to that kind of concept of like, yeah, just like buoyancy or happiness or even like love and those components of it. Like even like, well, just the depth of light. Like when they talk about having these like really deep meditation experiences where they see they have these visions where they experience it as like the brightness of like thousands of suns all together. Because like if that's what we are, then I feel like that's a lot to look forward to if we're infinite light. That is really good news. And if we can do this with the light, we can make what we've made. It seems like the potentials would be infinite. So you could create literally anything out of light, out of infinite light. any type of experience or any type of like physical world or digital world or state of consciousness on so many different levels.
Dude, we are light. Like the true us.
Yep. Do you think we're made of love?
We can be. Eventually, we can be. If we get to the point to where we're just like, imagine like a monk, like what the goal of the monk is, right? To just be like selfless, like throughout his entire life, and like try to figure things out and help other people, and like add his energy to the world for the betterment of mankind. And if you do all that with compassion, like wouldn't you be love? I mean, other than your meat suit, besides that, right? Wouldn't you be love at that point? Because if you are what you eat, and that makes up what your body is, wouldn't your spirit be you are what you did in the same way?
Yeah. It's a good point. You are what you eat, but you're saying the idea that you are how you are. You are, yeah, like how you express yourself. Yeah.
Because that's the real you, right? Like the memory bank that your body is holding allegedly isn't where it's at. I think the memory bank is outside of the body, and the brain is just conducting the signals from your mind to your body so you can access those memories. But I think it's stored outside. Like when people die, they say the life flashes before their eyes. Well, wouldn't that, kind of sound like a download or an upload? Sorry, I didn't mean to say download. I meant to say upload.
Yeah. Download or upload. Yeah, like the idea that, well, there's the idea that our souls actually, as it were, exist in the spirit world, like eternally and in a way that is whole for whatever one's soul is, if one sees it that way. And that when we incarnate, we're really only just kind of downloading, as it were, because I was thinking of download, upload, like a part of ourselves, even though the part and the whole are one. So like a hologram, a part of it is actually contains the whole as well, but it is still a limited part. But what do you think of that idea? Like, do you feel like like you have a soul in the spirit world? Would you define it that way? Or would you feel like that you're there now eternally, but then you're kind of downloaded into this part of yourself, like kind of a part of yourself? Or do you think of like your whole soul incarnating, or do you see it in that way with like that relational kind of connection with like just using very general terms like spirit world and soul in that sense? Because it just made me think of that download and upload, like downloading into a body and then uploading back to the beyond, as it were.
So are you wearing shoes right now?
Yeah.
Right. So if you ever took your shoe off, then that soul is what connects your shoe to your foot, right? So in the Titanic, many souls were lost, right? So the soul is that connection. That's what soul means. Spirit is the metaphysical part of us, the light being inside the meat suit. Flesh is the meat suit. So when I say the words, the life is in the soul. Well, the life is the soul. Like it's the connection that you have with your body. And if you sever that connection for too long, that, severed connection then becomes permanent. So I've heard that people can live, in very cold temperatures for a long time. But if you die in the desert for like 2 or 3 hours, you're done, right? There's no coming back. So you lost your soul, but you retain your spirit. Because your spirit is the real you. The body is just the avatar. It's just the vehicle. Like you're not your shoe.
Yeah, that was a good way to put it. That was beautifully said. Yeah. Yeah, I can appreciate that kind of delineation in that sense. Yeah. Well, do you think of your spirit as the spirit then as being individuated from the whole, or is the spirit the totality?
Well, they tricked us with the word human being, right? Because it sounds like human and then being. Like we're two things. We all know we're light beings, but are we human? I don't know. Is that what we are? Human? I don't know. But the being part is real. We are beings, right? That's absolutely what we are.
You're being
So
it up. You're being it up right now. You're just being.
yeah, I'm in the middle of, being.
I am right in the middle of being right now. When's the middle? Right now, right now, right now.
Yeah.
Every moment's the middle.
Yeah. So if you think about it that way, I kind of think it kind of transcends like all belief systems. Like it's kind of that, I am thing going on, right? It's like, what are you? Who are you? Are you a father, a son? Are you a mother, a daughter? Like those are all archetypes. Like who are you really? Like you are the I, right? When you tell someone I am coming, that I that you're referring to yourself, you're not talking about your hand or your foot. You're not talking about your elbow or your throat. You're not talking about your heart or your brain matter. You're talking about something beyond that, the emergent entity that, comes out of all of those organs and parts and molecules and cells. You're the emergent entity coming out, the being, the light being that is really you. And where does that exist, right? Where does that sit? Is it in your body? Is it outside of your body? Well, if you look at the work done by Rupert Sheldrake, you might say that it's outside of the body. And I kind of think it's outside of the body. I think we are literally controlling our bodies. Because think about it, when a baby's born, like what are some of the first things that it does? Pokes itself in the eye like 500 times, scratches itself with its thumb until it gets the proprioception down, right? And then when it gets that down, it starts walking and crawling, and then it learns, oh, it hurts when I poke you in the eye too, right? So like we're learning to drive this thing, and it's like really interesting because we don't know the full capability of this meat suit, like its full potential capacity. Like how? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, look at the Ebner effect. I'll post it for you. I'm sure you guys have seen it, but for those of you who don't know, we are extremely domesticated and dumbed down, and we are capable of being so much more. What is it? What is this? Are you sure? Looks like I'm in another channel. Oh, live stream. Okay, there we go. The Ebner effect. Yeah, so I think we are capable of so much more. Can you imagine what it would have been like, a long time ago when they say that they got the air bubbles out of the amber, and it was like twice as much oxygen than we have now. I'm pretty big, strong guy, especially when I was about 35. Imagine how much bigger and stronger I would have been had I had 35 years of twice as much oxygen.
Yeah. Might just be giants. What is that band? They Might Be Giants. I like that band. They Might Be Giants. Yeah. With a lot of oxygen, makes sense. You could have some big beings, maybe dragons too. Giants and dragons. Both completely real. Perhaps just not present in our current timeline. But yeah, I mean,
it would be too hard to use this. I'm sorry, real quick. If you look at the Ebner effect, I don't think it would be real hard to make super soldiers underground with this right here, reverting us back to our original design. And you would actually see, dudes exceeding 12, 15 feet.
So what do you think what would the Earth have to do differently? Oh, go ahead. But I was just gonna ask too, like, what would the Earth have to do differently to have more oxygen? Like, what would the processes have to be?
Didn't we eradicate like 98? Well, not we. Wasn't there an extinction event or multiple extinction events that eradicated 98% of the life above the water? And didn't we eradicate marijuana and hemp from the surface of the earth just about? So isn't the ground supposed to be covered in like hemp? Because it's a weed. It's literally like a grass that's supposed to cover the ground. Like, try to remove yourself from all the propaganda and think about what it is. That seed creates, what is it, 9-foot, 12-foot stalks that shoot like straight up into the air. And then don't the male plants drop like a whole bunch more seeds? Like, the whole earth is supposed to be covered in that stuff. Like, this whole idea of like mow your yard is so ridiculous. If you've ever been to like raw, untouched forest, like that's what the earth is supposed to be like, just breathing. Every 6 months. 6 months later.
Yeah, how much more oxygen? What do you think about all this land that seems scorched? Like all these deserts. Like, do you think those are natural, or is there some scarring that's gone on? Because yeah, it makes me think of like if all the land was rich in greenery, what that would change with the. Is that you're saying that could be a factor with the oxygen?
We're in a fallen world, yeah.
More cannabis, more oxygen.
Well, it would top off. It would reach an equilibrium, right? Because if there was too many plants, there wouldn't be enough CO2 unless there was enough ground meat, fauna, animals to create more. And I guess it would rise to a point and really reach like an equilibrium. Right now, I don't think we're at equilibrium. Obviously, I'm not saying that, humans are causing climate change, because the word climate it changes. Right? It's like saying sunshine.
Like saying ATM machine, automated teller machine.
Yeah. You got it. You got it. Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what I meant. So saying that humans cause climate change, in my opinion, is like saying humans cause sunshine. Like, no, the sun just shines, just does what it does. And if you think about it logically, what would cause more climate change? Me driving my 3-cylinder, 1.2 liter Mitsubishi Mirage, or Harry Anslinger convincing the whole world that we need to eradicate marijuana? Well, that would be the government causing climate change, right? Not us. That would be them causing climate change if we were to accept such a notion that can't be proven, but is stated like fact. It would be them, the one that caused climate change. And all they would have to do to bring it back would be to make it mandatory for everybody to plant 12 marijuana plants or hemp plants, your choice, or pay the tax. Pay $100 a year. You don't have to, maintain some marijuana plants. How easy would that be? But they're not going to do that because they can make way more taxes just by saying that, yeah, all these weather events that we're having, we're going to blame it on you guys. Like, Larry, it's your fault. Driving that Mitsubishi Mirage, you're killing Greta. How dare you?
It's like the biggest gaslighting operation, or one of the biggest ones in our modern day. Yeah, just the biggest gaslight ever. Like it's us causing it, and Greta's angry. She is very angry, and she will let you know. Well, dude, then if they're doing actual weather modification, or even to the dramatic thing where they're somehow able, like even in those Maui fires, able to conjure a hurricane and high winds, and then use whatever else to create the fire effects, and talk about climate change. I mean, that's just complete climate manipulation at that point. But for them to blame that on what they're trying to blame it on, but I'm just saying that's even a deeper part of it. If they're actually purposefully
These
doing
are,
some of these things.
I mean, we have to realize that they, as in the powers that be, whatever you want to call them, they've been planning all this out for eons. Like, we're talking like a very, very long time. So it all connects together. It really does. Trying to say that we cause climate change as in human beings are the cause of the earth being hotter than it should be, as if we weren't here. That's just insanity. What might be happening is the pH levels of the oceans are changing, as well as the land as well. We could
Well, yeah,
probably
there's
construe
definitely a
that
lot
as,
of effects that were
quote unquote climate change, right? They try to say that we emit a ton of CO2, which carbon dioxide is acidic, right? But that's like the tip of the iceberg. Like, the real offenders I see is these huge corporations like DuPont, where they just dump all this garbage in the rivers and no one bats an eye. They're basically distracting us from seeing it as all this environmental pollution, right? It's like, oh, look, climate change. Oh, we need the EPA to keep squeezing the internal combustion engine's balls just harder and harder every year, because they have to meet more and more strict emissions, like the bullshit. What is it? DEF fluid, DEF fluid in diesels in the exhaust. A fluid you put into the exhaust system. It's supposed to like scrub the air. It's complete nonsense. It's all nonsense.
Yeah, they just didn't want you having a million-mile engine.
And
That's
how
what it was.
the electric car is the way of the future. Bullshit. Electric cars produce way more emissions than an internal combustion engine ever would. You factor in the mining of lithium and all these metals to create these batteries, which creates a shitload of emissions, more than that engine ever would produce in its whole lifetime.
How crazy would it be if like the like big
It's
energy money?
None of it makes any sense to me.
Blue car,
That's
Blue
just
car,
me,
can
though.
you hear me? Can you hear me? I guess you can't hear me. Blue car, check. No, you can't hear me.
If you want to know what I really think, I think more people should have a regular old car with a carburetor. No computer, none of this nonsense. Just one backup car, right? Where you can fix it with some bubble gum and a Phillips screwdriver.
Larry,
There's a whole
could you try to see if Blue
chip
Car can hear you?
shortage, right?
Hey, bro, can you hear me?
There's no chip shortage. They're just
No, he can't hear.
using that
Yeah.
for other means, if you know what I'm saying.
So, commenting
I'm
on what
not
you
buying
just
any of it. I think it's all
talking about,
nonsense.
This should be interesting. I tagged him in the text chat.
they want you to put your AC on 78 so that the grid doesn't go down, but they want you to buy an electric car so we don't pollute the air. I'm not having any trouble breathing, are you guys? That's good air. So why would we need to go to electric cars? Don't want to create any greenhouse gases? You ever seen what plants do in a greenhouse?
Yeah, the issue I see with electric vehicles is the infrastructure. The power grid, it's already like on its last legs as is. Oh no, that's one more. That's another point I wanted to make is it's like you see all these people on hybrids and electric cars. You can even see like how they drive. They have this like persona like, oh look at me, I'm not polluting the environment because I have an electric vehicle. Boo. It's like, well, you are charging those batteries with power plants that run on coal. It's like, it's insanity. People have lost their freaking minds. While they get bombarded with EMF driving down the road. Tons of EMF.
Blue Car, can you hear me now? No. You still can't hear us. I mean, can we run cars off of water?
Yeah, if we could quit getting the guy to invent that, get him to quit dying, we could. If we could hire some security for the next guy who does it, maybe some like 24-hour security.
Right. I know, right? Oh, I know that's what we have to do at this point. Yeah, you got to build a silo and have bullet protected, bomb protected, suicided protected. Just have them on 24-hour watch. Have counteracting shields.
Hey, sorry about that if I was talking over anybody. The stupid computer switched the audio output to something I don't use, and I was like, how come I don't hear anybody?
Yeah, we could
So-
hear you, but you couldn't hear us. Yeah.
Right. That's my bad.
It wasn't too bad. Don't worry about it, bro. But yeah, the water car, hydrogen and oxygen. That's allegedly what it is, but you ever try electrolysis with distilled water? It's really weird, right? Kind of hard to do. But if you put some electrolytes in that water, then you can create the hydrogen really easy. So many years ago, somebody gave me this paper or document or whatever, and it was like, water is an H2O. And at the time, I was like, sure, buddy, sure, whatever you say. But now that I'm thinking about it, like, we have to re-examine everything. Because if there was a way to make engines run off of water, and that was like the old technology, then they wouldn't tell us the truth about what water is and how to do it, would they? And it requires the electrolyte to get the electrolysis to crack the water, create Brown's gas, and then if you have the anode and cathode separated in different air tubes, then you can get pure hydrogen. Just let the oxygen run off. But if you take Brown's gas, if you supplement a gasoline or diesel engine with it, it's not going to run off of water alone, because that's not how that engine was designed. But you could tune the air-fuel mixture and lower the fuel mixture probably 20-30% tops. Because the hydrogen, when it ignites, it's a cleaner burn, and it burns so completely the rest of the hydrocarbons that not enough exhaust comes out to hit your O2 sensor. And it makes the computer in your car thinking that your car is running lean. So after a few miles, it pumps in more fuel, and you lose your gain in the modern cars, unless you hack your O2 sensor. Or modify it, I guess is the right word. But yeah, there are water cars. It is doable. Just to make a car with an engine specifically designed for running off of hydrogen. I suppose theoretically, if you could produce enough, you could run like a generator that runs off of propane, because the gas is gas, right? And I'm talking about, gas that burns like propane.
What was that guy's name? Stanley Meyer with the VW Beetle. I might have his name wrong. His last name was Meyer, I believe. Meyer. Anyways, he disappeared after he went public with it. This was back in the 90s. Had a Volkswagen dune buggy that ran off water, supposedly. And he disappeared. Surprise, surprise.
What would that do to the oil industry? My goodness.
Right? Not be able to put a meter on something? We can't have that.
They'd be like, the price of oil is crashing and it's not coming back. My goodness. Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, as the ancient legends have it in terms of the airships, is that they were using hydrogen and that they were able to create hydrogen through some process of using the air that already exists to convert it to basically isolate hydrogen, and then because like in this idea that they had the capacity that they didn't have to take hydrogen with them, they didn't have to take tanks of it, but that they had a device that was able to essentially with just the air medium is able to make hydrogen, and then they're able to use that to stay buoyant with in terms of airships. So you're not going to like run out of hydrogen and crash to the ground ever. You have essentially an unlimited supply. Then you can just travel as far as you want because you don't ever have to refill. You don't have to stop anywhere to refill. You can just float and go wherever and travel the earth that way. So I'm just saying those stories of that, or that concept. Obviously, I'm not saying I was alive then that could physically validate it, but that is some of those ideas are connected to the idea of like like that we like the Antiquitech and the old world and the airships, and like even now places like Blackpool Tower and other towers like that are like or were actual airship docking stations. So it just makes me think of using hydrogen with a car. It probably is different. It's not the exact same effect, perhaps, but it seems similar. In that case, using water to get the hydrogen. If you could power airships on hydrogen, makes sense. You could power a car, like you were saying. It's like
Well, you could power it more ways than one, right? If you crack the water and fill up a sack of hemp, like a balloon, that gives you lift, and it would take you to different altitudes. And if you know what wind current is blowing at what direction at which altitude, I mean, we would literally be traveling for free. Because how hard would it be to get some Baghdad batteries, get some seawater, oh shit, crack it, and then, cover some hemp blanket and some sort of sap, get it all airtight. I'm sure we could do better than what I just said, but you get the idea, right?
Oh yeah, that'd be a smooth ride. Hemp in the sky with hydrogen. Hemp and hydrogen.
Welcome to Hempergen Industries, where we teach young children how to navigate the world for free.
In a hemp sack in the sky.
Like you were talking about how water is not H2O. I've heard that before. And then I started thinking. So they're trying to say it's 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen. Well, last I checked, hydrogen is extremely flammable and oxygen is a great accelerant or oxidizer. You put those two together, it makes no sense. Like, but then again, I'm not I don't know that much about chemistry. So you know how you put two things together, it can become something completely different. But it just doesn't add up.
What if water is just an element? What if it's, like fire? So
yeah, I mean,
I think the elements are called, sorry, bro, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the elements are called the elements because they don't want you to know about the 5th element. So the elements are earth, air, fire, water, ether, right? That's the 5 elements. So that's the 5 states of matter. So I think where they trick you is they come up with a periodic table of elements, and that's where you got to dodge the hijack. The hijack being the hijacked narrative.
Right. Because we have to realize that everything that we've been told in grade school, it's all bullshit. Well, with the exemption of math and some stuff with biology, some of that is true.
Yeah, there's some truth in there for sure.
There's some, they can't tell us 100% lies because it would be too obvious, right?
Yeah, I mean, what if you had to guess, like in your schooling? I mean, there could be different areas, different different kind of school systems. There's probably not one number that for everyone, but if you had to think lies versus truth of what you learned in all your schooling, what do you think that is? 50-50, 60-40? What do you think it is?
That's a good question. I'd probably say like 65-35. Maybe.
School is like this, right? You can't be late or you get in trouble. And they make you stay late. There's no sleeping in school, but you got to do homework when you get home. It's always sit down, shut up, do what you're told. And all they do is they try to break you. Like when I went to school, my kindergarten teacher hit me with a lump of wood on my backside in kindergarten because I was chasing my friend Ty with a bumblebee that I had made out of paper.
Jeez, that sounds a bit harsh.
Yeah, well, when I put it in words like that. Yeah. Yeah, in kindergarten, bro. Goofy Ty, silly Larry, sit down.
Right. Well, it has nothing to do with learning. It has to do with indoctrination and programming us from a very young age. See, it all stems back from the 1950s, where the man of the household, he could have a living wage for the entire family, house, car, utilities, everything they need. Today, it's not like that anymore, obviously. And that's by design, because the school system is just there as like a daycare for the kids. You know, the kids got to go somewhere. So what do? They hand them off to the government at quote unquote school. See? To be obedient, right? Because if you're not making 100, you're a failure. You get the red pin. It gets all marked up. You know, it's just like this idea of perfection. Like you got to be a perfectionist to make it in the world. Otherwise, you get the red pen. You know, it's all mind games. You know, psychology. Everyone is taught the same pace. It's like what, 30 kids in a class with one teacher.
Yeah, Larry, the way you said that is so true. It's like militaristic. Yeah, it's like, you know, follow orders, get up early, you know, go to school, go through all these classes. I mean, it's such a militaristically kind of designed system just to make you obedient from the minute you wake up to the minute you fall asleep. Like you have to wake up at a time. You have to eat breakfast or whatever. You have to then go to all these classes and all these orderly classes and go through them all. And then you get a little lunch break, maybe a little recess here and there. But then you get home, and then I usually had a few hours after school that I could kind of do whatever. And then I probably rarely did homework. I just figured out how to pass everything without doing homework. I guess I did the ones that were some of the ones, like the ones that were assigned or whatever in the early days. I remember, but in all my later years, I just knew all the information. I didn't even have to read all the books in the after hours. But and then you're supposed to do homework at night. You're supposed to sit there for hours doing homework, and then you're supposed to get to bed, rinse and repeat. The whole system is just, I think, completely antithetical to the way humans naturally want to live.
It's all about design, right? They want to, the idea of you learning on your own, they want to beat that out of you, right? By giving you homework when you get home. So they just constantly beat down with mundane bullshit. And then when we graduate from high school or whatever, I don't know. I am sounding a little doom and gloom, but like,
well, then there's all that. Yeah,
so
I mean, I was
bad.
kind of, there's all those school years, and then there's high school, and then like, well, after World War II, the way the college system was set up, so it was much like easier to get into, and all the student loan system and all that. So a lot of people funneling into the college type world, and then all the competition, you know, trying to apply for these jobs, and everyone's competing. I just think it's not natural, this whole type of style. It's like this has been enforced upon us. It's like a militaristic control matrix that seems to have been asserted. And by doing the world wars and whatever other wars they've done, clearly they've been building that war machine. And it seemed like after World War II, they got in a position where they're like, that's it. We're just going to, because they passed these like education acts. There were several education acts that were passed in like 57, 58. And they completely changed all the schooling system to where, for the first time, at least in as far as we know, you know, in our recent times, for the first time, essentially, like, to use that term, first world, second world, third world kind of thing, it was like all first world countries, and they were branching into second world and third worlds, were taught like a homogenous type education, meaning, you know, that the Earth's a globe and that science works like this, and, you know, all of these different subjects. Now, obviously, it's not all completely standardized because some areas will have some alterations. But I mean, in first world countries, like there's only certain companies that are certified to publish the textbooks. So they try to make it look like it's different companies, but just like they own all the major media companies, I just think they own them all. But it makes it look like they're different companies, like, oh, this publishing and they make this science textbook. But really, who are those companies? And it clearly is all structured and homogenized because you can't just put information in there that they don't approve. It all has to be approved, to go to all the first world schooling systems. This is like right when the NASA, the United Nations, and these education acts, the Defense Education Act is one of the big ones, all happened at right in the short period of time at the end of the 1950s. So once they kind of had that established, then they were able to have all this education be, essentially, I would say the indoctrination kind of system currently that's happening. I mean, there is some truth in there, like you said, but yeah, it's not all true. It's a whole system. And because if all the textbooks are coming from the same companies, then they get everyone on the same page as much as they can, and then they build it from there. Whereas if that wasn't the case, you'd have textbooks with all kinds of different information. And I found this like news article from the 1920s where this whole school district was teaching a stationary planar Earth, essentially a flat Earth, to all their students. So it just shows that in the 1920s, schools were teaching all kinds of different things, and there was even articles about that. Whereas after the 1950s and after World War II, and then all that stuff that happened in the late 1950s, from then on, they have it all teaching the same stuff, essentially, same categories, same approved material.
I have one comment about United Nations. It was the United Nations that forced the education system, or not the education system, but it's kind of law, or what you want to call it, but you have to have the children put into the school, and that's not any country's law. It's in the law of United Nations, which is very strange. But one thing is that everybody has to go or put their kids into the school, but that school can be homeschooling. And I didn't know that every single country is allowing you to have a homeschool, but they don't advertise it. They don't tell it. You just have to put your kid in a test that they can read and write and do the mathematics and stuff like that. But you can totally do the homeschooling. But it's mandatory to put it in the school, but not in a, so to speak, governmental school. It sounds very strange.
Yeah, well said.
Because when I found out that it was too late for me to take my son back to homeschooling, and because I was a little ill back then, but if I would be like healthy, and I would know that thing that you can homeschool your kids, I would do it, because there are so much things in the school you will never need in your life, like are mandatory there, and then you can teach your kids what they want to learn more precisely, and leave those secondary things in a kind of, okay, let's do the basics of this, but if you, for example, if you are interested in chemistry, I will teach the chemistry more to you and then leave the other things away. So basically it's kind of, people don't know that.
Yeah,
like anybody who took calculus, has anybody used calculus in the past decade outside of school?
I don't know what the calculus is. Is it some kind of device or
math? It's
math, yeah. Sometimes I like very basic math, like what's the mortgage of my home or something like that, or but I don't do the math.
You didn't wake up this morning to a fresh cup of hot coffee and a bunch of calculus equations? Well, come on, Larry, where you been? That's not. I do that every day.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, why are we
Right.
teaching children that? Because what are the percentage of jobs that uses calculus on a yearly basis? Like, if you have to use it once a year, well, I suppose you need to know it, right? But if you
Yeah.
don't need to use it once a year, then you don't need to commit it to memory.
Exactly. Some things I have to calculate because I'm an electrician and we have to calculate things according to the voltages and resistance and capacities and stuff like that. So basically, that's very different. But that was not an elementary school. That was an like an school for job. I don't know the vocabulary.
Grade
I don't know
school.
the school name.
Grade school, yeah.
I don't know the name of the school, but it was 3 years, and I was like an adult then when I was there. But I'm talking about in a when we are kids. What's the reason to teach things like, okay, for like evolution? Where do you need the evolution in your real life? You can discuss it with your friends or stuff like that, but not a single doctor needs an evolution as a biology lesson in his work. They don't like open a chest of some kid in a surgery room and said, okay, because the monkey has the same kind of heart, therefore I can do this heart surgery better. No, they don't use the evolution there. So in biology, for example, the evolution is totally unnecessary, and it's let's say 20 pages in a biology book. Totally things that you don't need in your life, even if you are a doctor.
Yep, that's a good point. Not even practical at all.
Right.
There's no actual practical application.
Is there any practical application for anything that we're taught in grade school? Like, or more precisely,
Oh, yeah.
do they tell us
learning
the
language.
basic survival skills on how to create a shelter, how to collect rainwater?
Well, when I was a child, the most important things I remember is learning how to grow stuff, learning how to do science experiments, learning how to read and write in English and write in cursive, right? That's really important. They should have taught us more than one language at that age. We should have spent a lot less time, whatever else they were filling our heads with, and learned, at least 2 or 3 languages. I should say 5, but at least 2 or 3. Because at the moment you get out of grammar school, around 10 years old, that's when you start learning. You're supposed to start learning like logic. Like everything should be logic after that. Well, you can look at the 7 liberal arts, and that exists in name only in the colleges, in my opinion. But I've never been to college, so I could be wrong.
One weird thing according to this evolution discussion is that one of my friend is very educated, but he's very he believes every single thing there. And a couple of days ago, the discussion went like this, like, because you don't understand the evolution and that the humans are like 4.5 million years old, you should have been in a high school or in a university. So because I didn't take or went to the university, I'm dumb. I don't understand things. The thing is, I don't believe those. He doesn't understand. I know a lot of things, same things that he knows about evolution and how we evolved from some kind of monkeys or whatever. But I don't believe any of those. So the holy point is they're like arguing that I lack knowledge. No, that's not the point. I have the same knowledge in most parts about that particular thing, but I don't believe it. And he doesn't understand that the difference between believing something and like just knowing by reading books.
When he's doing that, he's attacking your character and saying that you're
Yeah.
making an argument from incredulity because you're not capable of understanding it, that you think
Yeah,
it's wrong.
exactly.
And you need to explain to him, like, whoa, bro, I'm not attacking you because you believe this. I'm just saying that I don't accept it. You are saying you accept it. There's no need to attack the character.
Yeah, but that's and he's one of my friend, and he's a Christian, and he should behave like Christians, and he's not. And I told him that that's not how I talk with you, and I actually blocked him in a Facebook and said that we are still friends, but I cannot continue this conversation in my Facebook wall because you are so rude. And attacking the person, attacking something. Multiple times. It wasn't the first time. It's not something I allow in my Facebook wall, so to speak. But yeah, it's kind of it's a weird thing that the same person he's mocking me about my flat Earth beliefs in real life and in a Facebook as well. But he's still a kind of friend. It's a very weird situation between me and him. It's like I don't know why he had to like be so rude, because we are both Christians and we should like be in a part of the same body of Christ, so to speak. So it's kind of weird. Does your arm hit your leg because the leg cannot I don't know, write paintings? So the leg has some work in your body. It can walk. It can take you into the places. And the arm doesn't blame the leg that the leg cannot paint a painting like some Picasso or whatever. So that's the point in living in a body of Christ, that there are different ways, different limbs, different organs. They shouldn't be blaming each other for not doing something they do. It's very sorry. It's a little complicated to explain, but that's how I see it.
Maybe I'm wrong about the colleges, but I know that the new educational system is the Prussian educational system, where they grade us like meat. And they say you're either grade A, B, C, D, E, or F. And that grade is determining whether or not we're going to make good employees. In other words, we're suffering like Job because we got a job. It's like what they give us, getting us addicted to a salary so we don't start our own business, making us complacent, sit down, shut up, do what you're told.
Do you think if you were creating a huge historical timeline like this, that you would actually have it get worse in certain areas of life so that ultimately it could get better and there could be improvement and resolution? But to have the resolution from the crisis would then be created to have that interplay?
I don't think we're noticing like a progression towards the better. Maybe if you look at the big picture and you say, well, more and more people are getting hooked up with fresh water, electricity, you know, because like the greatest invention is probably the book. The next greatest invention is probably like clean water and understanding, you know, germs and separating your poo. So if we could bring that to the world, which, you know, the ones that are surviving probably already have that. Like by and large, that big picture, like things are improving. But the people that want to control the world, they want to depopulate the world. So yeah, they want us to have like clean water, or do they? Right? They don't want us living long lives. So the whole idea of us getting clean water, are we really getting clean water? Are we bringing clean water to the masses? Because there's a large group of people right now, especially coming out of the colleges, that think for some crazy reason that the world is overpopulated and there's excess people. And my question is, where? Show me these excess people. Where are these people that don't need to be here? Point them out. Right? Because if you honestly believe that humans are like mold, show me the people. Oh, let me guess. South America, right? Or West Africa. Or is it China? Where are these people? Is it India? You don't like the Hindus? Like they don't need to be here? There's too many of them for you? Are they breathing up all your air? Like I can't believe that people actually bought that hook, line, and sinker.
Right.
When
Meanwhile, there's like billions of acres just open on Earth. I'm saying a billion, like I just made up billions. How many is it? It's got to be millions of acres. Maybe not billions. That sounds like a lot. But unless there's more land, but I'm just thinking of, yeah, just say overpopulation, but at the same time, there's just tons of land that's not even being used correctly. They claim it's too much to like fit into their agricultural kind of system. Yeah. The limited resource system that we're sold. Even though we live in a free energy system, we're like given a free a limited resource one that's like been, in a sense, actually kind of just forced upon us, probably, like really through world wars, ultimately. The two big events in our recent time that seemed like they employed that to kind of do what they've done here. Because yeah, I mean, it's just not even in sync with harmony and balance. Having people crammed in cities, farm animals crammed in tight quarters. Yeah, it's just totally backwards, out of balance. We should just be in balance with the earth. The earth provides everything we need. To be in symbiosis, to be in like a free energy symbiotic exchange with the earth rather than answering to a dollar bill and a tax code and all this, land insurance and land taxes. We're taxed just to live on the earth. That's just such a symptom that just shows, I think, directly something is dramatically out of balance. But what I was saying before is, do you think that that the timeline would be created that would have things go out of balance, but then have them come back into balance or to improve at some point in the future as well. Because you were saying like, yeah, like are we better or not? But could that betterness be coming in the future as well?
I think it's cyclical, right? It's the Kuhn cycle, the Overton window. Like there's a natural cycle where the pendulum swings from authoritarian to libertarian, authoritarian to libertarian. And every time we become libertarian, we become complacent and we don't stand guard and we don't do our due diligence, and authoritarians take back over. Mostly through the educational system, ignorance. Because remember the Christmas story? The two children that were hiding under the robe of the ghost of the Christmas present, right? It was ignorance and poverty. Beware of them both. Remember that?
Yep. Well, have you heard like the term samsara, like cyclical existence, essentially?
I don't think so.
It's a Sanskrit term, samsara. And so there's actually like it's in Sanskrit. It's like the samsara is cyclical existence. And to try to sum it up briefly, within Buddhism, there's basically this like wheel, and it represents. It's like a wheel of life, essentially. Like the wheel. That's why it's samsara, though, the cyclical life, the wheel of cyclical life. And there's these different layers to it, and they represent like these different components of life. And it reminded me of what you said right there.
Yeah, some truths are just, self-evident and well-known. You reap what you sow, right? It's kind of like saying it is what it is. If you plant a watermelon seed, you're going to get a watermelon. If you do bad to others, it's going to come back to you one way. I think I've heard one person say that, yeah, you can break natural law. Go ahead. See how that works out. But the universe is going to spring back and hit you in the face like a rubber band whenever you do. Because you're not supposed to break natural law. It's going to come back to you. And, the White Council philosophy, the universe tends to unfold as it should.
So this one I was just going to read this real quick. I have a it's called a Bhava Chakra, and it's essentially like the wheel of life. And I'll just read this real quick. Okay, so the Bhava Chakra consists of the following elements. Number 1, the pig, the rooster, and the snake within the hub of the wheel represent the 3 poisons of ignorance, attachment, and aversion. The second layer represents karma. The third layer represents the 6 realms of samsara. The fourth layer represents the 12 links to dependent origination. The fifth one, the fierce figure holding the wheel represents impermanence. It is also Yama, the god of death. The moon above represents liberation from samsara or cyclical existence. And then number 7, the Buddha pointing in the white circle indicates that liberation is possible. Symbolically, the 3 inner circles moving from the center outward show that the 3 poisons of ignorance, attachment, and aversion give rise to positive and negative actions. These actions and their results are called karma. Karma in turn gives rise to the 6 realms, which represent the different types of suffering within samsara. This is just a little bit longer. I guess I just read the main part, so I guess I'll just finish this real quick because it's a little bit more explanation of the first part I read. The 4th and outer layer of the wheel symbolizes the 12 links to dependent origination. These links indicate how the sources of suffering that the 3 poisons and karma produce live within cyclical existence. The fierce being holding the wheel represents impermanence. This symbolizes that the entire process of samsara or cyclical existence is impermanent, transient, constantly changing. The moon above the wheel indicates liberation. The Buddha pointing to the moon indicating that liberation from samsara is possible.
I mean, a lot of that stuff is biblical. Like, you know, why do we do the things that we know that we ought not do? Because it's obvious that you shouldn't do it. Like, no one has to tell you not to steal something. Like, you do it in secret because you know it's wrong. Unless you're just, like, really dumb. Like the people that put the switches on their Glock and then, like, shoot openly out, you know, towards populated areas. I mean, maybe if you're really stupid, you don't know what's wrong. Go ahead, bud.
There are people who don't know which is right and wrong, and they think they can decide that. That's the whole point of taking the morals from somewhere else than from God, or if you want to. If there is only one moral, then it's kind of only one truth. But if the moral is subjective, so you can, let's say, you can, I don't know, you can torture people if you like. That's all right. If that's all right in your country, you can, for example, do some torturing in a people in your country, and that's legal, and it's okay for your moral. It doesn't make it right. Even if your mother and father and sister and all the family and all the city are accepting that torturing people or persons is right, it doesn't make morally right. So, and if you take it from somewhere else, from like I take my morals from Bible, I have things that I want to do, but I don't do them. I think them. I have feelings. I hate things, but I don't kind of do things anymore because I learned that they are wrong. For example, yesterday I was overspeeding. I drove like 150 kilometers because just one person wanted to kind of, I think he wanted to race with me in a street. So I went at the nuts and took an overdrive. So if I would kill somebody or kill somebody's kid driving 150, all that my bike is going, my bike didn't go faster. I would be like that's wrong. I know it's wrong, and I'm still doing that. Yeah, that's how we are.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a valid argument to be made with that it is dangerous. I guess it's at a risk to possibly yourself and others, but depending on where you are, you know, if it's safe, I don't really think anything's actually wrong with going fast other than the risk you're putting yourself at, or maybe others. So that would be the thing. But depending on how you're doing it, if you're not risking others, then it's really just kind of yourself. And there could even be things to be said about that. Like do we have self-inflicted karma? Like it's one thing if you do something to someone else, you know, if you someone steals from others, so then they get stolen from, like the way that all those cycles can work. But what about like even the idea that we have like self-inflicted karma in terms of what we do to ourselves, and then learning how to, you know, in a most balanced way treat ourselves. Like I have a little thing well, okay, there's one of those in my mind I was thinking of. I guess I won't share it, but I'll pass the mic since I said a bunch there.
Yeah, for example, I used to think abortion is right, and I have wanted to make lots of people aborted in my life with my in my relationships. I've been like, let's take a baby out. So that's changed when I get my first son. I think it's the only son I will never get, but I like, okay, this is life. He's a living person, and I wanted him to be killed before he was born. And now he's 13, and I feel very bad about those thoughts that I wouldn't want to be keeping that kid just because my selfish reasons. Like, I don't want to be a father. I have time for kids. I don't like kids.
Look,
That's very selfish.
You are not who you were. You are who you could be potentially. That's who you are, right? That's who you're going to end up being, who you could be potentially. So what you may have thought in the past, it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. Some people think it's okay to eat mayonnaise out of a jar. It doesn't matter. It only matters your actions.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, also with I mean, I'll just say this, and I'm not necessarily saying that I even think this. I'm just saying the idea where, so like if an abortion happens, I guess ultimately I'll just to say briefly, has the soul incarnated yet? You know, if it is an abortion situation, is the soul there yet or not?
The point is that it's coming from the Bible, and it was the evil angels, the angels of I think it was Ariel. I don't Azazel. Yeah, I think it was an angels of Azazel who taught people how to make abortions, and that's in a book of Enoch. So basically, and that's very old book, and humans learned how to make abortion from demonic angels, the angels of Satan. And that comes to that, okay, this is more deeper than just killing a person. That's something that Satan has taught us how it can be done.
Yeah.
And it's also that if you
it is
if
very,
you hit it if you in a Bible also that if you are if you are fighting with a woman and the woman will get the baby will come out and the baby will die, you will be killed. But if the baby will survive alive, you will be just paying some amount of some amount of money or whatever for that. So the precious life inside the woman's baby is worth of your life. If you hit your woman and the baby dies, you will be dead. According to the Bible. It's very rough, I know. So basically, if I go to doctor and say with my wife or whatever and say, let's get the baby out, the Bible says I'm about to be killed because of that. My penalty is death. I killed the baby. It's very rough. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I do agree. It's a demonic activity to be doing, because it's going against life on the foundational level. and stopping a natural process. So yeah, I do think that comes from the demonic realms in terms of the even inspiration to even do that, and so on. However, it is a thing that many have done. What I was going to say is I think also in times like there's actually plants that you can blend, which will give the woman a natural birth control, so that you really, as long as you consume that plant or the right mixture of plants, you don't have to worry about getting pregnant unless you want to. So then you're only getting pregnant when you want to, which of course is like what they're trying to do with birth control pills now, which they do. I mean, it is effective to a degree, but it's synthetic and damages women's hormones and causes further health problems, unfortunately. The synthetic version of birth control versus the natural. So if we had the natural version available to us, then, but I think that some of that wisdom and knowledge has been lost in those plant species. But I do think the earth creates natural plant blends that are naturally. I know of one compound that does it as well, but I know there's also other ones with plants that need to still be discovered. Currently,
Stevia does it.
What's that?
Stevia is used for birth control.
Stevia?
Yeah. I've been drinking it for years. Didn't know that it made you shoot blinks.
You know the book
Really,
of Adam and Eve.
I like that plant. Yeah, it's a good one. I've even just gotten like the leaf powder, like the actual leaf powder, and it's got a nice taste to it. It's definitely a really pleasant plant.
That's wild. I just looked it up. Contraceptive properties of stevia. What? How have I never heard of that?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Everybody talks about stevia, but nobody says that it's, used for birth control. So I kind of wonder if that whole time my brother was having trouble getting his wife pregnant, if she was drinking stevia.
I have heard the argument that messing with the hormones, regardless if you're trying to have kids or not, that will affect your body big time. Like, for instance, trying to prevent pregnancy, whether it's a male or the female, like that throws our hormone balance off, right? It becomes imbalanced, and that can cause more issues than good.
Hey, I just wanted to mention that scripturally, the first time that I've ever read about birth control was in the book of Adam and Eve, the second book of Adam and Eve, which is just it's a questionable story that's floating around, but it's really old story from, I think it's a Syriac account, and you have recorded that the sons of Cain basically took birth control and were able to basically, or the men would make their women drink these concoctions that would make them infertile so that they could just have sex recreationally, right? Not that there's anything wrong with recreational sex or just for fun, but like that basically they became very I don't know, they were into vanity basically, and they didn't want to get pregnant because they didn't want to ruin their bodies. And that's kind of what we see today. Like, women are scared to get pregnant because they don't want to get stretch marks. They're worried about their looks. Their bodies might change afterwards. It might gain a little weight. And like that's what we have recorded. The women they didn't want to get pregnant because they feared that men wouldn't find them attractive anymore. So they would take these concoctions that would make them infertile. Some of them would actually permanently be infertile. And it's just something interesting that I wanted to point out. That's all. But yeah.
Well, yeah, and then today we got Pharmakia. We got Big Pharma pumping out birth control pills. Yep. That I know have definitely negative side effects for women. I would never recommend anyone take those, actually. Even though, yeah, there is a responsibility I mean, it's kind of sad though, because like I said, I think humans have kind of lost connection to the natural ones. Because I don't know. I mean, what your thoughts are your personal thoughts are on it, Lion. But if there's natural compounds that just make us like, if it's not damaging our bodies, but it modulates our bodies in a way that will not have us get pregnant or not have a child, then it does allow for two lovers to be able to express love and to have those levels of intimacy, without, because the child is a whole thing, obviously. I mean, it of course, this is how we procreate, but like the idea of making love with another or being in love or sharing all of that with another, whether it's viewed as recreational or even spiritual, there's many different angles and ways to see that, but it's kind of too bad that Big Pharma has replaced it with their chemicals now, and people are taking those instead of the natural things.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with contraceptives, responsible contraceptives that aren't harming the woman's body or the man's body. Yeah, it's better to be responsible than end up with children that you can't take care of and end up being neglected. I do believe that. I think that is the moral high ground. And if you can achieve that naturally without any side effects, then why not? Especially if you are a married couple that just wants to make love with none of the strings attached. I think that's fine. I've had girlfriends in the past that had the Moon app, and it would be in line with their period, so they would know when they were fertile, when they weren't fertile. That's another method that you could do. I also wanted to add earlier, you guys were talking about like karma and you reap what you sow. Well, there's a scriptural theme that keeps popping up through different authors that talks about like the different authors question the creator, like, why do the wicked prosper, right? And why do the righteous suffer? And it's bewildering for a lot of believers in history, and they question God. Like, it's like, why do the good suffer? Why do good things happen why do bad things happen to good people? And basically the response from the creator is that, the wicked will prosper in this life. Like, they will gain fame, riches, and all these things. And sometimes it's like, it doesn't seem fair. Like, and the weird thing is, like, recompense might not come in this lifetime, right? Justice might not come in this lifetime. There are evil people that lived really good lives in this life, right? And the creator basically says, like, those people, let them party their life, right? Let them prosper in this life, because what's coming for them, they're oblivious to it, right? And that also he chastises those he loves. Like, he disciplines those he loves through chastisement. It's kind of complicated, yeah.
I see it as a karmic process, yeah, where there's like deep transgressions that some souls are making, basically, where they are doing like profoundly dark or deep things that are very yeah, like, to say the least, like, yeah, karmically problematic on deep levels. But I often think of like those that are actually suffering in certain things are actually further along the path. Because if you're in the stage of just rampaging, then like that is at a much more like an earlier part of the cycles where they're just like blindly doing that stuff, So to actually be like born into this world the way it is now, and even to be kind of struggling, like, let's say, like, the idea that like the powers that be are kind of pushing us down in certain ways, and making this struggle. But I would even see it that the souls that are incarnating into this current system the way it is, and are even going through that, in my viewpoint, are actually further along the kind of pathway, as it were, because they're actually like on the receiving end of it. Because I often think of like the early parts of it as where it's just being like expressed and just completely indulged in, but then eventually those reap what you sow, that will come back to those souls in their, I think, through process of cyclical process. where eventually they will see the wrongs in their ways. But while that's happening, it seems to be part of the alchemical cycles that we're in now.
Yeah, like I see what you're saying, but an example of what I'm talking about is like Bill Gates. Like Bill Gates, for the most part, has been pretty blessed. Like even though he seems to be an evil man, right? He's allegedly part of this whole system with the BAC, and he's invested in it with Pharmakia, and he's got investments all over the place linked to Pharmakia and promoting Pharmakia, and he's responsible for possibly millions of deaths, if not more, worldwide because of the BAC. But somehow he seems to still be prospering. He's buying acreage. Yeah, he's having marital problems. Wow, big deal, right? His children are alive. His children are healthy. He's got money. He's got everything going for him. Like for the most part, he hasn't really suffered much. And then you have like humble people in Africa that are like really the most humblest people on earth that seem to be impoverished and suffering and hungry and thirsty. And like, why this imbalance? There must know, people, when they see that imbalance, they're like, there is no God.
Well, I think that's how like the creative intelligence is creating it, is to actually be that way. Like, okay, I know this may sound really intense, but okay, like whatever ideas people might have about like the powers that be, the term Illuminati, the Jesuit, the Freemasons, all these different terminologies, whatever like the darkest, crazy stuff that might be going on, behind closed doors and whatever temple across, whatever their little rituals, who knows what they're doing underground, under the Vatican, under the Denver airport, at the North Pole, in the southern regions, all of the above, at high altitude, under the earth, all of that. Even though, like, however evil one is considering that is, like, to what depth that is, from like almost like a neutral kind of creative intelligence perspective, even though those entities or those beings are doing something that's very, very wrong, very, very evil, whatever that may be, that in some way, even the creative intelligence has a certain joy and a certain ecstaticness for creating them. And then the interplay that of all the other beings that balance it out, and that there's the totality of it, that in my view, there seems to be a purpose for all of it.
There is suffering in the world, but how much of it is self-inflicted? Like, if you were to look at us like a family, right? If we're all related, and we're just one really big family, and the whole race thing is a social construct, and we're just different expressions of the same genetics. If that is all true, how much of our family issues are self-inflicted?
Yeah. One could say all of it.
Almost all of it, right?
Yeah. If you believe in the butterfly effect, right? We're all connected one way or another. And our negative karma compounds, and every single one of us, our negative karma compounds, eventually leading to self-infliction on higher levels, like to humanity as a whole. And over generations and generations of just degradation and self-inflicting wounds, we end up with all these cancer rates going up and all this stuff because like we've been killing ourselves. We're hurting ourselves chemically, right? Biologically, genetically, everything, man. It's just compounding to the era that we're in where all these things are climaxing. And then we want to blame the creator. It's like, well, why would the creator allow this?
Yeah, I mean, I can see maybe. Okay, so yeah, I can see
how
maybe.
worse can it get?
Well, I guess like if someone views a creator as separate from the creation, I suppose, to use those terms, then I could understand the idea of like, okay, well then why is the creator letting this happen? Because there is some horrific stuff that has gone down in consciousness, as it were. So I could understand like if they're separated, then yeah, there is that. I think of that too in terms of like if it's separate, then if this God is all loving and all this, why is it even letting all this happen? But in my mind, the way I see the creator or like the creative intelligence, etc., is that it is all one ultimately, meaning that at the foundation of it, it is actually creating it all within itself. And I think it has intention. When I say it, because there's only one, so it's us. Like the antecedent to there being anything is at least one being, if not more. But I don't think there are like actual multiple separate beings. I think ultimately it does break down to one. So if it's one in that sense, then the one is doing it all to itself within itself at different layers and levels, and then playing out all of these different components and all of the unique experiences that it seems to allow for.
Interesting. You know, in my understanding, what you have is a division of realms, right? But eventually, those realms will be united. So there will be this merging or unifying of sorts. That whether you see it or not, there seems to be a realm above us that's distant from us, and in that realm, there exists a singularity that seems to be conscious. And that singularity is distant from us. He's set apart from us. And that from him, all things consist. And from him, all things came from. So he's the source of all things. And what's odd about this is that thing that is the source of all things split himself in the beginning before the foundations of the earth were created. He split himself. He divided himself. And from him came forth light. And that light is the light of men. Right? And that light predates all things, and that light came from him. But that light also has a consciousness. So and this is why it gets a little complicated, because like I could barely. I'm only scratching the surface trying to comprehend it myself with the limited wisdom that he's given me, and it's very complex, right? But the idea is that eventually, that in his great divine plan, that he's going to merge together with us, how he always intended it to be. But that even in the beginning, when man was first created, he was still distant from him, because part of his divine plan is testing man and testing all beings, and all beings are distant from him, because even the other entities in other realms have never seen his face. But there will be a time in the future when he unifies heaven and earth, that even the beings in these other realms that exist during this time will also be able to see his face.
Yeah, that was beautifully said. I resonate with all that.
But I'm trying not to be biased and respectful at the same time. I'm really trying to have like a cordial conversation without having to get feisty and get mad at each. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't always have to be contentious. We can have theological discussions without, we can still be friends. Like, people need to realize that.
For sure, man. Yeah, I mean, like a true meeting of the minds is when individuals are able to share their viewpoints and then, receive another's, like listen to another person's viewpoint and then consider it, if further interest, either ask more questions, whatever it may be, to glean like a reflection or, but I mean, ultimately we're all integrating everything into ourselves, and it's really up to us how, in a sense, like our own journey and how we integrate that. So yeah, the kind of like fighting or forcing someone to agree with someone with one, and all those tactics come along with it. Yeah, I would agree that generally seems to limit productivity instead of enhance it. Although I can enjoy debating too, though. I mean, it can be. I do enjoy when when there's more kind of on the line, and then there's a lot of opposing ideas. I can
Agreed.
appreciate that. But yeah, I think like to me, it like from everything you said, because I see that perspective too, and because yeah, what you said there lays out a way in which like the idea of God as God in that sense being separate from man, and then that separation as well. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, and then the reconnection and all of that. Because yeah, I resonate with that as well. Because I mean, I think that's all happening simultaneously. Like in my mind, when I go to the level of like the totality in terms of like the singularity or like the oneness, that's at almost like the idea of a pyramid. Like that's almost at the top of the pyramid in a sense, meaning, and I know that that's what they've done with this whole Luciferianism thing cult that they have, is that they've like lopped off the top of the pyramid and then they put themselves there as the kind of black replacement or the dark kind of replacement of the actual creation and the creator. And I think it's connected to the Great World Tree and the mountain at the North Pole and all of those components as well. But yeah, see, I just think all of that's woven together, and there's like there is a singularity, but then maybe like the idea at the peak of that pyramid where it seems to contain everything going down from the pyramid from that top, like it's that singularity, or like even that concept of the Most High, and all of the different components of that, but then kind of coming down into everything else, kind of differentiated from that, becomes all of these other kind of consciousness states and timelines and narratives and experiences and spiritual understandings, beliefs, wisdom, knowledge. And I think all of them have their own unique kind of place in the totality, and their own perfection. And some of them limited, some of them more unlimited, or even more expansive in terms of the levels of truth and potential that they have. And then just all of the kind of varieties within that. So yeah, I can, from that perspective, in my way I see it, is that I can see all of those then individual narratives that are all part of it as well, and they all have their place.
It's weird because science, when they invoke the Big Bang theory, or they talk about singularities of infinite density and infinite mass, infinite energy, these they call them rips in the fabric of space and time. When a sun explodes and causes a supernova, when a sun goes supernova, but when this sun is extremely large, orders of magnitude bigger than our own sun, right? Super suns, mega suns, whatever you want to call them, when they explode, that they cause this collapse, right? Which causes a hole or a rip in this fabric of space and time that leads to a singularity, which is basically a black hole, right? Supermassive black hole. And that the idea is that from this supermassive black hole, right, theoretically you can have a wormhole that connects to another universe that sprang into existence from a supernova, right? And that's how you end up with multi-universes, or the multiverse theory, when you have all these singularities banging into existence, that possibly each one of those singularities is another universe. But it's funny that they had to come up with these theological scenarios in the lab to explain away God, right? So the black hole, which is the scariest concept of all, right? It's very creepy. That whole theory right there, for me, it's very creepy. But that replaces a divine architect.
Well, you really got real religious there for a second before you said grand architect.
But even the idea of the multiverse theory, or the whole ripping of space and time, that stuff right there, you still need a creator, because for any of that stuff to work, there still has to be some order to it all. There still has to be some sort of organization that's going on for this replication, or this birthing of universes to exist, which is the whole. That's why it's a paradox. It's a dichotomy there, that they don't even realize themselves. So they're trying to work out the creation of the universe with all these concepts, but little do they know that even for these concepts to work, you still need organization to some extent. You still need intent and intelligence to some extent. You can't have this, reproducing of universes without some order in place.
So, like, I think we've talked about this before, but do you think eventually that you will be the oneness again? Like, because if like that you will return, or do you think you'll always be separate from another being that you would refer to as God?
Yeah, the oneness described in scripture is a oneness more of unity, like a familial, like a family, right? Unity in like having a family and you all love each other and respect each other, right? And enjoy each other's company. That type of oneness, living together, not oneness as in you literally become one as like one being, No.
If we are different expressions of the Creator and we are all one family, and the Messiah is grafting us back into the family through his sacrifice and gift, then there is kind of a oneness. Because if we are the body of Christ and he is the head and he is the Son of the Father, then there is a oneness there. Even more so if you're Trinitarian.
How would you be able to decipher whether we're already all one and we're just experiencing different parts of ourself, like the oneness, versus that we are separate from something that created us?
Does a cabbage come from the same plant that creates broccoli?
It is a brassica, yeah. Although isn't it like a somewhat man-made? Like broccoli doesn't exist in nature, basically, is what I understand about it. So it's like some kind of a hybridized off-bred thing, like kind of a freak thing, kind of. I mean, I'm not saying it's a total like unhealthy food per se, but what I'm saying is that it was like made by man. Like broccoli, or I mean, cauliflower doesn't exist naturally in nature.
Right, so it was genetic selection. We selected those genes.
Selective breeding.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I guess there's like the official story of what they might claim how it happened, but I guess one could speculate deeper as to where cauliflower really came from. But yeah,
Maybe cauliflower came from the Outer Ponds.
Boom! There he is, dude. You're a couple hours late though. I said Outer Ponders.
I know.
It was a few hours ago.
I heard you say it, so I had to go live. I was like way back in the stream. I would have come in if I was actually on time. But I was like way back in the stream, and you said it, and I looked, and I'm like, oh, I'm way behind.
Yeah, because I was talking about like the powers that be possibly. Like if our military and our police actually worked on our side to like kind of disarm them and dissolve them. And then I was saying the only thing is that like, what if they have a military that's bigger than ours? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, so yeah. And I was like, outer ponders, like what if, you know, so yeah, that's why I thought of you.
That would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense. Actually, if you read that, I think I've posted it here before. It's in the Brenner comp section, but it's not by Brenner. It's somebody else giving their. I've read part of it on here before about why would they lie, and I'll post it again because he mentions like it could be that there's other militaries of other civilizations that have a deal with our civilization, and there's technology being traded amongst these civilizations, and
no doubt,
you know, that would make a lot of sense.
No doubt. How long you think that's been going on for?
Who knows?
Just give
I
me
have no idea. I'm not
give me
saying
a
I think
wild
it is
guess.
going on. I'm just saying that would make sense if it is going on. Could be no otter ponds. I don't know. But it would make sense. It would answer a lot of things because it's just like the ancient aliens thing that they keep talking about. How we were gifted like a certain technology at a certain time, you know, to like have the next stage of our civilization or whatever.
Well, yeah,
What do you
so
think?
that's
Yeah. Go ahead.
no. I wanted to ask him because apparently it's been going on for thousands and thousands of years, even before the flood.
Right.
We believe in the flood, right? That human beings have been gaining knowledge from beings of other worlds, even technology, and even in return. Listen, it goes as far to say, I would say, as far as that, human beings made deals with these entities, and they would exchange their wives and their daughters in return for technological advancements. And that's scripture.
He says the one main place that would be different is Antarctica. The amount of resources there and their accessibility could be hidden. As far as we know, the minerals of Antarctica are being exploited. Too few people have been there to stay. There may be lands there beyond the ice wall, in quotes, which we do not know about. According to Admiral Byrd, there was extensive land beyond Little America, the size of the United States, and it was astoundingly rich in mineral resources. There may be another group of people there, again, which we would not know about. If Earth is flat, the oceans are much bigger than we know. The resources of the oceans may also be much greater than we know. Given 1 and 3, many shortages, which we are told about, may be artificial. This would keep the price of those goods high, given the possibility of the number 2. There may be another market for resources or manufactured goods, and or a place for them which to purchase goods. Those markets might be kept private. These markets may be kept for the profitability of those who know the true geography. These other people may have technology which they may be selling to us, which is being exploited by a few. And then he goes on.
I have his book from 1928, dude. I have yet to read it. I found it in a garage, dude. I was getting my car worked on, and I looked through a box of books that was being sold for like $5, dude. I bought this. I couldn't believe it, dude. There was just one old lady sitting in the lobby, dude. I was so ecstatic, I couldn't resist myself. I was like, "Oh, Admiral Byrd," and it was his voyages, bro. 1928, dude. I kid you not. Admiral Byrd. I have pictures of it. I'll show you when I get back. Oh, man.
All right.
But there's pictures in there of his journeys to the South Pole and to the North Pole. There's all kinds of stuff in there, dude. It's loaded with gems.
Yeah, there's another whole saga to that, and then there's the Iron. What is it? The Iron Republic. Is that another?
Yeah, I wouldn't know, bro. You probably know more about it than I do.
The Iron Republic. It's another book I still need to get into. But yeah, it's and then there's the what's his name? I have a bunch of saved Outer Ponder story lore. But there's a guy with his kid, and his kid tells a story about his dad. And I think they go to the north, and there's all kinds of people and different types of. It would just make a lot of sense. I mean, why would we be treated like lab rats, and we're the only people? You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously this is like, and there's there's a whole other story that this is a quarantine area. Like this whole area that we're in is quarantine, like a long time ago. Whatever that means.
Yeah, well, there's
believe
that.
that.
It does seem like we are limited on these continents. There's also the idea that we were like, some kind of a reset and repopulated group.
Right.
You know, this one we're on, and disconnected from our past, and that's a whole. But what do you? Well, I was also going to ask, what do you think about the outer portals? What do you think about there being portals out there? Because if there's some kind of like a membrane or some kind of a transition zone, like I think of it as like the magnetic field, like a toroidal field makes that pattern. It makes a lot of sense to me that this whole thing is a toroidal field or within one, or even a series of them going out. But a basic toroidal field where you have the plane in the center, in the center of it, horizontal plane, and then you've got the upper part of it, the lower part of it, and the vortex in the center, and then the vortex coming out, and the stars and everything. And toroidal fields do seem to have that spherical or even oblate spheroid kind of shape to them, almost like a donut in some cases. They have that, they can, depending on the field. So whatever the shape of this whole thing is, it would, if it's a magnetic field, because of the way the toroidal fields have the inner and the outer, it would make sense that there is an outer, whatever that is, like that limit. Now, whether that is infinite, that's a whole thing. That if it's infinite, that's even a huge thing. But in terms of this physical thing that we call physical, if it's not infinite, then what is that limit? Does it go, is there more land? Or there's even the idea that there's like a membrane there, or even like portals or a series of portals where essentially not necessarily Pac-Man where you come in on the other side, not necessarily that, but more the idea that like there might be like transition zones where the magnetic fields are different, matter is different, like all. Then you get into like like black holes, warping of time and space, all those kind of ideas as well. But like, what if you get to the outer membrane or out there, and then you transition, and whatever you transition into, you could transition into like another land or an outer pond, as it were, that's just like ours with level water and land that comes up out of the water. But as you go through that membrane, you're just on the water. What if, whatever that would be like, but what if you just continue on water and then you eventually, whatever that transition would be, you arrive at more land and then a sun and everything else. So what I'm saying is that if it's like the idea of like an outer portal membrane, then like it could portal into anything at that point. It could portal into an infinite more land. It could portal into another land that's like ours, or it could portal into something entirely altogether different. Like the possibilities would be endless at that point if it's like an interface of where the magnetic field somehow affects basically time and space and reality and physicality.
Yeah, you could live to be like 10 times. I think there's people living 10 times as long. At least like that would make a lot of sense.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
this is why I'm here. This conversation is why I'm here.
Because that would make then it would be like all these plans that they do so long term, that the 30-year plan, that's like a blip for them, and it just makes way more sense because it doesn't feel like we live as long as we should. I mean, we're supposed to be like the most intelligent beings on the earth, right? So why is it that we haven't figured out how to live longer? And I think they have. They would have figured that out a long time ago.
You said something pretty interesting, that we were quarantined. I've never heard it put like that, but I also have read scriptures supporting what you just said, that because human beings originally came from an area that scripture refers to as the mountain of the east, which this mountain of the east was located east of the Garden of Eden, but that area is not accessible to us any longer. And something happened fairly recently too. After the flood, it was still accessible to mankind, but something happened where now we can't go there anymore. But there's also the same book that I brought up earlier, the second book of Adam and Eve, described Adam and Eve living on this mountain of the east, and that their descendants, their children's children, eventually left that mountain And they were warned if they ever left that mountain that they could never return back again. But that the children of Cain, at a distance, they were at the bottom of the mountain of the east, and they would see the children of Cain dancing, having parties, frolicking, literally frolicking, and belly dancing, and trying to tempt and lure and mock the children of Seth, Abel. But anyways, long story short, basically apparently there was fire. There was like a wall of fire that they couldn't. Once you left the mountain, you couldn't return back. But some of them left the mountain because they'd rather party it up, and have sex with the daughters of Cain. But it's interesting that once they left that area, they could never go back. And then you're quarantined. You're basically stuck in this area.
That's so funny. We're worried about lockdown, and the human race has been on lockdown as far as we can tell for this whole time.
But
we've been sheltering. We've been sheltering in place.
Yeah.
What Gio was saying though about the other realms and how maybe the toroidal fields. Oh, well, apparently there is other realms above us, just like this one, but better, right? And Benjamin describes there being an ocean above, bigger than the ocean that we have on Earth, and lands above. Now, how can that be? That's beyond me.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's all stacked. It's all stacks and stacks, layers of planes. Well, there's also the idea, like sonoluminescence, where it creates like in an air bubble and it creates light and then it emits light. What if this whole realm is one of those, like a massive sonoluminescent vibrating bubble of a toroidal field? And then in that perspective, if we're just one of them, how many others are there? So like instead of the idea of like balls out in a vacuum, it would be more the idea of almost like a cellular system where there's just multiple different realms and layers within whatever we call space. I mean, we call what we live in, we could say space. Like I throw a baseball to you, I threw it through space and you caught it or whatever. Not like NASA's outer space, but just space in that sense. Well, if there's a limit to whatever that is or whatever we can access, then whatever the beyond is would have to be like a different state of consciousness ultimately. And then from there, it does seem like the possibilities could be endless in terms of other bubbles or other fields or other toroidal realms or other types of almost like bubbles in soda or something where there's like thousands of them, It could be like that, where it's not like we're floating in space per se, but there's just all of these different, almost like when we look at the stars, these like sonoluminescent lights in a sense. Like, are we one of those, but within it? And then what would the space be outside of it? Is it like some space that you could look in, or is it like just a totally different state of consciousness? That's the part that's pretty fascinating. And then, like you were saying before about anti-aging, these different things, like, yeah, I think some of these portals allow for that and allow for like healing and enhancement. Sorry, I tagged that on the end because I said a lot there, but I was just...
No, I think that you might have had a point a while back when you were saying there was something about the waters underneath where the North Pole or the North, the center of the vortex might be. Like the waters that come from underneath there might be like healing you back to your like your prime state of being.
Yeah,
I remember saying that. Something that you maybe saw in a past life regression or something. You said.
Well, there's definitely legends of this as well, and then I do resonate with it very deeply. That basically there's certain waters that if you know how to get to them, to a certain spring, there's certain springs. There's more than one. That if you drink from that spring, it will essentially age you back to as early as you want to go. The more of it you drink, the more it'll take you back. Reverses your body aging and all of your your entire body. And if you keep drinking it, you'll go all the way back to like basically like after puberty. So not before puberty. Like it doesn't take you to being a baby and all that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just takes you to like post puberty, but you don't have to go that young. Like you could be like, if you found this water when you're like 45 or something, you could just slowly drink it and go back to 35. You could go back to 25, but then you can age for 5 years, So you go back to 25, you age for 5 years, then you're 30. but then you can drink more of it, go back to 25, go back to 30. So you can basically like get your favorite age.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, and then that just, the more you drink of it, the more that you continue reverse it, back and back. And then eventually, if you want to die, then you just stop drinking it, and then you'll just, eventually age and pass on, unless there's even some other way to But I'm not really talking about avoiding death. I'm referring more to extending life.
That's a movie right there. That's a script.
Yeah. Totally. Where like exactly. Where everyone can do that. Yeah, that'd be wild. There'd be a lot of possibilities of what you could.
After getting drafted into the 22nd World War, I finally decided I was ready to die.
But could you imagine getting your body back to whatever age you prefer, 20, 22, 25, whatever, but still have all of your like knowledge and wisdom and everything, like still be who you are today, but just in a younger body?
There seems to be concepts like that too, like the rivers that flow from the garden that go through the tree of life, underneath the tree of life, that those rivers eventually will flow again on earth. And that if you drink of that water, what you're saying is possible. But that those rivers flow through the earth and actually heal the earth at some time in the future, that this is supposed to happen. And they're going to come from inside the earth, most likely, or from above. It's hard to discern.
So then they're being held back right now?
They're being blocked. Yeah, they're being blocked. And then the leaves of the tree of life alone have incredible healing properties. But the fruit is the heart of the matter.
Dude, how
And the
amazing
fruit
would
of
it be that this whole journey of us becoming aware of all this, like it is all still challenging. A lot of people are going through a lot of stuff, everything that's going on. But what if like we do get there? Like when, like, I don't know exactly how old you are, but those of us that are in, 30s, 40s, 50s, etc. What if we like get there in this lifetime? Like, let's say within 20 years, 25 years, so maybe we're 60, we're 70, whatever, but then we get there. What a completion. That would be, that's just amazing to think that like, that there are actually some like maybe very, very profound things that could be waiting ahead, even to the point, because it is kind of a bummer to think of, like I said before, because I'm not really talking about avoiding death. Like I think there's actually something out of alignment with that, because I do think that's a part of being a human and it's part of the whole thing. I think we do exist eternally outside of this, but I do think that in my viewpoint, the human realm involves death. And I think in my sense, my personal viewpoint, I think that even needs to be like respected in that sense. So if there was something that claimed to make you live forever, I would not necessarily spiritually be in line with that. But these waters that basically anti-age you, I don't think anyone would really do it forever. I think that's my sense of it, because you would think, okay, well, if these waters continue to heal you and reverse your aging in that sense, you could say, well, you could just keep drinking them forever. But I guess I just don't think that's ultimately what people do. I think that there is a kind of finishing point to it. But just that idea of being able to like extend your life in a way where you can have your health back and your youth back. It's kind of like that's what everyone wants. It's, in a sense, like when you think about every human, I mean, aging is a whole process too, though, and has its own like wisdom involved in it. And there's certain lessons to go through and processes with aging. But that just like excites me so deeply to think that if like the end of the whole thing of the earth not being a globe and what the earth actually is, if it all climaxes within the next 10 to 20 years, to where we actually can get to the North Pole regions, we can get to these waters, we can get to the southern regions and beyond, whatever all that is, to be able, and if these waters or things or healing plants or other kinds of fruits in the garden, things like this that would be available that could bring these effects, then that would just be amazing to be able to extend life and continue who we are, but in like our like very healthy state, in like our healthiest state. And if we had like free energy and things like this, like it's just amazing to think that it's not like that we may not be halfway through our lives. You know, like if you're 40 or something, like, are you really halfway through your life? Like, what if something like this exists? Like, we could be at the very, 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 very beginning of a much, much larger process that could be really incredible, the potentials of that.
The North Pole is the location.
That's the spot. I think that's where they're ruling. They're essentially controlling the plane from right now. I think that's they have like a city at the top of the mountain, like the whole like pyramid, like on the Freemasonic thing, and on the back of the dollar bill, the pyramid that's cut off at the top, and then the all-seeing eye. Well, I think ultimately it used to be. The Great World Tree. That when I say used to be, I mean it's still there, but in a holographic fractal parallel portal reality. Essentially, it is still there, but the reality that is like in the cycle that's physically linked, because it is there eternally, but it's like the toroidal field and the whole tree of life. It's all there always. But have you also heard the idea that in whatever kind of fallen state, if one would say, or this severed state that we're in, that whoever the beings are that are kind of involved in this kind of control matrix, etc., that whatever their lineage or something is connected to the Great World Tree being severed. So that pyramid is like the base of the Great World Tree that has since been severed and then kind of replaced with the all-seeing eye. And that idea that like that connection, has like, like that there's, and it gets into that concept of like, being in some kind of like fallen or severed state. Yeah.
That's a very deep mystery. Baruch talks about that the garden, which was the location of the tree of life, was taken up. That this area was taken up or taken away. And how can you take something up or take something away? How can you physically take a piece of land away? Doesn't make any sense. How would the creator achieve that? And this has been bewildering to us for thousands of years. I don't know if anybody has a good explanation for how he could have done that. It does seem to be that we are quarantined from this area, but I think even if you were able to go to the middle of it, you still wouldn't be able to get to this ethereal place because it's been taken from us, and now it's inaccessible. But we don't really know how that was achieved. But we know that at least during the Exodus account, so when that occurred, that the Garden of Eden was still on the earth at that time. And that wasn't relatively, it wasn't that long ago, but it was a long time ago. Like you're talking about 1,000 years before Christ, longer. That the garden was still accessible.
Yeah.
But we know that.
Is it eternally there? Yeah, because the center of a toroidal field, it seems like the potentials are infinite for what could be kind of contained. Like, is it even physical space? Like, is it like a state of consciousness, like beyond the physical?
Well, the thing is that Enoch was conducted into the garden alive. Like he literally walked in there, like he was conducted into it, right? And that he basically lived out the rest of his life in Eden. He still ended up dying according to the Book of Jubilees, but he was able to walk in there, which we know that where it's at now, that flesh and blood cannot enter it. Where it's at now, but it wasn't always like that. At one point in time, you could actually access it by foot, but no, it's no longer so. And something happened where now we can't access it. It says that Messiah himself says that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven. Right? You have to be born again of spirit and of water to be able to get there. But Enoch was not made of spirit water, and he was able to get there. And even Lamech was able to get there. Well, at least to the entrance of it from the Testament of Lamech. So like these places were accessible, but not, and now all of a sudden they're not. Like what happened?
Well, I mean, they could still be accessible, but just not because of like governmental restrictions, kind of thing. You know, like meaning if whatever this whole United Nations, militaries, all this whole, because you know, like that whole north area, they have like it used to be called the Dew Line back in the early days. Yeah, like what, the 60s, 70s. And then they changed the name to the Distant Early Warning System. Well, no, that's Distant Early Warning System. But then there's a slight name change that they did later. Is it the Arctic warning system? I'm trying to remember the name of it. Yeah, Arctic. But I mean, when you have all these countries that are like bordering that north region, they have these actual stations set up, and they have like a different GPS up there. So that's the thing. Like, is it really severed, or is it just not accessible because of these kind of what's the word for it? Sort of administrative blockage, or kind of United Nations bureaucratic, et cetera, like all these militaries, and the fact that they're blocking it from us. Meaning, if they somehow were dissolved of their power, or they didn't have that control anymore, if we just went up there, what would we actually find right now? You know, if you and I took a boat up there and got out and started hiking, I mean, or had some other type of craft to get there. But depending on how many miles it is, it's obviously enough miles we'd want to have some kind of craft ideally. But I'm just saying, like, if you went there now, what do you think would be? What do you think would be there? Like, what would you access?
Well, if you combine all the ancient cultures and their descriptions of this area, there seems to be rivers that flow out from a center, and the center is this great mountain. And this mountain, some say it's magnetic. You either call it in the Latin or in the Italian, Rupes Negra. In the Spanish, Piedra Negra.
By the way, that thing
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's called. Well, there's one of them. It's called the North Warning System.
Oh yeah, I've heard Whitsitt talk about that. Yeah. Where's it at? The 90th parallel? Or I don't even know. But basically, so this area, right, in the Hebrew is Mount Zion. Mount Zion, the dwelling of Yahweh at the navel of the earth, according to Jubilees. So at the navel of the earth, where's the navel? It could be the center of it, inside of it, or it could be also the middle of it, the center of it, right? It doesn't have to be like underneath us, but it could be also, because apparently this whole area from underneath all the way up to the heavens is significant. So that area in the center of the earth, through all the layers, is significant. So if you believe in, these layers stacked on top of each other, where all these layers stacked up on top of each other within the middle of the earth is described in scripture from the bottom layer all the way to the top layer in the navel. And at the bottom at the most bottom layer is the summit, or not the summit, it's the base of this Mount Zion, Rupes Negra, right? So the Rupes Negra that exists at the navel of the earth, at the base of that mountain is literally the lowest levels of existence. You could call it the middle of the toroidal field. So in the middle of the toroidal field, there's like this vortex, right, that goes up and down, right? And this vortex is very significant because this is the area that many ancient prophets have described from Yoel to Hanok to others. They describe this area with great detail, and they describe a valley. King David describes this valley as the valley of the shadow of death, which is at the base of this mountain. Yoel describes this valley as the valley of Yehoshaphat, or the valley of Yahweh's judgment. It's also described as the valley of decision. Because why? Why would they call it the valley of decision? Because this is the valley where all the dead will be gathered in Sheol when the time comes, where all the dead and all the lives that have ever lived and their souls will be all gathered up for the appointed time. And at this place, there exists a mountain, right? Mount Megiddo in the Greek, or Har Megiddo in the Hebrew. And this mountain of appointment that exists is because around this great mountain, Mount Zion, there exist smaller mountains, right? That are around this mountain. That's all located in the navel of the earth. And there's a mountain there called the Mountain of Appointment, and that mountain has a throne on it that was already put there in advance. That's not being occupied, but will be occupied. And the one who sit on that throne is a judge, and he will judge all the dead at the base of this mountain. And every knee shall bow at the face of him. It will be like a court proceeding, and there'll be witnesses and prosecutors and all that. But besides all, I'm giving you a description of literally the navel of the earth at the base level, and next to this valley, the valley of the shadow of death, there's a lake of fire. Geographically speaking, there's a lake of fire there, and there's also near it there's Tartarus, which is the great abyss. But anyways, if you go up this mountain, the scriptures describe the journey up this mountain and through the different layers of existence, different shamaim, literally dimensional layers. As you go up the toroidal field, that is the all of existence, you go up it, you start going up this vortex. And also this area is where the spirits make proclamation against mankind. And they're able to access the throne from this mountain. And the base of this mountain, they can actually access the Most High Yah and make accusations against man. But anyways, as you go up this mountain, they call it the Mountain of Alabaster. And it's white, apparently. As you go up, it's white. And at the top of this mountain is located the Garden of Eden with the Tree of Life and the temple and all of that. It's located basically where Polaris is. As you go up this mountain, at the summit of this mountain is the Garden of Eden and the Garden of Eden, with the Tree of Life and all that. Yeah. But that I'm giving you a quick summary of the geographical locations that I believe exist actually there, in the middle. But this mountain penetrates through all layers of existence. It's not just like in our realm, right? This Rupes Negra. It's not just our realm. According to the book of Enoch, chapter 17 through 36, he describes this area, and this mountain starts from the base of existence and it penetrates through all realms, and its summit is at the highest Shamaim, or it's in the heavens. And that is, to me, has always been bewildering, because how can you have a mountain that penetrates all of existence through all realms, right? But yet you can't see it from my perspective on a flat earth, right? We should be able to see it. Optically speaking, you should be able to see this mountain at the navel of the earth, just looking northwards. But I don't see nothing there. At least from my location in the East Coast or in Canada, you should be able to see this mountain. But you can't. So that's why I'm led to believe that this place is ethereal. As you go up, it's not accessible to us, and we can't see it. Anyways.
Yep, and those northern lights coming down from it. Seems like they come out of there, but yeah, that's amazing, man. It's beautiful. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's kind of similar concept that I was describing the Great World Tree as well. That it's like the idea that it's severed and cut down. Like that seems like that's one reality. Like, okay, well, it's severed, and there's this, these other entities or beings that are like controlling the earth from that severing and etc. Whatever that all may be. But then there's but then the idea that there actually is. Well, there's even like the idea that that center is like the center of the toroidal field is like the ultimate portal, meaning once you enter there, you know, the potential to transition, like a lot of the legends of like Shambhala, Agartha, Shambhala. There's so many different like legends and myths and components of it. And like you said too, the four rivers and the mountain. What if it's like all of the above? What if like they're all there, like fractally somehow, like holographically or fractally, like multi-layered? Because like at the center of the magnetic field there, I mean, whatever we call the physical world, like whatever matter is, we were talking earlier, like is matter actually made of light? Like whatever this whole thing is, what we call the physical world. My thoughts would be at the center of the toroidal field, just to kind of put it simply, it's like all bets are off. Like meaning that anything is possible at that point. Because to me, it's like the junction point to even the beyond in that sense. But I don't really mean that it's necessarily just a portal that just takes you anywhere. I mean, it could, or there could be some way in which there could be those experiences that could be had. Or even like the idea of like a maelstrom at the center, like that there's a huge whirlpool that actually sucks you in and you die. But where do you really die to, or what happens? That's a whole question. But there's even that idea that like the four rivers, but if you were to go on that river and keep going, you would like get sucked in basically. So that's a very different story, like getting sucked into a huge maelstrom in the center or whatever that would be. Then there's ideas that there's like portals at the center that you enter into and go into other worlds or other lands like Shambhala and these certain lands that have been said. Then there's like, yeah, the garden and that those ideas as well, and everything you shared. So it's like all these different lineages and different kind of, and then, yeah, like Mercator, like those maps where he was showing the four islands and the, like you said, the Rupus Nigra and everything, the four rivers as well. There's that component. But what if like it's all existing there simultaneously in some like layered way where like what we call matter could somehow be expressed in a completely different type of way, to where you could enter into there. And even though like let's just say that the equator around like a planar stationary Earth is like 24,901 miles, roughly 25,000 miles. Let's say it is that. Well, then the radius of that is 4,000 miles and the diameter is 8,000. What I'm saying is that when you go to the center, the idea that it's 8,000 miles, let's say you go 3,000 miles in, you're like, okay, I'm almost at the center, and then I'm going to get to the other side of the center and come out the other side. Well, perhaps it could work like that in one expression, meaning it could actually just be land and the islands, and maybe Mercator went there and walked around and checked it out and that kind of thing, made the maps of it, But what if like, now this gets into like, is it your state of consciousness? Is it your spiritual? Like what is it that would make you experience something differently if you went there? But what I'm saying with this too is that like maybe the 8,000 mile diameter is accurate for the four rivers and the four lands there and that expression of it. But what if in another way, and I know this kind of is going to almost kind of sound like a portal where it's like a transition zone, but what if you could enter, and if you had, whether you knew where to go or you had certain vibrational, etc., of a capacity to, that you could enter into essentially another entire realm that might be way more than a couple thousand miles. Like it could be, I mean, I'll just jokingly, I'll say Narnia, because that is kind of, but dude, I think Narnia is not just sci-fi. Like that's coming from something actually, because the idea of like transitioning through a zone, and then once they're in Narnia, they're in a whole different world. There's different characters. There's thousands of miles of landscape, So like, what if the garden in that sense, in that expression of it, is not just like a small thing? What if it's, I mean, the potentials are endless as to what it could actually be. It could be limitless.
It seems to be a concentration of existence itself in the garden, right? It seems to be like the center of all things, like literally the middle of all things. And it's just like this existence, except it's perfect there. Like there's literally rainbows and animals and trees and clouds and mist and rivers and all that. Like it's all there. Everything that we have here is there. But the Gnostics think like it's like this area of like where you're like floating around like in spirit. But that's not what it is, apparently. Like it's just as real as this realm, which is kind of odd because it's above us, but yet just like here. It's weird. Many people have accessed these other realms, though. I don't think that in the flesh, but through visionary experiences. You know, brought on by either psychedelics or even naturally through breathing techniques or meditation. I think that the Creator has made it possible to be able to access these realms in the mind with the mind's eye.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. I think with certain techniques like you're talking about, yeah, exactly that. Well, that's the whole component of, because we're talking about like the earth and like land and water and wind and all of this. So like the idea of going to these different parts of the earth and what that could be. But in my understanding of it, like when it comes to what our consciousness is or what we can do with it, like you said, like using all different tools and techniques of essentially like adjusting your consciousness, to use that word adjusting. It's kind of a funny way to put it, but yeah, either through like fasting, meditation, like you said, breathing techniques. Of course, there's all the plant from the plant kingdom, all of the entheogenic substances and medicines as well that can be consumed. And even like the semi-synthetic ones like LSD and so on, because LSD can be very, very potent in terms of its capacity to, because basically like it's basically lysergic acid in a very cosmic kind, like cosmic light. Yeah. Well, it's like LSD like allows for like, because you like there's LSA, lysergic acid, exactly, but like LSD, even though it's semi-synthetic, it seems to basically give like a very like almost like a fast acting, quickly absorbable, like cosmically inspired, like supercharged kind of lysergic acid. That's basically what LSD is in my mind. It's like supercharged lysergic acid. It must do something to make it like the way it absorbs or the way it works. It's like very just incredibly expanding. But anyways, yeah. So with those plant substances and different substances as well, and even dream states could be said as well, like dreaming, lucid dreaming, that when you start getting to those types of experiences or those types of ways of like tapping into that at that point, even to the most extreme level, that everything becomes accessible within you or within that experience in a sense, even to the point where like the entire physical world is in a sense within you. Like even the idea of remote viewing, I mean, that's even a whole nother deeper thing where it's like, is it actually even outside of you at all? Because like if you're in a peak state like that, many people seem to have experiences and report like they can in the peak experiences of it, either with like meditation or these different techniques, like they can be in like a whole variety of different states where like undifferentiated unity or, like complete, almost like an out of body type experience where this entire realm is transcended and they like either leave or like even like lift from it or like zoom away from it, and then have experiences of all kinds of other things, like other dimensions, other beings, other spirit realms, all these different components as well. So almost like to the extreme level to where whatever's outside of us in the physical world, and however we may even experience different kinds of states when we go to different physical parts in the world, but even the idea that it's all actually within us as well, and it can be experienced in those transcendent ways where you're like transcending the physical world entirely and then accessing what might even be able to be called like hyper consciousness or hyperspace, something that's even like that.
What do
just
you
even
call them? The
transcends this.
Acacia records?
Akashic records?
Akashic records. That's that's an interesting concept. Like there's this library of of consciousness that you can tap into. Or how do you see that? How do you view that?
Yeah, like it's essentially like a repository of sorts within consciousness that seems to be like existing eternally. And my understanding, it's not necessarily like a physical place in as much as it is like an actual what's a good word for it? Whew, that's a tough word to even put on it. Like a very high level transcendent state of an eternal repository of sorts of like all memories, all thoughts, all experiences, all emotions, all events, all happenings that have ever occurred in all of. Well, you could even say that there's one in all of consciousness, but then that's getting to like the creator ultimately. But like if like the idea of an Akashic records connected to this realm would be the idea that every experience that's ever been had, and like I said, every emotion, every event, every decision, all of that is essentially kind of contained within almost like a memory bank of that is eternal, and then and exists eternally, and then therefore can be accessed and pulled from by folks that are able to tap into it, essentially tune into it, and either peruse it or selectively access certain information from that database, essentially.
There's an article that I read a couple years back about a guy on Minecraft. I don't know if he was in China or where he was at, but he made like a library inside Minecraft, and he literally uploaded like tons of books, bro. Tons of books that were inaccessible to the communists, but he made it accessible through Minecraft virtually, and you could virtually log in, and I don't know, it was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I mean, like I kind of think consciousness has that in it, inherent with it. Like, for example, in some of when they were doing like the therapeutic research with LSD, so not like the MK Ultra or whatever they may have done with that, but I'm talking about actually using it therapeutically and so on at like high doses where people were really able to like, close their eyes. And there's something about LSD that is very, very potent. Like I said, it's like instantly intense, like lysergic acid. And at high dosages, when you're really closing your eyes, going within, it can be to that kind of peak level, almost like what it might take like someone doing meditation. It might take them years and years to get their brainwave state. Whereas like a high dose of LSD in that case could instantly have that level of access. And what's wild about it is in the therapeutic research that was being documented and and rigorously documented and controlled all the set and setting in a positive way and all that. Like the experience, people had such a wide range of experiences that were very transcendent of the physical world in a way. Like for example, like an experience of, and this is not just with LSD. People have had this with breath work, meditation, other techniques as well. I was just mentioning LSD because it made me think of that. But where it seems as though, and like I said, it could all just be done with breath work. So yeah, it's not substance based. But where, like for example, like a whale giving birth, for example, people have had experiences in these transcendent states where they are experiencing being a whale giving birth. Now, when I just say that, you might think, oh, well, what does that mean? Like imagining it or just kind of thinking of what it's like for a whale to give birth or just kind of imagining it in your mind? Well, people that have this experience, they don't describe it as just kind of imagining it or, oh, they saw it on National Geographic or anything like that. They describe it as essentially, in some way transcending their ordinary state, even though they're still, kind of, in some cases, they're still connected to their kind of body. In other cases, it may be a full out of body or full transcendent experience. But anyway, so like, but they describe it as like actually being the whale giving birth. So not just seeing it from a human form or thinking about anything like that, but actually being the whale and actually feeling what it's like to be giving birth, being the whale. So at that point, like, is consciousness actually accessible in that way? Like, could I become my computer screen, or could I become, the grass outside, or experience what it's like to be a rock, or experience what it's like to be water,
I can't prove it scripturally, but I know what you're saying to be true because I've experienced it through, dabbling. Like you can become part of the wall, and you'll be looking back through at the world through that wall, through that perspective, from a point, from a source. That source could be from a blade of grass, and you'll literally be looking at the world from that source, that source in that point, that point in existence. So like you could be the Coke can, you know what I mean? Looking back at reality from the Coke can or from the rock. But it doesn't mean that the rock is alive though, but there seems to be some weird way that consciousness can be projected from different perspectives around you.
Yeah.
It's weird.
What about ketamine?
Have you guys ever taken salvia?
Yeah.
Well, real quick, do you know what ketamine is? Did you guys?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Special K.
Yeah, so like when like you can do like high doses of it, you can like inject it in high doses and stuff. I mean, it's essentially like it is like somewhat of a pharmaceutical, but it's somewhat synthetic. Well, it was developed by the pharmaceutical industry, and it is somewhat synthetic. Anyways, this one experience this guy had, he was at this like retreat center in California. It's a big place, so there's like these hot springs, and there's like the showers and the hot springs or whatever. But then there's like it's like many acres. Now, when he had this experience, he was on another part of the property, so he was very far from the shower. They have these hot springs, and there's these big showers. He was very far from the showers when he was having this experience, and he did a very high dose of ketamine. And ketamine even though it is kind of a weird synthetic chemical, I think it's kind of weird. It can catapult you out of your body, and it can create some like really intense consciousness type experiences. Well, in this experience he had, he basically took a very high dose of ketamine, and like I said, he was on another part of the property. Even though he was like on the grounds, but he was like far away from the hot springs, the tubs, and the showers. Anyways, in his experience, he claimed that he became a towel that was hanging in the shower area. There was literally a towel hanging on like a hook. He became the towel. And he said he was like, now when you say became the towel, I mean, he wasn't a human, but somehow he was experiencing the consciousness of the towel. But he could hear, and he literally heard conversations going on in the showers. And because there's like these big open showers, then everyone goes in the hot springs. Anyways, so he literally said he became a towel, and he overheard the conversations that were taking place. And later, the next morning, when he was like, meeting everybody for breakfast or whatever, he literally was confirming the conversations that he heard. And those people were like, oh my gosh, yes, that is exactly what we were talking about. And in time, in real life, he was on a total different part of the property, and there's no way that his ears could have physically heard it. So yeah, that's like just another example of like a total consciousness shift and experiencing, like the physical world, like from an experiential perspective.
Yeah, and there's countless cases of people doing that. That's why I believe it, and my own personal experience, but then countless cases on Airwid of people experiencing these, projections of consciousness through different, it's weird, through inanimate objects, like even the corner of your ceiling, like you'll become part of your ceiling of your house. Like it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. The whale giving birth one I thought was wild. Yeah.
Or
people have experiences.
What if you can look through the eyes of an eagle? You're sending an eagle out as your pet, right? And you drink some tea that you made up, that you just brewed up. And then you go through this experience, boom, where you get transferred into the eagle that you just sent out. And then you look through the eagle's eye to go spy on your enemy. Like, what if you were a shaman like that, right? If that, is that even possible? I think it is.
Well, that would be a little bit more sorcery if there's an enemy involved or if there's
Yeah,
spying. But I
for
know what
sure.
you mean. But there even could be like a positive side of it, of like, yeah, like the way in shamanism, like the spirit animals and the way that they connect with those spirit animals. Like, could you connect with one to such a deep degree? That is interesting. Yeah, to actually like be in like like a lion or a eagle or something like that. That is very interesting. And the connection is makes me think about spirit animals on like a very high level of like union with that actual spirit.
Yeah.
And would it almost like allow you to be like, yo, yeah, like you could be lying in your, in your little tent or your teepee, like you said, maybe you do drink a plant or whatever it might be, and you just kind of lay back, and all this, like, could you actually like, and let's say there's one eagle that like is your buddy, like he hangs out near you or like in the trees near you, or you have already like a connection. And then you're just lying in your teepee, and then you just like boom, you're able to like shift into being in the eyes of the eagle, and then you could actually soar like an eagle and fly.
This is the thing that I think was possible that the natives had access to, like ancient times, like sorcery. This is the type of sorcery that was being done that they were capable of doing. And it sounds preposterous, right? We're like, how do you turn a staff into a serpent? Or how do you do this? How do you do that? Apparently these things were possible. If you read the accounts, I mean, they were able to do some crazy stuff and manipulate the environment.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's definitely the idea of remote viewing as well, where you can transfer your consciousness, shift it to another part of the physical world, and either see or hear. Even though you're not like physically there, you're basically you have kind of eyes and ears, even though you don't have physical eyes and ears there, but you have those like features, as it were, and to be able to kind of and yeah, like in a lot of the shamanic legends that like if they were. Now, I don't think that going back within shamanism, I don't think they always ate animals. Actually, going back really, really early, but that's the whole question of how, when that transition happened, and what your thoughts are on that. Like, did we always eat animals, or are we in some kind of different state where we have to now, or there's a different thing going on? That's the whole question with that. But I was just saying that one of the kind of lore. I'm just saying, ultimately, I think in the earliest traditions, they were not even eating animals at all. But in the time that they were eating animals, they would be able to like remote view to like see where the buffalo herd is moving, like, because you could have buffalo near you and be eating well or whatever, but the buffalo roam, and if you fall asleep and wake up and you don't know which way they went, they're out of there. And you may not be eating well for a while. You may be eating squirrels and little birds, and you might not get a big buffalo, or big game like that, or other types of large animals and things. So just the idea that like the shaman of the tribe would be able to do remote viewing to kind of track the buffalo, or even to like track the weather, like the rains, and kind of to know like the cycles of the weather too, to kind of see like rains that are coming or certain weather patterns that you could like remote view within your region, and either like track the buffalo or connect with the environment in some way, or like glean information. Or another thing is like finding lost objects or finding lost people. Specifically, if there was like two children went out playing in the woods or whatever, one of them got lost and then no one knows where they are, that the shaman would be able to enter a trance and then essentially leave his body and be able to remote view, look all around, connect with the child, figure out the physical layout of where the child is after he connects with them and kind of consoles them remotely, and then basically has to in some way glean the information from that remote viewing state of a map, or which way to go, turn left at the river, go up this many distance over here, over there, to actually find the missing person or the missing object.
Yeah. I mean, the FBI, I'm sure that they have hired mediums and psychics to be able to find, missing persons or dead bodies. There's so many documented cases where they've been successful using mediums, where they have mediums that literally professionally work for the organizations. But if you can achieve this type of power through plant medicines, and be able to access these higher states of consciousness to be able to solve crimes, right? I mean, technically, you are doing a good, but it gets ethically questionable the deeper you get into it, though. That's why I'm still wary. But
Well, that's a different thing. You're talking almost about like some Inception, like that movie Inception. If you're talking about like solving a crime or doing some other kind of nefarious type thing. Well, that's why I think there's that separation between like sorcery and shamanism in terms of those traditions, and that where sorcery is using some kind of possibly plants or substances or brews or blends, and that gets into like witchery as well, like and then also like even like black magic or dark magic, these
chemistry and alchemy.
Yeah, it goes. And within sorcery, there's all those components, which is like it could blend into kind of the dark path where like you're using it to like either manipulate things like that, or even harm others or harvest others or do some kind of deception or
pharmakia.
Yeah. Or even like form a cult, which is also based on some other, like chemical or whatever it may be. Yeah. All of those, which is kind of what they've done with them. But then in my viewpoint, on the other side of like true shamanism, which is actually completely benevolent in a sense, in terms of like healing, protection, and transcendence, and harmony, and holistic integration, and like using these states for actual assisting others and assisting like higher level spirits to be able to access people for healing and for knowledge growth and all of that. So yeah, it's sort of like the light and dark side. So yeah, I mean, I think like anything, one definitely has to ultimately really be able to know what they're doing, be able to navigate. Like there's that idea of like, there's that phrase like, a schizophrenic person is drowning in the same waters that a mystic is treading water or is actually navigating. Like, and just using the word mystic, but like somebody that can or like even like shamanically, meaning that
Psychonaut.
like yeah, like that even like someone who's like in some kind of like schizophrenic state where they're confused and drowning in whatever it may be, like it's not it's similar waters to the one who's actually navigating and transcending, etc. And there's like a certain intertwinedness there. So it just made me think between like sorcery, between kind of light and dark, between all of that, and then also like even like insanity, quote unquote, or being schizophrenic or something like that. Like they are connecting with something, they're just not able to navigate it or integrate it yet.
By the way, I don't believe that man has always eaten meat. I believe that there was a time where death didn't even exist. There was no death. There was no entropy and atrophy. But it's hard for us to imagine a life like that. But even long
I think
after,
so too. I think there used to be these fruits.
entropy.
There used to be these fruits. Oh, sorry. No, there's like these fruits that exist. Yeah, like they used to be existing on Earth that we would eat, and it's like our perfect food for us. They're kind of like fatty fruits. Like, yeah, you could even get into like the garden and the fruit with that, whether you feel there's a connection there. But yeah, I've always thought that there's like that's like our like ideal food. It just like heals us genetically and anti-ages us. And it tastes amazing. They're like kind of fatty and kind of sweet. So like the things that we love, like ice cream, we love fats and sweets. Yeah, I think there were these fruits that were like, we don't have access to them anymore, so we have to eat meat to get the nutrients now.
It's weird. I'm not entirely sure when humans first started eating meat. It could have been before the flood, but not from the righteous line, though. I think meat was an inevitable necessity after the fact that, degradation set in, genetic degradation. Just it seems like the existence itself is degrading. Even the magnetic field, I was talking about it yesterday, just within the last 1,000 years, I want to say, maybe even I forget what the statistic was, or not the statistics, the study. It was it's basically decreased 10% in strength within so many years. I forget, but it's been slowly decreasing in strength, and everything seems to be slowly degrading, worse and worse. The humans are de-evolving. We're actually getting worse. All the animals on life are getting worse. More diseases. The only thing is that medicine somewhat has increased, allowing us to live longer, but even that longer is negligible, you know. But population rates are increasing, but that doesn't mean that things are healthier or better. Just because there's more population does not mean anything. Just because we populate and we have a lot of sex does not mean that we're healthier today than we were back then. But all I'm saying is that, so like everything, all this degradation set in, and for need for us to eat meat to sustain us, we have to eat meat. It's a necessity. It's a necessary evil that death exists at this point.
Yeah, I think it was done to us. I think, perhaps even by the entities or beings that are kind of doing what they're doing now. Like, not only did they quarantine us, there's some kind of quarantine going on. Now, it could be different beings though as well. There's the idea that this happened way before whatever beings might be involved now. So yeah, there's different ideas and possibilities. But this is really just an intuition I have in terms of the fruit thing I'm mentioning. I don't have any like physical proof of that. I don't think anyone does. It's kind of what I've just accessed kind of within the ether, as it were, when I've thought deeply on this, because like I've done a lot with health and nutrition and veganism and carnivore and keto and all kinds of different food, vegetarianism, etc., and all kinds of different ways of eating and food. So it's been a deep passion and interest of mine for many years. So I've thought so deeply about it, and I have come to a resolution within myself. My understanding of it, kind of what I've tapped into, is that, yeah, like there's even ideas that we didn't have to eat at all, at some point. Or like you were talking about, there's even the idea of like living off the sun or not even having to eat. So there could even be multiple phases. But I do think there was a phase, like maybe what I'm tapping into, I'll just say the last major one before what we're in now, like before we even calling it like in a fallen state, like where we have to eat these animals now. Because I agree, we do have to get them for the nutrition. Like the plants that we have access to today just simply don't have the nutrition. They don't have the fat soluble vitamins that we need. I think, so we have to eat the meats for that, the fat soluble vitamins and many other nutrients. But what I was saying, these fruits, I think there were these plants, I'll call them plants, and they love to be eaten. So it's not hurting the plant to eat it. They love it. They literally love it. They love being broken off and eaten. They regrow very quickly. They have like many different flavors and consistencies, almost like when you go to like a Cold Stone Creamery, like that ice cream place, and they got all the different stuff you can put in there, like ice cream, the way that we love ice cream. Now, I'm not saying they literally tasted like ice cream flavors, but I am kind of saying that I do think that that's connected to that, because ice cream is fatty and it's sweet, and we love that. Humans love the fatty sweet. So I think that these plants, which could be called a fruit, were like fatty, sweet things. And that's all we had to eat. Like we didn't have to eat like salads and like green vegetables. There were herbs that we could still eat as well, like if you want to have herbs, but you almost don't even need herbs with these. Like these fruits are so medicinal. They have like every nutrient you need. They regrow your body genetically. They heal, they cleanse you. They give you like all of the medicinal effects that these medicinal herbs give. They give that times 1,000. Like it's like a human's perfect ideal food, and it tastes really good too. Like it tastes amazing. So yeah, that's what I think these plants, is what we ate. And I think there was a lot of them, and they were readily available, tasted great, etc. And it was just abundant. And then whatever has gone on, if there has been resets or we're quarantined or we're some kind of regrowth society or whatever we are now, we've been like severely severed from it. And wherever these fruits were, they're either they've all been destroyed or they've been taken off the land. I think that they still exist on Earth, whether there's like seed banks or like that they're actually still growing somewhere. So I don't think that they're totally like gone, but I think that they've been like taken from us in some way. Like whoever did that, whatever, that's a huge question. Like, is it the entities now doing all this globe shenanigans, or is it even something going back even further? Because that's a huge thing to like remove a whole species of plant or plants or whatever. But whoever did that, I do think had some kind of evil intention or there's something dark about it. You could get into like, the devil or Satan, or you could get into like, that there's some like evil force at work here, because once I think those fruits or those plants were not available for us, then now like our bodies are degrading more, there's aging and there's all these things. And then now we're like basically kind of forced in a way to like murder and kill animals, which I think is not what we're meant to do. Like humans we're not actually animal killers, but we've adapted to it because we basically have to. And so we've kind of, try to have just reverence for the animal best you can. Of course, now they're doing factory farming, but I mean, now, like, I don't think it's necessarily wrong to kill an animal and eat it, because we do need to survive and it's part of the cycle of life and all that. But I do think there's like some evil intention that wanted us to have to hunt and kill animals to make us more like primal, or to make us lower vibration, and the lesser nutrition and the ongoing struggle to get enough nutrition, from these sources and from the animal sources that are not necessarily the natural source. So it's like, in a way, the vegans are right spiritually, but they're kind of not, because it's just a malnutrition diet ultimately. So to promote it is promoting like malnutrition and a lot of health degradation, even though some people can do all right on it and it's not necessarily as damaging to everyone, but it can really mess you up. Like women will stop like going vegan. There's so many health problems that come from it. So, but in a way, spiritually, I've always resonated with veganism in that sense. Like if I could not kill animals, that feels resonant with me. That's what I would resonate. I would never want to actually kill an animal. Like a beautiful deer that's out in nature, it should just be able to continue to be beautiful and just eat the plants and enjoy its life. Like if I could not kill an animal, I never would. But the fact that I have to for my nutrition, then yeah, just have to. But so anyways, I'm just saying, I think in a way, the veganism thing, there is some of that actually is of a higher spiritual vibration and not causing harm and all that. Like I still resonate with that, even though, yeah, I do eat animal foods and I eat meat.
There was a story I read a couple years ago about travelers who went up to the mountain where monks live, and they were wondering why the monks were able to live longer, healthier lives, and they looked really good too. And they found this tree that bloomed over their well, and goji berry fruits dropped in their well from they drank out of that, and supposedly that's why they were so healthy. I've only ever had dried goji berries, but they're good. And then also the noni fruit. It's tropical. I've heard some wonderful things about that as well. Like one of those superfoods. I agree with what you're saying though about the animals and needing their nutrition, because I used to date a hardcore vegan, and years later he was vegetarian vegan his whole life, and he started having so many health issues. Like he was just dying. His body, he couldn't handle it anymore. He's big, he's like 6'3", and he was starting to have seizures, huge varicose veins in his legs. He couldn't walk anymore. He was fainting. And I asked him what he was doing differently now, and he said he had to start eating meat. He started with bone broths.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Many have ventured down that path. And yeah, you mentioned the noni fruit. Yeah, I love noni fruit and goji berries. Yeah. Those are both very magical fruits. Yeah, those seem to be connected to some very higher vibrations. Yeah. I love noni. I have noni juice regularly. Like It's like raw, unpasteurized, fermented noni juice. It's so healthy.
Is it good? I've seen it in health food stores all over the place, and I always think, you know what, I could buy that one day, but I never do. Is it really good? Because I haven't tried it.
Well, the ones at the stores are probably pasteurized, and pasteurized noni juice is still good. I mean, first of all, noni doesn't really taste very good. I don't think anyone necessarily thinks it tastes great. It's kind of bitter. I don't know if it's bitter. It's kind of sour, bitter. It's got a unique taste. It's not bad though, I don't think. But I kind of almost take it like a shot glass. Like I don't really sip on it. Now, if you like diluted it and put it in with some other fruits and stuff, yeah, you wouldn't even really notice it. It would just add a nice little flavor. But if you're going to have like the straight juice, it's not necessarily like, like just sipping on apple juice or something. Like it does have a very kind of medicinal, almost kind of pungent, kind of an intense flavor. And then when it's fermented, it even has more of that kind of quality to it. It kind of it's like stinky cheese a little bit, almost like it almost has that to it. But when it's fermented in the juice like that, there's a lot of magical things that happen. It has these polysaccharides in it and many different alkalizing. It's like a real like medicinal fruit to that point, especially when it's fermented. Anyway, so I'm just saying to really get the full noni experience, it's got to be raw and unpasteurized. But the ones in the stores are usually pasteurized. But there are some places you can get the raw version from. Even on Amazon, they have it. Hawaiian companies that sell it. Of course, it is a little bit at your own risk because it's not pasteurized and so on. But it's got a lot of probiotics in it, and in that fermented raw form is really when it really shines I always feel really good after I drink a cup of it too. It's very like alkalizing and has so many different health-giving qualities to it. It's like antibacterial, antifungal, anti-parasitic. It cleanses. It's good for like the liver, for the kidneys. Has heart benefits. It cleanses the blood. It's one of these things that it just has multiple different life-enhancing benefits to it.
It does it all. I love that.
Maybe not all, but it does a lot. Yeah. And then, the goji berry, that's used in the Chinese medicine. Yeah. Yep. That's used in a lot of blends. It's like one of the foundational, it's like one of the kind of highest level medicines within their system. There's like the medicinal mushrooms, and then that goji berry is definitely in the higher octaves of the Chinese medical system and the Chinese herbal systems. I met this guy in Hawaii who just had noni fruits, and he just like put them into, what they do is they just put them into like a carafe type thing that has a spout on it, so kind of like where you can like put, drinks in it or water. And then once you kind of fill it with water or something, you kind of push the little button and then you can fill up a glass. Well, they'll do that with noni fruit, where they'll take a carafe thing like that has a little spout and then just put noni fruits in it. Just throw them in whole. Just literally plop them in. And over time, the liquid comes out of them naturally. And then it naturally ferments as well. So it's pretty cool. Like it's literally that easy. Just throw noni fruits in there, and then just add one or two noni fruits, whenever it gets low or whatever. And they'll kind of like deflate, and then the liquid comes out, and then it naturally ferments as well. Ideally with like even some of the soil bacteria, the beneficial soil bacteria, Not that you want to have a ton of soil on it, but yeah, some soil in there is good. Some natural, as much natural kind of earth, a little bit of earth in there. And then, yeah, it just makes the, basically just creates a naturally fermented juice that you can just drink right out of the little spigot. It's awesome in Hawaii where they're growing all over. They just have it going all the time.
That sounds great. I know fermentation definitely helps our bodies with all the good, I want to say bacteria, but I mean, I don't know what it is really. The enzymes or whatever. Our bodies are definitely able to process it more. Better. Flora. The flora and the fauna. It's not flora. I like grapes too. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying, yeah, it's very rich in enzymes. Yeah.
I was actually researching into how to help cleanse your lymphatic system. Because really, that's that's what keeps our bodies healthy, right? Like that is our garbage disposal basically. And how actually a lot of doctors, mainstream doctors, aren't even taught about the lymphatic system and how to help support it and cleanse it. And red or purple grapes are really good for helping cleanse and get like the ducts cleared up, lymph nodes, and then purple things. I love how different colored foods go. Sorry, my husband just had to tell me something real quick. Yeah, the different colored foods associate to our bodies differently. Like chlorophyll, green things will help get rid of heavy metals. Purple things help your lymphatic system. I guess if you apply that to meat, meat is red, right? So it's just like when it helps our body, like our blood. Oxygen. I'm kind of just mumbling. I'm pretty tired. I'm at work. But I'm so glad everybody's on. It's been nice to listen to something interesting while at work.
Yeah, definitely. Like meat. Yeah, meat gives like hemoglobin. Yeah, like the blood system, and then the different organs as well. Like if you're like, there's a way in which, consuming like the certain organ meats seem to be supportive for the relating organ in the body. So like the liver, like eating liver is really good for your liver. Eating heart is really good for your heart. There's even nutrients like a nutrient called CoQ10, coenzyme Q10, which it's in meat. It's in lower quantities in like poultry and smaller animals like that, like those white meats, and it's in moderate quantities in fish. But the real high doses of CoQ10 are in. There's a bit more in red muscle meat, but the highest concentration of it is in the heart. It's very high in CoQ10, and CoQ10 is like this multi-layered compound that does multiple things in the body. It's connected to like ATP production in the cell, and it's connected to supporting nutrients for telomeres. It's actually it's actually connected to multiple different health components in the body. It has like anti-aging qualities, and it's just interesting. Yeah, like the highest quantity of it is in the heart. it's also really good for our heart. Like CoQ10 is really good for the heart as well. So yeah, it seems like there's relating nutrients in all of the different parts of an animal that relate to our bodies. Just like you're saying with plants that seem to function with our bodies too, like that, like certain herbs that have all kinds of different benefits as well in their own ways. It's pretty amazing how all these things, like plants and animals, seem to both have like all of these synergistic ways of working with our bodies, either nutritionally or medicinally or both.
So what's your go-to diet then? Like, do you just have a bunch of fruits and vegetables and meat, or do you try to lean more towards meat, animal products? And then if you like decide to do a cleanse or something, you'll do plant. What makes you feel the best? Because it sounds like you've tried quite a few different diets.
Yeah, I mean, I would say in a nutshell, if I were just to summarize it, like where I've kind of concluded is mostly meat and fruit. Meat and fruit. And also, yeah, like eggs, dairy, you know, all animal foods and fruit in terms of the main categories, and herbs as well. But I generally don't do a lot of like vegetables. Like I like tons of like leafy greens and things like that. I don't necessarily do lots of that, or I don't even really do very much like raw vegetables. And a lot of the kind of hot, you know, the way well, there's a lot to all that, just all the the vegetables. And then like I don't eat grains and I don't eat beans. I do have some root vegetables like squash. I like some cooked vegetables like cooked squash sometimes, or like things like that. I do cooked and raw food, but I don't eat any grains. I don't eat any beans, and then I don't do a lot of like excess like vegetable matter necessarily. But I definitely do like medicinal herbs. Definitely like different plants and like leaves in that sense. So like I don't generally do lots of like big salads. I don't necessarily think we're designed to eat like huge amounts of leafy greens like that. Even though I know a lot of people claim that they're healthy and that they're good for you, but I have certain thoughts on that as well. But yeah, I mean, I guess just overall to summarize, yeah, I would say, meat, basically animal products, meat, and fruit. Yeah, those are like that work the best for me.
Cool. Yeah, what about supplements? You take any pills, multivitamins, anything like that?
No. I went through a phase in my life where I actually got really into all the supplement, like all kinds of, amino acids and B vitamins and basically all kinds of nutrients. For many years, I was back, in my 20s, probably mostly in my 20s, where I was like, experimenting with a lot of those different, all kinds of different of those supplements and etc. And I had a whole journey with that as well, and tried a lot of them, learned a lot about a lot of them, etc. But no, I really don't do any supplements anymore. I haven't for many years, so that was kind of like a phase I went through in a sense, and it was a lot of. I was good to. I learned a lot, but I really don't consume anything synthetic at this point or anything made in a laboratory, so that kind of cuts out all of those.
Yeah, cool. I've actually have done quite a bit of research into that as well, like the supplements and things like that. I used to take a lot more, but now I kind of found that most of them are just junk, and they have a lot of fillers in them, and then even that, it's like how much is your body actually absorbing. So yeah, I have found that most of the nutrients you can get from animal products. So I'm like your B vitamins, bee pollen, man. Go find some great bee pollen. That stuff is so good for you. I'm kind of the same with my diet. Actually, I used to be vegan. I used to be just vegetarian. And now, a long time ago, I went to a traditional Chinese medicinalist, I guess you could say, and he told me that the best diet for me is mainly meat products, and then like once a week or something, have a bunch of dark leafy greens, and to help get your liver and your gallbladder and your bile up, and then like the bitters, and then that'll help push through all of the meat and help your body digest it well, absorb the nutrients, and then go back to your meats and improve. Yeah, I have found that a lot of the veggies should be cooked or what is it? Fermented. Yeah. Pickles like carrots. I'm sure you've heard of the GAPS diet. That is really healing for the gut. And I've also heard that if you're eating well and what your body should actually be eating, you wouldn't have any gas. You did not have any gas. And when I was vegan, man, vegans fart like crazy. And I don't think that's a good sign.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of different digestive components to a lot of things. Yeah, and a lot of plants are not easily digestible, like you said, in raw form versus cooked. Because a lot of them, cooking them it breaks down some of those things, like the goitrogens and the oxalates.
I was able to grow our own butternut squash this year, and it was the best butternut squash I've ever had. It was so good. It was sweet. It was almost so. It was it was sweet. It was naturally sweet. I didn't have to put anything on it. I mean, I did put butter on it because I love butter. I just put butter on like everything. But yeah, definitely growing your own foods too, and the soil quality is will be super beneficial. Something. All right, all right. Something I actually have wanted to talk about is the with Globers is how do they think? Okay, good job, bud. How do they think on a spinning globe with gravity plants could actually grow? And I just don't think it would work. I looked up. I tried to look up if somebody had ever done a study on that, or if they tried to grow plants while they were spinning, and I did. I found one. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but these college students created a wheel, and inside the wheel, they had their little pots and their plants, their seed. Well, they start out with seeds, and then they had their light source. It wasn't like the globe model though, and that's the only thing that I kind of was bummed out about. It was really fascinating. The wheel continuously spun, and the plants did grow, and then they had to come up with the water solution though too. It's like not everything could be watered at once because it was continuously spinning, and so that it just had to be like a drip, and then as it spun it would get all of the plants. But anyway, it was fascinating. I should look up that study again.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that is interesting. Whether plants could grow on a ball that's spinning. Yeah.
Right?
Well, I was going to say plants growing upside down, but of course in their model they try to say gravity is, makes it seem like you're always right side up because gravity somehow makes upside down reversed. Just makes you think upside down is right side up. So, but yeah, that's another plants growing upside down essentially. Plants are growing antipodal to each other.
Right, and then plants actually grow because of the sun. Like that's what they follow. You can see them reaching towards the light source, and I kind of wonder, like, what their excuse would be. Like, well, it's a Coriolis effect, and the plants can't actually feel the Earth spinning. I was like, I have no idea what they would really say. Maybe one day when Zanuck is in the chat and nobody's talking, I'll ask him, because he seems to have an answer for everything.
Yeah, you could always try. He'll your mileage may vary on the responses you get, but he'll give it a try. He'll maybe he'll even look it up while he's talking and just try to wing it.
Looks like this XRP about to take off. What do you think? All the right articles are coming out, and it's around the time that I already predicted it was going to happen. Let's go.
I haven't heard of what you're talking about. XRP, what is that?
It's some cryptocurrency stuff I don't participate in, but keep up with. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't even go there.
No fireworks in XRP right now. It's pretty sideways moving. Just been flopping sideways for a while now. Let's see, about the last week.
I'm just seeing a lot of articles come on right now, people saying stuff and getting ready. You know, it's just a lot of buzz getting put out right now.
Yeah. I think during this Jupiter Uranus cycle that we're in, we could see some big gains in a lot of different asset classes. The potential is there for it for sure. Wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin makes a big jump during this as well. This next, and then all the cryptos will go up with it.
That would make sense. But yeah, I don't know. This really seems to be like the XRP's moment in the sun. Not necessarily, like maybe perhaps independent of Bitcoin rising all tides or whatever. They got their CEO set, like, have you seen the chick that's the CEO? Or I don't know if she's a CEO or whatever she did, but she's like, she says stuff out in public. She's basically saying that like banks should like adopt or die.
or that they will all have to adopt or die. And that's like some pretty strong talk, you know, especially given like it's already a pretty strong topic. So yeah, I just think you're saying it's not really moving at all. I mean, I don't know. A lot of times.
Well, I'm just talking about the last week or whatever. I mean, no, it
Yeah,
hasn't been making moves in any way. No, not like price wise right now. But I mean, there could be things like you're saying that are like stirring around it. And I mean, these things can launch at any time. So I mean, it could make a big jump, like you said. I mean, that very well could happen. I'm just saying, like the price action on it right now seems pretty, nothing out of the ordinary.
Right. I haven't even looked at the actual prices. I'm just like gauging off of like lots of articles. Yeah, it's like. I think the action is going to happen pretty soon. If there's going to be some like major action, I would, what the fuck do I know? But I've kind of been sort of intuiting that it would go down around now. And then I've read some other articles say like, yeah, it might do that. I've been saying this since before the I don't know, legal action was all done with the SEC and that type of stuff. But who cares? Hey Gio, do you follow that Andrew Yang guy?
Nope.
Okay. Good talk. He's a guy that.
No, I don't know who is he. I'm not. What'd you say? I don't. Yeah, tell me.
He's like that Asian guy that ran for president last cycle. He's very smart financial investments guy. He was pushing for that universal basic income concept because of the unemployment wave that's going to be caused by AI. But he was running on that last cycle. You never heard of him? Anyway. Well, he was talking about like self-driving cars and artificial intelligence putting people out of work. And that basically it's unfair as Americans that happens because, if we just built it all up analog wise and with hard work and blood, sweat, and American tears, like we are entitled to something back, and we can't just let some text programs like take over all industry, because that's not cool. So based on that idea, suggesting that there be some kind of UBI given back, at least starting from ideas like taking some percentage of the action of like Amazon and returning that to the American people. Anyway, it's just some talk about stuff that probably won't happen. Yeah. But something has to happen, you know, because he's not even talking about cryptos in concert with that whole topic. I just think you could have you could have some serious issues going on here for the economy. No, I like somebody would be running on that if we. I don't even know. Like they're probably not. Probably nobody's going to even talk about that this election cycle. You know, like you would need some kind of, because it's just going to be like, oh, is it Trump or is it like Biden or is it like some other mystery? But it's not going to be like, we need to talk about things, you know, like in a real way. That I don't think that'll happen. This will be some kind of kabuki theater. For the most part, you know.
You think they're going to give us Trump 2.0?
Well, I think they'll at least threaten us with a good time. So I don't think anything prohibits him from running, even if he's like convicted on everything and more. I think he can still be like, no, I think I'll run for president again, and he'll do that. And I think he can do that. So he'll at least run for president. But then what happens? You know? Does he win? Does he not win? Does he have a crazy vice president? Does he make it through his entire presidency if he wins? I don't know. There's so much drama to be held in the future. But it does seem like that's the wrestling match that they're going to bring up. Huh? What else is better?
I think he might go to jail and still run for president and be the first president running the country from jail.
If he's president, he can just be like, nah, I'll live in the White House.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd most likely be house arrest. White House arrest.
White House arrest. I like that. That's funny.
It finally got to the point where they just admit, yeah, president's a criminal. He's already in prison, and he's your president. Gotten to the point where they're just admitting that the presidents are criminals.
So, like, I mean, just based on like enthusiasm levels of front lawn decor in my general area, I would have to say that it has decreased since his presidency. And I mean, although there are people that are still putting up new Trump things now, like on their lawns, like it's less, you know. There's people still thinking about it. For sure, there's yeah. We're like so polarized, I think. You know, there's every. I don't think that people are pro Biden in the way that they're pro Trump. I know there never was, but there's people that are anti-Trump as much as they're pro Trump, and I think that that's almost like that's kind of a sizable split. I think what's going on, and it's not just your liberals or whatever. It's a lot of people that just maybe seen something they don't like and they don't really feel like they're on the train anymore, right? Everybody was on the Trump train. Get on the Trump train. Some people didn't buy, return passes on that one. That's not a funny joke. But anyway, I do think that the enthusiasm, at least for lawns, has decreased around here. I don't know what that means in terms of what people will vote for, but the sex scandal, there's just a lot going on here. You know what I mean? And I think at least within the Northeast, like the Northeast saw him a different way than the rest of the country did, I believe, just because he's from the Northeast, But do you think I'm at least right with that one? I think the perception of him had a somewhat, just like he had a home base in the Northeast, and I somewhat feel like that's a little changed. As where maybe other places he's more popular than ever right now, but his hometown, I don't think he's that popular. I don't think he'd win New York, I should say.
I can honestly say I do not care less about that whole charade. I don't think the president's even making the ultimate decisions. So, and I'm just not a fan. I mean, I guess at some years in the past, I've gotten into a little bit the whole election thing, and I'm saying many years ago, or watched the debates or whatever. But for many years, I've been just not even interested. And even in the last couple presidencies, my goal in a way was to just take in as little of the president's stuff as possible. Like I would go months and months without even hearing him speak or do anything. Like I purposefully just avoid all of the drama of that whole pageantry. In a sense, I mean, I'm not into it for many reasons, but I also do have a little bit of a rebellious spirit. It's like, I'm not going to give my energy, my time to whatever that whole thing is that you're doing.
We're actually the same way. I just think it's a big reality TV show, and I've never voted, and I probably never will. But who do you guys think the woman candidate is going to be? Hillary again? Maybe Michelle Obama? Michael? It would be so funny if people wrote in on the ballot Michael and there's Michelle Obama. Oh man.
Yep. Just pencil it in.
I just want some random guy to run and to win. How awesome would that be? Just like a nobody,
I want to see a Native American as president.
Like a lot of people felt like Trump was that regular guy because he wasn't like born to be prez per se.
Yeah, a billionaire, just a regular guy.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, but at the time he did have a little bit of that.
A lot of people feel like
he was an outsider or whatever. They tried to push that narrative.
Well, does he seem like an insider now? Is like, I mean,
he's in there somewhere. Yeah,
grabbed a whole shitload of the files and stuff. Top secret stuff or whatever. Unless that's just a whole show. Like, I don't know. I would say even like that just the thing with the documents. There's no like legit reason why you would just like theft a bunch of like top secret clearance documents. And I think that like people in the military might not like that as much. I'm just like I'm just trying to just track it. Basically, it's not like I'm like invested for like, I don't know, maybe the reasons I might have been if I was a younger person. But I just, you know, I look at them as like these are things that are going to establish other trends that will happen, and then they'll create other things that happen in the future. Just because of the nature of who the president is, how they do business, who their friends are, you know, what kind of corporate ties that they might have, just all these kinds of things. Not that that's so important to me though. Like how, like I don't know, it's not exactly relevant to my daily. So it's just my yeah, my 4-year prospectus I work on for no fucking reason. But just trying to like get a read on where everything's going. It's a little hard to even tell because like even though like one president might sign a bunch of things into law, it's like it seems like the next president can just come in and be like nah to all those things as soon as they get in office. I also it's just like because power finds its ways. It's like in as much as there may be differences within the social contract that each party's trying to like pitch to the public or whatever, it's essentially turning into like a mono party anyway. You know, like I think we're on our way to a one party type system. You know, just be like, you know, whoever's the best is the best. Doesn't really matter. Everybody's trying to just make deals happen anyway. Let's be realistic.
Yeah, I kind of already view it as such, actually. The same bird with two wings, you know? Because if you think about it,
I just say like when it gets. Okay, go ahead.
I think we both told each other to go ahead. Well, I'll say real quick. In my opinion, like if a president or if the congressmen, senators actually wanted to make a difference, they already would have done it. I mean, seriously, like how long does it really take to make a difference with laws or statutes for the economy and all these things? It's like it's not. I personally don't think it has to be that complicated, but they have to make it seem so complicated with all these issues. And I mean, racism, this or I don't even know, women that, non-women. Now it's that's gonna be like another huge thing. And oh, basic human rights, like no, we already have rights, and they have to make us think that all these other people don't have rights when we don't even know how to reserve our rights. Anyway, I'm kind of babbling, but yeah, that's why I think they're really not looking out for our best interests. They're just greedy people who want control of, I don't know, just poor people who can just take advantage.
Most of the people vote blindly just based on their character and their charisma and some of the things that they promise, but none of those things are actually a contract. It's just a promise. They could break that, but you have to look at their policies. And I don't know about in America, but in New Zealand, they promote and they publish all of their policies that they're going to be implementing, and you get to read that stuff. But most people don't read it because that's what it's all about. Really, is their policies. Because they might be seen as green and clean, and they're trying to keep the country like organized and with like a system and based on reality. Like New Zealand exports a whole lot of shit, but it's mostly like from the agricultural sector, and then we rely on tourism. So they promote they're going to clean up the country and keep it nice and green and put bike tracks everywhere for the tourists and spend all that money. But when they get in, they figure out there's not enough money for the roads, and then they take that money back and sort of they go against their promise. So it's like how can you hold them to their word? What the reason why you're voting for them is because of all their promises, right? There's no contract there. Yeah, that's an issue. That's definitely an issue. But even on a local level, where you have the states and then you have the counties and then you have it breaks all the way down where you can actually go to some of these meetings and have a say. But you can only have a say at your extreme local level, right? I don't think you can go higher than that. And it's like any public member come in and have a voice. Yeah. Because that's where it actually matters, is at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think local here does make a difference as well. And question though, when whomever gets elected into office in New Zealand, and they have these policies they print out, like you say, if they don't do the policies or they stray from that, does anybody ever hold them accountable? I mean, that's where kind of a lot of things
No,
go
they're just
astray.
like
Like if we
anywhere
don't
else.
hold these people accountable, they're just gonna keep doing whatever they want, really, right?
They're just like anywhere else, and in fact, they wait until New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve when everybody's like having a good time, and they put policies through in the middle of the night. Totally opposite of what they promised. I remember there's a few times it happened in the States, yeah, like on New Year's Eve, and they put some policies through that no one would have really liked, and they buried them deep into the books, so it's like hard to find. But they were published, but not easy to just find, and no material put out there to say, "Hey, look, we've just made some new policies. Have a look at them." No, none of that. Just you've got to dig for it.
Right. Yeah, it's like here, you go over this 1,000 page proposal, and then like page 900 or something, it's like, oh, and we're just gonna put in this thing that has nothing to do with the whole proposal. Yeah, totally.
Exactly. We're going to microchip the whole nation, and it's all going to be done. If you don't get microchipped, we're not going to, we're not going to sell petrol to you anymore.
I know, right? Oh man.
I think it's going to be like really difficult for them, not difficult, really easy for them to manage like these climate change lockdowns it's going, the rumors going around, and all they have to do is like tell gas stations that they're not allowed to open for a week and no selling gas, and then they will manage everybody's smart meter power where they can't charge their electric cars. It's going to take like a week to charge your car because they control the amount of power that you can use, and then that's the way they're going to be able to do it without like saying, please, everybody, no driving your cars today because of the climate. They'll just like limit your access to be able to pollute. I don't know if anyone thinks the same way as me. Are they going to like what I've heard is like the jabby wabby that was all just like the beginning stage, just like a test run.
Well, you know what? I saw a news clip actually that a woman was diagnosed with climate change. I'm not even joking. Look it up, you guys. I don't even know what that is. Even the news anchor lady was like, is this for real? Like, am I actually reading this? And there's this new, I forgot what it's called, banking proposition, centralized banking, like digitized. Oh man, it's a really long title for it, but essentially, it'll be like a cryptocurrency, and they want this to happen because then they can do what you're saying. Like, they will have control. The bank will have control of your spending power. And if they deem that whatever you're trying to spend money on is not, like, quote unquote green enough, or it's going to affect the climate too negatively, they can tell you, no, you can't spend money on that. I'll post the link. I saw TrueStream Media did a good coverage on it. I don't know if you've heard of them, but I like watching their stuff. They do good research and post the articles that they read and things like that. But that kind of goes along with what you were saying. If you're still around, you were kind of starting to go a little bit robot-y.
Yeah, well, there's a few different styles of thinking out there, isn't there? Depending on which paradigm you're actually looking at it from, which reference point you're at, because there's so polarized with the different ways of thought, and you're either mainstream or you're not. You're either on the grid or you're not. You're either struggling to get to that point where you can go off grid, but it doesn't look like it's possible for the foreseen, sort of a short interim. So people are sort of also stuck between the fear of this new age having a lot of limitations, and especially with the way inflation is, and no, this is reality. Inflation is actually a thing that's affecting people physically. It stops you from being able to have the things you need for those 2 full-time jobs that you're doing. So there are a lot of people, and then when you see these leaders like making these crazy rules, and like in Canada, and people are just shooting up in the corner on the streets, and like legal to take class A, or class, and what's even higher than A? You can just do whatever you want, basically. And that's a concern, that there's a lot of disbelief in our leadership, like in general. Like when you hear these top multi-billionaires in the world saying, we're going to start, making your food from bugs, and you're going to love it. Don't worry, you're going to love it. It's all, and these millionaires, they're fucking clever, man, because they made a lot of money. They must be damn clever, and they want to cut down all the trees and bury them in the ground because that's good. And agriculture is causing climate change, so we should stop growing stuff outside, you know. And that's I think these comments have just made everyone in just like total disbelief of what the fuck is their future actually looking like.
Yeah, I can get that. They've created exactly what they wanted, so they can have people, be fearful for their lives and their livelihood because they won't be able to support their families. They won't be able to support themselves, especially with how things have been constructed. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. I know. Yeah. So, and what can you grow a lot of in a small amount of space? Crickets, man. Yeah, crickets. I saw the movie. What is it? It's like about the end of the world and the last. It's this train. It's about these people in a train, and they go just around the world. And there's like super lower class, and they feed this lower class this like gel block, and it's made out of crickets. I forgot what it's called. It's kind of an interesting movie, though. Yeah, I think people just need to.
It's Snowpiercer. There's also a TV
thanks.
show
I didn't hear
that
you.
they spun off a TV show. I guess I spoke when you spoke, but yeah, there's also like a TV show which I haven't seen, but some people say is not bad.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think
I
it's just
I followed
fear.
yeah, real quick. I was reading a blog entry from somebody writing for like some kind of magazine or something where they tried to do a week on crickets, and they basically couldn't do it. And like, there's some reasons for this, and some reasons why I don't really think you can develop a truly smooth cricket protein that you could actually eat. I just don't think it's possible. Because they have like little micro hair structures that are like all around them, and there's like no way to like really butcher a cricket to the accuracy needed to have this not be part of the process. You know what I mean?
I think I do. I think so.
It's a totally different product altogether. It's like you can't even compare it to meat, like a big steak. You know, you can't compare it in any way, shape, or form. I don't know how you're going to be getting the same nutrition from a bug as opposed to a ribeye steak.
Oh yeah, no comparison.
All right, we can
What's
talk about
fascinating though,
yeah.
Just real quick, is that according to the Bible, crickets and things like that, if their legs have basically a hinge and go up above their body, they are clean to eat. You can't eat them. So that's kind of fascinating.
Well, I used to be able to put my girlfriend's legs above her head, but anyway, yeah, just saying.
That bugs me. Anyway, crickets traditionally don't shave their legs; they're full of hairs, probably. And anyway, they get caught up. So you can't like micro sieve them out because I don't know. Whatever.
Well, after the 2020 like rigmarole that went on for years and all of that, I mean before that, people would judge the way that they're going to conduct their business by looking at international trade, and they'd get a few ideas about conflicts and the way that it's going to affect their business in the future. But after what just happened, I think people are really like looking at the structure of our interaction with each other in a really different way, because you don't know what's coming down the pike, right? And it's hard to make a decision to invest into this or into that, or to even think that, maybe my business plan should be a little bit shorter than 10 years. Maybe I should just make it 2 years business plan, because you got to have all these backup plans now. You can't just have a plan and go for it. You've got to have plan B, plan C, and then look into all sorts of alternative stuff that could be, a rescue plan as well. Before it was more simple, and now that this flat Earth has come into the mix as well. I mean, it's definitely like it's all over the internet, man. Come on, it's like you got. I mean, you study it, you know it, you've been in it like deep and followed the rabbit hole. But even the normies, like they've seen it, they've heard of it, and they probably even looked at it, but just like disregarded it. But it's still in the subconscious. No, I don't know, like if people really realize how big it is. Like in Brazil, it's like saying a brand like Tampax or something. It's like everybody's heard of it in Brazil, like, and that's a big country with a lot of people. And I don't know how it is everywhere else, but surely that's even if it's 10% of the entire world that have heard of it, and actually looked into it. I mean, damn.
Yeah, it means you pretty much can't name anything like something close to that without making somebody think of Tampax.
Right, and we've heard of it here too, so that's a long way from America, right?
Yeah, they go a long way. We've heard of your kiwis everywhere. They exist in salad bars throughout America. I don't know how you feel about that. In every Sizzler steakhouse.
Yeah. Yeah, there's even like a brand in Thailand they use for their pots and pans and their knives and stuff, and it's kiwi, and it's got a picture of a kiwi bird on it. New Zealand tried to sue them, but it didn't work because they're not governed by these rules, and
Yeah,
we didn't copy
I know the
it.
bird exists and everything like that, but like the fruit, we're into the fruit, not the bird. Otherwise we'd have kiwi sandwiches. Southern fried.
Do you like the gold kiwi fruit better or the green one?
I've never even had the pleasure of gold kiwi fruit.
Oh, it's so much better. Yeah, in my opinion. Unless you get a super ripe green one, but like the green ones are furry, so like normally I just break them open with my two thumbs and just squeeze them out and eat them. But like with the green ones, they're really furry. It's like imagine if that was like some, how there's a custom in Greece and two men with hairy moustaches kiss each other, say hi and bye, and it's just normal. It's like not gay or anything like that. It's like if you suck a green kiwi fruit, it kind of reminds me of that. Just saying.
I thought you just ate the whole thing. Like I would just eat the skin. Never.
What?
What?
Yeah, you don't.
That's
You
like
are
eating a
awfully
lobster.
rude.
It's like eating a lobster and having the shell too.
What?
Of course you eat the shell.
It's not an apple. It's a kiwi, man. It's like, do you eat the skin of a mango? No. Do you eat the coconut husk? No.
Sea urchin shell.
Although I do use a lot of baby shrimp shells in my cooking and at work, and that's pretty common. Yeah, a whole bag of shrimp shells, and they're tiny. They're like super tiny, like the size of a giant hand. "Whoa, I just saw a shooting star," and it was not coming up from the horizon; it was coming down from the sky, down to meet the horizon. Anyone ever seen a shooting star
Wow,
going up?
cool. I've only seen one going straight down before. That's really cool. They usually go across the sky. Super cool. I've never seen one going up. I've seen one that zigzags and then shoots.
Yeah, there's like some weather balloon drones or some shit up there. Stuff that just like stays in one place for like a while and then just like. Yeah, there must be some kind of technology like that. It's like a drone assisted weather or balloon assisted weather drone. Dronaloon? Dronaloon? Can we have that? Enter that into the lexicon, please. Thank you.
Have you ever thought about time? How they say time is space-time, space and time, and most flat earthers go, "Oh, space-time, yeah, it's what a load of shit." But it's like, even if it's not a ball spinning through space, because like they say, the front of the ball, the ball that's going in the direction of where it's going to, where it came from. You know what I mean? It's like there is a direction in their model. Like everything's flying from this singularity, right? There is an actual direction. So if that's the case, then the front of the ball, even though it's spinning, there's a front, and that front of the ball is in a different time in space than the back of the ball. But even on a flat Earth, since there is movement, the heavens are moving. It could also be seen as a similar concept, like there is a way to manipulate. There would be a way to manipulate this space and time, even on a stationary plane with the heavens moving above. I don't know about that, the shortening thing, whatever that's called, where the object can shorten if it's reaching a certain speed. But yeah, I don't know if anyone ever thought like there is a front of this ball, like flying through space. There's actually a front and a back. It's not just about the tilt and all of that. It's like who's like at 12 hours a day, at any given point in time, someone is actually at the front and someone's at the back. That's fucked up, man. I don't know. I just got here. Were you guys like interested to talk about the shape of the Earth, or quite happy to talk about bugs and the economy?
Whatever, man. I was gonna ask you. I mean, how do we determine where the front would be exactly? The front of the ball or the back or whatever. Like,
well, it would just be
Well,
like
you have to think, how come the Polaris is what it is? Is that the spot? Is it always like there because that's where we're coming from and that's the back? So if you're opposite to Polaris, you should be you should be in the front, or I don't know. Where does the Big Bang come from? Do they say it comes from the direction of Polaris, or what? How come Polaris is that magical spot? Too many questions. No one's answered them. Have to get a
yeah,
baller on.
I agree. There is no front and back to primordial soup, man. It's all just evolving. It's just a circle. The
Yeah,
never-ending circle.
it's like a food processor in slow motion. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if the
And
Earth's always be moving around the sun and what you're talking about, then the front of the Earth would be like the leading edge that is always currently in motion, as it were.
well, don't they say that we revolve around the sun? So at some stage we'll be at the back of our direction through the universe. Yeah. I don't know. That's crazy to
Well,
think about.
yeah, maybe the front would be like Australia wise because they're a whole day ahead of other people. Don't have to talk with your hands. They cannot have to.
Well, no, it's constantly going to be changing, but it will be the equator. Will be like probably the leading edge of that. Whatever.
Because it gets the most energy, yeah. So it's always closest to the fire.
But then it's always going to be some part of the equator is going to be getting a little bit more than another.
So because
And with the ball
supposedly it's
spinning
spinning
around.
faster, that's what you're saying, right?
Oh, ooh.
At the equator, right? Like 1,000 miles per hour.
No, I think it's just because it's on the middle of the ball, and that's the leading edge of the ball, as if it were moving in a straight path. You know.
Yeah, but as the ball revolves and it's on that tilt 24 degrees, there's only one point on it is the leading edge. You're right.
It's still horizontal. It's like if you ran with a hula hoop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You ran with the wall. Yeah.
Exactly, but in the equator, there's also going to be the opposite side if it's a ring. So everyone gets a turn, but you have to be on the equator to get your turn. But at least you get your turn, once in every 24 hours. But then there's a wobble, and
Yeah, speaking of that wobble, Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying in some interview that eventually Earth will be like a pizza. It's like, oh really? It's gonna be like a pizza.
What?
so it
Yeah,
took
he was
millions and
comparing.
millions of years, right? It took millions of years to form into a ball, and now he says it's going to start going in reverse.
That's what he said. I should go find that clip because he equates Earth as fruit. It's food shapes. You know, he says it's a pear, and then he says it's going to turn into like a pizza, flat. That's what he said, which makes no sense.
So based on that leading edge idea that we're talking about, like
Yeah, based
there's
on that,
always
we're yeah.
there's always a heaviest part to that ball.
You'd think so. Like gravity
Like-
should work in more than just one vector, right? Like
So,
if
like-
you're flying through the universe at 1,000,000 trillion miles an hour, the back of the ball should be heavier.
So like if you had something like if you think about like the Himalayan mountain chain or something like that, like maybe it's heavier than some other shit or whatever, right? And so the same Henry Poincaré that did some getting ripped off by Einstein is also got something called the Poincaré conjecture, which is basically suggests that if you had a spinning Earth body, that it would eventually deform because of the constant rotational stress that was being put upon the body of it, right? And so wherever you'd have a heaviest point, it would tend to pull up more, you know? I mean, to
Now that's
us, it
real.
would pull up more, but pull out more from the ball. Eventually, this would happen symmetrically with the ball and turn it into something oblong, like a baguette or a loaf of
Yeah.
bread.
Now that's real physics, right? That's real physics.
Mm-hmm. And
Right, but then add.
but also, may I add that the likelihood of it becoming something like a torus or a donut to equally spread out and become like a ring or a pizza shape from that ball is so unlikely. Okay, and it, in this model anyway. Yeah.
Right, and then add to what they say the core is, which is molten lava inside. How would that even affect it? You know, it's like this. I don't know, which does sound pretty crazy. It's like molten lava is just gonna. There would. What if there's like a crack all the way to the center once, and then we're spinning around? Then all of a sudden, all this molten lava is just gonna start spewing out and just gonna be all over the Earth. You know what I mean?
Well, I
That's
think
how
that's
I envision it would happen.
I think that's like half of the problem with the way that we've been programmed is that you come across flat Earth and you get the understanding of what we've come to, but like if you really think about like what's underneath us and the story that we've been told, it's kind of difficult to imagine how it actually is, you know, without looking into alternative ideas that have always been there, like the energy points, the ley lines, the Nazca lines, the structures on the Earth, the star forts, the Antiquitech, the like the circuit board cities, the mud floods, the lie of history, and when you bring all of these things together, I mean, and you listen to channels like APM Research or FP Angel, that type of information talking about like there's actually machines down there, like they could be of some like angelic type or whatever, and rainbows come up in the same spot all the time if you think about it, and it's like there are these node special places around the world that have energy points like the pyramids, and that they're able to manipulate the ether and extract free energy, and water is not what you've been told it is, you know. There's all of these things you have to concern about, and I think that's not like information that's just like there's not a channel that can just give you all of that information for everyone. And I would like, what would you call
Like
that?
what percentage of those things you said do you think are true?
Yeah, no, hang on. One more thing. It's like, is there a like for all that information as a collective? If you were going to make a lecture at university, or maybe even implement like put a new subject on the table, what would you call it? Because like today we've got many different subjects and they've all got like an area of study, but like if all that stuff I just said, what would be the area of study that you could like combine all of that into one sort of a subject?
You know,
Would it be
alternative
Earth
Earth
study?
and ethereal physics. Yeah, I'll answer it. Yeah, alternative Earth and ethereal physics. But Where are you going to teach that? What kind of mystery Harry Potter school are you going to teach this shit at?
Well,
Homeschoolers.
Right, right. But if you homeschool your kids and tell them that rainbows come from the ground, and you know what I mean, like I don't know, dude, you got to do some part of. There needs to be more hardcore. I don't even. That's
yeah, and
questionable.
another thing is
And
like what they were saying is that rainbows actually create the elements as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy as well. Right. So like that, there's definitely some crazy to be had, you know, in all this. So I don't know if it's all fit for a teaching to young minds, you know, necessarily. You should try to be able to give them stuff that they can like figure out with by observe. You know, really, they're like better with hands-on problem solving to like develop like an idea. You know what I mean? To then like grow that idea. Otherwise, they have no basis for any kind of ideas like solar system or whatever. It's just you gave it to them. You know, they're just never gonna be able to do something like that out. You know, on their own. But they might be with. I don't know. I think education's going a little bit better with the way that they do like STEM education's a little bit
Well,
better.
I
than
think
just looking at a textbook.
you could call it like alternative physics based on philosophy.
No, I mean
rather than what we
it's
have
just,
now is alternative philosophy based on physics. But you
but
got to turn it around the other way.
the FPV guys generating some probable pseudoscience within this stuff that's not actually happening, but just like is
Yeah.
realistically
Like exactly.
interesting.
Yeah, you're getting it like spot on. But like when you look at the root of the issue, which is the flat Earth, and we've been lied to, and it's not moving, it's stationary, and we're not moving. So like
So we've been
coming from
lied to that there are not angelic machines underground powering everything.
yeah, no, but it inspires new imagination for a different type of physics, which is based on a certain paradigm of philosophy. So if you change the physics of the philosophy, you can change the physics.
It's not like a yeah, I don't know.
And
I mean,
as soon as
I
they
think it's
come up with
realistic.
like the answer to anti-gravity, as soon as they come up to the answer of anti-gravity and free energy, then physics is basically is toppled. It's like on its head. That's a
But
game changer.
here's the thing: is like yeah, like the rainbows, like they probably do appear in the same areas year after year, but at a certain time of year, and that's because the sun is in a certain place, right? And then probably some years it's off. Like I'm, you know, that more is
The thing
suggested
is
that the
that
sun is consistent rather than that the Earth is generating them from those positions.
what is physics based on right now, Snacks? It's based on movement, isn't it? Everything is based on movement.
You're talking about
Physics.
how does this have to do with what I'm talking about?
What are you talking about?
How the idea of rainbows emitting from the ground is like
No,
that. That's
you see, it's like their idea of rainbows like having some sort of special feature or in any like geometric location, like and what they do, their effects, and how come they're there, and why are they that shape, and all of this sort of stuff is like it's all open to like a new interpretation. And I think this inspiration for a different type of thinking is needed, because you know the way that the paradigm has brainwashed to think the world is right now. I mean, the more free thinking there is and imagination, I think that's we're in the a new cycle, aren't we? I mean, Geo would know, but we're in sort of like a new time where it's based on a new element. You know, we've moved from one element to another,
What?
and
No.
you know, our technology was based on a certain element, right? There's only 5 elements, right? Like 5, like there's
What?
water, air, earth, metal.
See, this is not thinking to me. I don't know. I can't. You're gonna have to induct me into this.
Have you studied Chinese
You're talking
medicine?
about.
Have you studied
You're talking about.
astrology?
You're talking about like going back to Vedic, like five fundamental elements. Is that air, water?
Well, we're in a new age.
Um,
We've just shifted into a new age, and it's like 2012 until now. We're already like deep into the beginning of it, and you can see the effect of the change. Like there's cycles, but this is a huge cycle that we're in now, and it's like going to last for a long time. So that's why everything's moving in the direction that it is, because we're all going to be telepathic one day, like that kind of thing. Am I making any sense?
yeah, I'm trying to get it to where it's more provable, and you're just like taking it further and further out the park. So like,
That's what I'm trying to
it's
say, Snacks. I'm trying to say is like we should get into we should celebrate these ideas, and we should celebrate this intuition and these these things that are not provable. We should celebrate them and encourage others to have more philosophical and inventory sort of thinking, like I mean, you're into magnets and you know about like
I've actually, you know what, for one, like I have a bunch of like work I've already done, like in this way, like reinterpreting things, and I have my own way, and it's not going to be compatible with other people, or else it'd have like a cult following. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. If you're against that, I can see where you're coming from. Now I understand what you're talking about, like
But I
the
do
way
have
that they're
one.
on.
It's just I'm not
Yeah,
at other people's
yeah.
stuff. I'm like, oh, you're misunderstanding something.
Oh
That's
my
how I
god,
feel.
yes, like I'm with you on that. It's like I'm not like I don't follow them as like a Bible. It's just some other information that's out there. But the ideas that are put out there, it inspires sort of like a way of thinking which is free. You can dream up anything and it could manifest. Anything is possible now that they've lied to us and we've found out like what the fuck, and we can't work it out, but
I
we
don't
know.
think that. I don't think that. It's not an imagination, fancy, flight of fancy, blissful thinking kind of meditational exercise to me. To me, it's just observational, like meditation upon what I'm actually seeing. And those are the only kinds of things I don't even try to like come to conclusions with that. I usually just let that whomp me on the head, and it'd be like, oh, okay, great. I didn't try to induce here. I just let it happen. This is what I really think, and that's all I can do. That's my cognitive filtering process. Like other people are going to have theirs, but like I just know that I kind of detach in induction. For me, I try to, because it's not helpful. It usually just leads to just trying to string a bunch of imaginary things together and make them have some kind of sense and order, because we're all seeking that. And obviously, if your theory is not going to claim to have some kind of like high level orders that you're going to be able to establish, like it's just not that interesting. So the claims need to be bolder. And
Do you
I just
think? Do you think that? Can I
Yeah.
ask you a question? Do you think one day, Snacks, that it will be possible one day in your lifetime, or that we will be able to have the power of telepathy, and due to the advances of science?
What, for every person?
Yeah. for everybody. I mean, why not? If it's available for one person, if it doesn't cost anything much, like if it's something that is available, I mean, is it possible to begin with? That's probably the first question.
I think telepathy is one, just probably something that's approachable within the range of our human makeup anyway. So I think we can really hang out and do it to some degrees. But like, why would you want to be telepathic with everybody? And
Well,
for you to
I
be
see it as an evolution. Like I don't really like that word much, but it's an evolution of communication, and it's always been about that. Like if you look at the way that the last 100 or 200 years has gone, or even back further than that, you can see how communication itself has evolved, and now we're in the beginning stages, I guess, of AI, and then you can just keep pushing the limits in your imagination to where it's going to lead to eventually. Like now we started with writing letters, and then books, and then the internet, and then it's social media, and then it's like what's coming next, and how far do you think that this way of communication is going to be possible? I think telepathy is like the the next big thing that's going to come after this age of digital communication. Why not? I mean, we used to sit around the campfire thinking, "Well, this text and phone call only device that I'm holding in my hand, like Star Trek, I'm going to be able to actually make a video call to someone on the other side of the world and see them." Like we used to sit around the campfire laughing about that, like it was a dream, like it's But then it happened, and now it's just normal. I mean, that might be the same thing for telepathy one day. However they implement it, however it comes about, however it's manifested into our paradigm, it might be just so commonplace that everyone can read each other's mind. I mean, we're already reading our minds now. Like, I know what you're going to say. If I ask you a question, I know what you're going to say. I mean, is that just intuition? And sometimes
Try it on me.
Yeah, you're thinking about eating your steak sandwich.
No, I'm thinking about rolling a spliff.
No, that was a good guess, but
It's one of my favorite things, though.
I mean, I have and developed this power you're speaking of, and like I can, not on call, but under the right conditions, can predict and accurately tell you like what you're eating. But it happens through and it takes an amount of time, I think, and it takes an amount of resonance, like acceptance level for both parties to be able to like really kind of get into grooves like this. But I've seen it occur with like other groups, it's like where everybody's like actually thinking the same thing, completing each other's sentences and things like that. Even that actually might happen a lot here, but it just seems like interruptions. But
Well, don't you think that hypnotherapy is even already on the same level? Like in a certain way, it's kind of on the same level, because the hypnotist is able to manipulate the thinking somehow of the other person and affect them. How did they do that? I mean, is it sign language? I mean, I know that some hypnotists can hypnotize someone with their eyes closed. So that eliminates the body language.
Have you been hypnotized yourself, or have you just like watched lots of videos on it?
I have been hypnotized big time. Yep.
How's that work for you?
Unbelievable. It was a healing therapy, hypnotism. So it wasn't just like a normal hypnosis. It was part of the modality of qigong, and the hypnotism and the qigong together allowed me to go through a process, and I definitely felt the effects. There's so many. I mean, I don't know if you want me to go into the details, but it's like, for myself, I have confirmation that like is totally a thing, right?
I have a question about that. So you were fully aware. And so would you say you were more of in like a trance, and you remember the whole thing?
I remember the beginning of the session, and I remember what time it was, and I remember when I came out of the trance, it was about half an hour had gone by, but to me it felt like I'd been there. No, it was about an hour that had gone by, sorry, but it felt for me that it was about 10 minutes. It felt like it was a really short time, but it was actually a really long time. And then, yeah, then there's things that follow that as well. It's like I'd only just woken up like after a really beautiful long sleep, and then after the treatment, I came down with the symptoms of like a really bad flu, and I slept the entire day. Like started off with shivering and like fever. It's like it was a lot of physical, if like emotional and physical like effects that came over me after the treatment, and so there was time loss and physical effects. And then after all of that, after that rigmarole, the next day, like there was a huge change, a massive change in my disposition. So I don't know if if you haven't been through it for yourself, like any type of healing, like with alternative treatments like Reiki or Qigong or hypnotism, or it's something that you have to experience yourself to pretty much understand that. Well, I don't know if it's even understand, but it's like to realize that there's a lot that we don't know.
Well, the only thing I can relate that to actually is giving birth. So while I'm in labor and breathing and just focusing, there gets to be a point where time becomes weird, and the concept is like, it feels like 10 minutes has gone by, but really 30 minutes has gone by. So I know what you're saying. Some people call that hypnobirthing. I don't particularly like that term, but I see. I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but what I'm really getting at is like my entire spiel of like garble. Like everything I'm trying to say is that it's like it's good to have free thinking. Yeah, I think we should encourage it more. And like a lot of flat earthers get knocked because we don't have a model. Yeah, so what? That's where I'm getting at. It's like we're not going to be able to get to the bottom of this. We're not going to get to the bottom of the story without some imagination, because without imagination, it's too rigid, and that's the model that we've been given. It's rigid, it's fixed, and we can't change it. That's how it is. That's the model that we've been provided with, right? The heliocentric model. So we need to work in the opposite way of that rigid thinking to be able to get where we want to go. And that's why it's healthy to have people going down rabbit holes. You know, you don't have to go down the rabbit hole yourself. You can just, you know, soak up the information of people that have gone down these rabbit holes and put all this information into your memory bank, and you know, maybe it might make a connection and come to some realization one day. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah. Because if there's anybody out there that actually really knows the truth, well, why the fuck are there so many different religions? Why there are so many different beliefs? Why there are people with different opinions about like major things? You know, because everyone thinks that they've got the truth, with opposite ideas. Like they actually think they've got the truth on the left, and they actually think they've got the truth on the right, and some people are in the middle. You know, they're so steadfast in their beliefs, and it comes down to your belief. I mean, the other day, Snacks, did you like? I think I heard you playing the saxophone. Did you?
I don't think so.
Were you stoned or drunk? Like, I'm pretty sure I heard you saying. I heard you playing the saxophone.
The other day, like how, like that sounds like recent. So no.
Yeah, like a week within the last week.
No, I don't think so.
Are you shy, or like you want to give us a taste of your talent?
Yeah, well, sometimes I'll go into like a lounge area or whatever. Just like I'm just practicing pretty much anyway.
Have you heard that song? Have you ever heard the album? It's the album's called Rebirth of the Cool. COOL.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's a series of albums called Rebirth of the Cool, and there's album number 4, and there's a track on it called Migration. There's something like that's a really nice track, but there's something missing, and I could just imagine your saxophone fitting in there really well. If you ever have the time and like inclination to jam to it, like it would be pretty cool if you searched up Rebirth of the Cool Volume 4 Migration. It's got an ethnic feel to it with a lot of like Congo sort of drums, or those metal drums, and then it's got the piano and the flute and some wind instruments in there and drums. I think you should try jamming to that one day. I think that would. Do you like to jam?
Yeah, sure.
What do you do? Like, do you like to jam with other people, or do you jam with music? Like, just press play?
I kind of just like work on different like improv bits. Just kind of put them together. I don't catalog it all, but it's just like probably 14 years of doing it this way. There's just like I have like little things that I'll work on, and they all kind of fit together like a little sort of puzzle pieces or whatever. Parts of phrases or transitions or.
Yeah, because I know you say like you used to busk and stuff, didn't you? But like, do you play with a band sometimes?
Yeah, I played with many bands. It's not that much fun. It's usually like I'm spending money to do it usually.
Well, I guess it depends on which genre you're in. I mean, you could be classified as like backstage, or you could become like the focus of of the whole thing. But you could also be
It's also like a sliding
integral.
scale of like how much money to how much creative satisfaction to, you know what I mean? You can have like very low creative satisfaction but high amount of money. That's it. You got to just do it all to like break even somehow. And so it's just a lot of hustle and bustle. I don't know, like just I could play more. I'm sure I could play with other groups and stuff, you know. But
I think like someone like Geo would be able to tell you, like, if we looked at your birth chart and found out like what animal sign you are, what star sign, what Chinese sign, blah blah, like all of that. Like some people are born to be leaders, some people are teachers, some people are practitioners. And if you have one of those traits, if you understood that and sort of like took that on and understood it, like if you were if you found out that you're a teacher,
well,
you're
what I find it with with you know, usually it's like I kind of need to play a lot.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to like psychoanalyze you or
It's
to find out
like
deep
there's the
thinking.
saxophone player for the Rolling Stones, right? He's probably really good, you know. I think Carl Denson's touring with them right now, but you know, and he's probably playing some extended parts and stuff, and maybe that's probably what I could handle, maybe that amount of playing. But what I try to do is just like, yeah, just play like lots, and
That's the
you
thing,
know,
right?
just like
It's like,
sketch. I sketch a lot. Yeah.
how do you feel if you like don't play like for a month and then you pick it up and you start playing it? Like, is it different?
Is the saxophone different?
Yeah, is your ability
No,
like
it's
does your ability
sometimes
change?
sharper, sometimes a lot sharper than I think it should be. I've gone, I think, as much as like 8 months maybe without picking it up.
Whoa! And what happened after 8 months? Were you like, oh shit, I missed it, or is it just like riding a bike?
This is a little bit like riding a bike for me.
Wow.
I've been playing since like fourth grade or something, so it's just like.
But like I don't understand. Like, what would make you like put down that beautiful thing that you've been like appreciating for 8 months, man?
I don't know.
Why would
There's something like I have like a musicality, you know, that just like lives in me. Whether I'm whatever I'm doing, and I might be whistling or tapping it out on my dashboard or I don't know what, but it's just like that's always there. So I don't. Yeah, I think it's just good to like multi-train yourself, really, like, you know, just to let it be part of who you are, because otherwise it's just like performing some type of thing. I don't know, man. Like I could play more.
So do you feel you get rusty at all? A little bit rusty or not?
Right now, yeah, a little bit rusty. I'm having some equipment issues too. I should get this thing fixed. It's like I'm trying to overcome too much mechanical failure with the leaks in it, and it's really just shortening my my ability to play for very long. So I can only play like about 10-minute clips right now, which is non-satisfactory for me. Especially, it's like, how long could you busk for if that's all you can play? So yeah, I need to get this worked on. But I don't know, like in some way, like I like playing on fucked up equipment. I don't know what it is. Just like once everything else breaks, it kind of shows you the fundamentals of like what's really happening, and I think it makes for stronger playing after. But
It
maybe I'm
sounds
just
like, I mean,
good at justifying being lazy about repairing equipment. Go ahead.
do you like to work alone, or would you prefer to be in a group, in a band?
Groups are okay, but musicians are sometimes like a handful. And then it's like, I realize like I want to play probably more than, like I don't know. I don't want to feel like I'm wasting their time if they're not into me playing a lot. And then that really, it's kind of just falls back onto like I should have like tunes sketched out if I'm not wasting people's time. Just be like, here's like the structure, what I want to do here. Yeah, just have that. So that means like learning all this kind of composition, and that's sort of a tricky thing to sort of transpose from a
Yeah,
saxophone player's perspective.
exactly. I mean, it's like hard to be the main focus. Like, there's that guy called Duffer Yosef from Turkey, I think he is, and then he has his instrument, and he's made his the instrument that he plays is the Ode. I think it's called Ode.
Okay,
It's from
the percussion instrument.
yeah. So like he made that the main instrument, and he's a loner. He's like he's like an individual musician that is quite happy to be just like himself, making his own music, but instead he controls. So what he's done is he's manufactured his reality in such a way that he's been able to make it so that he's the leader and everybody like comes and joins him rather than him joining everybody else. Like he's not like he's made his sound the main focus.
Yeah.
And that's because he understands how to write music. Because if you know how to write music, then you can invite everybody else to come and share, and to be the backup, to be the invitees, rather than being invited.
Yeah, I like it where it is, more towards the telepathic end, and where you just do have like organic sort of connections to people, and you kind of know what their objectives might be, and they know what your objectives might be in playing, free playing,
Wow.
and
Well, to be like that, I mean, what's the chance of that happening? I can see that in a few bands that I've observed, but
some
like,
people have an
what's the
instinctive
chance?
way of playing. Not everybody does.
Like coming across a whole group of people that are able to communicate on that level. Like, what's the chance of 5 of them, one of them not being of that like same like caliber?
I don't know. In a rhythm unit, it's a little different. It's like you're talking about bass and drums.